Meanwhile, in front, and they tuck it in. Beck Malenstein went through the legs of Georgiev and in as he squeezed behind the defense. 4-0 Buffalo with 8:11 to go in the first period. And for the first time, we will see Scott Wedgwood in Avalanche colors. Throws on the brakes, now towards the net, tipped, score! For the second time tonight, the Mac Attack is back, Jack! And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, against all odds, this is a tie hockey game. Up top for DeHaan, he lets it go, rebound, score! We're up all night to get lucky! It's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals!
Nuggets looking for a tie. Jokic picks up the dribble, takes a jumper. Short, and in!
It bounced in!
Tie ball game at 1:15. Nikola Jokic for the potential win at the free throw line if he makes it. Got it! Denver leads it by 4. Curry gets the inbound. Whatever they do, it's got to be in a hurry. Curry, head fake, can't shoot, throws it off to Moody for 3. No good. Long rebound. Falling on it is Christian Brown, and he's tied up with 2 seconds to go.
Dude.
What a hustle.
Christian Brown
laid
out like Superman.
Tap is controlled by the Warriors. Curry from half court won't get it off.
Wow.
Denver closes out the game on a 21-6 run, and they beat the Golden State Warriors by a final of 119-115.
Double Dipperoo.
Double WINaroo. Now look, we were talking about yesterday, the Broncos game, that not every game is going to be this Picasso sort of artful masterpiece. And both of those games last night were like a skid mark on a canvas that all of a sudden turned into a master. I don't know how it happened, okay, with the Avs. I mean, you're getting this sinking pit in your stomach. You're down 4-0 after, not even 12 minutes into the game. And it just feels like another one of those nights where, like, what in the hell is going on? Georgiev gets pulled. They put in Wedgwood. And you're just sitting there like, really? It's just going to be another one of those nights? And then you head into period 2, and Nathan MacKinnon scores. Like, oh, great. MacKinnon got another point. Whoop-de-doo, 4-1. And then for them to put 3 on the board in the first 7.5 minutes in the third period to tie the game up at 4-4, you felt like it was just an unstoppable force after that. Everybody in Buffalo is booing by the end of that game, and they should. I would boo if I was a fan of my team and fan of a team that was up 4-0 after the first period, and then you get blanked by a backup goalie who got there like 3 seconds ago, and you give up that many in that quick succession. Yeah, I'd boo. But I don't know how to judge this Avs team. Because here's what's difficult. When you get goaltending like that, what am I supposed to do? 4 goals given up on 8 shots in 12 minutes. And it just feels like anytime they put the puck on net, they're going to score. And then backup comes in, Wedgwood. Veteran guy. He's been there before. His numbers this year, not great, but he was playing on a bad team. If you look at his numbers in Dallas last year, I mean, he started 28 games. He had a 16-7 record. I don't know what to do. You get good goaltending. You play well. You don't. You're not just bad. You're horrible. Awful.
And I'll be interested to see if they continue with momentum in front of Wedgwood, because when he came in and Georgie got the Broadway cane around the neck,
yeah,
it looked like a different team. It looked like a completely different team to compete as JJ Redick would say, the compete schematically. It was there. They actually looked like a team that wanted to win and wanted to play defense. So I wonder if this is something that will be consistent or if it's just, when a team changes head coaches and you get that honeymoon phase win. I don't know if this is just a token honeymoon phase or if this is going to be the story going forward because the Wood wedged his way in there and it looked like a different team.
Here's the problem, okay? Wedgwood came in and played really well. Do I have some sort of faith that Wedgwood is going to be this this savior that we didn't know was coming? No, I don't have that. I don't think he's that guy. But going with the status quo feels like a really, really, really difficult proposition. That too. Like keeping with what you're going with Georgiev, and what makes it so difficult is the lack of consistency. Georgiev was having a stretch of pretty good games, actually. Even in the losses, it's like you weren't losing the games because Georgiev was terrible. Against Edmonton, he makes 28 saves on 31 shots. Like, is it amazing? No, but could you live with that if the offense was there? Yeah. I mean, he had a nice stretch of games if you go outside of, I just think he's played well lately. But you get a game like that, and it just happens so frequently that it's very difficult for you to make some sort of judgment in how to properly assess the team and the needs if you don't have that. And so, I don't know. It's a really difficult proposition.
And last season, I remember Raj was like a broken record talking about this team where he was saying that they have the ability to score. When this team is firing on all cylinders, they can easily hang 3, 4, 5 goals on you. So all you need is a goalie that plays at the league average, which I think he translated to 3 goals a night. Somebody who lets in 3 goals.
Well, I asked that to Bednar last week.
That. Yeah.
I was like, would you rather have the consistency of a guy who gives up 3 a night, or would you rather ride, sort of the ceiling and the floor of what a guy's performance can be? Would you rather take, this guy's capable of putting up a shutout, but he's also capable of giving up 4 goals in 11 and a half minutes? And he said that's tough because asking your team to score at least 3 a night is difficult. But I would prefer that to the alternative, which is this. And again, you go back to last season, and you're going into the playoffs. You have zero faith in Georgiev. None. Nada. You hit the first game. First game doesn't go well. They stick with him. Second game better. And then from there on out, he was the type of goaltender you needed for what you're saying the talent is on this team to be a cup contender. Like, he was playing Darcy Kemper level goaltending. Problem was the rest of the team wasn't. And Val leaves the lineup again. And there was a whole bunch of other influences that were on that. But I don't. The difficulty in this is I don't know how you stick with it, but I also don't know how you fix it. You don't have the cap space. You want to go get a goalie? You're going to have to find some room salary cap wise. And I don't know where it's coming from. I have no idea where that's at. Unless you want to trade away a pretty big piece to this team, which I'd prefer not, because your strength is within your offense. And if you're going to take a chance on a goalie that's not a sure thing guarantee guy, well, then you're just taking off what's the good part of your team and what you do have faith in. I don't know.
We got this text a few minutes ago from the 720-939. Are we going to trade Mikko and Georgie for a starter?
I don't want.
Also, by the way,
Mikko's really good.
What I guess also, what goalie would you want to trade for? Who do you think is a bona fide starter on the market that the Avs could actually get? And I'm curious, who Avalanche territory? Who do you want? Who can the Avs actually get?
Yeah, you aren't getting like Shesterkin, okay? You aren't getting a top level goaltender. Nobody's willing to part with that. So this is what I'm getting at here. You'd be making a trade for a goalie that is not a sure thing, but you're giving away a sure thing, which is Mikko's going to finish top 10 in points this year. You're giving that away. For a non-guarantee in return, I'm uncomfortable with that. Now, Mikko's going to make some money here soon. Perhaps you don't want to pay it. If that were the case, then maybe you consider something like that. But I think that'd be foolish. You don't break up the core of this team when the core's doing their job. Mikko, Kale, McKinnon, they're doing their job. They're one of the only ones that do that consistently right now, especially with all the injuries that you've suffered. So, I don't know. It's tough. And then you go to the Nuggets side of this. And the Nuggets actually played a little bit better defense yesterday. Held a good three-point shooting team to 31.5% from three. Nobody really went crazy on the Warriors, but you were just battling the non-Jokic minutes, as it was evident. They kept talking about it on the broadcast yesterday. Kevin Harlan, Stan Van Gundy, they're drooling over the play of Nikola Jokic in that game. And then he goes to the bench, and you're just like, can you hang on? And the answer was like, not really. So you face that situation, but at least you got better defense last night. And look, that's a game in which guys are missing from Golden State's lineup. They don't have Draymond Green. Like, you should go out there and beat them. And credit to the Nuggets for a late rally that brought them back in the game, because when Jokic re-entered in the fourth quarter, you had an 11-point deficit late in the fourth quarter. So it was, when was it 11 points? It was 109-98 after you foul Moses Moody on a three. Then you come back, you start playing that Nuggets closeout style of play towards the end of the game, where it's a lot of two-man game, just get a good shot, knock down the open look, and play tough defense and get a couple of stops. So the Nuggets start chipping away, and then it's sort of like a Jokic takeover. He's making the right pass. He's making the pass to somebody that's going to get somebody else at least a free throw, if not a bucket. He's making some of those short little floaters. And it's the really difficult thing to stop the train when the train continues to sort of roll down the tracks. So credit to the Nuggets for coming back. Again, not a masterpiece by any means.
And Brett, I don't mean to quibble. You know I don't. But I want to bring up something about your artwork analogy to start the show. You said that not every game is going to be beautiful, that last night wasn't a Picasso. Actually, for the Avs, the Nuggets, I think it was a Picasso, because he painted all those.
Well, Picasso, yeah.
Because he painted all those warped versions of people where their heads on their feet and their feet are their arms. That's exactly what the Avalanche did last night. That game was a Picasso. They spotted the Buffalo Sabres 4 goals at home, and they still came back and won. The in-season tournament, the Nuggets versus the Warriors. This is just the drama of the Emirates NBA Cup. TM. That was a Picasso. It came down to Christian Brown calling a timeout that they didn't have. The refs missed it. Steph Curry was furious. Game over.
He should have been, by the way. You can't miss that call. As much as I'm sitting here, I'm like, hey, good. Nuggets benefited. He did try and call a timeout when there was no timeouts to call.
Exactly.
And that is a technical foul that, when you're up 2 possessions, completely flips the game around. Because you got a 4-point lead that you hit the technical that makes it a 3-point game. You got Steph Curry, like you got a shot to send it in OT. I'd be pissed.
Last night was an MC Escher painting at Ball Arena. That's what it was.
Well, look,
melting clocks in Buffalo.
No, that's Dali.
Oh, excuse me. Escher is the weird illusions. Dali's the melting clocks. There you go. See, we can bring some culture to the appetizer hour. This is what you should expect, people.
So anyway, you got a couple of good wins yesterday, as wasn't pretty, but you know what? You got to appreciate the fight in both of those teams, not to give up and then just find a way to win at the end of the game. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Got the college football playoff I want to talk about as they released the second to last college football playoff rankings with conference championship weekend coming up. Let you know where everybody stands on that. I wish we could be CF peeping, but we cannot. But the Broncos make an interesting move. And I think this tells you a lot of good news of where they feel like their team is at. We'll get to it next. So news comes down yesterday that Josh Reynolds is going to be waived by the Broncos. Now remember, Josh Reynolds was signed in the offseason as sort of a Tim Patrick replacement because they were unsure of the health of what Tim Patrick would look like over the course of a full season. Then he goes on IR with a broken finger, and while he's on IR, he's involved in that awful shooting where he was basically chased down by a couple of bleep holes that deserve life in prison, gets shot in the arm, shot in the head. Thankfully, he's all right. But here's what the time off between the IR stuff and the shooting thing provided for people on the roster. It provided you an extended look at guys like Devon Vele, an extended look at guys like Marvin Mims getting more playing time, an extended look at guys like Troy Franklin getting in the game. And the Broncos said, you know what? The veteran wide receiver guy was an insurance policy in case the young wide receivers weren't ready to go, and they've decided they're ready. And this is a good thing. Obviously not great for Josh Reynolds getting cut, but Josh Reynolds is, assuming he clears waivers, going to have an opportunity to go join whatever team he wants from here and perhaps go back to Detroit. I have no idea. But for him, or for the Broncos, I think this is a great sign. And for all the people the entire year that have been sort of barking about the idea of why did we get him when we could have kept Tim Patrick, I don't think you need either of them. I don't think there's enough room on the field. Cortland's going to play. Vele has to play. And now with Mims being a more featured part of the offense, along with Troy Franklin getting some snaps, and they still like Lil Jordan Humphrey and all those different guys, there's only so many snaps to go around for wideouts. I don't think you would use any of them. I think this is exactly what you should be doing. Like, you're playing winning football with young players on this roster. And if you're just trying to open up the playbook and open up the field for some more snaps for some of those guys, well, if you have veteran wide receivers, they're just going to be lost in the shuffle. Like, let's say that Josh Reynolds is healthy right now, and I still think Josh Reynolds is a good wideout. Not great, but he's good. I don't think I'd play him. I think you got good enough stuff out there. You still have a couple of guys that are more veteran dudes for insurance policies in case, God forbid, knock on wood, something happens to somebody. But the reason why you're letting Josh Reynolds go isn't because he's a bad football player. It's because you got good young ones on the roster. And what a great spot to be in. Again, you get to this idea of the Broncos 8-5, heading into a bye week, team going to get a little bit healthier. They have a really good defense. They got an offense that is starting to become a really good offense. I gave you guys the numbers yesterday. Since October, so let's say the first month of the season is ignored in this for a team with a rookie QB trying to figure it out. The Broncos are top 10 in points per game since October. They're actually 9th in the NFL with 27 points per game. We were begging in the past for, can you give me 23? There's only a few teams that have done more scoring than the Denver Broncos since October. You have a wide receiver who is top 10 in receiving yards throughout the course of the year. You have a team that since October is 4th in the NFL in touchdown passes, behind only Detroit, Baltimore, and Cincinnati. That's high-level offense being played. And you're combining that with good defense. That's why you get the scores that you do. That's why you're beating teams, outside of last couple days ago. You're beating Atlanta, which is a pretty good team, 38-6. You're good. And the question now is, how good can you be? And here's what kind of you're looking at. And this is what's crazy right now when you look at where the NFL standings are in both conferences. So the Broncos are a couple of games up on both the Colts and everybody else that's in the AFC. Like, I saw a graph yesterday that's hilarious. We're barely into December, and it showed you like in graph form, it just looked different. On the very right side of the x-axis was teams' percentage chance, greater percentage chance to make the postseason. And on the left side of it was a weaker chance of making the postseason. And there is a giant gulf. Like, it's the size of, you're on the east coast of the United States all the way to Europe. You have a giant ocean in between teams that have a likelihood of making the playoffs and the teams that don't. There's nobody in the middle. And you've put yourself in that position. You get a win against the Colts, there's going to be no need for a graph anymore. Like, it's just going to be, here's the playoff teams, which is wild to think about. And then you go to the NFC side, and there's a whole bunch of teams that got opportunities to make it. Because the NFC West is a mess. Virtually every team is still in that. You know, San Francisco's got a weaker chance because they're at 5-7 with the leader being 7-5. They got a weaker shot. But the NFC South, like the Atlanta Falcons, are 6-6. Well, so's Tampa Bay. They got a shot to make it. The NFC North has 3 teams fighting to win that right now because they all have at least 9 wins. The NFC East, you have the Commanders with an 8-5 record. Now Philly is 10-2. If you believe that's going to keep going, then I guess there's no real conversation to be had, but Washington is right there in case they stumble. Like, the NFC's nuts. The AFC feels virtually done almost. And if you get a win against Indianapolis, you can put pretty much everybody in the rearview mirror. You know, Miami, if you're still worried about them, their final 4 games or 5 games look like this. It's the Jets, it's the Texans on the road, it's the Niners, it's at Cleveland, and then at the Jets again. Could they finish the season unbeaten and push their record to 10 wins? I guess they could. I would highly doubt it. But they got a shot to go 4-1. And this is why I'm not with Mosier, where if you just go to beat the Colts and you're in the postseason, I don't think that's totally true yet. Because that puts you at 9 wins. And then we're talking about at the Chargers, at Cincinnati, Chiefs, last game of the year. I think you got to get one more out of those 3. But you're going to be in pole position. It's like you're going to have to puke on yourself, and then the other teams are going to have to play with their hair on fire to make a comeback. So you're in a great spot. And I said this before. I was talking about it yesterday. Here's the bizarre thing about where the Broncos are at. The record's bizarre on its own, that you're talking about an 8-5 football team. A team that, by the way, is 8-3 after the first couple of weeks of trying to figure it out with a rookie Q. The bizarre thing to think about with the Broncos right now is I think there's only 3 teams in which you go into a game against them where you're probably not winning. Where I wouldn't give them a close to 50-50 shot. There's 3. It's Buffalo, it's Baltimore, and it's Detroit. Because I think all of those teams pose matchup nightmares for you. You know, despite you having the same record as the Ravens, there's just something about the amount of ways that they can attack your defense, and you're going to have to be in a track meet. And you can tell me that the Broncos won a track meet a couple of nights ago against Cleveland. You got 14 points off of picks. That's not going to happen against Baltimore. Doesn't mean it's impossible. But, dude, the Bills have scored at least 30 points in 6 consecutive games. It's just going to be really tough to keep up with in a game like that. Baltimore, same thing. Detroit, they lead the league in scoring. I mean, we know what their offense is capable of. But I think there's 3. And outside of that, I would put you in the thick of a game. Like if you were an underdog against anybody else in the league, I would take the Broncos to cover. That's how much faith I got in them. Doesn't mean I think they're going to win, but they got a shot in all of these games. And for you in year one of a rookie quarterback to be able to say, I think there's only three teams in the league, then I'm like, yeah, you don't got a good shot to win. Crazy. So we'll jump back to this in a little bit. All right. I guess I'll give this thing time. And I'm not like don't change the rules at all, tradition's all that matters guy. Like I'm not that. But Rob Manfred, MLB commissioner, revealed that at the owners' meetings, the quote golden at-bat rule was discussed. If you guys don't know what this is, here's the basic gist of the idea. It's a magical at-bat that you can use once in a baseball game where you can take, no matter what the situation is, any player from your roster and put him in for an at-bat. So if Aaron Judge just homered and it's the bottom of the ninth and that home run puts you down 1, you can say, Judge, get back up to the plate. You can hit again. If it's bases loaded and you got your 8-hole hitter and you're the Dodgers in, you can say, Shohei, go in there and take an AB. Freddie Freeman, go ahead. I am not somebody who's like the MLB gatekeeper. I love baseball. I think that rule changes sometimes are necessary. I had no issue with the pitch clock. None. Because that's not really changing the way the game is played. That's just changing the pace of the game, which I think should be changed. And turns out, like, if you've watched an MLB game over the past couple of years and compared that to 5 years ago, it's a more enjoyable watch. It moves quicker. No, it's one of the things, I think I mentioned this multiple times. My wife played college softball, so whenever the Women's College World Series comes on, she's glued to it. And I love watching softball because those games move. They're like an hour and a half. They get in and out. And I think it's a good thing. This idea is incredibly dumb. It's some made-up backyard baseball little league nonsense, okay? And this fundamentally changes the game. It does. And if you want to have this magic at-bat where the Rockies are, it's the 9th inning, and it's like, what we're going to do? We're going to put Brenton Doyle back up to the plate. I don't know what this benefits, because the whole reason why you change rules in sports is to make something more watchable, or maybe bring in fans that weren't previously fans. And I think what this would do is, in the spirit of trying to attract a new fan base, you would be alienating the ones you already have. I'm like, what is this? A celebrity shot in a beer pong game? What are we doing here?
And actually, I was listening to Fox Sports Radio on the drive in, and they were discussing the same thing, and they brought up a good point. I think they were being silly, but the point still holds. Suppose Aaron Judge, he's up in his natural batting position, and then he gets walked. He gets on base. Can they use their golden batter rule to pluck him off first base and then put him back in the batter's box, and then you put somebody else as the pinch runner on first, and then he goes yard?
I wondered the same thing. I'm obviously, if they're discussing this rule, they have a plan for that. My assumption would be, if it's a golden at bat, then you can just take him off, put a pinch runner in, maybe the guy that he's hitting for, and then goes to first. I would assume that's how it works. Like, I don't think there can be a rule of this guy gets to hit whenever he wants unless he's on base. No, I don't think they would do that.
I'd love to see them just get into a game of chicken where, suppose some heavy home run hitter comes up. Let's just stick with Judge. They intentionally walk him because it's a late game situation. You can't risk a homer. Then they use their golden batter rule and bring him back to the plate off of first base.
And you walk him
again.
Yeah,
I'd
maybe
love to see a weird game of chicken with this.
Well, I will say this. There's a curiosity to it with me, in which Tesher says, use a ghost runner. Yeah, I mean, it is backyard baseball anyway. Why not? He would have scored on that hit to the gap.
Yeah, my ghost runner's fast. That would have been a double, not a single.
But part of me, just the curiosity of it would be an interesting strategy choice. And let me explain. If I'll take a team with a whole bunch of names on it. The Dodgers, okay? And you want to use the golden at bat. Well, here's where the strategy would come in, and you would get a lot of people that could be able to judge the way that a manager handles that situation. So it's the Dodgers. They need a hit. It's the 9th inning, and it's the NLCS, okay? Well, the MVP of the NLCS was a guy by the name of Tommy Edman. It was not Freddie Freeman. It was not Shohei Ohtani. It was not Mookie Betts. He was really hot in the NLCS. What if Dave Roberts goes, I'm going to go with the guy with the hot hand, and I'm going to go to a Tommy Edman as opposed to one of my superstars? And it doesn't work. Then he could get ripped for it. Or maybe it does work, and he's called a genius. Or maybe instead of Freddie Freeman, who is the MVP of the World Series, because he was hot in the World Series, maybe you would go to Shohei Ohtani, and then you could get ripped for... Like, the strategy part is interesting, and I think it could make for some interesting conversations. But the point is, I don't think this rule is going to draw anybody back in. Nobody's going to say, I started watching baseball. I didn't like it before, but then they had the golden at bat rule, so then I got pulled in. I don't know. It feels so little kids in the backyard making up a rule that I can't believe that baseball of all sports would even entertain this idea. But here's one thing you can't again, I'm trying to see both sides of this. It's healthy for you to do that, by the way. If you think a certain way, just try and think about the opposite approach. Like, how would you argue the opposite side? I will say this. It would be intriguing to watch, wouldn't it? The amount of pressure on the guy with the golden at bat. You're telling me if you're watching a Rockies game and there's runners on 2nd and 3rd and it's the 8th inning and you're down 1 and they say, guess what, guys? We're going to go back to Nolan Jones because he's 4 for 5 today. I think it's interesting, but I got a better idea. You want to hear about a harebrained idea that I have that I'll throw out to Rob Manfred? It's called a salary cap. How crazy of an idea is that? If you do that, I think that could bring in more viewers. You know, if you make baseball teams equitable salary-wise and you make a stronger argument for parity within the MLB. Yeah, I know it's like insane and nobody else would even dare to do that, but perhaps.
You what?
That could be a good idea.
I like this text we got from Zach. He's offering a counter to the golden bat. He says, well, if we get that, then we should get the golden fan glove rule during that golden at bat. If the fan catches the home run ball, the batter is out. But he made an exception. Yankees fans are excluded.
No, how about this? I kind of like where his head's at, but I'm going to take it another way. You keep the golden at bat. You get to put in whoever you want at the plate. But the opposing team gets to choose in fans count. So now it's the bottom of the 9th, and there's a runner on 3rd, and you're up 1, and you say, I want that 380-pound guy with a glizzy in his mouth taking the plate. That's who I want.
You go, by God, that's Brett Kane's walk-up music.
I choose the 92-year-old in a wheelchair. That's going to be the guy that needs to hold the bat in his hands.
Oh, you're going to pick Sister Jean to go yard? Then
Yes.
she's really going to be all over ESPN, Brett. How are you going to take that?
Well, you know what? If it means she has to face a 93-mile-an-hour cutter, I'd love to see it. 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line if you guys want in. College football stock up, stock down next. Everybody shed a tear. It's the last one, guys. There is no more college football stock up, stock down. This is it. It's the last one of the year, so let's make this a good one. We always start with the quarterbacks and LA stock up. I had this guy on the list just a couple weeks ago, Sam Leavitt out of Arizona State. If you haven't watched the way he operates that offense, he is the reason why ASU finds himself in the Big 12 championship game, and I think likely the team representing the Big 12 in the college football playoff. Sam Leavitt, 17-22, 291 yards, 3 touchdowns last week in their win over Arizona. They crush Arizona, and he's had at least 3 touchdowns in 4 of his last 5 games. You talk about playing your best football at the end of the year when it really matters. He's the standard for this. Teams in the Big 12 championship game, and again, likely in the playoff because I think they're going to win that. He's only got 1 loss this year as a starter. Now, ASU has 2 overall, but it was a game in which he missed. He's just a really good and really fun player. And I would highly advise that you guys, even though it might make you sick, because CU should be there, if not for that stupid loss to Kansas or Kansas State throughout the course of the year. If you can stomach watching the Big 12 championship game, watch it for that guy alone because he's a fun player. Quarterback stock down. I've said all year, this guy's a solid quarterback. He's not anything super special. He will get you some wins, especially on a good football team, but when it matters the most, I think he's going to make mistakes. And we've seen it twice this year with Will Howard. Will Howard in that game against Michigan last week was awful. 2 killing interceptions in that game, including 1 in his own end zone. Ohio State, after all year talking about how talented, this is the most talented roster they've ever had. If you ask Urban Meyer or anybody else that used to be a head coach or some sort of alum at Ohio State, if you ask a fan, they would tell you this is the best team we've ever had. And I kept looking at their quarterback being like, yeah, but he's just okay. You don't have the guy under center that I think is going to elevate and raise you to the top. That should have been a walkthrough against Michigan. Michigan played that game without a passing offense, okay? You knew they were going to run the football. They couldn't do anything else, and all you had to do was put up a couple touchdowns, and you couldn't because Will Howard threw 2 picks. And now they're still going to be in the college football playoff. Like, they're still gonna, but missing out on an opportunity to play in the Big Ten championship game, missing out on your prime opportunity to beat Michigan for the first time in 4 years. I mean, potentially a QB performance like that could, depending on what happens in the playoff, get Ryan Day fired despite having a 46-5 conference record since taking over at Ohio State. Just an ugly, ugly game from Will Howard. So let's go Big 12 team stock up.
Big 12!
I'm going to stick with Arizona State, a 49-7 win over Arizona. It's not just Sam Leavitt, by the way. Cam Scatabo, their running back, is really fun to watch. 177 yards and 3 touchdowns last week. They got a 1,000-yard receiver in Jordan Tyson, who's super fun to watch. Like, they got so many nice offensive pieces. I'm ashamed of myself for letting them sort of creep up under the radar until late in the year. But Arizona State's a good team that I think is going to win the Big 12. So they get the stock up. Let's go Big 12 team stock down.
It's the Big 12!
So Kansas State loses 29-21 to Iowa State this past weekend, and that's not a huge deal. Iowa State's a decent enough football team. The problem is Kansas State lost 3 of their last 4. You talk about being in prime position for a Big 12 championship game and a college football playoff berth. They were there. You know, they snuck by CU, but losing 3 of your last 4 games is absolutely brutal. And the questions they need to ask themselves and figure out in the offseason is, do we do another season of Avery Johnson under center or not? Because he had way too many mistakes. He cannot throw the ball consistently, and it burned them multiple times down the stretch. When the pressure got higher, Avery Johnson played worse, and Kansas State became an eminently beatable team. And so if they want to stick with him, now remember, he's a young guy. In years past, here's what college football teams would do. Oh, he's a young player. Give him a couple of years and he'll start to get experience and be really good. Perhaps Kansas State takes that route if there was any team that was going to do that and not go to the portal to give, $1 million to somebody, it's probably Kansas State. But damn, man, that is a hell of a stumble at the end of the year. National team stock up. I like watching South Carolina. South Carolina gets the upset over Clemson, a 17-14 win this past week. They finished with a 9-3 record. They got an outside shot at an at-large bid at the college football playoff, depending on what happens in these championship games. I don't think they're going to make it. But if you guys didn't watch South Carolina throughout the course of the year, their quarterback, Lenore Sellers, is pretty fun. Not great, especially not great through the air, but he does a little bit of both. He runs the football really well. He's got almost 700 rushing yards on the season. And South Carolina is just a tough, hard-nosed football team that's going to play tough defense, and they're going to run the ball at you. Again, they're a fun watch. I think the problem with Sellers is he takes a few too many sacks, and that gets him into a lot of trouble because they aren't the type of offense that can just overcome, a sack or a bad penalty or anything like that. But it's a fun team. And if they sneak their way into the college football playoff, I don't think they do much damage, but they're a fun watch. National team stock down. Yeah, it's Miami. They lost 42-38 to Syracuse. They were in position for the ACC championship game. They were the number 6 team in the country last week. And they've been hanging on by the hair of their chin for all season. And now in the last 3 weeks, they lost twice. You talk about a team that could have been had an argument for number 2, number 3 seed in the playoff. And now I think they should miss this entirely. I don't think they will. I think the committee is going to be too enticed by the idea of Cam Ward being in that playoff. But Miami's just not very good. The only reason they stand chances and they have the record they do is because Cam Ward is unbelievable to watch. And I think that's why they ultimately get in, is that a little bit of that bias is going to creep in when they make these decisions. But Miami's just not a very good football team. So they get the stock down. Let's go Heisman stock up. This is over. It's Travis Hunter's award. Every single sports book out there has him at minus 1,200 now to win the Heisman. As good as Ashton Jeanty was this year, in any other year, the Heisman is his, but this year, Travis Hunter existed. Sorry about that. He's going to get the Heisman. Let's go Heisman stock down. Yeah, it's anybody not named Travis Hunter, Ashton Jeanty. When they do that little, the dais or whatever you want to call it, the guys that are there up for the award, it should be 2 people. We don't need to fill out the chairs, okay? We don't need seat fillers for this thing. We know what this is going to be. It's Hunter, it's Jeanty, and Hunter's going to win. Bottom line. And then finally, upset of the week.
Thinking equals talent take over.
You might say when a number 6 team loses in Miami, that's the upset of the week. Nope. It's Michigan. Michigan upsetting Ohio State. It was one of the it will be the most shocking win in the history of that rivalry. Mark my words. And for one final time, that was college football stock up, stock down.
Oh, that was cute.
303-504-0925. Got a lot to discuss. Avs win. Nuggets win. Both of them look kind of ugly. Break it down. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
Meanwhile, in front, and they tuck it in. Beck Malenstein went through the legs of Georgiev and in as he squeezed behind the defense. 4-0 Buffalo with 8:11 to go in the first period. And for the first time, we will see Scott Wedgwood in Avalanche colors. Throws on the brakes, now towards the net, tipped, score! For the second time tonight, the Mac Attack is back, Jack! And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, against all odds, this is a tie hockey game. Up top for DeHaan, he lets it go, rebound, score! We're up all night to get lucky! It's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals!
Nuggets looking for a tie. Jokic picks up the dribble, takes a jumper. Short, and in!
It bounced in.
Tie ball game at 1:15. Nikola Jokic for the potential win at the free throw line if he makes it. Got it! Denver leads it by 4. Curry gets the inbound. Whatever they do, it's got to be in a hurry. Curry, head fake, can't shoot, throws it off to Moody for 3. No good. Long rebound. Falling on it is Christian Brown, and he's tied up with 2 seconds to go.
Dude,
What a hustle.
Christian Brown
Lays out.
laid out like Superman.
Tap is controlled by the Warriors. Curry from half court won't get it off.
Wow.
Denver closes out the game on a 21-6 run, and they beat the Golden State Warriors by a final of 119-115.
You know how we are talking about the Broncos game, that not every game is going to be a masterpiece? Those 2 games were like farts that then smelled like perfume at the I don't get it. I don't know how either of these teams won last night. Like, I don't understand.
All right, time out.
Double dipperoo.
Time out. I'm in a pretty good mood.
Yeah.
I'm in Raleigh, didn't get much sleep, but I'm in a pretty good mood. Yeah, here's what I can't do
That's
today,
such
and
a
I think
great
the audience.
analogy. It's so good.
No, I think the audience agrees with me.
Yeah.
Bodily functions need to be put on hold on
I mean,
the show
no,
today.
Moj. The Avs game was worse than a fart a period in.
Okay.
No.
There was some skid marks.
He's so
okay?
right. It's like
Oh, but
farting.
Christ.
Yeah, it was worse
Come
than
on,
that.
man.
It's like
Come
farting
on,
Drakkar Noir.
Oh, my God, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
And you surprise yourself. You're like,
Yeah.
whoa, what was that?
Yeah, you're like, whoa.
Dudes.
I don't really get how either team won, because the Nuggets were so bad without Jokic. But Moj, just for the Avs, I don't know what to do. Okay, I don't know how to handle it. You got one goalie that gives up 4 goals on 8 shots in a period, and you're like, all right, great, it's gonna be one of those games. Oh, great, put in the backup goalie, fun, what a great time. And then you rattle off 5 straight, and 4 in like the first half of the third period. What the hell happened? What's going on?
It's like you get a starting pitcher who goes out there and gets shelled for like 8 earned in 1 1/3, right? And you got to just require this brand new reliever. You're like, okay, kid, let's get in there, just throw some innings.
It's like
And then he
flatulating puppy breath.
We all love puppy breath. Everybody does.
That's what it was. I mean,
You guys and your
it's like you're waiting for the aroma to hit you. You're like, that's not.
I don't do bodily functions. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry
don't
I
do
said
that.
the word fart to start this show, but Moj, to the actual game, I'm serious though. Like, I don't know what you do. Like, you've gotten good play out of Georgie, but then you've lost a few games in his last few starts.
Yeah.
And then you get a terrible start from him, and you bring in Wedgwood, and he just slams the doors shut, and you come back and win.
is since November 1st, Georgie is like in the top 5 in the NHL in wins. You know what I mean? And then you have just an incredibly rough start. We'll talk to Coach Bednar about it here in less than an hour now, because we'll ask him if he likes to smell Drakkar Noir farts.
I will ask him, by the
Sure,
way,
that'll
was
be
that
great.
game a fart that ended up smelling like perfume?
I would ask
will
it that
him.
way too. I don't think he'll have
Oh
any
my
problem
God.
answering that question.
I'm going to.
He
That was
probably
one of the
won't, because
best
he's a
lines
pretty cool.
out of your mouth.
Yeah, you guys are just. Jenny asked a good question. Just look at Jenny's question on the text line. Anyway, So here he comes in. Yeah, you're down 4-0. Have fun, And then, he throws a shutout the rest of the way, and your guys get killing it. And led by Nathan McKinnon. And I think they should have had more. I felt like in that second period they put a good enough push on that they probably should have gotten 2 in the second. It didn't have to nail 4 in the third period. But it is the way it is. And you could see, I heard last night in the elevator coming back up to gather my crap, and they were interviewing some Buffalo Sabres, and to a man, they all said that they panicked. They all panicked. You could see the panic in their game, right? And then you could see them sort of gather themselves and chill out a little bit, and then you could see the panic again. So they had these streaks of panicky nature where the Avs just went like this and just stuck it to them. And they come back with a 5-goal performance.
That was a vomit-inducing loss for Buffalo. If I'm a Buffalo Sabres fan at home, I want to vomit. Is that okay? Is that bodily function okay to mention?
There's no doubt about it.
I mean,
and you ought to just hear the words around that building.
Yeah,
people I don't know are going like, yeah. I knew that was going to happen. They're ready for it.
I heard a word that they all said together at the end of the game, which was "boo," which I would have said too if I were them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There's a weird subconscious. There's a relationship between how the Avs play and whatever happens in goal for the first couple minutes, and it's hard to put my finger on it. Now, Georgie obviously did not have his A game. I get it. But it wasn't all Georgie. There were a couple breakaway shots where you're like, okay, nobody's stopping that, okay? But they go hand in hand. It's almost as if the team recognizes that the goalie isn't all there. Or almost like the goalie recognizes that the team isn't, or the defense isn't all there. And they coexist on this plane of bad. And then all of a sudden, boom, one shakeup, 13 minutes into the game, you bring in the other guy, and everything changes. It's the craziest
they got rattled. I think that they may have gotten rattled, and maybe he did as well, on that first goal that I thought for sure was going to be disallowed. If you guys go back and you watch last night's highlights between the Carolina Hurricanes, who we'll see coming up on Thursday, hosting Seattle, the Hurricanes had a goal disallowed by something that I thought was identical, maybe even a little bit less than what we saw last night with Thompson and Georgiev. I've been led to believe that the new standard is, even though I talked to a professional NHL referee, former one, and he said, look, I know what you're thinking. He said it's still a judgment call, okay? I've been led to believe by some goals that were disallowed this year, including Mikko Rantanen, who got knocked down and fell and touched a guy, but he was in the blue paint. Even though he was touching the goalie, he was in the blue paint. Listen, man, here's a story. If you're in the blue paint and you're touching the goalie in any way, man, you're not gonna get that goal. Well, they allowed that goal last night, and you could have knocked me over with a feather. I think everybody got rattled just a little bit. Then they had a good penalty kill right after that. It was good. But it just started to steamroll for Georgie after that, because that second one was a 5-hole special, and Thompson with a great play. His head wasn't in it at that point. Period. End of story.
Well, and on the other side, the Nuggets come back after being down 11 points with how much time to go was it, Vic? They were down 109-98. I can't remember how much time was left. A short amount of time. Yeah. But they do what the Nuggets do at the end of games, which is they find a way to close out at least good enough to be in a game.
Well, they look at the big fella and say, win game, please.
Yeah. They did that for all, 38 minutes that he was on the floor last night?
And it wasn't even his best game. You know what's crazy?
40
These guys
minutes.
are calling the national television, and they're touting Joker, and they're going crazy for Joker. And we, as Nuggets fans who've watched him play every night, you know full well, he did not have a good shooting night.
No.
He did not have a good shooting night. I mean, if you look at his tally, anytime he misses double digits in shots, you're like, whoa.
14 of 24 is a great number, and he also didn't shoot well yesterday.
Exactly. Now, 14 of 24 for a guy like Steph Curry, look at his final numbers, by the way. I think he was 9 of 23. 14 of 24 for a guard, they're like, yeah, great, you kicked some butt. But for Nikola Jokic, 14 of 24 is inefficient, and I'm sure he was frustrated. And yet, he dominated the game and won the game. And the fact that in the minutes he wasn't in the game, this has got to change. This is why I'm both relieved this morning and a bit upset. I'm upset. I'll tell you why. The relief comes in this. They won a game they had to win. Home game, no Draymond for the Golden State Warriors. That's a big loss for them. You have to win that game. You're fully staffed. You have to win that game. But the fact that the Denver Nuggets, in 8 minutes without Nikola Jokic, he played 40 last night, more than anybody. 40 minutes. In those 8 minutes, the Nuggets were minus 19.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable. It was cute at first. It was like, look at the Nuggets. They're just not as good without Nikola. And then it's like, okay, that's annoying. Now I'm angry. Now, I don't know about you guys. Now I'm at the point where no,
I know.
You can't do this anymore. This is ridiculous.
He's off the floor for just a couple of minutes, and everything goes right to hell.
No.
You know what I mean?
I know. Can't do this to him.
I agree. I know. I agree. Agree.
The pressure that is put on him now, can you imagine? He had to come back early into the game, earlier than he normally does. Again, he plays 40. You can't play this guy 40 every night to rescue your team.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like you don't want Jokic playing 40 minutes a night. But if he plays 39, you're probably losing somehow. You know what I mean? Like a minute less,
it's unacceptable.
You're losing the game.
The other guys, and I'm not pointing out specific players because a lot of people made great plays. MPJ was rock solid down the stretch. Mm-hmm. Second half, MPJ. They don't win that game without MPJ in the second half. That play by Christian Brown, just sacrificing his body.
But by the way, because right before Christian Brown, was it Moody who got on the basketball previously to that? Who was also on the floor?
Yeah, he was surrounded by a couple
Do they just
players
not call traveling if you get the ball and skid 15 feet?
That was a trap.
I mean,
and
both of them were.
I know Steve Kerr was beside himself, always yelling.
Time out. Time out. Vic, don't say another word. Don't say another word. Because I want to get your thoughts on this, please. Mm-hmm. I like to think of myself as a fairly mature adult, rational in most things, I would hope. But this, in the sporting world, I need your help on this, and I want the listeners' help as well, so we can open up the text line at 303-504-0925. Who in the sporting world do you like to see cry the most?
Steve Kerr.
Oh, God, I can't stand him.
And for me, it's For me, I love when I see Steve Kerr cry, and I see his heartache, or maybe he's just being a little bee, whatever it is, for some reason, that guy's whining makes my heart full. I don't know why. I know that sounds petty. I know that's Cooper's not, even if he's 1,000 times not his worst. But I know it's petty. I know it's silly. It's juvenile and all that. But Vic, okay, because you're talking about Kerr.
Hey, also, Moj,
I beam with happiness. My smile is immense.
Also, he was right. Christian Brown tried to call a timeout.
Sure,
they didn't have.
We know this. But there was also a second left in the game.
No, I got you. Well, I get it, but that's a technical. You get a free throw, and then you get a 3-point chance. It's a chance to tie it with Steph.
It's a chance. You're right. But the reason you lost that game is because you gave up a 10-0 run down the stretch. Yes. The reason you didn't lose that game because the ref missed a tech call with a second left, okay? That's not why you lost. You lost because your team fell apart down the stretch. And they lost their 5th straight. He's bad. He's over it. And it's just all too coincidental that every time he loses to the Nuggets. Remember he did this last year? Remember? He looked at the box score and says, I can't believe Nikola Jokic got this many free throws. Do you remember that?
Well, I don't know if it's the same game. What game was it where he was telling Jokic not to flop and kind of got in his kitchen, and then Jokic hit the half-court buzzer beater to win it?
That was a different game. Yeah, that was a game at Golden State where they overcame like a 20-point deficit late to win that game.
I don't know, man. Like both games are
James
so
Harden
weird.
shoots 16 free throws in a game, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's the way it goes." Joker shoots 9 free throws in a game, and Kerr's like, "Jesus Christ, the world's coming to an end this week." I mean, I don't get it, man.
He's so self-righteous. He's so self-righteous.
He really is.
It drives me crazy. It's like you're the only one who's allowed to be right, Steve. Everybody else is wrong.
I was just going to say that. Steve Kerr, in his own mind, has been wrong about nothing. Ever in his life. Ever. Like, he has always been 100% correct, and if you disagree, you're an idiot. By the way, we'll get to this a little bit later. Hey, Jamal. Jamal, give me something, Something, man. Like, we all know that Jamal's not the best defender, but it hasn't mattered all that much before because he'll put in, 20 to 25 a night. This has got to stop, dude. I don't know what you got to do to figure it out. Go on one of Aaron Rodgers' ayahuasca trips. Like, I don't care where
I was just
going
to
to
say,
like,
Brett, does he need to go away?
Go into the darkness for like a week. I don't care what you got to do, man, but this is not sustainable, man.
Go lick a million frogs, do whatever it is you got to do, because Vicky's just.
Here's what
he's
people are
just
doing,
not
by the way.
himself.
Here's what people are doing.
He's just not himself.
People are looking at guys like Russell Westbrook and Julian Strother and Zeke Najee and Peyton Watson saying, hey, bench guys, pick it up when Jokic is off the floor. Who's on the floor when Jokic is off all the time? It's Jamal. And when Jamal doesn't play this way, what did you say they were, Vic, when Jokic was off the floor? They're a minus 19 in 8 minutes?
Minus 19 in 8 short minutes. That's almost preposterous.
Let me check the till here. Jokic was a plus 23 last night. What was Jamal?
Plus 4.
What's 23 minus 4? 19. Jamal's got to pick it up. Like, I know this is the same thing we've been saying all year, but it's becoming a glaringly obvious detail, okay?
Yeah, and the only way he can do it is by continuing to play and put him in those positions, right? For those, I've seen a lot of people suggest, well, maybe he needs to sit. Maybe he needs to be replaced. You're not going to fix a guy. You're not going to fix him by sitting him.
Right.
Do we agree there?
Yes.
Do we all agree?
Yes.
Let's hold hands. Let's hold hands and agree. Do we agree?
Yeah.
You cannot sit a guy and say, oh, get better. That's not going to work. Not in the NBA. He has to play his way out of it. He knows he's in one. We've established this. He knows it. He sees it. He feels it. We see it. It's affecting the team. Yes. No doubt about it. They need help down the stretch. It can't be just the big fella. Because at this rate, this team cannot win a championship without him. They can't. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, we absolutely agree on that. McKinnon was in one. No goals in 10. And then
He
again,
gets a
his shot volume.
deflection? How about that?
You could have knocked me over again with a feather. I can't remember the last time Nathan McKinnon scored a goal on a deflection. I can't. But again, he's doing everything now. And that first goal was so high end. That was so superstar. Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby? I mean, it was just unbelievable. Just what a great shot. And he's willing his team back in. I asked Coach Bednar about that. And I'm going to admit something on the radio right now before we go to break that I don't know that I want to bring up when Beds is on. I turned to Riker after the first. I go, oh, that's right. We get Beds tomorrow. What am I going to do?
Oh, after the first period?
I know.
I thought the same
it's so
thing.
funny. We're looking
Were you
at that
thinking the
score
same
going,
thing?
oof, that's going to be a rough show
Oh,
tomorrow.
got to talk to Beds. Now what? And he's
I
remarkably calm
was
in
just
the
sitting there,
postgame.
and I was like,
it's ridiculous.
No, honestly, Moshe, after the first period ended, I'm like, okay, we're talking to Bednar at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Do I just say, goaltending? Do I do that again? Like, are we just having that? And we still have to talk about that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Thank God they got the comeback because that would have been pretty ugly. But look, man, you found a way to get a couple of dubs last night. So thank God for that. A texter says you guys sound like the Nuggets lost by 20. It's just a frustration of, man, it can't be Joker has to do it all every second of the game. He needs help.
Yeah.
He's going to. We've been so concerned with wearing down at the end of seasons because these guys have to play too much, and you can't put that much pressure on them every night. You can't.
Agreed. Last thing before we get to break, Ryan texted in. Mosier has a problem with the word fart, but talked about pleasuring an elephant.
Okay, all right, no.
All right, now
no.
see, now you take it too far. We're just normal dudes. We're dudes being dudes.
I didn't talk about it. It was a job in Westward.
It was an article in Westward about the Denver Zoo. That's what it was.
I thought it was very informative.
Absolutely
it was something
explodes from the back end.
I had no idea that there was such a job available.
We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. The Broncos made a move yesterday, by the way, that I think is a sign of a very healthy football team. We'll get to it next. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite of this song.
It works, though.
It does work, though.
Yeah.
All right, so yesterday, you get this news, and I feel bad for the guy, kind of. No, I mean a lot, but as far as football reasons. So Josh Reynolds was signed this offseason by the Broncos to essentially be a Tim Patrick replacement, right? It was, you didn't know if Tim Patrick was healthy enough to last a full season after 2 devastating injuries. Here's a veteran wideout that we'll put on the roster to kind of take his place as an insurance policy. Well, then Josh Reynolds breaks his finger. He goes on the IR, and then the ridiculous thing happens where he's basically chased down and shot by a couple of morons that should be in jail forever, hit in the arm and the head. Thankfully, he's okay. But
it was like a gang hit, dude.
yes, and the Broncos yesterday have announced they're waiving Josh Reynolds, and I think this is a good thing for the Broncos for this reason. I still think Josh Reynolds is a good player. Maybe not great, but he's a good wideout. But here's what's great about this. Why did they release him? Why did they waive him? Because they feel so good about some of the younger guys on this roster that there was no room. If Josh Reynolds comes off IR, how often is he going to play? Is he going to play over Vele? I don't want him to. Is he going to play over Mims or Franklin? I don't want him to. I want the young guys on the field because not only does it get them more experience, they're playing well. And that's the point. Like, you've gotten to a place where you don't need it anymore, which is pretty unbelievable, if you ask me, from where we thought this team would be at this point in the season. They've basically just told you, we are not in the market of veteran wideouts anymore because our young guys are good enough.
Well, you know, if we had this conversation a month and a half ago, we would look at the Broncos roster and say, this is a team that has 0 explosive players. There are no tools for Bo to use out there. And now today you look at them and say, hey, man, look at Cortland Sutton is as reliable as it gets. Marvin Mims can break a game wide open. Devon Vele on 3rd down. Who else do you want? They have suddenly developed into those type of players.
Yeah.
You found them right beneath your nose. They were right there all along.
You know, on top of that, like, for the people who are doing the why did we keep Josh Reynolds when we could have had Tim Patrick, I'd say the same thing about him. I don't know how much Tim Patrick would be playing right now. That's how good I think these young guys are and that they have been. Like Devon Vele, you guys telling me you would take him off the field for a Tim Patrick or a Josh Reynolds? I wouldn't.
I don't think I would. I just think this is the classic example of when presented an opportunity to a young guy, the young guy grasps that opportunity and takes off with it. And you're like, oh, okay. And then it's not just, okay, you have a good game or two or whatever, but a coach like Sean Payton is going to need to see patterns and behaviors that are repeatable, you know what I mean, in a positive way before you fully buy in that these guys can handle the gig. And you're right, Kaner. They get, push comes to shove and they've got to make a decision by Wednesday and they go, no, we're good.
Yeah.
No, we're pretty damn good. And again, I feel bad for Josh Reynolds as well. I don't know the circumstances surrounding the shooting. It's just horrible. It's awful. I'd hate to be in a situation where I got shot and released in the same year, but as far as football goes, the Broncos are in pretty good shape. And you know what? Bo's got some stuff kicking with guys who are on the field and could play, and that's all you need. If you're Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, selfishly, that's all you need right now.
Well, here's the thing. Reynolds is going to get paid $4.3 million as he's walking out the door, so that's going to be an all right little parting gift. Not to mention, my guess is he's going to find someplace to catch on here, probably with the team that's going to make the postseason, you would think. Somebody's going to want some depth in a wide receiver room that thinks that they're going to be playing, deep into January and all that stuff. So he's going to be all right, but I just think it's a great sign for the Broncos.
Somebody on the text line says, please tell me you guys have heard the I Believe anthem. Listen, we invented player anthems with our MPJ release. I have not heard this yet, but we'll be the judge whether or not it's an anthem. We'll judge it.
I have not heard this.
I have not either.
So
if you have it, text or send it our way. And
it had
we'll
better
evaluate.
bust as hard as Nikola Jokic rap. It had better, or I'm not doing it. Although I ain't doing it. If it's something like, I believe in Bo.
If it's silly, let me tell you something.
Then
if it sounds like that Colts guy,
Yeah.
that this is our team,
Yeah,
this
we're not
is,
doing
if it sounds like that,
Yeah. It's almost like playing Name That Tune. All I need is 3 notes, and I'll tell you.
Hey, by the way,
not.
we were in Florida talking about Panthers, Riker and I, last week when the Avalanche beat up on the Florida Panthers. I said, and they reminded me. I said, hey, you ever heard that Carolina Panthers song? He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Carolina Panthers, shark teeth and claws.
Oh, okay. So now listen, if it's as good as that, okay,
Yeah, that guy rules.
If you could find that, Nelly, please, some dirty fat hillbilly singing his Carolina Panthers song rap thing, it's pretty funny. If it's as good as that, then maybe we can jump on board and we can say, yeah, you know what, that's acceptable. There you go.
I mean, if you want to be heard on this show where they're playing it right now at some random pub in Rome, you better exceed the limit.
Okay.
So
Nelly
anyway,
says he's got it. Hang on, I got to hear the song.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And by the way, this is called I Believe, parentheses, Bo Nick's praise anthem. So we're praising Bo.
Okay, here we go.
I used to live in fear. Every
Okay.
day was the darkest day. But now I just sing and cheer, knowing that we finally found our way. I don't want to hurt again. I believe you are the truth. From Auburn to Oregon is where I will follow you. I believe you found us in a time of need. With arms wide open, we receive
Stop.
your
Sounds like a
tears.
church song.
It does.
Yeah, it's a praise anthem. That's the point.
No.
Oh, okay. So it's about. Well, I'm not going to be so sacrilegious as to replace my God with Bo Nix. This blows.
Yeah, Nelly, cut it off.
That's
Cut it
like
off.
trying to get through the Apostles' Creed. It's just too much.
Yeah. No. No offense.
No.
Yes! You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Can,
No, I bet D-Mac cranks that on 10 at home and has some bodily functions.
you guys want to hear how a song is supposed to sound? This is how
Before
it
we
should.
go on,
This
hey,
is how it should sound.
All love to the guy who authored that. You know, you went out of your way and you gave it a good shot. And
Put yourself out there.
yeah, the creativity level's at 10. I mean, I'm never going to say never to a person like that. I love you for it, but I don't feel like going to church. I want to dance.
Let's have a little tact. Yeah, you're correct. Let's have a little tact.
And here come the Nuggets.
Hold on, stop. Hold on. Nelly, pause. Nelly, pause.
No pause. No pause.
He brings it out to the point. Shovel pass Porter, deep three.
Here's the story.
Yes!
Stick with me now.
Nuggets up 99 to 8.
It's 2021. Playoffs are coming. Nuggets under man, but they're still running. Got a man-child ready to go and break
Louder,
out.
Nelly.
Elevate his game, making fools want to tap out. He'll drive the floor, he'll dunk on your head. He'll back you in the lane and lay it up instead. And just when you slide and give him some
Louder,
room,
Nelly.
Hipper, sucker, step back, Jacob Bloom. Oh! You're on. Yeah, you're on. He drops threes like I drop rhymes. Joker smiling, handing dimes. Swatting fools in the nick of time. My daughter says, ooh, he be fine.
Stripped out of his hands and a block by Jokic. Loose ball Dozier. And Nikola Jokic is going to save this game for Denver with a block shot at the rim.
Catch and shoot, dribble, drive, ball arena, come alive. MPJ, score all day. His defense is just okay. Who gives a damn? Give the man the rock. 6'10" and he can't be blocked. If there's one man to beat man to man, y'all Nuggets fans stand cause MPJ can.
Here comes
You know what? You
Michael
can cut it
Porter
there.
Jr.
You can cut it there. See,
Top
that's
three.
how you do a song. That's how you do a song. That's how it's done.
And by the way, when you kept asking me to crank it louder, there was a point where my meters were all red.
The meters don't care, Nelly.
I apologize
The
to
meters
our
want to go red.
engineers.
The meters want to break.
I just broke the meters.
See, all the textures agree. Now that song is the bleep. This is a banger.
Yeah.
He drops threes like I drop rhymes.
I wonder how many people. I wonder how many new people to the program we have, because that was done 3.5 years ago. How many people do we have that have joined us in the last 3.5 years who have no idea that
You're so
Step
right,
Back
Moshe.
Jacob Bloom even
To
exists?
think about it, that was in our artistic infancy. Imagine what we
Correct,
could produce
correct.
today
Oh
Think
my
about
God.
if
this
we
for a
went to the
second.
lab.
Think about this.
Good Lord.
That song was made Was Paul Millsap still a Nugget at that time?
No, he was not a Nugget.
Oh, it was
no.
the year
No, I
afterwards?
think he's already gone.
Year
Yeah.
afterwards. Okay. Now
Shout out
Paul-
PJ Dozier getting some love in that highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in there. That was the PJ Dozier era.
Yeah.
PJ
Kaz.
Dozier
That
was in the
Kaz.
song?
Yeah, one
Yeah,
of
at
the
the
highlights
beginning,
by
at the very
Kaz.
beginning.
PJ Dozier's in there.
Yeah. By the way, shout out Paul.
Busted it out.
Shout out Paul Millsap. Hell of a career for Big Paul over there. And you know what?
Hey,
You gotta. I know that the Nuggets had to overpay to get him here, but you gotta appreciate somebody who is at the time a big name free agent that chose the Nuggets.
Chose
when
Denver. Nobody ever did that.
Never happened.
Yeah. I didn't know that he didn't retire already. I didn't
I
realize
didn't
that.
either. Yeah, I didn't either. Maybe he was hoping that
That's
he
like
would,
one of
you
those
know.
announcements that comes years later. You're like, what? Where you been?
Isn't that like? There's a guy that hasn't played in 3 years, and then it's just like breaking news from Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
Joe Montana has retired today. And you're like, wait a minute. Today? What do you mean today? I haven't seen him in years.
I'll tell you what.
He passed 6 years ago and and retired today.
There's a Chris Pronger, by the way. I think he's still on Utah's payroll. There are guys who have been out of the league for literally seven years, and they're still on somebody's payroll. It's like the Bobby Bonilla effect, but although that was specifically with the Mets,
They got plenty of
it's
those.
really weird.
Let me make something abundantly clear. Our texters, by the way, for those of you who've never heard that banger, you're welcome. For those of you who want more of it, maybe. Monique says, I already dropped the kids off at school. They're going to be so sad they missed that. Maybe we'll give you an opportunity to hear it again. 0949 says, didn't that take you guys like an hour to record that? Very impressive. An hour? We did that in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
quick.
we did it really fast.
An
We
hour.
did it really with the Delio and his engineer there.
We had no
cranked
words.
that out so
we had no words.
We heard the
No.
beat. They gave us the beat, and we go, all right, guys.
Got it.
Put together a couple of lines, couple of verses here. And then, like half an hour, it was done.
That's how artistic stuff works. Give me the beat and let me go to work.
It's like, oh, no, but The Weeknd needs 8 years to put out a new album. Like,
a bunch of crap. It was really weird because as we were sitting there in the lab, at Adelio's lab, I
6105.
saw
Driving my daughter to work, she usually demands listening to the Paw Patrol theme song, but when your rap comes on, she said, I like this better.
Yes. And I'm not even kidding here. It was weird. Above the console was like this, how do I even describe it? This aura from the Lord above that just came beaming into the studio.
Yeah.
And just engulfed us all, and then the lyrics were banged out, the beat was banged out, the production was banged out, and it just happened. It was just natural, all natural.
We did not intend to make the author of the Bo Nix song, whatever that was, feel bad about himself. That was not our intent. But I hope you understand what true art is.
Yeah. We're just showing you this is more of speed that you're looking for. By the way, Texas says, didn't Chris Bryant retire 2 years ago?
You guys are ruthless.
That's cold.
You're
That's
ruthless.
cold, bro. That's cold, bro.
We need a full
Bro,
season of KB.
God, I hate that
That's
clip
cool.
so much.
That's cold. That's cold, bro. Can we, before the end of the show, can we play Carolina Panthers, guys? Since I'm in North Carolina,
We'll find it.
Okay,
right,
because
look.
that's also art, but a different form of art.
Some of the best moments in this show have been when Mosier gets angry. And I'm going to make Mosier angry when we come back. All right, we're going to talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this
Good
morning.
song.
Dubuque.
That's a great song.
It is a good song.
Mickey and the Duke.
It's got that sort of folksy Randy Newman feel to it.
Yeah, a little bit.
By the way, as I was trying to find this thing I want to talk about, I came across something that I want to read to you guys real quick, which I think is one of the funniest tweets I've seen in a long time. So the Twitter account is referees are not people, which is
Okay.
starting point is funny. He said,
right.
Jerry Jeudy doesn't throw tantrums when Jameis Winston doesn't throw him the ball because he knows Jameis will look at him in the eyes and tell him the exact date and time he will die.
That's pretty damn good. He's a crazy man.
I can
really
totally
good.
like if Jameis
Oh,
was
my
playing that
God.
guy in a movie, I'd totally believe it. June 16th. 2000. It's just like, all right.
By the way, we didn't talk about it. Did you see the Monday Night Football? Like, it used to be a graphic. Now they're live videos when they pull up the two quarterbacks
Yeah.
and they had Bo on one side and Jameis just, I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah. Whatever
Dancing.
that was.
He was dancing. Hey, but as we get into what you want to say to make me mad, it probably won't be much this morning because I'm tired here in Carolina. But can you read what I just sent you, Brett? Read it aloud. I don't know what to do with this information. This was laying in the middle of my bed when I walked in the room about 1 something.
Important
in the
notice.
At 1:50 in the morning.
Dear guest, please be informed of our annual fire alarm testing on Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. A fire and life safety technician will briefly enter each room for a quick inspection, lasting only a few minutes.
We're getting him on the show.
We appreciate your understanding as we ensure the safety of our guests. If you have any concerns, please contact the front desk.
Who was the guy I put on the show a couple years ago? Do you remember?
Enrique?
No.
Enrique? No.
No.
He was the room service guy.
Okay.
Efren.
Remember?
Efren.
Efren.
Okay.
You have a great memory, Steve.
Okay, hang on. Let me hear that again. That is one of my favorite clips that we have. Efren was the man. All right.
Oh, that was awesome.
So listen, here's the story. Okay.
Well, no. The question is, what should I do?
You get him.
I'm guessing it's going
on
to be
the
loud
air.
in here. Just stay. I mean,
I'll tell you what
get
you
in
do.
your room.
I tell you what you do. You put those headphones on Efren and you get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
And let
What
us
if I'm,
cook.
what if I'm having relations at 11:30?
Yeah, here's what you do.
It's like tick.
Open the door naked.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't be obviously, but you know what I mean. It's like, well, for regular guests in this hotel, I don't know. Maybe they're like I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Oh,
to
I'm
me
sorry,
that they
you're
have
not-
to enter every single room.
Mosier's not a regular guest in a hotel. He's a special guest in the hotel, aren't you?
No.
Well,
Like,
that's what
maybe
you
there's a
said.
young
You said if
couple
you're a
here.
regular
I
guest.
don't know. I just, a hotel room should be like a place of sanctuary.
Sorry. Mosier's up in the Kapua suite, and they don't do fire alarm testing up
Guys,
there.
Guys, this is an aside. Did you see some of the
Oh, hang on. I want to
requirements?
get to my story.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to get to my thing.
Well,
Mosier was
remind
talking
me
about
to-
fire testing.
Remind me to get to the requirements in some of these L.A. Dodgers contracts that they cooked up.
Okay.
Some of the things that they want.
Well, that's in the same theme. So here's what I want to start. I said this is going to make Mosier mad. Mosier is a mostly baseball purist, okay? He doesn't like rule changes, doesn't like any of this stuff. Well, Rob Manfred at the owners' meeting said they were discussing a new rule. It's called the Golden at Bat. So here's what the rule is. The gist of it is this. You can take somebody from your lineup, and once a game, at any point that you would like, you can put them in the batter's box, whether it's in the order, out of the order, whatever. So if Aaron Judge just hit a home run, you can say, Golden at bat, Aaron Judge is up again. That's the rule that's being proposed. Now, here's the deal. I love baseball. I spent a majority of my life, even to this point, in baseball. Mm-hmm. I am not a baseball purist. I didn't mind the pitch clock changes. I don't mind making some rules to make the game more palatable. This is some backyard little league BS that I don't know what they're trying to do here.
This is some Savannah Bananas crap.
Yes.
What this is. This is stupid. This is reinventing the wheel. This is turning the sport into I'm trying to think what the equivalent would be in another sport. But I don't know. I can't even put my hand. What is this? Bring a guy back in the game?
The thing that because you can't think of a relative equivalent, it proves my point that baseball itself is a unique game with no clocks. You know, it's certain rules, the purity of it. All of this stuff makes baseball what it is. And that's why we love it, or used to love it, whatever the case may be. You know, it's like they have an old-timey game that they're trying to make hip for the young kids, right? That baseball on its own, it should be enough to satisfy the palate of that sports fan. I don't understand why they want. I mean, I guess I do. Their audience in baseball is 50+, man. The kiddies are not watching the game.
Just
I don't know
who you are.
What are they
right?
trying to do?
Moj, we've accepted our fate in life. I mean, look at our faces. There's no going back now.
You guys
You've
are
reached
nearly
that
dead.
point.
You're nearly dead.
I'm looking handsome.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking corpses is what we are right now. All right, and we've accepted that. There's nothing you can do about it.
I like me. My wife likes me.
Fine. You're a talking corpse with some weird hair under your lower lip. Fine, whatever. But that's what we are.
Oh, this is pretty good. You're like, what would be the equivalent of this? It'd be like in the PGA Tour. They just said, I get one mulligan around.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say, what if on the PGA Tour, every player gets one mulligan per side? Would that make it more interesting to you guys?
It would be incredibly stupid.
It would be dumb.
And here's the thing, okay?
It would take the pressure off the game, and you need pressure. Pressure's the component you desperately need in that sport, in baseball too.
This is what the excuse is, okay? Everything, when you change a rule, is basically, it's based upon the idea that you want to get more viewers and you think this will help. I do think the pitch clock helps. You guys watched games 5 years ago as opposed to last year and the last couple of years. The game moves faster. It is certainly more of a palatable product.
Well, that's because
the pace.
Yeah, Brett. Here's the thing: the game evolved from where it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago
Oh,
into just a long slog with specialty pitchers for
but hang on.
every at bat,
But
and
hang on,
all
Mike.
this bull crap. And yeah,
Here's what I'm getting at, though. That's a rule change that, like, it made sense to me. You make the game quicker, I think it becomes more of a palatable product for the consumer. This is bringing in nobody. There is nobody that's not watching baseball. It's like, you know what? I didn't watch, and then they made the golden at-bat rule, and then I was hooked. That's not going to happen, okay? All this is going to do is alienate people that are already your fan base.
It's gonna be ridiculed. I mean, can you imagine a game? Shohei's up to bat. He hits a salami. You're down by 6. He hits a grand slam. Suddenly he cuts it to 2, and they say, "Hey, stay there. Hit again. Back to back, consecutive golden bat." It's so dumb.
And whenever I have stuff like this that I feel really strongly about, I'm like, so what is the argument from the other side? If I had to argue the other side, what is it? I will say this. The only interesting thing I could think of with this is it would be sort of a managerial judgment where, let's say this, guys. Here's the example that I thought of the top of my head. If you're the Dodgers and it's the NLCS and you have the golden at bat rule, do you know who the NLCS player of the series was, whatever the MVP was at the NLCS, because they have those awards now?
No.
It was Tommy Edman
Who got
of
rich.
the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So if you're in Game 6 of the NLCS and Tommy Edman's got a hot bat, do you use Tommy Edman as opposed to Shohei or Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman?
dumb.
It's the only thing I can think of, and it's still stupid. I got an even crazier idea real quick. You guys want to hear mine?
Yes.
I have a crazier idea that they should throw out at the owners' meetings. I don't know. No other sport has this, but I think it would work. I can't even think of a name for it. I'd call it a salary
Brett rule.
limit.
It's called the Brett rule.
I think it's called a salary limit, okay? So in baseball, what you should do is you should make it so teams can only spend a certain amount of money and
That's
can't go
out there,
above
though,
it.
dude. Dude, that's out there.
I know. It sounds crazy, and I don't think anybody else could pull it off in any
that's
other league.
I'm not sure that's ever been done before.
But it's like
to be
if
honest with
you have a maximum amount of money you can spend for a roster, and then that's it.
It may lead to parity.
Get that shot out of here.
Well, that's my crazy idea.
Yeah.
Is that it would be more equitable between the teams.
Speaking of Tommy Edman and the host of Dodger players who were given new contracts, Edman $74
It's so
million
stupid.
5 year.
If you want to talk about what pisses me off,
Yeah.
this pisses me off.
Here's the deal. So all these contracts have come in now. The Dodgers have signed everybody in America with talent. They now have,
And everybody in Japan.
yes, the LA Dodgers have on their payroll over $1 billion in deferred payments owed to 7 players. 7 players, including Shohei and Edman and Blake Snell. 7 players will make $1 billion between 2028 and 2046. And you're looking at this going, whoa, that's creative. Well, the joke's on them because the world will end soon, and now they're not going to get paid. I mean, what if baseball goes away in 2029? Like, what if the sport suddenly says, nah, we're done, not working?
Well, yeah, that's the only thing. I wonder
I
if
think
the owners
Shohei
are then
Ohtani
on the
beats
hook
them
for
with a
that
bat.
money. Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
I don't. Well, Vic, they signed the contract. You know, they took the risk. But how does
listen to
Major
this.
League Baseball sit there? Yeah.
This is the Edman contract. So he's getting, some money up front. And then he gets all this cash between 2029 and 2044. He makes $2.5 million a year between those.
How can baseball sit there and look me in the face and say, yeah, it's cool. I know they're getting all they want an all-star at every position. No, it's cool. But they got over $1 billion deferred right now. No, that's cool. It's good for the game. You've got a handful of teams playing a vastly different game, Brett, than everybody else. It's ridiculous. It's going to kill baseball. They're idiots.
Well, we can get back to this later, but let's make room. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us next. Because the teams are so separated in the AFC and the playoff picture, there's such a gap between the haves and the have-nots, I've wondered, what are the odds for the Broncos to win the AFC? So I jumped on the Circa Sportsbook, and that number is plus 1850. And you can find that in so much more, whether it's football, whether it's hockey, basketball, anything you want can be found on the Circa Sportsbook, as it is the best sportsbook you're going to find. No better odds in the game than Circa. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. They miss. It's over. The Colorado Avalanche are the comeback kids. 5 straight goals, and they beat Buffalo 5-4. Mercy me, what a hockey game. Like Lazarus, the Avalanche have come back from the dead. They beat Buffalo by a final score of 5-4.
Time for our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs. It is Jared Bednar, who joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Yeah, doing all right.
Trying
to wake up after getting the Raleigh last night.
I hear you. Well, I apologize, but I think we know each other well enough where I can ask a question like this in an analogy that I made early in the show. I said that game last night was like a fart that ended up smelling like perfume. Would you agree?
Yes, I would, yeah.
I just want people to transcribe that, by the way, when they start writing down this interview.
Coach, I pleaded with them not to do bodily functions on this program. I'd like to keep a certain level of decorum, but they insist on being foul.
What happened, though? What happened between the first period and then the way you guys finished? What was your assessment?
Oh, I don't know. We were no good in the first period. No good at all. Like, I felt like it was just, we had a lack of intensity in the first period. Like, we've played some first periods here where we've fallen behind, and it's been a big topic of conversation for our team. And recently, like, we're just trying to draw more attention to it to make sure that we're more physically and mentally engaged in the game right away, so we can try and play on a from even and not fall behind in the first, and we've been doing that a lot. And then last night we came out and it was like we were flat, and they were winning every race and every battle, and like we're just kind of wandering around the ice, and somewhere along the line the guys got engaged, and it meant more to them, because like at the start of the second, that first 10 minutes, I thought we were firing on all cylinders, and if we'd have scored on some of the chances, like certainly Luke made some big saves. If we would have hit the net on a few other ones, I felt like that game could have been, a lot closer, a lot earlier in the contest.
It's amazing when you make a goalie change how the other players outside the goalies, they pick it up. They have to, because they're like, okay, we saw our sacrificial lamb skate off the ice. Now we have to play better, play harder for this other guy. So they inherently have that. When do you decide? Like last night you did it after the fourth goal. When were you getting an itchy trigger finger after goal 3? When did you decide to make the move mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I decided after the fourth one. Like, here's why. I think it depends on the night. Like, it's like he's got no chance on the first one. I got to tell you, like, I've seen every goal interference call in the game this year. We review them all. We go through them. We call the league if we have to get clarity. I mean, this guy skates in the middle of the crease, blocking Gorgie from sliding where he's not pushed in. I thought it was an automatic, absolute automatic, and they allowed it. So, we'll call and get clarity on that today. So he really has no chance on that one. Goal 2, I didn't like the goal. Again, I felt like we needed to save there. Goal 3 is a breakaway. Goal 4 goes in. Like, he's got no chance on any of those 3 goals. But you're hoping that if your goalie's sharp, that he mixes in one of those saves and you're still fighting on. And I felt like we were going the other way as a team, and it could have been a long night. So I pulled him, and I wanted to see Wedgwood, and it gave us a spark. I mean, that happens, but it wasn't really on Gorgie's game. Our whole team was in the exact same boat, but you got to try and do something to spark him, and it didn't happen immediately. Like, we kept kind of stumbling around in the first period, but when we came out for the second, it was a whole different ball game. So whatever our leadership group, what I think of the leadership group in our room, and we went in but I'm sure they had their talk before we went in, and there's a lot of guys in that room that dialed it up for the second.
No doubt about it. Coach, I will say this up in the box at intermission. I couldn't find anybody who thought it was a good goal. That's number one. Number two, I would say look at the goal that Carolina had disallowed last night as they scored on Joey Decord. And just compare that to your goal, and that we'll leave it at that. That being said, back to Wedgwood real quick. And what does it say about a guy? And you can tell this as a coach, I'm guessing. He's just a battler, right? And you could tell when he got into the game cold, his first appearance in an F sweater, he just wanted to battle, And I don't know if he thought he needs to save everything, but I like that out of a goalie, a guy with a personality, but a guy who just wants to get in there and battle and fight for every dang puck. At least that's what I saw. What'd you see?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, perfect time for it too. Like it's going to be a big emotional win for our team. It's his first outing with our team, so the guys are going to appreciate that they know that he can give him a chance. It's his first road trip. They're still getting to know him. Like I think this can help our group. Like it's been, our goaltending has been up and down this year. We need some consistency there, like it's been good at times, not so good at others. It's this guy, it's that guy, and like I feel like a little bit of consistency, and he's a really vocal in the net, which I think helps. He's got this personality to him, a veteran guy that's been around, but he's got this juice in the locker room, which I think will help. Looking forward to the rest of this road trip and see how we gel. With him especially because he'll get, he's going to get in the net again here on this road trip, no question.
The last time we talked to you, we asked you about McKinnon and that his shots were a little bit down as of late. He seems to pick that back up. He had 9 last night, couple of goals, including one off a deflection, which I don't know the last time he's done that. What do you think's changed with him?
Yeah, I think it's just awareness, I think like good players, it's like guys like Nate, it's not like you're just giving them information that you think that they can use to get better. Like you're not hard coaching these guys. Like they don't need a lot of work, nor do they want to spend a bunch of time sitting and watching video. And Nate does watch all of this stuff and special teams, etc. But you're just kind of showing them a clip here and there and talking to them. And I think, something with these elite players, they just triggers, and then all of a sudden they start trying new things and trying to implement things back into their game that are missing. And like the other night at home, he had 19 shot attempts, 10 shots. Like I said, he came up empty. Like there's no question if he continues to do that, things are going to come. I like the deflection goal, as you mentioned, because now you're going to net without the puck instead of always leaving the net front to go get the puck, and certainly we want Nate with the puck a lot, but it's also great awareness that when someone else has it and has the opportunity to put it to the net, that you're heading there, because that's where a lot of goals are scored. So the change to shoot more and defer less and to head to the net without the puck, I think is something that he can continue with, and like I said, I didn't think it was going to be long before he started to get rewarded, and he finally got rewarded last night.
Coach, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before where you guys had early deficits but were always able to come back into games, and it felt like that last night, obviously. What does it do for the psyche of a team? Just a one game when you're able to overcome a big deficit like that. I mean, you don't want an early deficit, but it also shows you we got this. We can come back. We can handle it.
Yeah, I think it's important that you feel like you can score enough goals to come back in a game when it's slightly out of reach, And we were battling back a little bit in the Dallas game. We battled back last night. I think it's important that our team feels like with some of these guys that are out that we can score enough goals to win the hockey game, even if we're not perfect defensively, that because you don't want to be uptight. You don't want to be uptight trying to be perfect defensively. you want to like hammer home the details of your game, the competitiveness of your game, the habits of your game that like that are sustainable, but you still want to be instinctual and loose a little bit in order to create offense. And we're kind of trying to find that balance. And it has not been easy. Goals have not come easy for our team. Keeping the puck out of our net has not come easy for our team. But I'll tell you this, that group of guys in there, they are working at it. It's not, no one's taking our record lightly, or, they're grinding on trying to figure out exactly what our identity is, exactly what every guy needs to do, and how we need to play on a nightly basis to have success. And we're finding a way to carve out some wins, and hopefully we get better at it and it gets easier here as we move on.
Talking to you last night, you're talking about Ivan's line and the energy that those guys give you. There's no question, you know better than anybody, that your team is top-heavy in terms of scoring. But to watch Kiviranta jump in there and watch LOC get himself a goal and start to spread it out a little bit, A, how good was it to see that? And B, with guys out of the lineup but guys starting to trickle back in hopefully sometime soon, how important is it to just get that depth going, get that depth doing its thing on a nightly basis? Yeah,
extremely important, and especially, and from those guys to see them have that night, I thought that was amazing. Because like OC struggled a little bit at the start of the year, he's been frustrated with his game, but that's the type of skating, and it's never from lack of work ethic. It seemed like it was lack of confidence, what have you. Ivan's still kind of figuring out like what his game is, and he really can use that energy and be part of it because he's such a great skater and he's strong. And like if he plays to Kivi's and OC's identity, then I think that he can be highly effective and even playing with those guys. Really trusted defensive details, and then like they can get on the offense and wreak havoc like they did last night. It's great to see it. I got to talk about Kivi's game for a second though, because like last year he worked and spent a lot of time in video at like how does he become a more effective player? How can he chip in more offensively? Ray Bennett was sitting down with him a lot and talking, and it started to improve. And I thought he had a great, end of the season, playoffs. He was a really good player for us. And we talked at the start of this year about him, building on that and taking it to another step on the offensive side of things. And he's been incredible. He's been chipping in on a regular basis. Penalty kill details have been phenomenal. He's contributing more minutes than he did last year. I think he's up 3 minutes from last season. And that's not because of the injuries. That's because of what he's been able to do on the ice and how he's been able to contribute. I think he's had a great season so far.
Jared Bednar with us, Avs head coach, as he is every single Wednesday. So you guys are in the middle of a 17-game stretch where there's 13 road games. First of all, what challenges does that pose? Because you are smack dab in the middle of it, and how do you handle it as a coach?
Yeah, well, the biggest thing is balancing, how we keep our energy. That's the biggest thing. You get in late, you get up even today. It's okay. Now, what do we do today? So getting myself, the strength and conditioning coaches, getting some numbers and some analytic data off the guys this morning, how they sleep, what's their energy level, are we going, who's going to the rink, who's skating, who's staying here, doing recovery at the gym, all that kind of things. It's got to be a little bit more personalized now. I found that our team, when we take too many days off or don't get up and going on a day like today, then we lack energy tomorrow. And then some days you want to skate or you can't skate and you lack energy the next day. So we're trying to figure out what works for our group. We're going to send a few guys here and a few guys there today. And then, but you got to be energized in order to play well, especially when your lineup is the way ours is. It's a lot of energy guys, and if you're not first and you're not intense enough in your game like we were last night, then like it could be costly to you. So we got to find that balance here over this road trip and just keep carving out points and build ourselves back into a playoff spot.
I find that very that is crazy, the energy component, because in the NBA, the NHL, you guys use this GPS tracker stuff. A lot of teams do, and the technology has come so far. You can tell, Coach, correct me if I'm wrong, what kind of energy a player expends game to game, practice to practice. I mean, can you go up to a player and say, hey, man, we're looking at the analytics here. You just didn't go all out last night. What's going on? Can you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, we can. We're getting into that point. And then on top of that, we can also track their sleep and see what type of, what they're feeling like this morning just after last night's travel. Like, it wasn't a late night, but whenever you're, playing a game, getting on the plane, waking up in a different city, sleeping in a different bed, sometimes it takes you a while to unwind. And, sometimes my head hits a pillow, I'm out cold. The next night I'm, rolling around for 2 hours trying to fall asleep, and you got to be up in the next 5, So we can track a lot of things, and then you can just have the conversation like, hey, how you feeling today? And so you get a few different areas of information, and you're just playing the odds, trying to get just trying to be as smart about it, making an educated guess on what everyone should do, so you're energized for tomorrow. And then you could be playing a rested team that's at home, and so this road trip, these games will be a challenge, but we're just gonna, like you said, do the best we can to make informed decisions and try to make sure that our energy is where it is, because I know our guys care, and I know they're bought into what we're doing, and we can always watch video. We can watch video any day, every day, individual and team. It's making sure that we have that energy to be able to play, especially through this stretch.
Wow, I didn't know you were a big brother, always keeping an eye on it. This sounds like an invasion of privacy, Coach. I mean, relax.
I was gonna, and I was gonna say, if you put one of those things on me and getting up this morning, I think the machine would say, "Well, he's dead."
Yeah, Moj,
just call the the coroner.
We don't need a GPS tracker. One look at your face this morning, I could tell you didn't sleep well.
Yeah. Last thing, Coach, and this is truth serum time. Okay. I said to the guys earlier, I said after the first period, I looked at Riker and I go, "Oh, that's right, we got beds tomorrow." I thought that maybe it wasn't. And you've always been nice. I mean, you're not a jerk to us or anything. You don't take anything out on us and whatever. But how many times would you say, "Oh God, I got those guys tomorrow"? You know what I mean? I gotta talk to those three knuckleheads, and I'm not sure I want to do that after a game like this.
Well, all I'll say is it's a lot better talking to you guys when we finish off the night like last night. Yeah. and you guys are take it easy on me when we don't, but and I appreciate that, but it's just everything is bet. Like I say them every year hundreds of times that in this game there's winning and there's misery, because even if you win 10 in a row and your team doesn't play well on the 11th night, you get up the next morning and it's hard to let it go. Yeah. It feels like you're living and dying on every loss, and you got to try and not ride that emotional roller coaster. It's something that I've gotten better at over the years, and it's important for players and staff to make sure you're resetting every day, whether you're coming in after a win or whether you're coming in after a loss. So last night, there's things that I think our guys should be disappointed with, and I think there's things that they should be really happy with. And we got the 2 points. It wasn't a Picasso, but I think we should be proud of the way we played last night and regroup and try to better that performance, especially the last 40 minutes of it.
Coach, we'll let you go. Just a quick 30-second injury update.
Yeah, no change.
Okay.
No change. Colton is the one guy that's working towards a return here on this trip, but everyone else is status quo.
Gotcha. Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Always appreciate it, Coach. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Yeah.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber Internet. That's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
I want to talk more when we come back on the technology. Sorry, because I think it's a big deal, and I'm going to tell you why it's a big deal across both sports. The technology these coaches use.
Get to it in a second. All right, if you missed it with Jared Bednar, he just joined us. He'll be on the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moja Lombardi, and Kane. Vic, would you quickly like to discuss the GPS trackers that are on every athlete now?
No, I don't want to do it quickly. I want to do it thoroughly. I want to do it right. I want to do it the way an actual sports talk show would do it, with clarity, with distinction. I want to make sure people know what we're talking about.
Okay,
so rephrase that question to me, please.
This is where you don't have any self-awareness. You don't know who you are. You don't know who we are. But go ahead.
Yeah. See, here's the deal, Vic. I said quickly because I feel like this is going to be incredibly boring. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, and then he's going to fight people on the text line about sleeping.
Yep.
And I'm not ready for it. I can't be ready for this.
This will only be boring to those sophomoric folks that listen to our show for, Brett Kane's fart jokes.
So the entire audience.
That's me included.
Yep.
Yeah, me
this
included.
Is for the listening audience that we
This
have.
is for the sports fans who have a depth, a range, who want to know and learn. This is for those people.
Well, go ahead, 60 minutes.
What was I talking about again? All right, here's the deal. So I thought that was fascinating how Coach Bednar basically told us he knows exactly how much guys sleep. He knows exactly how fast they're skating, how much they're moving. These cardio sports, the basketballs and the hockey, those two sports primarily, the GPS trackers they wear are so instrumental for a coach in figuring out who's going to play and how they play. In football, it's a little different. It's a start and stop game, right? But, for example, you're watching a Nuggets game, and you're saying, oh, man, that guy's not trying tonight. Clearly, I don't know what happened to him. You don't think the coaches already know that? You don't think the coaches on the bench have this in real time, how much guys are moving, how fast they're moving, why they're moving? They know everything and then some after a game. They know exactly how much energy a player has expended. So you can't tell me that doesn't play a role in who plays, how much they play. But at the same time, we all go through that, right? You have days where you go to work out, Brett, and you're like, I'm just not feeling it today.
Sure.
And now you try to find out why. Why is it? A lot of them think, well, it's sleep. What if it's not sleep? What if it's something else? So that's where we are in sports now. I mean, look at the Nuggets situation. There are players for the Nuggets after every game, and Jamal's in one right now. He's in one right now, right? He's not shooting the way we want him to shoot. Well, what's the answer there? You don't think they see something through these GPS trackers, through this technology? The coaches have known this. They've seen it for a while now.
Yeah, Vic, it's and then they'll be able to collect data, okay, on that player's best nights. What did the numbers look like? Where did they peak? Where did they, what was the median? All that sort of thing. And then on their worst nights, what's going on? So that aspect of things, I mean, every bit of technology at your availability can be utilized, I think, in a positive way. I don't want to get too much into that. I don't want to over rely on that. But I think every little thing you can have at your disposal to help, you should utilize. And I thought it was very interesting because I've been telling you guys this about morning skates, like optional, right? This morning skate is fully optional. Well, some guys, they react better and play better when they have a morning skate, or they have this. Some guys are better when they have a full recovery session. Like Nathan McKinnon rarely takes morning skates anymore. He does a lot of off-ice workout stuff and body preparation and this kind of thing, and you think it pays off. I mean, he's tied for the league scoring lead with 39 points, for crying out loud. And so I think that as it's personalized for every individual guy, you're going to be able to get the most out of your players and maximize your entire team.
And sometimes that's not the answer. Just because you feel good, your body feels good, doesn't mean that the shot's going to go in, right? It doesn't mean that your jump shot's going to hit because you're feeling good. It's not always the easiest way to score, the easiest way to produce, but it's just very interesting and intriguing. The naked eye does it for you. A lot of us think, oh, we can see it. I'm watching the Nuggets in Golden State last night in the first half. I was going to tweet this. I was going to say, God, the Nuggets look old. And it's not an old team. It's a young team. But there are times I'm watching that game. I don't know if you guys have the same conclusion. God, they look old and slow. What is going on here? Let's pick it up. And then down the stretch, you saw a completely different approach. Yeah. I don't need a tracker to tell me that. My eyes saw it. But the tracker gives you a bigger picture. And I find that part of the game extremely fascinating. There, I'm done with my nerd.
Shut up, nerd. Texture says, "Can it?"
The
with
time
the nerd
has
talk.
come for Revenge of the Nerds. The time has come for Revenge of the Nerds.
Just for a few minutes here. So the college.
Clap your hands, everybody, and everybody clap your hands.
I don't know what the hell you're doing right now.
I don't know what you're doing
Yeah,
either.
see,
We're
we need a
lambda,
tracker
lambda,
on you to
lambda,
find out when
and-
your brain just blips.
Omega Mu. No, it's just the movie Revenge of the Nerds was a great movie, man. It was so timeless. Nelly, tell me you haven't watched
Shut
that movie
him
and
down.
identified with all those
Shut him
nerds.
down. Shut him down. Rewire him.
Texture, you're so smart, Vic.
Oh my God! If you actually talk about some other stuff on this show, all right, from now on, all right, okay, I've learned my lesson.
I get sports for dummies coming up for you
Nobody
here, which
cares.
is I'm upset with people where people are ranked in the college football playoff. Here's the thing. They got this last week coming up, right? So there's still some moving and shaking to be done after the conference championship weekend. But how it looks as of right now is Oregon is 1, Texas 2. Okay, you go through the list. And the first teams out are Miami, which I think makes sense. Ugh. And the second team out is Ole Miss. But in this, what you have is Big Ten and SEC littered everywhere except for conference champions. Like, that's what the list is. It's the SEC, it's the Big Ten, and everybody else. And I hate that Bama is still in this. I can't stand it. And guess what?
Absolutely.
But guess
hate
what,
it.
Moj? I can't really make an argument against
you can't.
it.
Yeah,
I
because
can't.
nobody wants to play them. You know, I know they have 3 losses, and I know they got humbled by Oklahoma. I know that. We all know it. We all know they're not the same Alabama team, and yet there's not a team on that list that would want to play Alabama. You know it.
If their name wasn't Alabama, and I looked at their schedule and I looked at their results, I would say, oh yeah, I'm totally fine with them being in. For some reason, it's Alabama. It's the Crimson Tide. It's the name. It's the God, man. Do they just get all they want and want more? Is that it? I mean, do they just get everything that they ever dreamed and desired? Even when they're having an incredibly off year for them, they're in.
You could say that
what's
about
hard.
every blue chip school.
That's what's hard to come to terms with, and that's what's unpalatable to me.
Well, all you needed to do, if you're, and this is, I'm trying to stick by my word here. I'm not complaining about who were the last teams into the playoff. You didn't do your job. Okay, there's not like some sort of 12-0 juggernaut somewhere that's being left out this time. There's no Florida State that, has won 13 games consecutively that's being left out. We're talking about a whole bunch of 3-loss teams trying to get in the mix here for number 12. Don't care. And you know what? As much as I hate it, I probably agree that Bama, out of the 3-loss teams, is probably the best of the bunch. You could talk about some of the 2-loss teams. Iowa State, sorry. You're just not in the discussion. BYU, sorry. You're out. Yeah. Like, I can't really dispute anything that's on here right now.
You know, there is a flaw in the system, and they have to rectify it because it's not good. The fact that, you got the conference winners with the bye week, and they wait, and they're going to be seeded. Well, not all conference winners, not all those winners are the same. They're not all built the same. Like, would you rather play Boise State or Georgia?
Oh, but that's not what it's about. I like this. It's like you earn something for winning your conference. And
okay, I'm saying, but for the opponent, where you're slotted.
Where
you're slotted going in. Would you rather they should reseed it after the conference championship games is all I'm saying. So if you lose a conference championship game, you're playing an extra game. You're going to get penalized. What? We earned this conference championship. Now you're going to penalize us for it?
That makes sense.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's what Lane Kiffin was talking about. He goes, I talked to people who said they actually kind of hope they don't make it.
Yeah. Well, because if you lose, look at the top 12. Is there a team in the top 12, if they lose their conference championship game, how penal would it be? Like for SMU, if SMU loses its conference title game, they're going to fall big time.
Big time.
They're going to plummet.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
They're going to plummet big time.
So
that's why I'm hoping to like hell that they beat Clemson. I mean, I would want to pick one of these teams. If you don't think I'm going to be rooting for the SMUs and the Boise States and the Arizona States, you're wrong. I am going to be rooting for them, and Indiana even. I want the little engine that could in this playoff.
Well, it's going to be Boise State or UNLV making it.
It's a flawed system because everybody wants the 5 seed. The 5 seed puts you in a very good position. It really does. You get to play a team that's not necessarily that proven blue chip team in the second round. That 5 seed is huge. Take a look at what the 5 seed will do if you get past your first game. Take a look at that road and tell me that's the easiest road.
Well, it's for now. That 4 seed could, if Boise State loses to UNLV, then the 4 seed could be, Arizona State instead. I get it. At the same time, there has to be some sort of reward system for the championship, and to penalize a team who loses in the championship game who is forced to play an extra one is a tough pill to swallow. It is. But it's sort of the cards you're dealt. Sorry. Maybe you don't punish them as much as you would a regular loss.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way you handle it.
Brett, I wanted a 12-team playoff, and I don't care about the 13th team. You can whine and moan all you want. And as far as the seedings are concerned and all that, hey, man, everybody's in. All right, if you're worthy, you'll win a game and maybe win another game and win another. You see what I'm saying? It's like if you're in, you're in. Shut up. We have to play this power team. It doesn't matter. You're in. So, you control your own destiny. Go play football. This is what I wanted, and I'm taking what I get.
Do you want to know how you don't worry about this stuff? Don't lose 2 games, and you're fine. There's not a one-loss team outside of Army, I suppose, that is not getting into the playoff. Okay? There's not. If you lose a game or less, you're going to be in this. If you lose 2, and you're not in the Big Ten or the SEC, then you're probably in some trouble.
Okay, but what about a soft schedule? What about a soft conference and you only lose 1 game?
What do you mean?
Well, the SEC's not soft. The Big
No, I'm
Ten's
talking about
not
outside
soft.
of those conferences. We know the SEC's not soft, top to bottom.
If you're a one-loss team from any of these power conferences, you're in. I don't think there's any question about it.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
I mean, whether it's Big 12, ACC, whatever. I mean, SMU they're 11-1, pretty firmly in there. If they lose in the championship game, then they won't be. So,
What is the most chaotic thing that can happen this weekend?
SMU losing, Boise State losing.
God, that'd be something. UNLV, after their quarterback situation earlier in the season. By the way, you guys notice all these transfer portals lighting up again at the end of the season now?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's portaling. By the way, today is, and it's lost a lot of its luster because I don't even know what the hell signing day means anymore, but today is college football signing day. Like, it doesn't carry the same weight anymore. It just doesn't.
hey, I'm sorry. Are you 24 years old yet? Then I don't really care. I'm worried about the 22-year-old that I'm signing in the portal day, whenever that is. Look, a lot more to get to this morning. 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Stick around. All right, couple things here. We'll get to Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock this morning. You know what I noticed in that game last night, and I don't know how often this has happened. You guys tell me. Maybe I'm missing this. Maybe early in the Russell Wilson tenure, before things went south. How many times did you get references to the Denver Broncos during a Nuggets basketball game?
It's been a while, but I heard it last night like you did.
Both Kevin Harlan and Stan Van Gundy are like, oh, that looked like Bo Nix or something like that. They're like, Bo Nix looks really good. And they, for at least, 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, he's an NFL guy, too, though. So
no, I
he's
understand.
Sort of slide.
He said he called
way.
the game last night, which was Monday Night Football game. But it's been a while.
On radio. He does it on radio.
The only times I remember them saying something about the Broncos in a Nuggets game is Jokic would make a full court pass, and they would say something like he's the best passer in Denver.
Yeah.
It would be negative.
There have been more Nuggets references during Bronco games than vice versa.
Yeah. Yep.
But it just goes to show you right now, think about it, guys, in the last 24 hours from last night, not now. What a 24-hour stretch for Denver sports.
Mm-hmm.
A humdinger of a football game on Monday night. A rally. They had to rally. They were down late to win that game. And it was a gunslinger's dream, followed by a ridiculous rally by the Avs, down 4-0, to come back and win that game, followed by another ridiculous finish in which they're down 10 late. They're down 11 late. They're down 7, the Nuggets, last night. With 3 minutes to play, they're down 7. And they win the game. What a run. What a stretch. What a good 24-hour move there by Denver sports teams.
What was the most exciting play between those three teams in the last couple of days? Was it the Mims touchdown? Was it the deflected goal to tie it? The go-ahead goal? Was it what from the Nuggets game? The Jokic's, you thought the shot was short?
Yeah, that's a crazy question to answer because football, touchdowns are hard to come by. Pick sixes. I think anytime you have a pick six, how does it get more exciting than that?
Yeah, the Benito pick six is pretty exciting. Yeah, Jake Wan's pretty exciting. I don't know. As far as beautiful aesthetics, the eye-pleasing play, McKinnon's first goal last night was pretty damn rad. The Mims touchdown pass is going to be hard to beat, dude. I mean, it was that throw from Bo Nix was a perfect throw.
How about the Porter
right
putback
in stride?
dunk? That one was nice too.
Okay.
The Joker shot that looked like it was going to brick short, and then it sort of found itself. That was. Do you understand? Every shot late mattered. If he doesn't make that jump shot, they probably lose the game.
Oh, for sure.
That was essential. That was an essential shot.
I was thinking about something, by the way. We were discussing Jamal Murray towards the beginning of the show, and he's going through it. I don't know what's going on with him. He obviously doesn't look right. He knows it. We all know it. We all see it. But this is kind of what hit me yesterday for the first time that I hadn't put it in this context. The point of going out and getting guys like Russell Westbrook and what we thought would be Dario Saric, who again is not playing now, but you get the veteran guys because they were supposed to buoy the minutes that the starters were taking the last couple of years. Yeah. They were supposed to be the guys that said, hey, instead of you guys playing 36, 37 minutes a night, how about we kick that back to 32, 33? And that's not happening this year. And what I realized was, especially in the case of Joker, when Joker was off the floor for 8 minutes last night, the Nuggets were outscored by 19 points. Jokic finishes that game as a plus 23. Jamal finishes that game as a plus 9 because Jamal was playing in the non-Joker minutes. And when he puts
plus
up
4, bro.
Sorry, I meant plus 4 minus 19 in the non-Joker minutes. Whatever, sorry. The point is, Jamal and his poor play is the direct effect of Jokic having to play more minutes. If Jamal was playing better, then the score wouldn't be as bad when Jokic leaves, and he could probably get a few more minutes on the bench.
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's more than that. Okay, the number last night, I'm relieved that the Nuggets won that game. I'm happy, clearly. But I'm also upset. How does that make sense, you ask? Why are you upset? I'm upset that this reliance on Nikola Jokic is at the point where in early December, he has to play 40 minutes to win a game.
Yeah.
I'm upset that in the 9 minutes he did not play, 8 minutes he did not play, the Nuggets were minus 19. That used to be like a cute factor, like a number. Oh, how cute. That means he's really good, right? What an MVP performance. It's cute. He's not playing and the other team is coming back. It's not cute anymore. It's not a laughing matter anymore. It's annoying. To be honest with you, it's unacceptable. And I think one of the reasons why that happens is the roster is flawed. The roster is flawed. Their fifth and sixth highest paid players on the roster do not play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I repeat, your fifth and sixth highest paid players do not play. DNPs. That can't happen. That needs to be fixed. How you fix it? Even Charles Barkley said at halftime, the Nuggets need to make a trade.
I got Chuck. I got Chuck on this.
Yeah, listen to Chuck.
I will say this about Denver, though. I hope they make a trade. You cannot waste the Joker's career. Like, he is the best player in the world.
They won a championship.
I know, but he's like they could win again. They let two guys go off the bench that were very vital to them winning the championship. They bench is weaker than water.
And Chuck, I think you need to add Jamal need to step his game back.
Well, Jamal needs to step up, but you got to bring some guys off the bench. You can't have the best player in the world. Yeah, they won a championship, but they just let guys go. If you got a guy that great, you got to win some more. Because he got another 5 years. Because when he gets older, his game going to still be fine. Because he's not the most athletic brother in the world. But I'm telling you, you cannot waste this guy's prime. This guy's the best player in the world. Get greedy.
Get greedy. That's how he finished.
Okay, I agree with him. I'll explain my agreement. My disagreement is this. What could you do about Bruce Brown? There's nothing you could do.
No.
I mean, you physically, because of the rules, couldn't re-sign him.
And I will go to my grave saying the
not.
KCP thing was a smart choice because $22 million for KCP and the numbers he's putting up, you're overpaying.
Not that these guys weren't key. Okay.
Can I just say something real quick about KCP?
Sure. Yeah.
If KCP was still here, you'd have one extra player.
Yes, but not the player you need. Here's the flaw in this roster.
I understand.
Here's
Vic.
the flaw of the roster.
I understand, but what I'm telling you is they aren't playing Saric, and you got Saric by getting rid of KCP.
Sure.
If KCP was still here, you still could have gotten.
That's
Westbrook.
a very good point. But you're also inhibited because you got 3 years of 22. They weren't going to pay 3 years of 22.
Yeah,
wasn't going to happen.
Yes.
That would put you in salary cap hell. That would put you in apron hell. You want to wear that apron really tight around your body? You want to wear it really, really tight where it chokes you?
Nope.
I also don't want $14 million doing nothing either.
Agreed. But I will say this. He's correct. You cannot waste the Joker years. It's the same story with the Colorado Avalanche. If you fail to win at least another cup with McKinnon and Makar and Mikko and so on, then you will have failed. And that's just the reality of the situation, and everybody knows that. I mean, other teams around the league know if they've got players stacked up like this and you don't do it, then it's on you because this is a once in a, millennium type of thing. I mean, the situation, there's never going to be another Nikola Jokic, never ever.
This is why,
and because of that, you have to maximize. Have to.
But just saying that I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what maximize means. Like, Barkley's saying make a trade. How?
That's the problem.
Well, you can't you can't right now.
It's so funny that you bring that up because I got people last night texting me.
It's like trade Zeke.
Yeah.
Who wants Zeke in his contract?
I had people texting me saying, trade this guy, trade that guy. I go, you don't think that they've thought this through? You don't think they're on the phones every day asking what interests you? You don't think this has been a topic of conversation for months? If it were that easy, it'd be done. If they were that easy, we all know this, and I don't want us to come off sounding like a bunch of doomers this morning, all right? Because the team is 11-8, but everybody knows it's sort of a flawed 11-8. Your best player is playing 40 minutes.
Yeah,
you don't win that game without him playing 40 minutes. If he plays 39, you probably lose.
Vic,
that's a flaw.
I'm going to charge you with something. Find me a guy in the league who's not helping his team the way he should for Zeke money, and see if they'll do a deal listen, we'll get rid of our guy, you give us your guy, because you're
Sure.
going to have to get a flawed individual back.
It's
so
always
find
about
me
fit.
a guy who's making find me a guy who's making $8 million a year that can help the Nuggets in some way, in any way.
Yeah.
Find me that guy.
Well,
who that team is willing to let go of because he's really not doing jack for them either.
Well, and there are two different arguments here. People are saying, giving Jamal the max. Good luck trading a max that hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
Give me an example, and I want everybody to chime in here. Listen, give me an example of a team trading a max contract that hasn't even started yet. Give me one. Give me one example.
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was traded before his extension started.
Different circumstances.
Different circumstances, but also this.
I'm talking basketball because the economics of football are far different.
I was just first thing that came to my head. What I'm going to tell people is, just stop with Jamal right now. Just stop it. He's not getting traded. It's not happening. Let him see if he can work it out. He was a incredibly important cog in a championship
Russell Wilson wasn't
team.
traded. He was cut.
No. Wasn't there some sort of trade that happened? But it was, maybe I'm wrong on this. Did they not find a suitor for him?
Wilson.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
Russell Wilson was released from his contract.
Yep, you're right.
And he was picked up.
Are you high? You're high.
So a different sport. So that's one issue. Everybody can talk about that. I still believe that Jamal can find his way back. Call me naive, call me whatever. I still think it's in there, and it's got to be found. And if it's not found,
here's the story.
If it's not, hold on, let me finish this, Moj. If it's not found, then the Nuggets are not going to win a championship under this watch. He has to find it. That's just as simple as that.
To back you up, Brett, as we go to break.
It was the post June
27
1st cut that weirded me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the age of 27, I cannot fathom, nor will I ever believe that he's washed. Talking about Jamal Murray,
Okay.
Can't do it, won't do it. So
So
it's
that's
in there,
one.
Vic. It's in there. You just have to find
Sure.
it. And we're way over here.
That's one issue. The other issue is, again, you cannot exist in this league given the restrictions with the aprons and all this when your fifth and sixth highest paid players do not play.
Yeah.
Do not give you anything. Like nothing. No spot duty, nothing. You cannot exist without that.
Let's get an earlier chat with Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com next. All right, we get Lakey a day earlier than usual to talk about a pretty crazy Monday Night Football game featuring another Broncos win, but I got to start here with some breaking news from The Athletic, Jeff. And we know how this goes. When somebody is the next guy in line for a contract, they typically get whatever amount more, right? So the breaking news is Stephen A. Smith is closing in on a 6-year, $120 million deal with ESPN. Are you asking for $125?
Well, I leave that to my representatives. I really don't get involved with that.
So you're saying Stephen A's getting some of that Jeff Legwold money now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what he's thinking for sure.
Yep. Jeff Legwold.
I think everybody goes into their contract looking for Leggy's clothing allowance and other perks.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. By the way, that's a real thing, by the way, on The Athletic. I didn't make that up. That's a real thing. But Leggy, to the game on Monday. You know what I think my main takeaway was? Because I've been thinking this is a good football team for a while. We looked up the numbers. Since October, the Broncos are a top 10 scoring team in the NFL. Since October, they have thrown the 4th most touchdown passes in the NFL. But good football teams win ugly games. They bring their C game or their B- game, and they still find a way to win, and I think that's what the Broncos did. What most impressed you about Monday?
It just sort of survival. I think even the best of teams. So I think we often, after a team wins it all, like, the 2015 Broncos, we tend to look back on it as, that was one of the greatest defenses the teams ever have. But, Pittsburgh hung 34 on those guys that year. I think they gave up 27 twice that year in 2 other games. So when you look back, you're like, the defense was dominant, but you're going to have moments in a season, no matter how good you are, where you got to survive. And, the better teams survive, and the teams with flaws or too big of flaws do not. And that, to me, the survival was a big thing. And because you just think how crushing that would have been for them if it ended 32-31, and that was it. So it definitely was a survival mode game, and every team's going to have them. My favorite stat about the Broncos right now is they've outscored the Chiefs, and they've given up 1 fewer point than the Chiefs.
Wow.
So just tells you how nutty the NFL is.
And if you beat the Chiefs, if not for that ridiculous finish, you have a chance in the season finale to overtake the Chiefs. You really do. You have a chance to beat them in the division, but whatever. Hey, I got to ask you this. Regarding the game plan on Monday night, why so few plays where PS2 headed up against Jerry Jeudy? Why didn't they just put him on Jerry Jeudy and say, enough with that?
Vic, you don't really get a good answer for those types of things right before a bye. But I will say it was very striking to me again, it's my chart, so just take it for what you think. But when I charted the games, the 2 fewest games this year, or the 2 games where Surtain was matched the least, was Baltimore and Monday. So you tell me what the impact of that is on their defense when they don't simply slap Pat Surtain on the team's other best receiver. The issue of your defensive coordinator is you are tipping your hand at the snap. You are giving up sort of some of the disguise in your coverages. And I will tell you, in today's NFL, with the ball coming out so fast, defensive coordinators covet the disguise almost as much as a good pass rusher. So, but when you match, you are giving that up. But to me, they are so much better when they do it. I mean, just look at the snaps when Surtain was on Jeudy. Nothing happened. And at one point, I even saw Jeudy shut a route down because he knew it wasn't going anywhere when Surtain was across from him.
But, Jeff, it feels to me a little bit like you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Either the other side gets completely picked on or, like you said, you tip your hand and a good offensive coordinator will try to exploit that, right? It's just Vic made a good point. He said, you lose Riley Moss and it seems like that secondary unravels a little bit, like you pull the thread on a suit coat, right, and it starts to unravel or whatever the case may be. How do you fix that, or you just hang on for dear life? Well, okay.
I'm the king
Well,
of cheap
you gave me 4 of them, so
I gave you my cheap ones.
oh my God.
Now, I think there's a good chance a conversation will be had if the rookie will play. They put him in at the end of the game. Chris Abrams' strain was in for the last 2 series at least against the Browns. So I think that will be a conversation when they get back on Monday, or they probably had it as well coming out of the game when they did their debrief. But when they get back in the building, everybody on Monday, I would guess there will be a very earnest conversation. Should they just do what they've done with some of the other rookies and get him in there, because he has performed well in practice. And I think if camp had been like old school camp a little longer, I think he would have had a much better chance of being the guy in the dime when the season started.
Yeah, you can't play Levi anymore. You can't do it. So, Jeff, I got this. I know you're a baseball guy. We were talking about this golden at-bat thing that they're discussing. I have a proposal that I want to give to you, and you can pass that along to the higher-ups in the NFL. I want a golden week in which Jameis Winston plays all-time quarterback for every team in the league. I want him for every team, because that experience of watching him play football is the most chaotic, insane thing you could ask for.
In my career, you've seen guys like that. They're so epically gifted, and sometimes we forget because of the mistakes or whatever, or their teams don't win. But he is a gifted football player. It's just stuff happens to him. He puts, 20 passes are great, but the one that isn't just a bounced ball to the receiver. Yeah. It's 2 pick sixes. Right. I mean, it's just
almost 3.
I don't know how you coach him, because everybody I know in the league says he's the best person, that works the hardest. He's everything you want in a football player except mistake free. And it's just, I bet coaching him is an experience like no other. I mean, he's the only 30-30 guy ever, so that's hard to do. But it really is amazing to see a guy throw for almost 500 and lose because of his errors, really. And his quote after the game may be the greatest of all time.
So good.
Deliver me from the pick sixes. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
And it was sincere. It wasn't a joke.
No,
he was sincere.
He meant every word of it. It's spectacular. But I can't tell you, everybody I know in the NFL who has coached him or played with alongside him just says he's the best guy. And sometimes I bet it's hard for people to watch those things happen.
To follow up on that throw to Mims is a throw that's not made in week 3. It's not made in week 4, but with the development of Bo Nix, he feels confident enough to make that throw. Did you think he had that kind of throw in him, threading it between 2 guys, bearing down on one receiver 50 yards downfield?
Well, I'd really, really, really like to know if he saw the second guy when he threw it. It would be my
the guy over his shoulder, over Mims' shoulder.
Yeah, when I looked at the end zone view, I think that would have been tough to see from his perspective in the pot. But it doesn't matter. I mean, I think a few weeks ago, the throw to Vele down the hash is the one that sort of set him free a little bit. That, I know I talked about the rectangle they were playing offense in early in the season. They're making it a little bigger now. He's getting more confident in the middle of the field. Now, I will say next year, after a summer of defensive coordinators disassembling him, they're going to challenge him outside the numbers more. That's still the feeling among defensive coaches. Can you beat me there over and over again outside the numbers? But that doesn't matter right now, really. But when, again, I've said it and people have been giving me crap all year. When his footwork is right, look at his quarterback play. And when it isn't, look what happens to the offense. And early in that game, his footwork wasn't right. They had a 3-and-out, a 19-second possession, a 40-second possession. When his footwork is right, they run the offense well. He makes throws that show progress. And when it isn't, you know, he wasn't even 50% for a while in the game, and that's what happens. But it's a young quarterback. You know, you can't get everything, you know, all the boxes checked on every play when you're in your rookie year and things are just swarming around. And the last two defenses have been a lot more aggressive against him than previously. The Raiders came after him, and the Browns came after him too. And I think that's something to watch moving forward here.
I know that cash registers, the old type, that they don't exist anymore, but what kind of cash register is Nick Bonito carrying with him right now? Because every time he makes a play, oh my God, cha-ching is what I hear.
You can almost hear the numbers just clicking by like the old school gas pump.
Yeah.
Just ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I mean, he's getting paid. And the question is, are the Broncos going to do it or not? I mean,
of course. Well, they got to do it.
How can you not? How can you not?
Well, again, you know, their cap situation isn't awesome, but, you know, they'll have to do what they've got to do. But, you know, you're going to have to do what you did with Surtain almost, not to that extent, but you're going to have to pay him near the top of the market, because if he hits the market, that's what he's getting.
Yeah.
Because, you know, his numbers aren't just good. His advanced metrics, the stuff GMs use to pay guys, his metrics are epic. Last year, he was one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, but he didn't have the sacks. So everybody in the public eye is like, you know, whatever, Bonito had an okay year. GMs thought he had a great year last year. So he's now put those kinds of years back to back, and that's what gets you paid.
You know what's crazy, Leggy? I don't like comparing players to generational types. Like Von Miller, greatest pass rusher in Broncos history. Nick Bonito's the closest thing they've had since Von. But if there's one thing Nick Bonito does better than Von, he can cover better than Von. Remember when they would throw Von out on a receiver and you'd be like, oh, geez, oh, my God. Bonito had a pick six on a dude. He picked six the guy.
Like legit fast.
Oh, no, he not only did he line up in the slot, he dropped off into his zone, perfect depth. He had perfect depth, which is something even experienced linebackers have a hard time doing. And he came off his guy to make the pick. That's the best thing of all about the play. It was like a corner. But, you know, Von, that's one of the greatest. His rookie year, Richard Smith pulled him out of a game on third downs because he was making so many mistakes in coverage. So you're right.
Jeff, last thing. How do I stop? My hands are chapped from ringing. How do I stop my hands from ringing about Mike Shanahan being put to the side for Mike Holmgren? Listen, I don't want to take anything away from Mike Holmgren. Their careers are very similar. They're from the same coaching tree, the whole 9 yards. But Shanny beat him in the Super Bowl, and Mike Shanahan should be in. I don't know what to do with this information. It's pissing me off.
Well, I can tell you what happened in my view. I mean, I can't explain it or tell you it's right, but the Andy Reid effect is helping Mike Holmgren. You know, Andy Reid is on Mike Holmgren's coaching tree. He's, you know, he's the best guy going, the biggest winner right now with Belichick not in the league. So that has an impact on some of the selectors, I suppose. But I mean, in my opinion, Mike's a better candidate overall. Mike should have been in the Hall of Fame before. I think he will go in, but I mean, the Hall of Fame never comes at the pace anybody likes, and this is another example.
Well, isn't McVay part of that tree, the Mike tree, and hopefully Kyle? You know, I mean, I just don't get it, man.
One of the. I'm not sure any other coach had 3 first-generations assistants take teams to the Super Bowl, and 2 of them won it. So
yeah,
and half the league is running Mike's offense or some version of it right now. So his footprint on football is bigger than anybody else on the list. And that's even beyond his own resume, you know, of winning, which is better than, you know, in my opinion, anybody on the list. But I am just one guy in a big room.
Just quickly here, Leggy, before I let you go, the release of Josh Reynolds, does that have, and I know it's been just a bizarre year for him. He's on IR, and then he gets shot, and then we all know the story behind that. But is that more about Josh Reynolds isn't who they thought he was, or is this more about guys like Devon Vele and Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims have stepped up to where you don't need him?
probably the latter. I mean, it's probably, the stats you were given before since October. I think they just don't want to mess with anything right now.
Yeah.
You've got a rookie quarterback who's finding a comfort level. You don't want to do anything that's going to mess with that if you're the Broncos coaches. It's hard enough for Bo Nix just to get through a week, and have everything organized and the way they want it. So I really don't think they want to mess with too much, because his comfort level with Sutton, is off the charts, and they're starting to get Mims involved finally. So I think that it's really about don't mess with the chemistry you have at the moment. And I would guess if he clears, or at least as of yesterday, they were thinking about it. If he clears, bringing him back in some fashion, but we'll see what they decide. But he got $4.2 million guaranteed for 12 catches, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. I can't wait for your 6-year, $122 million extension, just to one-up Stephen A.
I'm going to need a few more years to hit that total, but I'll just say that.
Leggy, I am now reading some of these salaries that are made at ESPN. Aikman, $18 million. Joe Buck, $15 million. Unknown what Peyton Manning gets paid, because Omaha Productions is probably even more than that. And I'm saying to myself, you are so underpaid, Jeff Legwold. I mean, for the fact that you don't have your own clothing deal says enough.
Ridiculous.
Well, that I'm looking for that fleece sponsor. So,
there
if anybody.
You go. Leggy, you're the best. Thanks for the time.
See you, fellas. Take care.
All Conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. We have somebody on the line that I think is probably upset with us. You'll hear who it is next.
With arms wide open, we receive your TDs. I believe that we
All right,
finally
so
found a guy.
the artist behind the I Believe song is a man by the name of Joe. And I'm told Joe is currently on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So let's welcome Joe to the show. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going this morning?
Did you hear us discussing your song?
I missed the discussion. I got texted from a friend. He said, I think he said, to be fair, I don't think they got the comedic element of it as much as you had intended.
It's not so much that we didn't get it as much as we just think our song's better than yours.
Yeah, that's all. We just wanted to flex.
That's fair. That's fair. It's. I'm glad we're not competing for the same Bronco fan base because I know you guys dropped the Nuggets anthem, which is a banger. So.
Well, now I feel bad because he gave us a compliment and we weren't very complimentary.
No, Joe, let me handle it. You shouldn't feel bad. Joe, when we knock you for whatever, you're just a member of the club. That means we love you. That means that you're part of who we are. I mean, if we completely assault your senses with, God, that was crap, that means you're good. It's the opposite,
Yeah,
right?
Joe, understand this. If I come out blatantly, like right now, calmly and say, Joe, your song blows. That means that means that you're one of us. You're a friend of ours now. You are in the club.
Wait, do you listen to the show, Joe?
I used to when I listened to the radio. Admittedly, I haven't listened to the radio in a few years.
What kind of weirdo are you?
I know. A weirdo who makes songs about Bo Nix and stands in front of the stadium praising him.
Yeah.
Just so for curiosity's sake, listen, I know you put yourself out there and you did something creative. And when you do something creative, trust me, we know you get hit from all angles. How long did it take you to produce that thing?
So it actually came together somewhat quickly. And by the way, when songs are polarizing, they do really well. I've been in the Denver music scene for 16 years, so I know a lot about music. The song came together. I don't know if you guys know Brandon Perna at That's Good Sports.
Yes.
He's a friend of mine.
Of course.
And he lost the bet. He lost the bet where he had to actually make a song, a worship song about Bo Nix. I overheard this. I reached out to him and basically said, hey, let me help you make that song. And he went, I'm going to do it for my podcast, but this is actually becoming a really good song. Took about a week probably to pull together. And he's like, I think you should release it and I'll help you promote it. And so I shot the video in one day and probably took about a week and a half to pull it all together.
That song took you a week and a half?
Yep.
We did our song in 10 minutes.
Good for you. I worked with the producer, Joe Scholl, who's worked with Switchfoot. He's worked with Ryan Tedder. The production on this is probably far more than I should ever admit, but I'm pretty happy with how it came out.
Hey, do you know my brother Adalio?
I don't.
Side 3? We did it his
studios. Yeah. So I shot a music video with Brandon Perna at Side 3, but we helped him write the song, the new Sunday Night Football song he released like 6 years ago.
Okay, yeah, that's where we went to that lab, that same lab.
Yeah, we went to that lab. We took that lab to task.
Hey,
man.
out of curiosity,
awesome.
do you know my plumber Dave?
Yeah. Who else did we go through that?
Do you know Mosher's brother-in-law, Bob?
Joe.
That's right.
Well, you know what? We appreciate people who put themselves out there. So thank you so much for calling in.
No, I appreciate you guys playing it, and it's hey, God bless Bo Nix, and put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Dang it!
Good dismount, that a boy, Joe. All right,
yeah,
there
Joe.
you go.
Joe he's much more like us than perhaps I was even giving him credit.
But listen, if he's fishing for us to say it's a good song, that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
I don't think he was fishing for it.
But it's a good, I love the creative element, the art.
Hey, listen, us musicians have to stick together, even if we don't, even if we don't share the same genre. It's okay, man. It's all right.
Imagine though, if you were an actual artist, you put a song out, and somebody goes, "You know what? I appreciate you putting yourself out there." That's the best.
I think he is. I think he might be. I mean, it wasn't bad. It's just not my cup of tea. That's all.
How'd you like that nice Switchfoot and Ryan Tedder drop there?
Yeah.
A nice
I
name
like
drop
that,
there, Joe.
Pretty good, Joe.
Bill Burr had this joke. He goes, "You want to know how you know somebody was a bad person?" He goes, "If they die and people are at their funeral and they have a hard time coming up with things to say about them, and they default to, You know what? The guy always paid his taxes. I'll give him that. All right. So a couple things here. We just talked to Jeff Legwold, and you guys are so right about this, by the way. Nick Benito is going to make so much money. He is going to make so much, and there is no question. By the way,
and they will pay him.
Yes, you do. You do not question.
They
this.
have to.
And this is something I wanted to get to yesterday, Moj, on this subject. When you are building a team that you want to be a contender again, you want to build your way back into Super Bowl championship contention. There's a few things that you need. There's the obvious ones, right? You got to have the right quarterback. You have to have a good coach and GM who knows how to find and pick players. But as far as foundational pieces to a team, I think you need a QB. You need a good O-line. You need a pass rusher. And you need a corner. The Broncos are well on their way to having some foundational pieces. Like, let's say that Bo Nix is as good and as we think he's going to be. He keeps progressing in that direction. You tell me I get, 5 years worth of Bo Nix, Pat Surtain, Nick Benito. That's a hell of a starting point, dude.
It sure as heck is. I love it when players put themselves in a position where the team says, oh, God, I want to go to a Band of Brothers reference here so badly, can't I?
Go ahead.
Dick Winters is being yelled at by Sobel,
Just make it quick.
Just
make it quick.
Okay. Yeah. And he says, I want, these soldiers' infractions on my desk by like 05:30. And Winters goes, what infraction, sir? And he goes, find some. Hey, what? Hey, we got to pay Nick Benito. With what money? Find some.
They will. This ownership group has proven, dude.
Agreed. But like he's talking about cap situations and being creative and so on and so forth.
Well, then get creative.
They absolutely. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Listen. Creative. I would build a space shuttle to find the bread to find Benito. I mean, it's you have to, because he's been great. And I love how Leggy brought up. Listen, the analytics. Just because a guy is not getting a bunch of sacks doesn't mean he's not creating havoc all over the field, right? Yeah. And now he finally has found a knack to get there at the very end as well. He's got 11 sacks this year at the age of 25. 11 sacks already. Countless more pressures. This guy is a game disruptor, Brett, and you're right about that. I mean, if you got that guy and you got that corner and you got that quarterback, 3 foundational pieces that you pay and you build around. Plus, I don't want to say he popped. He's a second-round pick, okay? Second rounder, not a first rounder, but a second rounder. But you expect second rounders to play well in the National Football League. You just do.
I'd love to track this.
He's popped into a top 15 kind of pick. That's what he's popped into.
Well, he's bigger than when he was drafted. He seemed too skinny. He came off looking skinny.
Yeah, he
put
got
on
thicker.
Some size,
yeah,
some girth, and he's maintained the speed, which is a big deal. And you know what? He's a good dude. Yeah, I don't know him personally, all right? I could just tell when you're in the locker room setting and other players and the way they relate to guys, you could tell he's a good dude.
Yeah.
And he's not going to give you any trouble. So it's a no-brainer. Hey, by the way, text line is full of people after Joe, good Joe calling the show about a song. Chris writes in, did you guys not pick up on the fact that was a parody song? It was? Joe, I know we're dumb. I know we're really dumb, low IQ guys. You don't think we know that was a parody song?
This radio show's a parody.
We're a parody of ourselves.
Doesn't mean it doesn't blow.
No. Hang on. Step Back Jacob Bloom was a very artistic piece that we held
not a
dear
parody
in our
song
heart.
at all. That was intended to go to Spotify immediately.
Uh-huh.
I think wasn't it on Spotify for a long time?
It still
Seriously,
is.
wasn't it?
It still is on Spotify.
Wait, you're telling me that Step Back Jacob Bloom is still on Spotify?
Yes.
You got to be kidding me.
I put it there.
I'm looking it up right now.
What do you think happens when you put something on Spotify that it just disappears?
I don't know how. Look, how do you look at my face? Do you think I know how Spotify works, dork?
Well, everybody's giving us their Spotify Wrapped now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have to. I hate to do this right now. I'm pulling a Mosier.
Oh no.
I got to wish my baby boy a happy birthday today. It's his birthday, and I promised I'd wish him a happy birthday, okay? My beautiful baby boy, who's now 26 years old.
Holy crap!
beautiful,
Hold
beautiful
on a second.
baby boy.
Are you telling me that Dante's 26?
Yeah, my beautiful baby.
Good Lord Almighty!
Just my little baby.
Look, as awkward as that is, every time you wish, Nelly, you got to find it. There's a clip of Vic wishing Dante happy birthday from like 3 years ago. You got to find this for me. Because as weird as it is to hear Vic say that my beautiful baby boy is 26 years old, happy birthday, he had a far worse one just a couple years ago. So let me know when you find it. But happy birthday, Dante.
Well, the reason I bring it up is I go downstairs and my wife says she has like a bunch of stuff that we're going to give for his birthday, whatever. And she says, I'm going to give him. I go, what the hell is this? I go, what is this? She goes, I ordered a bunch of those for all of us. I go, what is this? Can you take a look at this? Do you guys know what this is? Take a look. For those watching,
it looks like a torch lighter.
That's what I thought too.
Binoculars or a kazoo?
So there's a blade in here. I go, what is this? She goes, well, we all need this. I go, why? What is it? If you ever drive your car into a lake and you need to cut the glass, this cuts the glass
for the love of God.
I go, excuse me?
Jesus.
I go, excuse me? She goes, yes, we all need this. I go, you just wasted money. This is why Amazon is evil, right? Because all these boxes show up at our house. You just paid for this, thinking that we're all going to drive our cars into lakes and need. Let me tell you something. If I drive my car into a lake, I'm not gonna have time to cut glass.
Hang on a second. My grandmother, who passed away in the last few months, God rest her soul, loved her to death. She was the queen of getting got by the infomercials. And every once in a while I go to my parents' house. They say, Grandma got these for you. I'm like, what am I going to do with 15 American flag themed box cutters? What am I supposed to do with these? Or what am I supposed to do with the little the pen that's got like the hammer that knocks out your window? A similar thing to that, Vic. Like it's not going in my car.
Do you think I'm gonna have the frame of mind? First of all, I can't swim. If I drive my car into a lake, you think I'm gonna look over and go, "Oh yeah, my wife got me this windshield cutter,"
and you're gonna
if the Lombardis
I have to survive.
Yeah. If the Lombardis were from Minnesota and had a history of driving into lakes on accident, and maybe you lost a few of them over, over
Colorado, notorious for huge bodies of water.
I mean, what is going on, man?
All right, hang on.
Oh, my God.
Nelly, can I hear? When was this? What year was this? How long ago?
Well, he's wishing him a 21st happy birthday.
This is 5 years ago. This is like the inception of this show.
Good Lord.
This is Vic's attempt 5 years ago to wish his beautiful baby boy Dante a happy birthday.
You take it easy, Brett. Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy Dante, by the way.
Happy 38th birthday. And I hear this your second anniversary wedding.
I want to hear it again. Do it again.
You take it easy, Brett. Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy Dante, by the way. Okay, so
oh my God,
so
dude.
5 years later, is it 5 years? Yeah, 5 years later, I fixed it. Happy birthday to my beautiful baby boy.
Oh my God, dude, that's just so funny.
I got you a windshield cutter in case you fall into a lake.
Happy birthday to my 21st old baby boy. All right.
Oh, dude, you know what? How do I even forget? How do I forget about that? I think that was the highlight of 2019. I mean, that won like so many Moji Awards. It's not even funny.
Kevin
just he wasn't here for that, and it was so long ago. He's probably never heard it. He hits me and talks about it. He goes, I got it. What the hell is this?
That's so awesome.
Kevin writes in, I'm a middle-aged man, and my dad gets me a new car escape device every year for my birthday, and they're getting more intricate. I'm sure if my car's upside down, I have a concussion and bleeding, I'm going to know how to use this thing.
All right,
God.
let's get to a break. Fact checker next.
You take it easy, Brett. Again, it's December 4th. Happy birthday to my 21st birthday, old boy Dante, by the way.
Guys, I'm going to get real with you. I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you sleeping well? How about this? Is your energy down? A big one here. It's none of my business, but is your sex drive a little MIA? You don't feel like yourself? It might be low testosterone. I had it at my doctor. I said, what do I do? He said, you're getting older. I said, no, I'm going to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's exactly what I did. You know, in your early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually, and then bam, you don't feel like the same dude. Well, if you think you may have some of these symptoms, you want to check it out, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. And then schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll tell you whether or not you have low T because they're going to draw your blood. They'll have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers doing it all. It's only $99, which includes the medical consult, the T test, that is the testosterone test, and the PSA. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's absolutely free. And they've been great with me. It's super simple, it's super easy, and it absolutely works. There's no need to wait. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado, so there's one near you.
We are giving away a set of irons from Adele Golf this week, a 4-iron through pitching wedge of custom-fitted Adele SMS irons, and they can be yours. And all you need to do is text Adele, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message, reply with your name. And if you want an extra entry into the drawing, just head over to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele, again, E-D-E-L, and fill out the entry form there. Check out the special section on AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll announce our winner next Monday, so good luck to everybody.
not only those awesome forged clubs, and they work well. They've got all the killer shafts. They've got the whole 9 yards.
They got the custom printed stuff on the back. I got an American flag on my 50 degree.
Yeah, you see what I mean, dude? You can make birdies for America, and that's what's important in this life, is it not? Right?
Do you know what I have written on the back of my 60? Don't bleep this up. They wrote it on the back for me. So every time I go to chip, I stare at it, and I'm like, come on. But seriously, they can do whatever on the back of these clubs. It's really cool.
They can. It's awesome. They have the machines that do it. Actually, it's that one guy, and he's in there just being a craftsman. It's so cool. But a positive reinforcement every time you think you're going to chunk your 60, Brett. That's really good. Nice job there. I like the way you're thinking. Anyway, Adele Golf is awesome. Text in right now, right? One more time.
EDEL. Text in EDEL, Adele, and then you'll get a bounce back message, reply with your name. So just quickly here, I want to get back and just recap the Avs and the Nuggets from last night, but just real quick, there's this podcast clip I just saw from, you guys know the St. Brown Brothers podcast. Have you guys seen this before? Yeah. So
I'm on St. Brown, and his brother went to Notre Dame. What's his name again?
Equanimous.
Amon-Ra
and Equanimous St. Brown.
Amon-Ra and Equanimous.
Yes. But they were talking about, this was a theme over the weekend, and it was a long weekend. They were kind of far apart. But you guys remember, obviously, the Trevor Lawrence hit that the Houston people are defending and everybody else says it's dirty hit. Do you guys remember on Thanksgiving that Caleb Williams was about to go out of bounds and then stutter stepped and he got hit right in the hip? And the Bears hated that. They thought that was dirty too. Well, here's the discussion from the St. Brown podcast.
The craziest part is before the game or in our team meeting, Dan was talking to us and he was showing clips of Caleb like going out of bounds, going back in, going out. He said, "No, you don't." The beginning of it was, "No, you don't," and then it was just clips of him doing that. He goes, "If he does this, we're gonna hit his ass." And he's already warned the refs. The refs know. So when it happened in the game, I'm like, I already know there's no flag because
he was not out
of bounds. Came back in. Jack hit his ass. We're like, yeah. And everyone on the Bears like, what the? That's a flag. We're like, bro, he went out, literally came back in and took it. Like, damn.
Yeah, no, he never stepped out of bounds. So, like,
no, you don't.
So stop right there. This is going to be a discussion now when quarterbacks get hit. And I don't know what the NFL does about this, because if quarterbacks like Mahomes continue to do the fake slide thing, they're going to get hit, but then the onus is on the defender to not get a flag, and that's going to be really messy.
Mahomes is the name that came to mind every single time something like this happens. A few years ago, do you remember when Kansas City would run that option?
Yeah.
The option with Patrick Mahomes. And I would plead, I would beg, I would beseech, I would sit there on my knees and beg the Broncos, hit him, take his head off. He's a runner.
Blow him up.
Blow his ass up. He's a runner. He is willingly running the ball, and he's no longer a quarterback. And they would let him go and let him go and let him go. And he would pitch it without any issues. Not anymore. These quarterbacks have taken this right that they have, this allowance, and they've overrun it. Now you're at the point where they've weaponized it. They've made it too much one way.
And now I don't think you see it abundantly on any given weekend, but when you see it, it can be egregious. And all I have to do is think back to the Broncos at the New York Jets.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold's running down the field, and he does this little fakey thing, and the Broncos back off, and he takes off for another 30 yards. And I was so mad about it.
How would you
at the
police
time.
it?
I'm like, you simply can't do that.
How would you police it?
Flag. If you
I don't
fake,
know. If you fake slide, if you fake.
It's like a flop, right? They try to police the flop in the NBA, and they can't police it. They don't do it anymore.
No, they won't. They
won't do it.
It's not that they can't, Vic. They won't.
If a quarterback fakes like he's going to fall and then proceeds to run, stop, whistle, stop right there. We saw it.
Like, just the play is dead.
Play's dead right where you started it, and you get flagged for it. Deception. Like, there's deception. An opposing defense is not allowed to bark out numbers during the play call, right?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to. That's deception. You're trying to deceive the offensive side vocally. Well, that's a deception play. So quarterbacks, I was watching McAfee yesterday with Aaron Rodgers. That's another story. Aaron Rodgers has a docuseries coming out.
Oh, God. Just
And even Aaron Rodgers said, quarterbacks, we bring it upon ourselves. We start these slides and we accentuate these slides They've got to better police it. I'm not. Listen, for those of you who think they're victim blaming. They're blaming.
No, they're already protected. You can't use the protection as a shield to pick up another 15 yards.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Yeah. Someone says, Flax, great question. Deception. What about a pump fake? Pump fake is different. You're standing. You're faking a pass. This isn't. You could still hit a quarterback if he pump fakes. You could still hit him, but if he's going down, the rules say you're not allowed to hit anymore.
Correct.
Completely different motion.
They put rules in place to protect the quarterbacks, and they take advantage of it.
But here's what's weird. In the Jags game, Trevor Lawrence, I thought, gave himself plenty of room. Like, I thought that's the way you should do it. He picked up as many yards as he could. He slid to protect himself, and the guy hit him anyway. But I think what Houston's trying to argue is, how are we supposed to know if he's actually going to slide or not? Now, I would say whatever that Al-Shahir guy did was egregious, like really bad.
He went down with the forearm and blew his head up. Yeah, he did it on purpose.
But quarterbacks can't have it both ways, man. If you want to do this, I'm going to fake go out of bounds stuff and then try and pick up some more yards, you deserve to get hit. Like,
and you know who they should hear it from? Other quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Other quarterbacks should speak up and say, hey, dude, you're making it tough on us here. You're going to get them to change the rules again, and you don't want to go there. It should be guys like Tua, who's got concussion issues. Hey, man, you can't do that. I do want to go out of bounds.
Like, you guys watched the Caleb Williams play, right? I thought it was totally fine. Like, if you're going to stutter step and not run out of bounds and you're going to get hit, dude, that's what happens. Sorry. Well, it was low. Okay. Would you rather him hit you in the face? Because that can happen, too. Kind of take your poison. Going back to last night, Moj, the Avs gave up 4 goals in the first period, and I wanted to throw everything. And then they have this miraculous comeback, and they do it because Wedgwood gets put in the game and is perfect. Doesn't give up a goal.
Yeah, he was awesome. I had a chance to talk to him after the game, and he was obviously sort of like, whoa. I mean, he laid out his entire travel plan because he had to fly that morning on the trade to Denver, be the backup against the Oilers, then take a commercial flight back to Nashville. He had to gather some stuff to be able to come back to Denver and then fly to Buffalo, and be on the road for 9-10 days. It's just hysterical. He's thrown in his first action. Is it what do I have to lose type of thing? But you also don't want to give up another one. He said, we got such a talented team. When I'm on the other side watching this team, he goes, they can do that. They can score 5 in a row and make you feel bad about yourselves. He goes, so I just wanted to come in and battle my butt off, and that's exactly what I did.
I just found
he's
funny.
a really good dude.
The random guy that was perspiring in an elevator next to Mosier, who he had trouble identifying, is the same guy who saved the Avs bacon last night.
The perspiration
Good for
helps,
him,
I
man.
suppose.
He's a great dude and a terrific job last night.
He'll always be known to me as that sweaty guy in the elevator.
Yep.
That's Scott Wedgwood. Hey, sweaty guy in the elevator.
Do you remember Adam Warner? He was a guy that Francouz got hurt like in the first minute, maybe 30 seconds into the game in Winnipeg one time, and this guy, his first NHL action, this is probably 3-4 years ago, he comes in and he throws a shutout the rest of the game. And don't you remember that? Anyway, then he started the next game and gave up like 7, and we never saw him again.
Nope.
But they're the only 2 guys in the history of the franchise to get their first win for the team in a relief role.
Vic, to the Nuggets last night, they're down 11 in the fourth quarter, and because Jokic had to play 40 minutes, they come back and win, but it's not sustainable. But still, it's a win that you had to have. Draymond was out, and they got it. They played better defense yesterday. I'll give them that. Better defensively.
Yes. I mean, it's still an area that they need to improve, and it's a team thing. There's no doubt about it. Now, this is going to be fun because tomorrow night, another double dipperoo. Both teams, they start at the same time, by the way.
Double dipperoo.
The Nuggets play at 5 o'clock tomorrow night. The Avs play at 5 o'clock. You're in Carolina. The Nuggets are in Cleveland. And the Nuggets are taking on the team with the best record in the NBA. They've only lost 1 time this year at home, the Cleveland Cavaliers. So if you need a test to see if you've come around, this is the ultimate test.
Yep.
This should be fun.
That'll be up tomorrow. We'll talk more about that.
Carolina's going to be mad. Seattle got them last night 4-2 here in town. They're going to be mad.
Give us a fact checker, Nelly.
Nellie monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
A couple times today, we spun Joe Barnholt's anthem, his Bo Nix praise anthem, I Believe. Joe even called the show and weighed in on the artistic process. It was not very well received by many of you listening and many of the people in the studio, but here's a fact for you. It was posted to YouTube just over 2 weeks ago. Already has 29,000 views. So I guess the joke is actually on all of us.
Oh, yeah? Put ours on YouTube, sucker.
It is.
Oh, it is?
You know what else is on YouTube that gets like 1 million views? We bring the boom! That's what we do! All right.
How many views do we have after 3.5 years?
900. I have no idea. It's not a lot.
I don't know. The dude said he doesn't listen to local radio. I don't trust him.
Yeah, how dare you? Get on the app, the Altitude Sports Radio app. What are you doing over here? It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. You can also listen to the podcast if you don't want to listen to the radio. Have a wonderful Wednesday, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow for another Double Dipperoo. See you then. Love you. Bye.
Up the near side boards. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. They miss. It's over. The Colorado Avalanche are the comeback kids. 5 straight goals, and they beat Buffalo 5-4. Mercy me, what a hockey game. Colorado turned a desperate, dismal situation into a regulation win. Like Lazarus, the Avalanche have come back from the dead. They beat Buffalo by a final score of 5-4.
Tap is controlled by the Warriors. Curry from half court won't get it off.
Wow.
Denver closes out the game on a 21-6 run, and they beat the Golden State Warriors by a final of 119-115. You thought you could breathe after the Broncos and Browns game. Well, nope, that's not the case. Avs storm back after giving up 4 goals in the first 10 minutes of last night's first period. They yanked Georgie. They put in the old wedgie, Scott Wedgwood, for the first time in his Avs career. He stops 22 of 22, and the Avs win 5-4 in regulation, mind you, for just the second time in franchise history. And then the Nuggets turn around the late game. TNT's talking about them. 7:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. Felt like Berto was here until 2 o'clock in the morning.
Because he was.
21-6 is the final run. They hold Golden State to 0 points over the last 2 minutes and 32 seconds of that basketball game. They don't move on in the NBA Cup, but who really cares? Nikola Jokic, 38 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals. And they extend their winning streak to Golden State to 8 games.
Wow.
Who's your daddy?
Got some who's your daddy on all the California teams. Just got to continue with the Kings.
I don't know what the record is against Sacramento, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll take the Lakers and the Warriors, but you know, what a 24 hours in Denver sports. You think about it, it was not just the wins, it was the necessity to win in all 3 cases, Raj, that I think is so pertinent to why this was a great 24 hours. Obviously, the Broncos being the biggest one because they're down the stretch of a season with only 4 games remaining, and you needed to keep pace with what has been a torrid pace towards the postseason. And then you get it again with the Avs scoring 5 unanswered. And I felt like that was a needed situation to happen. There needed to be some positivity regarding the netminder. You got it. And then
hold on, wait, did you get it or did you not get it? There was not a lot of positivity around netminder last night. Do you want me to start positive? Do you want me to start negative today?
I just want to talk about Wedgie. I don't want to talk about Georgie. Just talk about Wedgie and give me some negative.
No, I'm not going to give you negative on Wedgie. Scott Wedgwood was phenomenal last night.
That's exactly what I was referring to. Because you don't have a 1 in Georgie. You don't.
You don't have a 1 in Wedgwood either.
Okay,
Wedgwood's
cool.
a good backup.
He's a better 1 right now, at least from what I saw. The biggest consistency of Alexander Georgiev's entire tenure here in Avs country, Avs territory, whatever we want to call it, has been insane levels of inconsistency. And convince me otherwise, Raj.
No, I'm not here to defend Alexander Georgiev. I'm not going to do that. I went off him on the playoffs last year, and while Spring and I were talking about how Onanen should have been the 1 this year, it wasn't because I believed that Justus Onanen was a true number 1. It's because I've lost all confidence in Alexander Georgiev, and honestly, the team has as well. And for Bednar to put Wedgwood in and him show up like that, it meant everything to me last night. I'm not going to take anything away from what the team did to bounce back and score 5 unanswered because they did it in gross fashion, right? Like, you went to the net, you went to bad, ugly areas to tie this game. You get a rebound goal, you get 2 rebound goals. Logan O'Connor's was, as well as Yoel Kiwi-Ronta's. Nathan McKinnon doesn't score on a spectacular individual play for his second goal. No, he goes to the front of the net and he tips a puck. You have to go to grimy, gritty areas to win hockey games. So that is, I'm not going to take that away from the Avs whatsoever. But at this point, you have to do the Jerry Jeudy thing if you're Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic. I'm not saying that Georgiev has the same ceiling as Jerry Jeudy. He does not. He's not a first-round draft pick. He doesn't have that type of pedigree.
But you have to move the blood out of the locker room because
ASAP.
It has to happen.
Raj.
It has to happen.
ASAP Fergie. Isn't that's a rapper?
I think that's a rapper.
Yeah. Got anything for me, KJ?
ASAP Ferg?
ASAP Ferg.
I was close. I kind of mixed a little, what is it, Black Eyed Peas with the hip hop culture. I'm sure they've done a collab.
And sure, all 4 goals last night on Georgiev were not on him. The first one should have been goaltender interference. The second one was atrocious. It's a backhand from the dot line where I took a screenshot from behind Georgiev on that one, and the amount of net that was open was an atrocity. That's a backhand on the ice from the dot line. Unacceptable. And I would put the fourth one on him as well. I know it's a breakaway, but he goes, through the 5-hole on the backhand, and then you yank him out of there, and everything changes.
Can you define for me? Let's go to the board early on in the show. Just define for a football guy like me all the holes. I like holes. What are the 5-hole? Is that between the wickets?
5-hole is between the legs, right? So butterfly goaltender, knees are kind of inward,
One
toes
hole
are pointed
upper
out.
left?
You could go in a clockwise circle, but the 5-hole is in the middle of the goaltender's legs. Your 6-hole is underneath like your triceps, like the rib cage area.
Either right or left.
So you've got 2 6-holes right here.
Okay, so there's
One,
not a
2.
6 and a 7.
So let's go clockwise. Top left is 1, top right is 2, bottom either left or bottom right is 3, and then the opposite bottom corner is 4. Then you work your way up.
You lost him. The opposite one is 4?
Well, it doesn't matter how you're going. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. You either make a clockwise box starting top
as a
left.
hockey commentator, you can incorrectly call a 3 or a 4.
Well, no one does that. The only
what do they call
only
it?
Number
Most like what is 3 or 4 used more?
It's hardly used ever. It's not used ever actually. Ever.
I'm gonna start using it.
3 and 4. The 3
Can I
and
define
4
this?
holes.
Am I allowed to define this?
I guess
I'm
you
a
can.
very detailed. Football is very detailed.
The 3 and 4 holes. If we're talking about the bottom
Bottom
corners
left
of the
3
net.
hole. Bottom right 4 hole.
Blocker dot and glove dot.
Whoa.
So if you see a nice little 6-inch shot off the ice that goes off the post and in on the goalie's blocker side, it's a blocker dot. Blocker dot.
Because you think about it, we as humans take sport out of it. We number our holes. There's the 2 hole, correct? I've never really heard much about the 1 hole.
No one uses the only numbers that are ever used by play-by-play guys are 5 and 6 in terms of holes.
I'm going to call Moj lazy. I'm going to say that he is a lazy son of a gun.
Number-oriented guy.
And I'm going to tell, if Moj, I know you're listening because you love the program. The 1 hole is top left. The 2 hole is top right. The 3 hole is bottom left. The 4 hole is bottom right. And you know what? I'm going to go even more specific. The 5 hole, yep, that's right between the wickets. It's underneath this where the sun don't shine. The 6 hole is left as you're facing the netminder, left under the arm, and the 7 hole is right arm. As you're facing the
You've
right.
derailed my demands to trade Alexander Georgiev to talk about numbers.
How soon can and should the Avs?
They have issues right now because as of any other general manager in the league wouldn't trade for him because he can't stop a beach ball at this point. And yes, the Avs defense has been porous. It has not been good to start games, but if you look at the advanced analytics, and advanced analytics are not the be-all, end-all. They should never be the be-all, end-all, right? You went through that exercise with Bo Nix, right, Coach? Is that you looked at the advanced analytics and how he's not necessarily throwing receivers open or how he's not faring as well as we think in the deep passing game as the eye test would tell you. You said, listen, it's not everything, but he's not excelling in these areas from a data standpoint. Yet. Georgiev does not excel from an eye test standpoint, and the team does not, the advanced and underlying numbers for the team does not tell you that they are a horrible defensive team. It actually tells you that overall expected goals from both offense and defense.
Middle of the pack?
No, dude.
Top 10?
They're top 10, top 5 in those numbers. And what that tells you is you're a good enough team to be close to the divisional lead, but your goaltending, because of expected goals against and expected goals saved above average, has let you down so much that you are fighting for a playoff spot, granted, early on in the season. And what that tells you is you have to move that player out because the team does not play well in front of him. And it goes through stages, right? You can be confident as a team in front of a bat netminder and win some games. But if it continues to snowball, you then start to grip your sticks. You play a little tight. And then the goals keep going in. And then you move from gripping your sticks and playing tight and trying to do too much to waiting for that back-breaking goal to go in. And that was the Tage Thompson goal between the legs last night in the 5-hole, Coach.
So if we're talking about save percentage, what is the number that the Avs should have?
900. Your save percentage
Doesn't 900 put you in the top 20 of netminders?
Yeah, 900
not in
solid.
the top 15.
900, you don't need a top 15 goalie. 900 and a 2.95 goals against average would be fine. They're not even close to that, dude. Not even close to that.
You know what his save percentage is right now, Raj? 86.
Yeah, it's atrocious.
86.7. So I'll give him the round up 87%.
Dude, it's brutal.
And his career save percentage is 90.6. But I would argue, has he ever at any stage of his career as a Ranger, as an Av, been viewed as a consistent net positive for your franchise?
No, he's been up and down.
And even in the Rangers organization, he was used as a 1B or a 2, correct?
Yeah, behind Henrik Lundqvist.
I think he is what he is.
I think you got to move on from the player just to get the blood out of the room because they play better in front of other netminders. That's just the simple case of this. And unfortunately, the area that you're in, because it has been so inconsistent, is that other GMs around the league might not want to take him off your hands. You do have the thing working that he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. He's not that expensive whatsoever, but you will have to overpay to bring a goalie in. And my DMAC quarterback hill that I'll die on this season is John Gibson. I will die on the John Gibson hill because Anaheim is a cap flush team. They have all the space in the world that you could overpay in terms of either draft picks or future prospects to get a goaltender in here, retain 50% of the salary to bring him in at $3.2 million, and you have him for this year and next year. And Gibson is playing very well this season. That's the guy that I think you can go out and get. And other people are like, oh, trade Mikko Rantanen for a starting goalie.
Right.
Find me the starter.
All right, let's have that conversation real quick.
It's a stupid conversation.
Oh, no, let's have this conversation.
I don't have the time.
Can I come up with a kind of a DMAC obsession with mock drafts?
Sure.
Insane hypothetical trades. Would you take the trade of Mikko Rantanen and Alexander Georgiev and give up 3 future first-round picks?
For what?
Sidney Crosby and Tristan
Jarry?
Yep.
Tristan Jarry's worse than Alexander Georgiev?
Yeah.
Also, it's a monster overpay. Are you?
Do you want a cup this year?
Hold on. Are you in the thought process?
Do you want a cup this year?
You're not winning a cup without Mikko Rantanen. 100 points and 50 goals don't grow on trees. He's one of the greatest point-producing playoff performers in the history of the National Hockey League. He's going to cost you $12.5 million is my guess this offseason. And that is a good deal for that player. Not only will you not be able to trade him for a number one netminder, they don't trade. It's like trying to get a true number one bona fide star quarterback. It's like saying, hey, let's go. If the Broncos didn't have a quarterback right now, which they do, it's like saying, let's go trade for Josh Allen. Let's go get Lamar Jackson. You think they're going to give that player up? The answer is no. The answer is no. So you have to find a bargain bin goaltender that has a high ceiling. For me, that's John Gibson. The other one that I would throw out there, and Avs fans are going to hate me for it, if you can find St. Louis, Jordan Binnington's that guy too. He could be a solid netminder for you.
For the record, Tristan Jarry has a better save percentage than Alexander Georgiev this season.
You haven't watched much Pittsburgh Penguins hockey, have you?
88.4, man. I'm an analytics guy. Just show me the saves.
You know the team that's let up more goals than the Avalanche this year? The only team that's let up more goals than the Avalanche this year? The Penguins.
Well, then you're just comparing bad, I guess. It's two bad teams. Although the save percentage is higher.
Please don't be the trade Mikko Rantanen guy.
I'm not. I was just trying to throw a little bait to get your boy Sidney Crosby here.
I mean, if the trade was 1-for-1 Rantanen for Crosby, the Penguins would have to give you first-round picks. That's how good he is. That's how good Mikko Rantanen is. And the issue with Avs fans here is that they had the luxury, and we had the luxury, of growing up with Peter Forsberg, who is the great power forward of our time. And unfortunately, you see a 6'4" player, Mikko Rantanen, who plays a finesse game, still plays it to a very high standard and scores, but doesn't play the way that Forsberg did. And Forsberg, for as wonderful as he was, his career got cut short because of how he played. Injuries. And at least Rantanen is always there. He's always available for you. He's a good player. He produces. He's one of the reasons why he came back in last night's game. Trading that player away just because you're worried about having to pay him, that ain't the answer, fellas. It ain't the answer. But you can find an answer in goal. You just have to overpay in terms of draft picks and future prospects. And I would have to do it. I would have to do it because the team does not play well with Alexander Georgiev in front. And what you saw last night, that was the answer. Remove the issue, and then the Avs become a dominant team. They removed Georgiev from the net and put a journeyman backup goaltender in there. And he played really well, but the team responded. You can't keep going to Jordy. Trade him.
I want more of a permanent removal, and it needs to happen before Christmas. Period.
We'll get back into the Nuggets' big win. Nikola Jokic, 38 points over the Golden State Warriors. Come from behind, 21-6 run. They hold Golden State to 0 points over the last 2.5 minutes of that game. We'll also get into, are the Broncos missing anything as compared to their AFC playoff counterparts? That and so much more in the morning sprint.
You texted me in the middle of the game. He's just recreated. What was it? The 2009 Saints? Did you say, Hamilton?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Mims is his Devery Henderson.
That's fair.
There's been a lot of the Vele, Marcus Colston talk. I'm seeing.
I mean, that came from Sean himself. Sean made that comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then digging into it even more, like looking at Franklin, like all his measurables match up to Meacham. He's literally just trying to recreate that team, and I respect it. It's working.
But who's the PT Cruiser? Who's the? We got to get who's Pierre Thomas in this this cast of characters. We love what we're seeing. He's recreating it, and it works.
Kay Adams talking about how Sean Payton en route to 8-5 going into this bye week, trying to recreate the 2009 Saints. And my question to you, Coach, is that a little bit of a lofty goal to compare this team to the 09 Saints?
It's a lofty goal to compare them to the Saints in terms of like the numbers, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. But
the numbers don't match up.
No, but different era of pro football as well. Defenses have kind of struck back in terms of some of the numbers don't match up with what they did, say, 15, 16 years ago. But I will say, being around Sean Payton, going to every one of the training camp press availabilities that Sean Payton had, a lot of the post-game pressers, let's just say that old Sean Payton has the gift of nostalgia. This is by design because, and this is what coaches do. I did it as well. Like when you've had something that really worked and it was your crowning achievement as a coach, you better believe you try to go back and recreate it because that was the roadmap to success, to the penultimate of the sport. So I do think that Sean Payton is very much plugging and playing guys. Even he's said it himself. Kay Adams said it about Devon Vele, reminding him so much of Colston, is that he is plugging and playing guys in his own mind into, oh yeah, this is kind of that. That's that piece. This is that piece. So I do think it's happening.
And it does take a handful of years to get a team there, right? Sean Payton needed 3 full seasons to get the Saints all the way to 13-3 in 2009, where they win the Super Bowl. And it wasn't all that easy, right? He walks in, he goes 10-6, loses in, was it the conference title game in 06 that they lose? They lose in that first year. They lose in the playoffs because they won the division. Then they go 7-9, 8-8, and then they start rattling off double-digit win season after double-digit win season. It takes a few years to create that roster. Are they the 09 Saints right now? No, they are not. They don't have a combined rushing attack that's going to get you to 2,200 yards. I think they sit right now for the entire team at like 1,400, and Bo Nix has accounted for 300 of those with his own legs, right? There is not a Reggie Bush on this team. There is not a Pierre Thomas or a Mike Bell on this team, although I suppose, like, is Jaleel your Mike Bell right now? He could be. But you don't have that type of like 3-4 pronged rushing attack where, while Reggie wasn't always going to be the guy that was going to break the game open, you always had to worry about him turning into Heisman Reggie Bush. And there's not a running back on this team that I think anybody is nervous about. Again, go back to the stat that they threw out Monday night, Coach. It's been 30 games since they had a 100-yard rusher.
Yeah, they do not have the dynamic skill players that, if they're not schemed for success, they frankly are good players, but they're not bona fide dudes. Now, one thing that I've been noticing, Raj, this is something that I want to hear from our texters or Twitchers, if you feel this vibe around Denver sports media, and I think I've been guilty of it as well. Yesterday was a big revelation day for me that I'm like, you know what? I am going to stop being the second guesser. And I've seen enough, because Bo Nix, at least in my evaluation process, is a quarterback guy that coached the position, played the position, and made, frankly, very consequential decisions in terms of who we're recruiting or who we're taking as a transfer at the position. I'm done. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to criticize things that happen from here on out, but I feel like we're in a vicious cycle of, let's just go with a normal week. Sunday you play. The Broncos win. Bo Nix does some good things. Everybody inevitably has to say something positive about Bo Nix. You have to, in the media, in the Denver sports media, the national media. But then that's Monday. It's positive Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, what happens every single week? Everybody starts just going into everything that Bo Nix isn't doing. And not at that point, not citing what he did do.
Nick Wright did it today on Fox Sports.
Unbelievable.
Where he goes and he says, hey, you removed the 93-yard seed to Marvin Mims in what was Bo Nix in that game. He was a 200-yard passer with a pick and two picks and a touchdown, or rather 2 picks and 0 touchdowns at that case. You can't pick and choose what throws he can make or can't make.
Yeah, when you start omitting awesome plays that actually that player is responsible for, you've completely lost me as a football guy, because those are plays that a very good, if not elite quarterback do make when you have to make them. And that's what Bo Nix did. So this whole okay, now let's dive into the numbers. Well, a lot of the season analytics numbers, advanced analytics numbers, are heavily weighed by the phases of Bo Nix that I talked about yesterday. The 2-game sample size of Bambi Bo against the Seahawks, against the Steelers, where the interception numbers were higher, the missed throws were higher. Even that middle season stretch where Bo's starting to turn into bolting Bo. He's missing throws, so he takes off and runs. That's what I'm having a problem with how Bo Nix is being evaluated and scrutinized. And I was there. I was there 2 weeks ago, less there last week after I saw him playing against the Raiders. It was kind of part of my process to get to the point where it's like, we need to start having the conversation about what the guy is doing well. And with the asterisk next to his name that we're talking about a rookie quarterback. And we're scrutinizing him as if it's 7th year starting quarterback Patrick Mahomes that's maybe having an off year.
If we're going to continue to compare them to Saints teams and players in the past, obviously that 2009 season, Bo is not 5,000-yard, 34 touchdown Drew Brees. But 4 years prior to that, the year before Sean Payton got to New Orleans with Drew Brees, he was still a viable starter in this league for San Diego at that time. 3,500 yards, 24 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. That is eerily similar to what Bo is on track to do over the course of his first full season as a rookie in this league. He's on track. He's ahead of schedule at this point, right?
Way ahead of
because
schedule.
of that, at that point, Brees had already had 34 games under his belt. Granted, injuries had cost him the 2003 or half of the 2003 season when San Diego goes 2-9, and he goes 2-9 in those 11 games.
I had this thought, Raj, about Bo Nix and say where he's at right now, which is in a good spot. He's getting
great spot.
He's getting scrutinized a little bit. In fact, a lot of what the scrutiny is about following the win against the Cleveland Browns is the fact that he did have more turnover-worthy plays and actually had 2 interceptions. What I thought is that he was willing to get into that type of a Wild Wild West shootout type of game, which was awesome, and he won it. He made the plays that he needed to make to win the football game, and more importantly, Jameis Winston didn't avoid the plays that he needed to avoid in order to win the game. Bo Nix did in the time that he did. That's called championship quarterback play. I think if you look at the flash in the pan rookie quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud might be entering that conversation a little bit in terms of the sophomore slump. You look at Drew Lock, had a couple good performances that everybody's all kicked in the pants about. Like, dude, we got something here. What's the difference between Bo Nix and a lot of these other rookie quarterbacks that have fits and starts of brilliance and then it's followed by awful quarterback play? It's what's between his ears. The dude he's a stoic quarterback.
I was going to say, it's amazing. It doesn't feel like he thinks he needs to prove anything.
And if it is, it's in a positive way. Like, it's like, I'm going to correct what I did last week.
Right.
It's not like, oh, they think I can't do this.
I'll show you.
Watch me. I'm going to throw 7 balls into tight coverage. It's more that he knew in this game to win this game.
Well, hold on. What was that little eye roll that you just did? I'm going to throw 7 balls into tight coverage. You gave me a little eye roll. What quarterback was going through your head when you just rolled your eyes?
Believe it or not, the eye roll was actually kind of like I made a bad call because he kind of did it against the Saints. He did.
All right.
I don't think he did it because he was trying to prove that he can do it. He did it because the game required him to do it.
I thought there was a ghost of quarterbacks past that was going through your head.
It was kind of
son of a.
I'm so damn self-deprecating, Raj, that I actually I roll myself on air.
Well, look.
I was waiting for that, man. Ahead of schedule. That's what they are. And while they're not the 09 Saints, they are certainly building the 09 Saints. Is Cortland Sutton going to be that type of wide receiver that can put up 1,000-yard season?
Sure on his way.
He's on his way this year.
He is sure on his way.
What's he going to cost you? That's the question.
It's the optics of how this season, this campaign finishes is going to mean all the difference in the world for how much his market value will be.
So let's go through the average salaries of the wide receivers right now. And this is a guy that we were talking about for the last 2+ years of do the Broncos have to trade him? Do you go and get some mid-round draft picks for this guy? Remember, there was 4th, 5th, 6th-round draft picks that were being thrown around for the value of a guy who's turned into the number 1 target for Bo Nix and, without a doubt, a security blanket for him. Average basis, I'm going to get out of the top 10 guys because what Cortland Sutton
he's
is
not a top 10 receiver.
Right, he's not Jalen Waddle, Cooper Kupp, Ayuk, Amon-Ra. He's not Justin Jefferson, so let's remove the top 10 entirely. Devonta Smith is at $25 million average.
I know for a fact Cortland Sutton's got better numbers right now than Devonta Smith.
Deebo Samuel is 23.8. Calvin Ridley is $23 million. He's the 16th highest paid receiver in the league. If you get all the way down to number 20, you go into the Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, and Mike Evans area of the league where you're making about $20 million or $20.5 million per year. Sutton sits down at 15.2. Would you pay him? Because I kind of see him as effective as an Amari Cooper right now. I see him as effective, if not more effective, than a guy like Chris Godwin or Deontay Johnson, certainly.
Oh, Deontay Johnson's not even a part of the plans right now.
Exactly, and he's making $18 million. Are you comfortable paying him next year anywhere between $20 and $23 million to put him in that 20 to 15 range for highest paid wide receivers on an average annual basis?
Yes. You know what Cortland Sutton has been, and more importantly has been for his rookie quarterback, that a lot of those names that you read off in that list have not been available. Those guys there's a ton of players now. Godwin, obviously, you can't use that as a knock against Godwin because his kneecap was on the wrong side of his, whatever happened, it was ugly. But there's a lot of players like Deontay Johnson's in that conversation. What is he, top 15, top 17 salary at the receiver position?
Number 25.
Okay, he's 25. Even then, the Ravens right now they're not even activating him, and they're not talking about why they're not activating him. Similarly to what almost has transpired since the beginning of the season till the point now where you have a Josh Reynolds that you spent a lot of money on, and it's been, kind of mum is the word right now around, and he gets waived. And that news came down today, right?
Yesterday
afternoon.
Yep. All right, so how's this? Let's go through these receivers from number 20 up towards 1. You tell me, is Cortland Sutton better or more valuable than this receiver? Mike Evans.
It's hard to say. No.
Hard to say? Healthy Mike Evans on this team, probably a better wide receiver.
That's the hardest piece of it, is that Cortland's so healthy. So, you know what? Do you want to go with just current, like right now? Like we're saying
right now.
Yes.
T. Higgins.
He's been way more efficient this year. His numbers are better. Yes.
Higgins is going to make like $30 million, or like $25, $28 million in the offseason. Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Terry McLaurin.
No.
Calvin Ridley.
Yes.
Michael Pittman Jr.
I don't know. How's he doing?
We're going to see him in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Debo.
Debo's been bad this year, and he is so highly paid.
DK Metcalf.
No.
Nico Collins.
No.
Devonta Smith.
Yes.
Yes, you put him over Devonta.
His numbers right now, you look at Devonta Smith, Sutton has over, currently he has 5 touchdowns, 846 yards. Devonta Smith's in the 500-600 receiving yards category. Once again, I go back to this, the best ability for your career and your value is availability, especially if you're producing. And Cortland Sutton's producing.
Where you started to give me some more no's is when we got into bona fide top 15 pays. If you can get
him.
He's right there.
He is in the Mendoza line. territory.
It's going to cost you between $23 and $25 million a year to get him in the door.
He is your rookie quarterback's security blanket. And when you look at the advanced analytics of it, that if you go the route of, hey, take away this, and this is who Bo Nix is, you take away Cortland Sutton. And if you're going to look at it that way, which I don't necessarily look at it that way, because I think that Cortland Sutton is playing, and as the season's gone on, is playing into a true bona fide wide receiver one role for this team. He is. I mean, can you argue that?
I can't. Don't go anywhere. Chris Dempsey joins us on the other side to take us through a thrilling Nuggets comeback victory and the rest of the NBA in his NBA Baseline Report. That's next. Every Wednesday at 10:45, we go all the way out to our friend at Altitude Television with Chris Dempsey for his NBA Baseline Report, coming off of a monster victory, 119-115 over the Golden State Warriors, 38 points for Nikola Jokic in the come-from-behind victory. Demps, what's up, dude? Chris Dempsey, do we have you? You hear me?
Hey, I got you now. Yes, I sure do. What's up? What's up, guys? How are you?
Hey, we're doing well. We're happy to have you on. Let's jump right into it. 119-115, 2.5 minutes left in that game. The defense, which has been the issue for the Nuggets all season long, clamps down on Golden State, who's now lost 5 straight overall, 8 straight to the Nuggets, and 11 of 12. Just walk us through last night's unbelievable game.
Well, I mean, it was kind of the opposite downstretch of what the Clippers game was a couple of days before that. And you know, the thing that the Nuggets have tried to get back to this season, which they were just really automatic, I would say, for the majority of the last 2 seasons, was when you get into winning time, they understood how to operate all the time. And they made the plays, whether that be offensively or defensively, to be able to see them through in a lot of these games. And this season, that has just been kind of up and down. And so I think the thing that stood out to me was in the last, 6 minutes of the game, you go on a 21-6 run. Golden State was 3 of 13 from the field, didn't make a single one of their 6 3-point attempts. Meanwhile, it was kind of a march to the free throw line for the Denver Nuggets as a way to kind of get themselves back in the game, and then obviously Nikola Jokic being great as well. So I just thought, for me, the thing that stood out was the execution late in the game to be able to come back from 11 points down and pull out a game against a team, as you just pointed out there, Raj. When we were discussing some of these teams earlier on this baseline, Golden State had gotten out to the really good start. Defensively, they were awesome, and obviously they were missing Draymond Green last night. But things have kind of fallen apart for them just a little bit over the last, I'd say, week or so. And, I think their finish to the game was emblematic of some of the issues that have been plaguing them recently, and the Nuggets were able to take advantage.
Debs, you know that we've all been talking, all of us talking heads on Sports Talk Radio have been talking a whole heck of a lot about Jamal Murray. And Jamal Murray is clearly in some form of offensive rut. 12 points last night on 4 of 12 shooting. But the thing that I've been looking for is just that dog, that mentality of doing it. If you can't do it, if you're not necessarily doing it on the offensive side because the shots aren't going down or you're just not getting the looks or getting defended a certain type of way, what do you do on the defensive side? And Jamal Murray led all shot blockers for both teams last night with 3, ended up having a steal and also contributed seven assists. Do you think last night was a bit of a turning point game just in terms of the mental space of Jamal Murray?
That's a good question, Coach. I think for Jamal, it can be, yeah. I think even in some of these games this season where he has not scored a ton of points, he has done some things just like you just said right there. I mean, he has had, he had a game where he had 4 steals. Last night was 3 blocks and 7 assists, and I think those categories have been largely fine for Jamal Murray the entirety of the season. He's been able to kind of be a part of, disruptive defense for the Denver Nuggets when it has been disruptive. I think what's a little more concerning to me is just 12 shots again. And he took 12 the other day, in LA, and he made 7 of them. So, it was a good shooting effort there, but I just, the ability to get him to 20 points every single game. Like, the Nuggets have to do this. They were able to win yesterday, and Michael Porter Jr. was great. But they are 4-2 this season when he scores 20, and I'm talking about Jamal Murray here. And they are 4-6 when he doesn't. And he is. Obviously after Nikola Jokic, he is the next most important player to this team getting back to championship level. And I just, I think offensively, probably his aggressiveness just has to go up. And then schematically, they got to draw some things up to keep him in some spaces where he is getting shot attempts because they need him and they need his point production.
Demps, Nikola Jokic is averaging just north of 37 minutes played per game. That's the highest average that he's had in his career. For reference, last year, 34 and a half minutes. The year prior, 33 and a half. That's kind of where he's been living for the majority of his elite prime. Is he playing too much?
Yeah, I don't think they want him to go 37 for an entire season. That's it has been necessary for them to have him on the court in that aspect this season. He was 40 minutes last night for him because they're getting such inconsistent play everywhere else. And and especially when he's not on the court, I think they were minus 19 when he was not on the court, and that was just for 8 minutes yesterday. And so if you're Coach Michael Malone, not only do you feel compelled to play him almost the entirety of a game, you almost have to right now because the production when he's not on the court is not just it doesn't just go down, it falls kind of off a cliff. So, the question really is how are they generating things when he's not on the court so that he doesn't have to be on the court every single minute of the majority of these games? Because we know him here as an Iron Man. He shows up to pretty much every single game. He's consistent and all those things. But there is a wear-down effect even for Nikola Jokic. And once you get into April and get into the playoffs and then the pressure ratchets back up, if you're doing that on a gas tank that's near empty, then that's not what anybody wants. And so, and I think this kind of goes back to Coach's point about Jamal Murray. Can you get Jamal Murray into a space? Because Jamal Murray is largely on the court sometimes when Nikola Jokic isn't. And so if he's able to score and that point production is there so that you're not missing Nikola Jokic nearly as much when he's off, then that's going to allow you to keep Nikola off the court for a wider swath of time because you're going to need to have him not be worn down at the end of the season. It's just not happened that way right now for the Nuggets, and I just think when you look at this basketball team, that is. Look, they have a winning record, but there are just some issues with this team that they have to get ironed out, or they have a really short shelf life in the playoffs.
Demps, when you look at the max contract players, and obviously Nikola Jokic, we talked about Jamal Murray, but the other one is Michael Porter Jr. has a good night last night. His numbers from a career perspective are up this year, and just in terms of the eye test, for me, it looks like the arrow is pointing up for him. In the discussion that we're having about Jamal Murray, it seems like on a daily basis, being the Robin to Nikola Jokic's Batman, is this team a little bit different in terms of that? Do you potentially have the thought of who is the rotating Robin to the Batman that we all know? Is it Michael Porter Jr.? Is it going to be maybe Russell Westbrook off the bench? Is it going to be Jamal Murray one night? Is that something that we as fans maybe need to just shift our paradigm in terms of how we consume this basketball product?
Well, right now, that's exactly how it's going down. It's a rotating number two. And but Coach, I think that they need to not have a rotating number two. I think they need to have a player that every single night is going to be right there with the point production alongside Nikola Jokic, and lately that has been Michael Porter. Michael Porter Jr.'s had a great season. From when the eye test that you just mentioned right there is right on point. When you watch him play, his offensive game is just as diverse. It's the best offensive game that he has had probably in his basketball life, maybe going back to high school. Because what he is able to do out there is pretty much everything. You see the off-ball cuts. You see him attacking the glass. You see him still hitting three-point shots. He's getting to a little bit of a mid-range as well. He's playing in that dribble handoff that action with Nikola Jokic. He is doing a little bit of everything to get his offensive numbers into a consistent space that right now looks like to be 18 to 22 points a night, and that is awesome. And so for the Nuggets, can he stay, especially while Jamal Murray is kind of struggling with his scoring consistency, they need Michael Porter Jr. to be this player. And I right now, I mean, you could argue he is the Robin to Nikola's Batman. And I mean, if that's the way it's going to be over the course of the season, then fine. Then the Nuggets need to lean into that hierarchy and maybe even get Michael Porter Jr. even more opportunity. I mean, you're talking about 14 shots for him yesterday. What if that was 19 shots? I mean, maybe he would be scraping close to 30 points in a game like last night. And so, I think the Nuggets know how they want this to go. They want Jamal Murray to be 1A, 1B to Nikola Jokic's 1A. But that's not the way it's playing out right now, and there will come a point at which they will have to make a decision if it continues down this road.
Chris, quickly before we get you out of here, Paul Millsap retires after 16 years, 5 years here in Denver. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Probably not. He had a really good career. It was really productive with the Atlanta Hawks, more so than I think anywhere else that he was. He was obviously a player that was necessary here in Denver. For them at the time, they were trying to lure free agents. It was a real big free agent time in this league's history, and he was a guy that they could get here, and he was a leader and was productive for them, especially. And then he'll always have that moment in the bubble against the LA Clippers when he got in the little confrontation, and then all of a sudden the Nuggets take off and they come back in that series and win that series from down 3-1. I would say borderline at best, but what a great career and what a great person. I loved getting to know him when he was here, and certainly the best of luck to him.
Our guy, Chris Dempsey, watch him on Altitude TV every single Nuggets game. He's here on the Morning Sprint, 10:45 on Wednesday mornings to bring you through the latest with the Nuggets and the National Basketball Association. We'll check in with you in a week, Demps. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm.
Well, again, their cap situation isn't awesome, but, they'll have to do what they've got to do. But, you're going to have to do what you did with Surtain almost, not to that extent, but you're going to have to pay him near the top of the market, because if he hits the market, that's what he's getting.
Yeah.
Because his numbers aren't just good. His advanced metrics, the stuff GMs use to pay guys, his metrics are epic. Last year, he was one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, but he didn't have the sacks. So everybody in the public eye is like, whatever, Benito had an okay year. GMs thought he had a great year last year. So he's now put those kinds of years back to back, and that's what gets you paid.
Coach, how much more valuable is Nick Benito than Jonathan Cooper?
He's more valuable.
How much more valuable?
He is an elite, ballistic, I like using that word, ballistic pass rusher in the National Football League. He is currently second in the NFL in sacks. This is Nick Benito's numbers, which is why I believe he's not just an elite pass rusher. He showed on Monday night that he's an unbelievable athlete. He can play at the second level, which is a tremendous weapon for a defense to be able to utilize with an edge rusher. He's got 19 quarterback hits on the year, 13 tackles for loss. Second in the NFL with 11 sacks, 3 PBUs, passes broken up or passes defensed, 1 forced fumble, which ultimately won the game for you against the Raiders, and then 1 interception for a 71-yard pick six, which you could also point to winning the game against the Browns, because those types of plays, they turn games on their head. And especially in a shootout game, you needed those 14 points defensively to get that win. And I would go even further than that. Nick Benito right now has more sacks than, all right, currently. You got to go with what the tail of the tape says right now. More sacks currently than these guys: Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Will Anderson, Nick Bosa. More quarterback hits than Quinnen Williams, Dexter Lawrence, Chase Young, and Cam Hayward. And then he's got more tackles for loss right now than Trey Hendrickson, Leonard Williams, Kyle Van Noy, and Montez Sweat. He is an elite player. Pay the man, market value. You have to.
Market value is, Coach, that's a lot of money. And when we're talking about the cap space next year, and they will have it, they'll have nearly $100 million next year.
Aren't you glad that you took the cap hit this year in a playoff year of Russell Wilson's contract? You took the majority of it this season, and you have $30 million next year that you're going to be paying off of the Russell Wilson deal.
So
as opposed to the 50s.
You've got the $10 million that you're paying Cooper next year. You've got what we established is probably between 22 and 25 million for Cortland Sutton if you re-sign him and extend him. And now if you're talking about market value for Nick Benito, and you mentioned those names, the Myles Garrett's at 25 million on average annual, the TJ Watt at 28 million. You also mentioned Nick Bosa all the way up at 34 million, a 5-year, $170 million deal with San Francisco at age 25. You're talking about adding probably $28 million next year for Nick Benito if you extend him. If you don't extend him, your franchise tag is going to be somewhere around, probably 24.5 next year for outside linebackers. I think it was just north of 24 this year, and that will likely rise just a little bit next season. So the franchise tag is something that you could do. You could kick the can down the road a little bit if you need to wait until Russ's money is completely off the books. But is that wise?
It is wise, because not only is he a great pass rusher, he's also available. Another one I keep coming back to, and that's the Broncos. That's why the Broncos are in this playoff hunt. I'd say largely because of the generalized health of this roster throughout the course of the year. You got a bye week at the perfect time. You got to get some guys back into the fold. We have to get Riley Moss and Brandon Jones back in there, because this secondary does not have the depth it needs. But if we're talking about Nick Benito, the national pundits, Marcus Spears of ESPN, had some interesting words in a comp that I think is going to show what value he does have to this franchise.
Nick Benito, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria is what carry Christopher Columbus over here. Nick Benito is carrying the Denver defense right now. Y'all, he is having a TJ Watt type impact on the Denver Broncos defense. And I know the pick six is getting all the attention, but the amount of pressures, the ability to get sacks, the closing speed when quarterbacks start moving is what is transforming this team up front, because you got a guy now that offenses have to come into the game saying, how are we going to handle Nick Bonitto? And you and Hawk know from a football perspective, week in and week out in the building, when you can have that type of impact guy defensively or offensively, it helps the other 10 job gets easier.
Man, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
What a saying. What a
Dan.
poem.
And by the way, the Broncos.
That's what you're looking at. That's you're going to have to pay a man his market value. And is that a bad thing? It is the opposite of a bad thing. When a young player that you drafted, homegrown, born and raised Bronco, is having that type of an impact on a team that is in great position to not only make the postseason, but if it plays its best football, can make some noise in the postseason. And I stand by that. You got to pay the man because he has earned that. And this is a meritocracy. The National Football League is the ultimate meritocracy, very different than college football in the CFP playoffs and the rankings that came out last night.
Hold on. But open that one up. There's a little bit of resentment there.
Alabama, the brand of Alabama. This is, I heard my guy, one of my favorites from CBS, offensive tackle Aaron Taylor, call it a branditocracy. And I think that's dead on right. If you're Alabama and you got that logo, you got that brand by you, you're just going to get the benefit of the doubt. Even with some of the bad losses that you had in conference, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt. The National Football League, on the other hand,
you had two bad losses. The Oklahoma loss is not good.
Oklahoma
Vanderbilt, the Vanderbilt loss is not good.
Do you know what the score of the Oklahoma game was?
24 to 17. Oh, they got beat by more. Whoa.
It was
24 to 3.
24 to 3. 21-point loss. You scored 3 points. Oh yeah, let's reward them against a 500 Oklahoma team that fired everybody on the staff.
Yeah,
except for the head coach.
Hammered LSU on the road. You beat Georgia. Those are good wins. You hammered Missouri, who was a ranked team at the time. You shut them out at home. There's good wins on the schedule for Alabama.
Yeah.
I can see why they're there. I get it. And I understand why people are pissed off because, well, it's Alabama and this is a down year for them and they should be out. They're likely now in.
Yes, that's fine. Cool. They should.
But like you're going to tell me that Miami deserves to be there more than Bama? Miami's been a fraud all year. You're going to tell me that
who's ranked higher right now? Arizona State or Alabama? Alabama, clearly. And I know if Arizona State wins their conference championship, they're going to get in.
Yeah, so like you're telling me that like
should Alabama
Iowa
be ranked
State
ahead of
team?
But should Alabama be ranked ahead of Arizona State with how they've been playing in the last 8 weeks? Like that matters because you want to put forth your best possible CFP tournament.
So does your strength of schedule.
Yeah, and Arizona State, if you look at their strength of schedule, they have had...
that same argument, you would have had the Kansas Jayhawks in there 3 weeks ago.
They didn't have a winning record. Arizona State's going to...
So what matters more, your schedule and your record or how you're playing
both
as of right now?
Both. And bad losses against bad teams. And frankly, that's why I don't have a lot to say about Miami. Because they had a bad loss against a bad team to end the season in Syracuse. A bad team in Syracuse. A bad team.
Hey,
Raj.
hold on. That's a 3-loss Syracuse team.
You see what I did there? No, they're a top 25 team.
It's a top 25 team. Yeah. I'm not saying the ACC is anything to rate. That was a low blow.
Back to the Nick Bonitto conversation.
Now, if you're talking about the basketball team, that carries some water.
Back to the Nick Bonitto conversation. He keeps playing this way down the stretch. You make the postseason, and he does the things that he's doing, which is be a freak show athlete with great instincts. His calling card is still a really good pass rusher that not only gets sacks, but actually creates an insane level of problems in the form of quarterback pressures, quarterback hits. Dude, you want to keep this pass rushing trio together for as long as you can. Because guess who also has a 3-game sack streak, by the way? And I called this preseason after watching training camp that I think that Jonah Ellis is going to be scratching the surface this season towards a double-digit sack year potentially. And that's Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis is on a 3-game streak and has 5 sacks through the year as a rookie, as a guy that wasn't a top 2-round draft pick. Jonah Ellis is playing really good football.
I don't know if they're going to be able to extend Benito to that big contract this offseason. I think you're going to have to kick the can down the road because isn't Russ's cap hit next year like 49 or
30.
something?
It's
lower next year?
Yeah, no, they
I thought it was lower this year and higher next year.
They took the big hit this year. That was my point.
Oh, so you're at 35 then. Still, it's a big number. You drop your projected cap space next year from the $100 million down to 70 or 65.
So this year, $53 million.
Next year,
32.
32. Okay.
Yep. And that's why I just look at how this thing has been constructed, and this is organizational brilliance to take the massive hit. I was questioning it because I was like, put all the best pieces around your quarterback in his first year, at least go even, in 24 and then even in 25. Man, they're going to have a lot more cap space to work with in 25 than they will. Now, they also are going to have to pay some dudes, and that's a huge piece of the puzzle here.
Pick one player to franchise next season. One player out of these three. Cortland Sutton, Nick Benito, or Garrett Bowles. And I have last year's franchise tag numbers in front of me. They will be relatively similar, not exactly the same next season. Offensive lineman, just south of $21 million. Garrett Bowles is making $20 this year against the cap. So you'd have to factor in $21 million or so. Linebackers, $24 million last year. We were talking about Nick Benito. If you're going to pay him like one of those big guns that you were talking about, Myles Garrett, you're moving into that $28 to $30 million range. All right? Wide receiver, just south of $22 million. Pick one player to franchise because you're probably going to have to utilize it on one of them.
Cortland.
See if you can.
Cortland Sutton.
Can you carbon copy what you're doing this year and last year, frankly, with all the touchdowns last year with Russ? Can you carbon copy it one more year? Because you're going to have to kick the can on one of these players because of the dead cap money.
I think you get a team-friendly deal on Garrett Bowles, but enough where he feels like he is valued, he is respected. But I do believe that Garrett Bowles wants to finish his career. And I think Garrett Bowles wants to be wanted more than he wants to command top 3 tackle type money in the market. From Utah, he played at Utah. He's in his space.
All right, so his last deal was 4 years, $68 million, average annual at 17. His cap hit this year is at 20. And cap hits can vary, obviously, with how the deal is structured. But let's just go straight off of average basis. Would you sign him to the same exact deal? 4 years at age 33, right? So, mind you, he'll be 37 at the end of that deal. For a team-friendly deal, because the market has gone up for offensive linemen, certainly left tackles. Would you sign him to the same deal? Actually, I'll make it easier. Let's sign him to 3 years.
There we go. I like that.
3 years at $18 million average annual. Would you do that?
Yes.
Savings. And then you might not have to utilize a tag on either one of Sutton or Benito.
The biggest freak show that you have of that trio is Nick Benito. Freak show. Like, as an offensive coordinator, there's the one thing that scared the living crap out of me when I was game planning. A dynamic edge rusher that also can play at the second level and make things happen when they're not included in the pass rush plan. And Nick Benito's not only shown it with the pick 6, he's shown it covering fast running backs that are designed on wheel routes.
And he is under contract next season, but if they don't extend him, that's a dude who's going to hold out. You pay me, or I'm not showing up to camp.
Well, that and his agent would be wouldn't be earning their money.
Because isn't he making like $1 million or something this year? Like just south of 2?
He's probably
2024 cash, $1.23 million.
What a value!
Holy crap! What a value! It's unbelievable.
That's
his money.
That is the George Payton chef kiss of all George Payton chef's kiss.
Yeah, that dude's getting extended this year. That's happening.
And you know George Payton is proud of it. You know he is, because that's his draft pick. He's proud of it, and he's going to ultimately want to reward him. And he is the general manager, and it is hard to argue at any level, national media, ownership group, fan base, coaching staff, that Nick Benito is not deserving of that money.
Don't go anywhere. NFL notes are on the other side. Here's what Tom Brady had to say about Bo Nix. We'll play that on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach Sanford, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away. What's first?
Tom Brady joined the herd with Colin Cowherd on Tuesday, and they discussed their biggest takeaway from the Broncos' win over the Browns. Tom Brady detailed the trust factor between coach and quarterback, but specifically how Sean is allowing Bo Nix to have more freedom because ultimately Bo Nix has earned it.
The trust that a coach has in a player, it manifests itself all the time. I can always tell when I watch a play caller try to manage a game from the sideline, and he's trying to manage the risk. And when you have a quarterback where you feel like, you know what, I know he's going to make good decisions, well, then you can actually go out there and you don't have to manage. It's hard to manage a quarterback because you're in the eye of the storm on every play. You touch the ball 70 snaps. So when you have a quarterback that you're trusting who's making good decisions, well, then you want to give him more opportunities. So, and I see that with a lot of play callers as well. When they do trust them, let's be an empty. Let me give you 5 different options. Wow. Let me get you out there on the perimeter to make good throws. I'm going to have you manage end of game situations. That takes a great developmental coach, and I would say Sean Payton certainly is that. He's a phenomenal coach, and a quarterback that wants to embrace that opportunity to learn a skill set of how to manage a game.
Did Tom Brady just say game manager for Bo Nix? No, I don't think he actually meant that, but he did say how to manage a game. Tom Brady with some really insightful comments there. And the way I look at it is when you're a play caller and you talk about the leash that you afford, how much are you going to let off? Are you going to let out there in those retractable leashes that I have for my little dog myself? And
you ever put your kids on a leash?
Never. And no.
I think I was a leash kid at one point.
Yeah, you totally. I think I
got
need
some
to put
undiagnosed ADHD in there somewhere.
I think I have to put you on a leash at times.
Right to jail.
No,
Right
I'm
away.
kidding. You should probably put me on a leash. But yeah, there is when you're a play caller, and I spent a decade as a play caller. A lot of the decisions that you make to not only build your system in the offseason and then grow it as the season progresses, but then how you call a game. It's exactly what Tom Brady said. It's risk mitigation. And there's been fewer instances of mitigating the risk because of Bo Nix earning that right to make good decisions for the most part. And I think it's been a great process of the nurture of a rookie quarterback. And now you're starting to see the better side of the nature of said rookie quarterback, because the confidence level of them is I wouldn't say it's through the roof, but it's in a really good space.
Luke on the text line, 303-504-0925 in the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, in 1 hour is where you can reach us. Says, did you all see Brady put the thought out there to penalize the offense for late slides, much like we were talking about yesterday, is that if you fake the slide or go late, it's a 15-yard penalty and a loss of down for the offense. Yeah, I did see that, and I'm kind of shocked that it was Brady, because how many of these protect the quarterback rules have been put in place? Well, for him, a whole bunch of those. The tackle box for the quarterback was made for Tom Brady's sake. I like the fact that a lot of former quarterbacks and former players are going to the defense of the defensive player in these situations. A lot of these guys are coming out and going, like, how do you play football with this?
Yeah, Tom Brady he runs the National Football League. He can deflate his football when he wants to, and I love our Safeway Twitchers here that came out with, I could care less about Tommy's opinion on anything. How smart can you be when you divorce a supermodel? All I'd say to that, my rebuttal would be, it's because he's going to go on to the next supermodel. That's pretty clear. But
they're both going to be fine. Let's be perfectly honest about that.
But along the lines of these late slides, I do know, because I've coached it, you can weaponize it on the offensive side of the ball. There is no question.
Yeah, it's crap.
And a lot of the hits that you take are, having played the position, when you do slide and you get hit, those don't hurt. Like, those don't hurt at all. Now, Trevor Lawrence's one, yeah, he got concussion. His arm was doing the pterodactyl thing. It was not good. It was the Tua Valoa mechanism.
Pterodactyl.
That's what it is, man. Like, you get the weird arms right here. Yeah.
The T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
KJ, what's next?
We're on to Cincinnati.
The Broncos waived wide receiver Josh Reynolds on yesterday afternoon. According to our ESPN insider Jeff Legwald, the Broncos had designated Reynolds to return from injured reserve November 13th to the 53-man roster, and they had to decide were they going to add him to the roster this week or put him on injured reserve to retain his rights. They chose to let him go. If he goes unclaimed on waivers, Reynolds would be a free agent and is able to sign with any team. As of this season, he had 12 receptions for 183 yards and a touchdown through 5 games. Obviously, he was injured due to a fractured finger on the October 6th game versus the Las Vegas Raiders. Guys, I'll ask you, beyond Sean Payton choosing to lean on the youth, does this move show that Sean believes Bo Nix can begin the process of elevating the players around him despite their deficiencies?
I'm of the accord that Sean Payton and the franchise was going to move on from Josh Reynolds at some point because of 2 things. Number one, this team has been devoid of any distractions, any off-the-field situations. I won't call it an issue or a off-the-field distraction because he was shot. It's not his fault. He was the victim in this. But this team was playing a football game, a road trip, a business trip in New Orleans that you're compensated for as a football player. And you're in a place that you shouldn't have been in. At the time, you shouldn't have been in it while your teammates are doing something. There's a locker room component to that, Raj. And anybody who disagrees with me, I'd say you haven't been in that football environment. And so I do think that there was a moving on nature of what happened here because of how everything went down and when it went down. And it was around a Thursday night football game in New Orleans, and you can't look past that. And plus, number 2, you're getting production, man. The absence of Josh Reynolds has led to the ascension of Devon Vele and Troy Franklin.
And I don't want snaps taken away from those 2 players.
No, and Troy Franklin, you can say that it hasn't really materialized. It kind of has. Based off what I saw at training camp, dude, Troy Franklin was a zero-sum player.
Franklin was a guy that a lot of us were talking, and obviously he was a draft pick. You moved up in the draft to get him. During training camp, we were like, would you throw that guy in the practice squad and hope that no one takes him? That's how irrelevant he was in training camp. Irrelevant. This is a little bit less of an event for me, waiving Josh Reynolds, because of Tim Patrick hasn't been all that impactful in Detroit for that offense. He's got 21 receptions on 26 targets in 11 total games played. While 13 of those 21 receptions are for a first down, he's got no touchdowns. So that was the conversation last offseason was, well, why would you bring in Josh Reynolds when you had a guy that you kept for the past 2 offseasons because of injury, horrible injuries in training camp? You had that guy here in Tim Patrick, didn't you? Why would you not just keep him? It hasn't really mattered at all for you. At all.
Devon Vele probably had I'd say his worst game of the year on Monday night. He was targeted 4 times, just 1 catch for 16 yards. But even the ones that he didn't come down with.
Should have been a touchdown. He should have had a touchdown.
There were a lot of bang plays in there too. Some of those slants that were, you got Denzel Warded a couple times. And that dude's an elite top 5, top 10 NFL cornerback.
Vele makes you not miss Tim Patrick at all. 33 receptions, 45 targets in 2 fewer games. And I talked about those first down receptions, 13 for Tim Patrick on arguably the best team in the National Football League in Detroit. 19 of 33 receptions for Devon Vele have moved the sticks this year.
Yeah, Devon Vele is going to have a good bye week. He's going to come back and have another good performance, because I do believe that there are 2 players in particular that are the ultimate safety blanket, the security blanket for Bo Nix, and it's number 1, Cortland Sutton, huge number 1, and then number 2, Devon Vele.
What's next?
We're on to Cincinnati.
Last night was the first installment of Hard Knocks in season 2024 edition, And this year, they are highlighting the AFC North. There was a moment early in the game between the Steelers and the Bengals where Russ threw a pick six, and obviously there was a no PI call there. Mike Tomlin pulled George Pickens to the side and made sure he knew everything would be cool. He went on to score later in the game, and I'm going to play this clip. Maybe, Coach, you can detail when it's okay to kind of coddle a player versus when you need to show him a little tough love.
Hey, bro, it can't define us today. I need you to stay with me. Hey, this ain't going to decide the outcome of the game. It ain't going to decide the outcome of the game. Look at me. You all right? Yes, sir. All right, let's go.
Pickens, catch, run, slips out of there. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The elusive George Pickens.
What? Let's get it.
And the Steelers answer.
Come on, need it. Hey! Good response. Good job.
I love it. I love Tomlin. I think he's one of the best coaches in the National Football League. The proof's in the pudding. He is a relational coach. He's challenging. And I think that George Pickens, and as wild as he can be and as wide-ranging as emotions get during a game, I believe that George Pickens is in the perfect spot to get nurtured, that word I keep going back to. The nature is a really good player with a lot of issues in terms of just headspace. And anybody who pointed to that pick six is proof that Russell Wilson's an idiot. You didn't see the dude just lazily slipped on the route, and that's the reason the ball was picked off. It was not a bad decision. It was a slant versus man-to-man coverage. You throw that ball anticipating that your receiver's going to be in the right spot. George Pickens wasn't. He had some type of reaction, and you know what Tomlin did? He put him right back in his place, and then he pointed to the solution, which was better headspace, better attitude, go be accountable, and he did it, and then he praised the model.
Is there
great coaching.
Is there a better head coach in the league to take advantage of elite talent and diva wide receiver personality than Mike Tomlin? And I think the answer across the league is no. Look at all the guys that he has had the ability to coach over the course of his tenure. All of the stud wide receivers that are a handful away from just catching the ball. Chase Claypool, honestly, I know Emmanuel Sanders only played 3 years there, but like that guy was diva-ish. You have to look at Antonio Brown and what he got out of Antonio Brown. He dealt with the headache that was, who was the Martavis Bryant he had to deal with. All of these guys.
Deontay Johnson,
Juju Smith-Schuster. All of these players that are just a headache. He's the perfect head coach for this.
And
guy.
that is such a valuable component of being a head coach.
It's the type of thing like you look at George Pickens and you go, you think he can break me? I had to deal with Antonio Brown going on Facebook and Instagram Live in the middle of a post-game conference or post-game talk with the team. You think you're going to break me?
Alex, this brings up a really good point, and I want to ask KJ this and you as well. Is Sean Payton the type of coach in his current status, his current stature as a head coach, to be able to deal with maybe the elite player that comes with a lot of headaches? Yes or no? KJ.
I'm going to say no. You guys we joked about it a little bit off air yesterday. Sean Payton is the type of guy, he wants to be the big kahuna in the room. Like, Drew Brees was the closest I think we've ever seen to someone being a also big kahuna in the room with him. He doesn't like being and competing with other big kahunas. It's the Sean Payton show because he gets to dictate the narrative. He gets to tell you where he's going and when he's going to get there.
Raj?
He wants his guys. I wouldn't see them going after a big time free agent that brings headaches. And there's a reason why they drafted Bo Nix. There's a reason why Nix was their guy.
Yep. Definitely without question the most malleable. I don't want to diminish him to the yes sir guy, but I think there's a semblance of yes sir guy, and except for the moment where he came off and he saw something that Sean Payton didn't see, and he let him know it, and that's where this marriage really started to form.
KJ, one more.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Well, quickly we'll hit this one. The 49ers are dealing with a lot of injuries after their 35-10 loss to the Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football. Kyle Shanahan announced Monday that Christian McCaffrey will be sidelined for at least 6 weeks with his PCL injury. Their backup running back, Jordan Mason, will also be sidelined due to a high ankle sprain. There's some personal information where guys have dealt with children being passing away for one reason or another. So there's just a lot of issues within the 49ers. I wanted to pose to you guys, do you think this championship window is closing for the 49ers?
I don't think it's closing because I think they're going to shop their way for a new quarterback, whether it's through the draft or finding a free agent either this offseason or next season. And I think that opens it back up. I look at this year for San Francisco as an injury-riddled season that you can just throw in the trash and you allow Shanahan one more kick at it. I think it actually helps them. I think these two injuries and the entirety of the season lost by Christian McCaffrey, I think it allows them to force Purdy to play for $1.1 million next year and prove to them that he's the quarterback. Because if he's not, you throw him aside, you draft a guy next year to sit behind him, or you get a veteran quarterback in here. Like maybe would you bring in like a Kirk Cousins if Atlanta doesn't want to pay him anymore? Probably no, because he's a little bit of a statue, doesn't work for Kyle Shanahan.
They were together in Washington.
Sam Darnold. That's who I think it's going to
bring him right back.
I think you bring him right back.
Pay for him.
Thanks.
Rehab him.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for rehabbing him. I'm going to take him back now, and now he's my quarterback of the future.
Would Kyle allow for the ego hit of admitting that the perfect rehab head coach was Kevin O'Connell, the new quarterback whisperer?
If he wants to stay in San Francisco, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to win, yeah.
You know, the thing I see with the Niners is their window has been shrinking because – strangely, as long of postseasons as they've had in the last few years, there's a bit of that postseason tax and age that's starting to compile with their superstars. And it's all of them. I mean, Deebo Samuel is not the Deebo Samuel of 2 years ago right now. Christian McCaffrey, unfortunately, has been injury plagued. And it's unfortunate because he's an incredible football player. And he looked great against the Bills in the first couple drives. But there those big-time players, that compilation of talent that we were talking about that's unlike any other situation in the National Football League, man, it's starting to show some age, starting to show some wear and tear. And I do think that they're in a bad spot.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Don't go anywhere. We'll wrap this thing up on the other side. Hand it off to PhD. A little bit more to get into today. Major League Baseball throwing up a possible golden at bat rule. We'll talk about that next. See this nonsense that Major League Baseball is trying to throw into the winter meetings this year? The golden at bat rule, coach. You can just willy-nilly once every game throw whoever's in the lineup back up again. Aaron Judge hits a 3-run bomb to bring you within 1, and he's supposed to wait another 8 players to get another shot at going yard, but then you can just have him touch home plate, pick up the bat, turn around, and square up to the pitcher. Ridiculous.
What's the thought process behind
I
this?
don't know, man.
It's got to be because the overall product isn't nearly as entertaining.
It's gotten way more entertaining with the pitch clock.
That's true.
I watched way more baseball this year than I have in probably 5 years.
My look at the overall product of baseball, and this is coming from a lifelong baseball consumer, I'm talking regular season sicko. That's what I used to do when I was coaching. I'd have Major League Baseball on in the background when I was game planning. I loved it. And it's because I was a San Francisco Giants fan. It was a good era. 2010, 12, and 14 were World Series championships. But now we're in a space where there's just such a massive separation between the haves and have-nots. There is zero parity in baseball. And as a result, it's the Dodgers, Yankees. You keep throwing the Mets in there.
I don't ever throw them in there. They have a bunch of money, but they're not relevant.
And I
know that.
And then in
better
the years,
than anyone.
And in the years where the arms are injured with the Dodgers and Yankees, some random terrible team wins a World Series, like the Texas Rangers.
The deferred payments thing that's happening with the Dodgers right now is going to push the league to a lockout.
2046.
$1 billion in deferred payments to 7 different players is allowing them to become a super team and create a dynasty. Owners are infighting, are pissed off at LA because you're allowed to just put all this money. What they do is they take all of that money and they put it into a fund that just generates wealth for years and years and years. It's just a stock portfolio, essentially.
You want to know how you temper your fandom as a baseball diehard lifelong fan? You want to know how you do that?
How?
You move to Colorado.
Just stop caring about it. Just stop talking about it.
Well,
overall,
the crazy thing about it is I still go to a double digit, maybe more.
Well, you
Rockies
go to
games
the games
because I love them.
You go to the games because it's a good atmosphere and you can slug a couple of beers and a glizzy. That's why you're there.
And you
Let's
know
be
me, I am
completely
a
honest.
glizzy gladiator, glizzy goblin.
And no one cares that you're spitting out your Zin juice on the floor.
It's so fun.
I'm telling you, that's the reason why. You don't have to worry about it.
Sunflower seeds. I'm just, whoever's sitting in front of me, they got sunflower seeds hanging off the hoodie because I just get wild with it and it's okay. It's just accepted.
Like who's this like golden at bat rule for? Is that going to bring fans? But like, is that going to bring your kids to watch a game? Oh, the one chance I might get to see someone get a 5th at bat, that's going to bring me to the
would
television.
Would they do this in the postseason?
I don't know, man.
I wonder if it's a regular season only thing because then it makes the 9th innings more interesting because you don't get into the 6, 7, 8, 9 spot with bases loaded and you have some terrible hitter up there.
Am I the target audience for the MLB?
Yeah, you are. Get a little bit younger?
Yeah, let's ask you. Do you want the golden at bat?
No. It's not going to fix anything. What is it going to add? 1 home run a game? Like,
no way. You know what I would do? I would boycott it as a manager. I just give the guy first base. He's up again? Sure. I'll walk you. Go to first. I'll throw a ground ball. Double play. We're out of the inning. That's what I'm going to do. That's the exact thing I would do. We were talking about Broncos and their offseason needs, right? How are you going to extend Cortland Sutton? You don't want to allow him to walk away. How are you going to make sure that your left tackle position for your rookie quarterback is a long-term option? And it seems as though that we've pissed off some people on the text line because Coach and I are very much in the same building with, I think Garrett Bowles should be here for the next 3 to 4 years. Why would you open up a hole on this roster that doesn't need to be opened up? Because you'd have to utilize a first-round draft pick on that.
It's the fact that you can get a known commodity that's not showing any wear and tear, not showing any form whatsoever of being an aging out left tackle. And I believe you're going to have the ability to get a team-friendly deal. I do. And that's a great thing for the Broncos. And right now, replacing Garrett Bowles with a project left tackle, because that's what you get in the mid-20s.
And that's what Garrett Bowles was.
And so what are you just going to have to deal with the project nature of it in Bo Nix's second year? You don't want to do that. Not whatsoever.
He's not the same tackle that gave up all of those holding calls back in 2017 and 28. He's not the same guy. I know he only played 5 games in 2022, but after having all of those holding calls and penalties in 2017, 2018, and 2019, when he combined for, I believe it was 20 total holding calls in those 3 years, atrocious. He bounced back. He has an all-pro year in 2021, and holding, it's funny, blocking for a quarterback in Russell Wilson.
It is holding. You just get away with it more times than you get penalized for it.
Over the course of 2 years and 22 games, and that's not an easy dude to block for. Just 6 holding calls over the course of 22 games.
The proof of concept for Garrett Bowles 100% is what he did one-on-one against Myles Garrett. And I was watching it from the press box. I was looking, I wanted to see, were the Broncos going to go heavy chip presence? Were they going to use Lucas Krull and Adam Troutman as a pair tight end right next to the tackle?
Like they did on the right side with Max Crosby.
Yeah, and it was a good good plan. Max Crosby was not a game wrecker, but man, Garrett Bowles, he handled that left side. Like handled it. That's a big plus, man. And he's doing it at the right time of his career, and going back to this availability conversation, Garrett Bowles is always available outside of the 2022. And it wasn't even a soft issue. It wasn't a ligament damage. It was a broken leg, and he was ready to go fully healthy in 23.
He's a dude you should re-sign because when you're selecting inevitably this year between, 20 and 24, probably, they're dangerous. No one wants to see Denver in the postseason right now. They just continue to get better and better and better and more dangerous. Defense carries you in the playoffs. You're telling me they can't stun Kansas City in the postseason this year? I think they can. A lot of people think they could do that.
Don't go for the trap, Raj. Regular season Chiefs, it's a different world than postseason Chiefs. Do not fall victim to that. I still say you want to play the Buffalo Bills with all of their potential failures of the back of their history looming.
We're at that point that we're talking about playing the Chiefs and the Bills in the playoffs. The Broncos aren't going to be selecting in a spot that you want to have to take a project tackle. They need a running back. They need a wide receiver.
Tight end.
They need a tight end.
Brock Bowers, number 4. He's the number 4 receiver in the National Football League.
Don't create problems where there are none. Garrett Bowles should be here for the next 3 years. It's going to do it for us. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's next.
Meanwhile, in front, and they tuck it in. Beck Malenstein went through the legs of Georgiev and in as he squeezed behind the defense. 4-0 Buffalo with 8:11 to go in the first period. And for the first time, we will see Scott Wedgwood in Avalanche colors. 14-save shutout in progress. McKinnon, he shoots and scores! Shutout no more. The Mac attack is back, Jack.
Jokic has a seal here on Looney, playing with 5 fouls. Back to Gordon and a dunk with 2 hands. Nuggets are within 4. 113 to 109.
Gibby Ronto with Kovalenko out of the box. Centering feed, it's Calvin DeHaan! Save made! Rebound score! Kivy Tepe!
Jokic picks up the dribble, takes a jumper. Short, and in! It bounced in! Tie ball game at 1:15.
Wow. Keeps it himself on the forehand, lets it go, tipped on, rebound is there for O'Connor! He shoots and scores! OC's play it, baby! And the Avalanche are mounting a comeback. 3 straight goals for Colorado.
Curry, head fake, can't shoot, throws it off to Moody for 3. No good, long rebound. Falling on it is Christian Brown, and he's tied up with 2 seconds to go.
Dude.
What a hustle.
Christian Brown
laid
out like Superman.
Rantanen has it back. Throws on the brakes. Now towards the net. Tipped. Score! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack. 2 for McKinnon, 4 for the Avalanche. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, against all odds, this is a tie hockey game.
Tap is controlled by the Warriors. Curry from half court won't get it off.
Wow.
Denver closes out the game on a 21-6 run. And they beat the Golden State Warriors by a final of 119 to 115.
McKinnon the loose puck. Up top for DeHaan. He lets it go. Rebound. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. For Arturi Lehkonen, it's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals. Lucky on the doorstep. Says knock knock, it's me with an Avalanche lead.
As heard last night on AM 950 and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Connor McGahee, Jason Kosmiski, Scott Hastings. Connor just hangs out by himself. Oh, wow. It's a Christmas Day miracle or a Christmas night or Christmas season miracle, Tyler, for both teams.
Which one are we starting with here? Are we starting with the insane comeback with the Avalanche and the fact that they traded the wrong goaltender, or are we starting with the Nuggets? What do we want to start with here?
Traded the wrong goaltender.
They did. I'm dead serious. They traded the wrong goaltender. Here's my take on that.
Go for it.
Okay, here's my take on it.
Go for it.
When you've got a number 1 goaltender that there's doubt about him in the organization, that's a major problem. It's all right to have doubt in the dude that fills in for him, right? But when it's the number 1 guy, they should have traded Georgie rather than Juice just to get him out of the building so you don't have that bad juju. Anyways, good job of new guy Scott Wedgwood stepping in there, getting the job done. What was it, 22 saves?
Something like that. It was crazy.
They should have traded Georgie.
Absolutely insane. Well, Georgie's damaged goods.
That's my point.
No, well, so is Eustace, though.
I got it, but he's not the number 1. The number 1, when you got damaged goods, is the number 1.
I wonder how many different starting goalies the Avalanche will have this year. Don't forget, Capo Kakkonen started 1 game. And Wedgwood would obviously start 1, no doubt about it. So that's 4. And there's part of me that just wonders how many more are coming. And I looked up, just to talk about the Avs real quick, I looked up, like, where are they? Goals against. The Avalanche, goals against. And I know that's not maybe the best metric, but just how are you doing allowing goals? Well, not great, Bob. 97 goals allowed, which is tied for last in the Western Conference with San Jose. Meanwhile, thank God for the Pittsburgh Penguins, who have allowed a staggering 104 goals against with 77 goals for. The Avs goals for, Tyler, is 86. So they're minus 11. The Penguins are minus 27. But the San Jose Sharks are minus 17. So with all these numbers, you know what's remarkable? The Avs have a winning record. They shouldn't.
Right.
They should not have a winning record with the goaltending they've had.
They should have a winning record with the roster they have.
No doubt about it. And I'm listening to Bedsy on with the boys this morning, and you don't even know what to say. On one hand, it's just a disaster because of what you had to do. On another hand, remarkable resiliency. And you were led by Nathan McKinnon and Lekin and your top guys. Your top guys did produce for you last night against Buffalo.
Yeah, Nate got 2, right?
Nate got a couple. Lekkinen got the winner. Yeah, man. And Nate hadn't scored in a minute, too, so it was good to get off the schneid a little bit. So, yeah, quite the night.
Was that the equivalent of the Broncos game? The defense did everything in their power to lose the game, and then at the end of the day, they kind of won it?
A little bit. Kind of. And, Lekkinen got the goal with, I don't know, there were 4.5 minutes left in the game. So, I mean, there was time for Buffalo to sort of rally. Boy, if you're Buffalo, though, oh, my God. I mean, giving up a 4-goal lead at home, my Lord, they must be pulling their hair out. That's embarrassing. Getting blown out, everybody gets blown out every now and then. You're on the road, you get blown out. I mean, it happens. But allowing a 4-goal lead after one to dissipate to a regulation loss? God, and you live in Buffalo.
Suck on that.
You walk outside and you're like, oh, yeah, and...
Surprised they haven't built an outdoor hockey arena.
They actually have 2 rinks right next to the rink. That's it's funny you say that. They really do have 2 outside rinks right near their
for amateur stuff.
Yeah. It's just funny that you say that. There's a wheel, one of those things, Ferris wheel, and a couple of large sheets of ice. That
nice.
You can do that in Buffalo
on a pond.
I don't know. I think it's next to a warehouse district, but it's wherever they had a sheet of ice and some frozen water. And then meantime, with the Nuggets, who knows what you're going to get with the Nuggets, Tyler? Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows. Jokic was talking about it. I don't know. Nobody knows. And if anybody pretends to know, they are pretending to know. You don't know.
Well, that game was, and I'd be really curious to hear Scott's thoughts on it, because in one aspect, I thought that game was kind of cool. Because all of your starters ended up playing a role in one form or another. Jamal continued to struggle shooting the ball, but it kind of looked like a dog on the defensive end, if I was being honest. I mean, he looked like a dog out there. Jokic and Curry were going back and forth the whole time. And it felt like this team is so often carried by just one dude. But, hey, man, at some point, AG was hitting the threes, which was keeping him going. All the starters had a role in that win.
Now both teams are, and we'll dig into the specifics of it and other storylines with it as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you deal with Jamal Murray? What do you have, 12 points or whatever? Can you deal with that if he's going to show up on the defensive end?
He eventually showed up on the defensive end.
How many block shots?
But
he had quite a few.
They were going block shots. He had 3 block shots.
Okay,
but they were challenging him. They were going after him. They were targeting Jamal Murray. Okay,
AG's threes is what kept him in that game.
AG was good, especially early. It helped quite a bit. And then Malone goes, "We had to win." This is kind of the nightmare statement, Here it is, game 19. We had to extend the minutes for AG beyond what we wanted to because we had to win the game. It's like, oh, well, okay. Wasn't that what we weren't supposed to do? To make sure everything was copacetic near the end of the year. But we had to win the game, so we had a minutes restriction.
Hey.
Forget that.
Vic told Coach it was a must-win.
Vic did say it was a must-win.
Yeah.
A must-win and they played like it.
Malone agreed.
He agreed.
Dude, it's impossible. As a coach, it's so easy to have a long-term holistic plan. Be like, yeah, we're going to take care of these guys this year. The goal is to get to the playoffs, to be fresh. Then you get in it, and you got to win. It doesn't matter if it's game 3, game 15, game 50.
And you know why? Because you get up in the morning, you study tape, you have your meetings, you get there. You know what I'm saying? Like, by the time the game starts, because this is all you've been focused on for the past 24 hours, there's 19,000 people there, Tyler. Yeah. I mean, there's that going on. Rocky's got a new skit with a dude in a green suit. Rocky hit his half-court shot.
What?
Off
I didn't even know he was
backboard.
doing that anymore.
He's not. He's not doing it every game. He's only doing it like every now and then. Drilled it.
There we go.
You know what I'm saying? Like Rocky hits the half-court shot.
What was the green guy?
They did a skit based off of Wicked.
Oh.
And they had Rocky dressed up as a witch with a broom on the shoulders of a guy in a full-body green outfit so you could put projections on him. And then there was 2 people that held a big green screen behind Rocky so he pretended that he was flying around. And then a guy in the front row pretended to steal his broom. And they got his broom. I don't know,
Have you seen Wicked?
I have not seen Wicked. Should I see Wicked?
I've not seen Wicked.
Do I have
saw
to
the
see
play.
Wicked?
I saw it on Broadway. Have you ever seen the play?
It's about what is it? It's about the
Wizard of Oz stuff. Yeah.
No, I didn't see the play.
I don't remember it at all, but I did see it.
Is it a little?
I went to it when I was in college.
Is it a little naughty? Is it a little? I remember like the South Park spoof on it, as if it's like it gets people going.
Really?
That was the South Park.
It's an aphrodisiac.
That's what the South Park sketch was.
Anytime you get into character.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with Wicked. I know it's the new thing and that sort of stuff, but I really don't know where I'd be in my life that I would be going by myself to Wicked.
What about Gladiator? Came out the same day, didn't they?
I'm dying to see Gladiator. I want to go see that.
I've heard it's a big letdown.
Oh, really?
I haven't seen it,
Then
and I'm still going to see it.
You just stopped me from going to see it.
Why?
Because you just said what you just said right there.
You know what? Sometimes you just got to go and experience it yourself anyways.
Well, now the review is it's a big letdown?
Well, you're just going to take some random dude that I heard that from?
You just said it. You're not a random dude.
I haven't seen it.
So you're telling me not to trust your sources?
Yeah. I'm still going to go watch it.
Hey, D-Mac, I'm about to tell you something, and whatever you do, don't believe where I got it from.
Since when did you ever believe anything I said?
That's a fair point. So you had 2 unbelievable wins. It's weird to say, like, which one was better because, obviously, how do you top being down 4-0, right? Like, that's remarkable. And then we looked it up because we were like, oh, man, like, that must be hard to do, come from behind from 4 goals. The Avs did it last March at home against the Penguins. I'm like, oh, it's not that unusual.
Yeah, it seems pretty unusual.
I was talking to Rachel Toss, and I was like, man, Nate, 10 games, no scoring. How long has that been? She goes, ooh, I don't know. Let me look it up. He's gone like more than 10 games like a dozen times in his career.
Oh, I'm sure.
So it's really not even that unusual. And he does lead, because you get the point, the assists, right? And second assist and first assist. I think he's leading the league in scoring with like 39 points. Something like that.
He's good at hockey.
Yeah, he just wasn't scoring goals.
Georgie is not good at hockey.
No, what do you do with Georgie?
I don't know. What do you do?
You put him on the bench and you see how good Scott Wedgwood is.
Really?
That's what. Yeah, yes.
The dude that we basically went a player for player swap on. I know we got. Did we give up a 6?
We gave up a 6.
Gave up a 6 to go get him.
Whatever.
Yeah, player for player swap. That's our dude now. I mean, hey, he had a great game.
McKinnon's he's tied with 2 other dudes. He's tied for scoring in the league with 2 other guys. It's pretty good. He hasn't scored a goal in like 10 games, but, those assists pile up. Georgie, I really don't care about Georgie's feelings anymore. Georgie doesn't get to have feelings.
Well, listen, if he was already mentally fragile, and we've had that conversation for years now, if you were already in a fragile state of mind and they go out and they make a trade for a goaltender and you give up 4 goals in the first, and then the brand new guy comes in,
yeah,
and he shuts him down,
gets the big hat,
doesn't give up a single goal, gets the big hat.
Gets the big hat.
Where's your fragile state of mind at now?
You're looking at a barrel in Niagara Falls like that's a good idea? We'll dig into it. Plus, how about the Broncos saying hasta la vista to Josh Reynolds? What was behind that? Details next. What's going on? It is D-Mac. The holiday season is here. Merry, merry, merry. Everybody wants the same thing. You know, more gifts under the tree, more treats on the table. You certainly want more for your money, and that's what Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont is giving you. More. It's the More for the Holidays event. One-time savings on new 2024 Ford F-150s and Broncos. Plus, Maroney does mean more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado from Steamboat to Salida. Free delivery. There's a better way to start the buying process now. Just go to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com with your chance to unwrap unprecedented savings. The best Broncos and F-150s go fast. So wherever you're headed for the holidays, make sure you stop by 3rd and Alpine at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Nix to throw. Looking for the end zone. Looking for the back corner. It is caught. Touchdown, Josh Reynolds. Did he secure it at the end? The ball came out at the end. There are flags down as well.
Holding defense, number 45. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
Josh Reynolds put out a social media post saying, I just wanted to give thanks to the Broncos, to the Broncos country. Kind of unnecessary the in there, but okay. I just wanted to give thanks to the Broncos country for accepting me into a top-notch organization and giving me a chance to ball. I wish nothing best for the team and my guys I grinded with all year. I wish nothing
but the best.
Yeah. Couple
Don't overcomplicate it.
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
I wish nothing best for the team.
Nothing
and my
but
guys
the best.
I grinded with all year. And then a strong arm.
Are you trying to embarrass the man for his typing skills?
I'm just reading a statement. Why is Josh Reynolds no longer on this team?
There's a lot of angles that you could go with, and I don't know what the truth is. I mean, pure speculation. There's two different angles you could take, and I think they're polar extremes. Okay, first angle: Denver Broncos were empathetic with the situation, but also frustrated that he was in a situation. Okay, so that's a potential situation. Like, hey man, we feel terrible that this happened to you, but like, what the heck happened? And we're not thrilled with the entire thing. Other polar extreme of it, I heard Andy talking about this, and I give him all the credit in the world because I think this is a very interesting angle that actually makes a whole lot of sense. From Josh Reynolds' point of view, I just went through hell and back, okay? I'm traumatized. I'm a little bit scared. They didn't get the job done, maybe. And I don't really want to be here. I don't know if I want to live in this city right now. Like, hey, Broncos, can I go play somewhere else right now because I don't mentally feel good being here. So I don't know, man. Or it could just be, look, we got younger guys that stepped in and they're playing pretty good football since you've been gone. A million different ways you could go on this one.
Yeah, listen. You're well within your rights to do things that are legal. But your employer is well within their rights to look at things however they want. You know, and it probably wasn't the greatest look. To be leaving shotgun willies. Hey, you didn't do anything illegal. You didn't break any rules or anything like that. But it did, you know, what happened after that was insanity. Being chased down I-25, 3 cars, 30 bullets riddled through your car, running away, calling 911 as you're getting nicked in the arm and the back of the head. I mean, this is insanity.
No, yeah, I mean, the level that this shootout went to is so extreme. Like, this wasn't just a, like, hey, I got angry and I took a shot. Like, they chased you miles and miles, shot down your car to the point that the car no longer works, abandoned the vehicle on a highway, continued to run, get shot at. I mean, this was like, man, this is some serious, serious stuff that you also wonder, like, now this isn't fair, but like, what the heck happened? What the heck happened?
What is going on?
How did we get here?
Dan, when you're getting chased down I-25 but getting shot at, like, what are you doing to what have you done earlier in the day to precipitate that?
Didn't pay my taxes, I guess.
Well, they're coming to get you. Anyway, he got activated or was eligible to be activated off the IR. So I think there's probably some paperworky sort of things that they had to do. But obviously, with the way Mims and Vele and Troy Franklin, good enough, right? The way they're playing, like, what would you do with them anyway?
No chance they're bringing him back on the practice squad?
No, well, I guess there's a chance he has to clear waivers. And
usually we hear about that beforehand. I mean, usually Mike Kliss or somebody puts it out. They're waiving him with the intention of bringing him back on the practice squad.
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but it's a possibility. And I think we'll know after 2 o'clock on that one. I think that's the deadline. It's 24 hours, you know, that sort of deal. So I believe it's 2 o'clock our time. So there's a chance he could. I mean, I'm not sure what other team would really want to take him.
Oh, I don't know about that. He's a pretty good football player.
Oh, well, all right. Well, we'll see. I mean, he could get just claimed off waivers.
I mean, there was a point early on in the season that he looked like by far our most reliable wide receiver.
Listen, I don't know him. Talked to him. I was around him maybe a couple of times when he was talking this year. Seems like a good enough dude.
I mean,
wish him the best.
The only reason why he wouldn't get picked up is if there were circumstances with this situation that is now well known within the league that he had a responsibility for. And but if that's not the case, he'll be playing football. He's a good player, man.
Do you think this sends another message to the rest of the team, though? Like, stay focused here, fellas. Like, hey, this is not what we need here.
I mean, maybe inadvertently, but I certainly don't think that's the intention of it.
Okay.
This team doesn't seem to have a whole lot of issues going on outside of the locker room.
They sure don't. And the Broncos are, well, we'll see. Listen, if he gets picked up on waivers by the Broncos, or I'm sorry, if he gets put on the practice squad by the Broncos, then I'll say, okay, maybe this is just hey, we just have these other guys who are developing. Drew Sanders is going to be activated. They activated Frank Gargulio. There's other guys that are coming back that they need to make some roster spots for. Like they cut Calvin Throckmorton. I don't know if you caught that or not, but they're him. So, I mean, hey, if that's what it is, that's what it is.
If I had to guess, and again, 100% speculation here, I guess I'm kind of leaning in the Andy Lindahl camp of Josh very well could have gone to the team and just been like, hey, man,
maybe
I don't feel safe. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to be here.
But if that was the case, listen, I'm not saying it's a good guess. Let me just throw this out there. If that's the case, then why has he been with the team training all this time? Because he has. Like, if he really didn't feel safe here and felt weird about it, why then would he stay here all this time?
I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes it takes a while to process things.
Okay. I'll just point out he has been there. He has been working out with the guys. He was
there the very next morning.
He was there the next morning. He was recovering from a finger injury. So he was getting that straight. And, you can be with the team for 3 weeks after you get off IR before you can be activated. And he's been there. He's been with the team the whole time. He's been in Denver the whole time.
Look, when you start getting production, when you're not on the field, your job is always at risk. So the old adage, if you can't lose your job to injury, is the biggest BS I've ever heard in my life. Like, the dude got hurt. Marvin Mims started to figure some things out. Troy Franklin's starting to click here a little bit. Vele's been fantastic. And Cortland Sutton looks like a true number one wide receiver. Like, your wide receiver room that felt pretty pathetic a few weeks back feels kind of promising right now. Like there's a bunch of guys in that room that feels, all right, let's see what we can turn these guys into.
Doesn't seem like much of an issue right now, does it? I'm not saying
even Troy Franklin is starting to show a few things here. I mean, at some point this season, Bo Nix is going to connect on a deep ball with Troy Franklin. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Troy Franklin sometimes is looking around like, where's the ball?
Those two just cannot get on the same page. But whether it's Troy dropping the ball or Bo overthrowing it, they just can't get on the same page.
I agree with you. There's been too many times this year where it's there for the taking and it hasn't connected, but it's there.
Yep.
It feels like just a matter of time before it hits. And likely it'll hit multiple times for the rest of the year. All right, well, there's the Josh Farrell situation, and we'll see. If he gets added to the practice squad and we find out about it here, this afternoon, we'll let you know. Probably a different narrative if he does get added to the practice squad. If he gets added to the practice,
radically different narrative.
Yeah, it's just probably a numbers game or whatever. But if he doesn't get added back to the practice squad,
I guess I'd be surprised if they bring him back, because it really feels to me like every time they cut one of these guys with the intention of putting on the practice squad, that comes out like the second that they release him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're moving on, but we'll see. We'll see. ESPN Plus, ESPN.com. This is an interesting one, Tyler. They came up with 102 different characteristics for every position in football. So, like, the best this, the best that, 102 different categories. Quickest thing, strongest arm, blah, 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 blah. Characteristics of each position.
Okay.
So, like, the characteristics in the quarterback position had, like, 15 different characteristics, stuff like that. The Broncos were in for 102 characteristics 3 times that they had guys who were, and I
don't think I understand the premise.
All right. I try to explain it there. So, strongest arm. Who is it?
In the NFL?
NFL, strongest arm.
Oh, man. Allen?
Josh Allen.
Did I get that right?
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, you did. But quickest throw to the sideline. Quickest release is another category.
Okay.
Best at diagnosing defenses is another category.
All right.
Best hitting the hole as a running back is a category. Best receiving running back out of the backfield.
There's going to be a whole lot of bests here.
Well, there are 102 of them. That's my point. It's a lot. I don't intend to go through all of them.
Yeah.
But out of 102, the Broncos had 2 players that got 3 different categories.
Okay.
Can you guess who those 2 players are?
Well, this is so ambiguous. I don't even know what the categories are.
You got a characteristic in your position That's the best of
Nick
any.
Benito is going to get something.
He did get something.
I don't know what it is.
Of
Is
course,
it
why
most
would you?
explosive pass, most best first step.
That is literally what it is.
Shut up. I swear to God, I haven't seen
That is literally what it is.
I swear on my life, I have not seen that.
Quickest first step.
On everything. I have not seen that. That's wild.
You got a play. You didn't say Surtain. You did Benito first, and you came up with the quirky category off the top of your head.
Holy crap. That's bizarre. All right.
All right.
Well, that might as well keep going
It's
here.
a little scary.
Yeah.
All right, we can get back to Benito.
I got two more.
Well, I kind of gave
All right,
it
go
away.
ahead and go
Yeah,
ahead.
you got two. There's two more categories, but it's the same player.
Oh, it's the same player?
Yeah, you got the hard one.
Yeah, go ahead. Just read it.
Well, Surtain. He got best.
But I don't know what Pat. What is Pat?
It's best defensive back technique.
Does that make him the best defensive back?
I would assume so. If you have the best defensive back technique, what else is there?
Yeah.
And it was best press coverage. So there you go.
So 2 players, 3 categories.
2 players, 3 categories out of 102.
I'm sorry, what was Pat's second one? Best first step or
best defensive back technique, best press coverage.
Press coverage.
Is he really good in press coverage?
So I'd be curious, like, what were some of the quarterback characteristics that got passed out? The best arm.
Yeah, it was.
Was there like a best? Was there like a best processor? Was there a best? I'm trying to think of like what category Bo Nix could have won.
All right, hold on. Let me fire it up for you here.
Like if you're gonna give Bo Nix a best of anything, what would you give Bo Nix the best of?
These are all quarterback categories. We'll just go through them real quick.
All right.
Most accurate passer.
I don't know.
Jared Goff.
Okay.
Strongest arm, Josh Allen. Best deep ball.
Russell Wilson.
Jordan Love. Best
Jordan
touch.
Love.
That's what they said. Best touch and timing.
See, I would put Bo's pretty good at that. He is pretty damn good at that.
All right. Well, that's one of them. Tua gets that one.
Tua, that's a good one. That's a great one for Tua.
Best passing mechanics.
God, man, I don't know.
Joe Burrow. Do you want to guess or these or not? I just list them off if you want me to. Best pocket footwork, Kirk Cousins. Quickest release, Tua. Best field vision, Joe Burrow. Most instinctive passer, Lamar Jackson. Best decision maker, Lamar Jackson. Somehow Jameis Winston did not win
best decision maker.
Best decision maker. He is not.
Man,
that has not been delivered upon him.
You got Travis Hunter getting robbed at the Jim Thorpe, and then you got Jameis getting robbed of best decisions.
Best pocket presence, Joe Burrow. That's 3 for Joe right there. Best off-platform passer, Patrick Mahomes. Top dual threat, Lamar Jackson. Best scrambler, that could be a Bo Nix one. The guy doesn't take any sacks. Patrick Mahomes. Toughest quarterback. You want to take a guess at toughest quarterback? Toughest QB.
I mean, it'd be tough to not put Lamar Jackson there, but
it's not Lamar.
Is it a running quarterback?
No.
I don't know.
Matthew Stafford.
Really?
According to them.
What makes Matthew Stafford so tough?
I don't know. I'll have Stafford here until he retires. He plays hurt. He takes his hits, and he continues to stand in the pocket throwing lasers.
Lasers. Need a shark with freaking lasers on their head.
Most competitive quarterback, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that adds up.
So there you go.
Is there any of those categories that you would have given to Bo Nix?
Well, none of these are rookies, so probably not. And this is done by Matt Bowen from ESPN. But we got Nick Benito there.
That's wild that I got first step.
That
is freaking wild.
So why did that stand out to you then? That is pretty funny that you got that.
I legitimately, I've actually talked about that before when I've talked about comparing him to Von Miller. What makes him so effective is how twitchy he is at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to have to pay his taxes just like Von did with his false starts and all those sorts of things. But he's got what makes him so good is that he gets those tackles to turn their shoulders within the first step or two because he's so quick off the ball. And then that gives him the short corner, it gives him the spin move inside, gives you the ball, it gives you everything you want. As soon as you can get a tackle to take his shoulders from parallel to the line of scrimmage to perpendicular, you've won. That's what makes him great.
They got some nerdy stuff in here too. His 11 sacks, second most in the league. Great. Per NFL Next Gen stats, Benito's 0.75 second average get off speed. Dan, what's your get off speed?
I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah. ranks 5th amongst players with at least 100 pass rush snaps. Boy, if anything I've learned, that get off speed.
Really, really important.
I mean, sometimes you can't mess around.
Endurance, overrated.
Way overrated. However, there's always the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
An hour plus, really?
Hey, listen, stamina's something else.
An hour plus.
Or you could just have quick get off speed like Nick Benito, and then you'd be all set.
Wants that.
Meanwhile, we have some other. The praises are coming in from Nick Benito. Nick Benito is getting his flowers. It's not just Pat Surtain. You'll hear that coming up next.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver. And in a year where Nick Bonito has racked up 10 sacks and taken a big step forward, rushing the quarterback, he gets his first ever defensive score.
Woo! Nick Bonito. We'll get to the Avs and the Nuggets. Remarkable wins, both of them. Plus, Nikola Jokic tells us what his son's name is.
Be careful when you listen to it.
Okay. We'll have that coming up after 1 o'clock. So, got a little insight on that, too. A little behind-the-scenes naming details. So,
I just wonder. Well, we'll talk about it.
All right. After 1 o'clock, we can get to it. Marcus Spears on Nick Bonito. Yes.
Nick Bonito. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria is what carried Christopher Columbus over here. Nick Bonito is carrying the Denver defense right now. Y'all, he is having a TJ Watt type impact on the Denver Broncos defense.
Indeed.
And I know the pick six is getting all the attention, but the amount of pressures, the ability to get sacks, the closing speed when quarterbacks start moving is what is transforming this team up front, because you got a guy now that offenses have to come into the game saying, how are we going to handle Nick Bonito? And you and Hawk know from a football perspective, week in and week out in the building, when you can have that type of impact guy defensively or offensively, it helps the other 10 job gets easier.
I heard a rumor that they're going to rename Empower Field Casa Bonito. Thank you, Tip Your Weight staff.
You stole that off the text line?
I stole the Casa Bonito, but I incorporated the Empower Field.
That's all right. I steal everything off the text line.
Well, the home of Nick Bonito.
Oh, I finally got. Did you ever put yourself on the wait list, by the way?
For what?
For Casa Bonito.
No.
I put myself on the wait list. Well, it feels like
Really?
a year ago now, maybe even more than that.
You just gonna call?
I got an email the other day that it's finally my turn.
Wow.
It's my turn to go to Casa Bonito.
When are you going to go see the Cliff Divers?
I don't know yet. I got to get it set up.
What do you mean? So you just said, like, you can now call us to come?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
It's not like Tuesday at 7?
Nope. I mean, I could go set up my appointment now.
So
it's
wait,
like it's an appointment.
You have to be on a wait list to set up an appointment?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Kind of a big deal.
And how long have you waited for that?
Well, they saw my name and they bumped me up to the front of the line. It took about a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Yeah. But, they gave me some special benefits.
What are your special benefits?
Well, it could have been 2 years.
Oh, so it's quicker.
Yeah.
So the special benefit is 6 months.
Well, a year and a half.
Well, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations on being able to make an appointment.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. Time out. I can't just walk into Casa Bonita.
I don't know.
I
honestly don't know if you can anymore. But
really?
But I put my name on that wait list, and I just got an email like 2 days ago.
Because I'm pretty sure I can drive a quarter of a mile or walk across the street to the In-N-Out over here and just go get a hamburger.
Well, you're going to have to wait about an hour for that also.
Remember that nightmare?
Oh, that was your own dumb fault.
That was my own.
If you want to talk about it, we can. But
the worst bet I've lost some doozies.
So I can't even remember the team, but I remember the circumstances. There was like a minute left, and then some team was down by like 10 points, and you're like, you know what? In-N-Out bet. They're going to win this game.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, deal.
Yeah.
What was it?
It was something very innocuous. And so this is when the In-N-Out opened in Aurora.
Yeah.
And Tyler, it was like, whoever loses the bet has to go get the other guy In-N-Out.
Okay, but it's really important to understand, I did not initiate the bet. Because,
no, I understand.
Because when you get to the back end of this and you start talking about how it took you like 5 tries waiting in line for 10 hours, people are going to be like, Tyler, you're such a jerk. Why didn't you let him out of it? I didn't ask for the bet. The bet came to me.
Nor did I try to get out of it. But what happened was one of the most absurd things I've ever been through in my life. First of all, this is like, it just had opened up. It was open up for like 2 days.
Yeah.
And it was a big news story and the whole thing and the Aurora Mall and all that stuff, which is where I used to live, relatively close to where I used to live. Buckley and Smoky is where I used to live. They're down the street. Well, I get there. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And I didn't just wait in line. I parked in line, Tyler. I parked in line, sat there for 4 hours on day one, and finally had to beg people to move a little bit because everybody was sandwiched in. So I eventually just had to go. I felt terrible because I promised I would do it that day. I just had to go. I had no choice. I had to go.
Yeah.
Next day, relatively the same experience. Maybe another 3-4 hours like that. The third day, there was a blizzard here. It was ridiculous. It was like a 2-foot insane. School's closed. Nobody's doing anything. And I was like, I'm going to be the first one in line. Because I figured if I could get there at like 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
On a blizzard day. And sure enough, I still had to wait like 40 minutes. At 8:30 in the morning for hamburgers.
I'll give you credit. He hand delivered those burgers to my house.
I drove them to your house.
He drove those, and he even bought extras for my family.
I bought extras, and this is what killed me.
I was feeling guilty that you were going through this experience, but at the same time, man, like I couldn't unpunish you for the dumb bet that you initiated.
No, it was my fault, and I was a man of my word. But what killed me is that I brought you so many hamburgers. You couldn't eat them all, and you gave a couple to your neighbor. Like, you knocked on the door and were like, you want an In-N-Out burger? So can you imagine, the story was how impossible it was to get In-N-Out, and Tyler's neighbor was just like, you want one of these?
That was very kind of you.
Anyways, Nick Bonito. Here's Jeff Legwold on what they're going to have to pay Nick Bonito.
Well, again, their cap situation isn't awesome, but, they'll have to do what they've got to do. But, you're going to have to do what you did with Surtain almost, not to that extent, but you're going to have to pay him near the top of the market because if he hits the market, that's what he's getting.
Yeah.
Because his numbers aren't just good. His advanced metrics, the stuff GMs use to pay guys, his metrics are epic. Last year, he was one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, but he didn't have the sacks. So everybody in the public eye is like, whatever, Bonito had an okay year. GMs thought he had a great year last year. So he's now put those kinds of years back to back, and that's what gets you paid.
Yeah, the amazing part about it is that Jonathan Cooper was the first one up. And Coop deserved to get paid. And quite frankly, for the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, I said into microphone many, many times that Jonathan Cooper was the best edge rusher that we have. And I would still make an argument that he's the most complete edge player in that room, but it doesn't make him the best. Jonathan Cooper is a more well-rounded 3-4 edge rusher than Nick Bonito because he's better in the run game. But Nick Bonito is far from a liability, man. And there was a point in his career that he was flat out a liability in the run game. But Nick Bonito, dude, they're going to have to figure that out now. Like a full year and a half in advance. If you want to get that thing done at a reasonable rate, your only chance is to not let him sniff free agency. Because if you let him sniff it, then you're going to have to tag him.
Okay. Do you have, like we always talk about Bo Nix, the future, all that sort of stuff. Do you think this is a fluke with Bonito, or he's that guy?
Dude, it took me a while to get there. Because I felt like it was going to be a fluke deal, but I think it's the real deal.
Okay.
This is the real deal.
That's awesome.
What Jeff just spoke about right there is that if you're watching it closely last year, you could see it. And last year, didn't we have like 4 guys with 8 sacks? I think that was the story. At the end of the year, we had 4 guys with 8 sacks, but nobody had double digits. So we had a bunch of guys that were getting the job done. And I was like, okay, Nick Bonito's in that category. He's figuring it out. But now he's gone from getting the job done to being the best in the world at what he does. And you know what? You don't have the luxury of waiting to figure it out. You got to make the decision now. You got to make the decision if you want to pay him now.
Somebody on the text line, can you please tell the Arenado jersey story?
That was another good one.
Well, that wasn't a bet.
Wait, hold on. Was that a birthday present or something?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a good one.
All right, real quick on that.
I feel a little bad about.
We had just been going on
bad.
about Nolan Arenado. Do you like him? Do you hate him? This, that, the other thing.
And I was team defending Nolan.
You were team defending Nolan.
I was 100%, and I stand by it to this day. I will defend Nolan till the day I die.
Right, and over at the other joint, Stokely hated him.
Yeah.
And I more or less didn't like him either. I take more of management side on that one. But it's not like Stoke. It's not Stoke like hated him. So it's Tyler's birthday, and I'm like, this would be fun. I'll get you a Nolan Arenado shirt, know? And So I get Tyler a Nolan Arenado, because you said you don't have a lot of team jerseys.
I didn't have any jerseys. The only jerseys I've ever bought in my life. I bought an Al Wilson one in college, and I bought a Mutombo jersey.
So I was like, all right, you're such a big fan. Here you go.
Yeah.
You're a big fan. Here, it is a Cardinals Arenado, not a Rockies. Cardinals Arenado.
Right.
Tyler goes, so Stokely sees it and goes, oh, man, I'd burn that. Yeehaw. I'd take care of that one or whatever. And it just was kind of funny. It was a gift to Tyler. So you can do with a gift whatever you want to do. So, I can't be angry. I gave you the gift. You can do whatever you want. We hung it up in the studio for a while. It just sat there for a while.
I was never going to wear it, so I just put it on a hanger and put it in the studio in the background.
Kind of a fun thing.
Yeah.
And then Tyler just gives it to Stokely, and Stokely burns it. There's video of Stokely putting it in his fire pit.
It was good content, right? I thought I was taking one for the team. I don't even know where I went wrong there. I didn't ask for the jersey.
No,
it was a jersey.
It was a gift.
It was a nice jersey.
It was definitely a snarky gift. There's no doubt.
Right.
But it was a snarky gift that cost like $150.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a cheap Nolan Arenado. It was like
it was above and beyond. It was the real deal.
It's like $150. It was one of them jerseys.
Yeah.
And people were.
I didn't. How did I end up giving? There had to been a reason.
Stokely said he would burn it. You gave it to Stokely, and he burned it.
I was just like, "Oh, you want to burn it? So
yes.
Here you can have it."
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Did I do anything wrong there?
Not technically.
Text it in.
Technically.
Did I do anything wrong there? I was gifted a jersey that I didn't ask for, that I was clearly never going to wear, and D-Mac knew. When you gave me that jersey,
it was a snarky gift.
You knew darn well I was never going to wear it.
It was a snarky gift.
You didn't give it to me because you thought it was something that I wanted. You just gave it to me out of principle.
Snark.
Yeah, out of snark.
It was snark. Right? Yeah, it was snark. I didn't expect it to be burned. You could have just given it away to somebody or just kept it. You could have just put it in your closet.
I did give it away.
You did.
I re-gifted
to get burned. We knew what was
How
going to happen.
How did I know it was going to get burned?
He talked about it repeatedly. He said,
I thought he was joking.
Well, he wasn't. So that's that story, that was a fun one. It's a funny one. And I always have mixed feelings to this day. I can't really be upset. It wasn't my jersey.
Well, what did you think I was going to do with the jersey?
I don't know. I had no idea. I really didn't think of it that far. I thought it was just going to be a goofy thing you stick in your closet. Bring it out when the Cardinals come to town. Throw it on. Speak of your love for Nolan Arenado when you
let
wear
it burn.
Like Sanford dresses and themes.
Nolan, I will defend you till the day I die, but I'll let that jersey burn, pal.
Too funny. All right. Nikola Jokic's son's name. Avs and Nuggets, incredible game. All coming up next year on PhD. What's going on? It's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, it's the holidays, time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, this season can be pretty rough. Sure, you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED. Change it up this year. Give the best gift you can to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How many guys out there just settle with a mediocre sex life? Is that you? No more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last more than an hour. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they can treat you as well. The initial visit's $99, medical consult Colorado licensed medical provider will check you out. You get a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, the visit is free. Check them out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Call them at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Rebound comes down to quarter. Outlet pass off over to Jokic. Nuggets looking for a tie. Jokic picks up the dribble. Takes a jumper. Short. And in! It bounced in! Tie ball game at 1:15.
Wow. I was sitting next to. By the way, I enjoyed, for whatever reason, there were a ton of out of town muggles at that Nuggets Golden State game. I really don't know exactly why, but like, I don't know, for whatever reason. So my usual seat got moved a little bit, and I was just, you know what? I'll just go up top with Dan Tanner. Dan watches the basketball games from, the last row, but from Connor McGahee's booth. And I'm like, this is really, really cool. I never watched the games from up there, but you got the big screen right at you. You're right at center court, basically. You're way high up. Nobody's really bugging you. It was just me and Dan. It was pretty cool. And then we're leaving, and then it's Calvin Booth. We went down the elevator with Calvin Booth. Like, he watches the game, or at least that game from up there. It's like,
was he up in the owner's suite? Where was he?
No. He was just in another area of the. Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, I guess the owner's suite is on that level.
I should say the owner's house.
That's on that level and then up higher.
I wonder how many people still don't know that Stan Kroenke has got a full-on house at the top of that arena.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't even call it an apartment. It's a house.
I've never been there. I think Moj and Vic have been. I think they've been inside those.
I've seen photos of it.
Have you?
Oh yeah.
I bet it's unbelievable. Anyways, we're going down with Cal. What do you say to Calvin? We were just like, hey, good game.
He said they all count as wins.
He said they all count as wins.
They all count as wins.
Yeah, well, that's not what Michael Malone was saying after that game. Michael Malone went on and on. If we got to win it, must win. Vic was right, by the way. Vic Lombardi was right. He was saying it's a must-win game. That's how they treated it.
Yeah. Emotionally, it felt like a must-win game. They had to turn the tide somehow emotionally, and I'm not sure what all turned in that game because Jamal Murray continued to struggle. He only had 12 points or whatever it was, but I thought he got more aggressive on the defensive end, which was good to see. He got himself 3 blocks. You said he struggled early on. I take your word for it. But all the starters played a role at some point, and AG, those threes early on is what kept him going because it looked like there was a stretch there that things were going to get out of control. But you got Nikola Jokic and Steph Curry dueling it out. But at some point, MPJ had a pretty nice game, I thought. What'd you think about MPJ?
I thought it was fine. It's fine. There's a lot of just like, hey, it's fine. And like, they made a big deal before the game about better on defense. After the game, praising the defense. And then Jokic was asked about it. He was like, well, we did give up 115 points. Like, But there were some important defensive plays in the fourth quarter when it was getting they were down by 10 in the fourth quarter, Tyler. I mean,
then they went on a 21-6 run.
That's right. And they did better on the free throws. They shot, 80%, 28 to 35, better than 50%, which they shot the game before.
Shooting NBA free throws not that hard. I've made every one I've ever taken.
I bet. MPJ was solid, 1 for 3 from 3, 8 of 14 on the night, 22 points. -1 and plus minus.
I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah. Christian Brown was plus 23. He's been unbelievable, man, and made an incredible defensive Superman dive at the ball late in the game. He was incredible. Jamal, what are you going to do, man? I don't know, man. 4 of 12, 1 of 3 from 3, made all 3 free throws, had 7 assists, had 3 blocks, 12 points, made some big plays late in the game that he's wont to do. Was pretty cool after the game, too. It is funny, when he has a mid to like a lower level game, he's actually pretty nice in the interview setting. It's like when he has a really good game that he tends to be, I don't know, a little bit more attitude after a game for some reason. I don't know why.
What'd you expect?
Well, that's right. It's like that.
I mean, my hope for Jamal Murray, like Russell Westbrook over the years, probably over the last 4 or 5 years, as it started going a little bit downhill for him in age, and the body just couldn't quite perform the way it once did. He's just still a dog on the court. And you just got to hope that Jamal Murray can find that in him, that he can have that type of attitude, that type of aggression, the defensive will, the power, the desire, all those things, because there's only one way to get yourself out of a slump, and it's just to fight through it, to be a dog.
Well,
and if you're not going to do it on the offensive end, you got to do it in other areas.
Is it a slump?
I hope so. I mean, if you're not defining it as a slump, then I hate to know what it really is.
Might just be the standard these days. Might be it. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's a slump.
That's brutal, because if that's true, D-Mac, this contract, it'll go down worse than Russell Wilson did.
Well,
if you're telling me that that's what it is, it's not a slump. That's just what it is.
I don't know how you can have like 8 games in a row just like this one, and then go off on one game, and then follow that up with like 6 games in a row just like this one. Listen, man, you get away with it because of Jokic. But you realize Jokic, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Dan, I think he's averaging more points per game than he ever has in his career. He's averaging 30 points a game. Averaging 30 points a game. He's averaging a triple-double right now, and they're 19 of the 82 games. Averaging a triple-double, averaging 30 points a game. That's way more than he's averaged before.
Yep.
And then he was asked about it. He was like, well, I don't, he's doing what he's doing because he has to do it. And he's more than capable of doing it. And very specifically, he's having to do it because Jamal's not scoring the way we're used to Jamal scoring. Bottom line. So that's the new normal. Unless this is just a slump.
I refuse to accept that this is anything but a slump. Come on, man. I mean, if somebody was right and somebody was wrong inside the building, if that's true, because clearly the two sides, there were people on different sides of the table on an interest of re-signing him. And it's a bad deal all the way around, because you know what's going to do? It's going to create animosity throughout the entire building if this is anything but a slump, because there were already two sides to the story.
Yeah, so games played for Yo, because he missed a couple. 16 games played, averaging 30.1. Way more. I mean, last year he averaged 26.4. Year before, 24.5. Did not win the MVP in that year. His 2 years that he won the MVP, 26-4 and 27-1. And then last year, 26-4. So I know it's only 4 points, but that's an average. That's a lot more. And if Jokic averages 30 points a game and averages a triple-double, there's no doubt he's going to win the MVP again. How could he not?
It feels like it's already done.
So Jokic is having kind of an interesting week. Obviously, he's a new dad again. Congratulations to him and his wife. He's got a new shoe that's coming out.
It's out.
It's out. The new shoe is out.
Have you seen the box and everything it comes in?
It looks cool.
It's like a have you seen Colorado's like recruiting letters they send out, the Heisman stuff? Like it's a full on, like it's an experience opening up the box. The box is like a 5-star box.
Okay, I have not seen that, but cool.
It's crazy.
And then Mike Singer wrote a book about him that he likes. He likes the book about him.
He said he's read some of it.
So here's a little bit of Jokic on in our.
But he made it clear that he didn't allow him to write the book.
Our pal Brandon Cristal, Brandon was sitting next to me. He goes, "Has anybody asked him about his kid?" I don't think so. So here we go So we got several different elements for you. Here we go.
I think no, it's Ignat. So it's not. I'm not going to try to.
All right, so it's Ignat. Ignat is his son's name.
Play that again.
I think no, it's Ignat.
Okay.
One more time.
Be careful when you say that in English.
I think no, it's Ignat.
I'm not going to say it because I'm not a jerk, but Dan Tanner's a jerk. Dan's a flat out jerk, and Dan thought it said something else.
Ignat.
I just said it sounded like something else.
Sounded like what?
Let's just call it Ignat, and we'll be on the safe side of the fence. Ignat, I-G-N-J-A-T, old school Serbian name. We got this from a Serb, Dan, is that right? Katie Winge got this from somebody of Serbian descent. Parents who give this name to their sons believe that their heirs will be fiery, great fighters, and will always give their best. It is also believed that they will be warm and approachable, and that people will love them for their sociability and kindness. Now, I was told by my pal Adam Morris from DNVR that his daughter's name also can be translated into fiery. Like that's a reasonable interpretation
What's her
of
name?
her. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But
well, you brought it up.
So her name can be fiery, and his son's name can also be fiery. Like you can take fiery out of both first names.
You know, everybody thinks he's calm, cool, and collected. That's a fiery dude.
That's what he's putting on.
Congratulations to the family.
That's right. Inyet. I was laughing like, wouldn't it have been funny? Hey, what's your kid's name? He goes, Todd.
Frank
Jokic.
John Smith.
Yeah, but so Nikola, though, is a very ordinary name, apparently.
Oh, that's like Matt.
Right. It's very common.
Yeah.
And so he was going, he was going more quirky with his kids' names.
It's always trendy. There's probably going to be 1,000 other babies, especially now. Now there's going to be 1,000 in Yets. But come on. Everybody's going to name their kid after Nicola's kid.
So if you really want to be, hey, for all you moms and dads out there, little Yets, go for it.
Stop being so boring with your names.
Exactly.
Go with Yet.
Fiery. You can have that in common. Speaking of fiery, we got some cool sound. Ken Dillingham and the college football rankings. Interesting. Also, sharting. Kyle Keefe on sharts. It reared its ugly head. Once again, you'll hear it coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. It happens to the best of us. I've been there, and it's a bad feeling. Once you start losing your hair, you probably have gone online. You're looking for answers. You've bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. None of it's working. Your pocketbook's getting thinner. Your hair's getting thinner. Dang it, why is this happening? And what is the answer? Advanced hair restoration is the answer. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. Guys, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. Guys, they guarantee their product. When you have the Advanced FUE and Advanced Hair Restoration, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. And the best part is guaranteed to grow for life. A lifetime guarantee. It's a good thing when you know a company believes in themselves that much that they guarantee it for life. So call Advanced Hair Restoration today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
You want to just get to the Sharts? Might as well, right?
I mean, are we going to include you in this or no?
I know how to say the word short.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not going to talk about your little flub?
Oh. That was a fun one in there. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Where if you pay close attention during the breaks, sometimes you hear some fun ones.
That actually did happen. You're right about that. A little Easter
I didn't even
egg.
hear it. Andy Lindahl calls in during the break. He's like, oh my gosh, did you hear that?
Yeah. There were quite a few people on the text line that got it too.
Yeah.
A little Easter egg for you. You never know when interesting things are going to drop
Make sure you replay that one, Dan.
Here we go with Kiefer. This is from last night.
Well, 3 goals on 4 shots. Four shots to start the game.
What's his deal, man? That's happened to him multiple times now.
So this was the original last year.
Allowing fewer and fewer shots. A little more like.
Okay, that's Riker.
Is this a Canadian accent problem? What's causing
Kiefer's
this?
not from Canada.
Yeah, they all act like they are. They all act like they are.
Well, 3 goals on 4 shots. Four shots to start the game. Anything that could go wrong defensively did. Goaltending.
Yes, Kiefer.
Yeah. Are you it wasn't a good mood, so the vibe to laugh at it wasn't quite there. But I remember going upstairs and I said, please let the Avs win this game so that we can bring this up. Riker, I can't believe it.
So are we fewer and fewer shots.
Just to clarify, are we allowed to say that? Yeah.
Sharts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you say it with an ED? Because that sounds worse.
Sharded?
You can.
Sharded? Yeah. Why
because,
can't?
well, I mean, that was really. They did appear like they were sharting themselves.
Well, you can't say that though. They were. It was sharding all over the place at the beginning of that game. No doubt about it. But they pulled it together.
They did. Hey, good to see the new guy come in. Hey, we were talking about making a welcome to the team. I mean, golly, that's a dream. You write it in a movie. You get thrown in for the first time on a new team. You're down by 4. You come in and you just shut them down. I mean, come on, that's awesome. 22 of 22, right?
You shut them down. You sharded them down. You just it was going down. Yeah, wedgie. We all have a wedgie now. I wonder how many starting.
Is that what caused the shart?
Well, it could. It could.
It gets a little too tight.
I mean, if you get a violent wedgie.
Yeah.
I wonder how many goalies are going to start for the Avs this year.
You tell me, because you keep acting like it's going to be like 20 of these guys.
Well, he's gonna be the 4th. He's going to be the 4th.
Where does the rotation continue to come from?
Like, what if he sucks? I mean, I get it. He had a good game and he got the big hat and all that, but he's a backup for a reason.
I said this at the beginning of the show, and I truly do believe this. I think they traded the wrong goaltender. And it's not so much that I'm saying that the Juice was better than Georgie. They both were struggling. But in my mind, when you've got a struggling goaltender, that's like having a struggling quarterback, man. And when you have one of the most important positions on your team that is struggling, and you don't believe in that guy, dude, to me, you got to get rid of it. You got to replace it at the very least. So you traded for the backup goaltender, which, okay, cool. You had a great start to it. But look, let's be real. I don't think they traded Wedgwood to us because they thought he was great. They didn't think that he was great. They traded him because they didn't think he was good either.
Oh, yeah.
They needed to just get rid of the bad juju of Georgie. That's what they needed to get rid of.
This may not be that hard of a decision. I mean, the Avs goaltending has been just terrible.
Did Juice get in yet?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'd be curious what he does.
I'm not paying attention to Nashville. I have no clue.
I'd be curious, though.
I'm going to go watch a Nashville Predators game. I don't know if you're really curious. I really don't care.
I mean, somebody can tell me.
Listen, he was terrible here, too.
Yeah.
Juice was terrible. Gorgie's been inconsistent.
You don't have to say it like they say. See, now you're trying to do that thing where they act Canadian, and now you're trying to act like you're one of them. Like you don't have to say Gorgie.
That's what Bednar calls him.
It's Georgie.
He does not call him Georgie.
I don't care what Bednar calls him.
Gorgie.
We've been calling him Georgie.
His teammates call him Gorgie.
That's fine.
So we're not supposed to use the nickname everybody else calls him?
We could have our own names.
I kind of like saying Gorgie. because I know we're supposed to say.
No, because now it
Gorgie.
sounds pretentious when you say that. That's what I
I'm
hear.
telling you.
You're doing a holier than thou when you do Gorgie.
Go listen to Bednar. By the way, it's not. I'm going to say it wrong now. It's Nikola.
Yeah,
Nikola Jokic.
We've known that one for a long time.
But none of us say it like that.
Yeah, because it's Nikola.
Everybody calls him Nikola, but he calls himself Nikola. And it's like that too. It's like Nikola. It's like quick like that.
Batty.
Bidet. That one was messed up because we have him calling himself the wrong name. I guess.
Just like we had Albert Okwuegbunam saying his name wrong also.
I know.
I crushed that one for the record. I mean, I nailed that. Okwuegbunam.
What is it again?
Okwuegbunam.
Hey, you don't have Steve calling him whatever the hell he was calling him.
Okwuegbunam.
Who's our play-by-play guy? Steve
Levy.
Steve Levy, yeah. I felt bad for Steve.
But that went on for like 4 games.
Steve was doing it exactly the way the pronunciation guy had him. He was doing it correctly. It just sounded so stupid.
Al Michaels didn't even try.
Did he just go Albert O?
He just went Albert O.
Well, he stopped trying about 4 years ago.
It's not hard to say Okwuegbunam. I mean, that's easy to say.
Come on, that took some time. That was not easy at the beginning. Don't act like that was easy.
But that is not.
We've all got it down now, but that was not easy.
That is not how.
If you were calling a game for the first time and you saw Okwuegbunam, no chance you would have gotten that right.
Okwuegbunam.
Good luck with Jokic's kid's name, by the way. I'll let him.
I think no, it's Ignat.
Ignat.
Really focus on the G.
I will.
All right, you told me how to spell it, but I already forgot.
I-G.
Ignat.
I-G-N-J. But it's kind of like N and J are together. It's like A-T.
A-T.
Yeah.
Yet. Oh, that makes a lot of sense when you look at it. Yet.
Fire. Flame. Fiery. The NJ sounds like Nino. It's like the same. It's like 2 letters together. Yet.
How do you say that dude's name? Ghazi.
Who knows?
Ghazi Benghazi.
I'm telling you, he just should have called his kid Todd.
Frank Jokic. Frank Will Jokic.
Frank Jokic sounds like the guy down at the garage who's changing tires. Hey, what's wrong with the Subaru? I don't know. Frank Jokic is working on it.
Spell Giannis's last name.
Antetokounmpo?
Yeah.
Can't do it. Nobody can spell it. Can't be spelled correctly. I feel like we're just getting there, so why don't we get there with no dumb questions?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Inyoma Owazurike. Challenge on the text line. No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago. Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to order online. Find a location near you. A lot of people are agreeing with your Georgie take.
Yeah. Somebody says that you can't trade a dude with no value. So you're telling me, no dumb question, you're telling me our backup goaltender had more value than our starting goaltender?
Probably because his contract was easier to take.
Okay.
Gorgie has got like $5 million a year or something.
I thought that was what made it such a great deal. It was a very friendly salary.
Well, at the time, yeah. Not for a sieve. I mean, it's not a great deal now. I mean, what was it? 4 goals on 8 shots, something like that? He didn't make it like halfway through the first period.
So do they go hot hand like they had been with Juice?
Yes, you Wedgwood. And
so is he officially starting the next game?
He should be. I don't know. They'll think about it, but why wouldn't he?
I don't know, but if you
said
do that, I think that'll actually. And I know we shouldn't care. I
we
get
don't
it.
care anymore about that stuff.
I get it, but I think it'll mentally break the dude.
Okay, fine.
If you start Wedgwood on his second game after having that, I think that'll break the dude.
Oh, boo-hoo. They're moving on. Whenever.
They're not.
They're bringing in their fourth goalie of the year.
Yeah, they're not moving on this year.
They'll figure the
Georgie will be the primary goaltender the majority of the year.
Not if Wedgie gets on a roll.
Yeah, Wedgie won't stay on a roll.
You're probably right.
He's not going to stay on a roll.
You're probably right.
Why did they give up on him?
Why did they give up on Wedgie?
Yeah.
They haven't played him yet. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Nashville.
Who knows? Don't know, don't care. But it's wedgie time. It's time to all get a wedgie. Super wedgie. Power wedgie. I went down the YouTube troll, like the videos of wedgies. There's some ridiculous wedgies out there. There's wedgies where they take the undergarment.
Is this a serious thing?
I'm
you went down a
serious.
YouTube wormhole.
No, I thought
wedgies?
it'd be fun if we got some audio saying wedgies. This wedgie, that wedgie. And then I found there's 10,000 videos of people getting power wedgies.
Has anybody ever power wedgied you?
No, because now I know what a power wedgie is. You take it and you take it from the behind, from the back, and you stick it over their head.
That's not possible.
YouTube.
Your algorithm must be wild, D-Max.
That would really, I mean, that would be a wicked chart.
If you had a sharp moment on a power wedgie.
Did anybody ever give you a swirly?
I have not had a swirly.
Have you ever given a swirly?
I have not given a swirly because I'm not an a-hole bully.
My brother used to give me swirlies.
Well, I never gave my brother a swirly. Was this older brother?
Yeah, he was like 11 years older than me. Just punking the 3-year-old.
You gotta grow up. You gotta grow up. We all gotta grow up quick.
15-year-old's giving the 4-year-old swirlies.
On the text line, he should have named his son Jokic.
Isn't there one of those?
I think there is.
There's one
Ivan.
No. I thought I could have sworn there's a Jokic in the NBA.
There is somebody that's like that. Yeah,
it's Nikola Jovic.
Jovic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Plays for the Heat.
That's what
right.
it is. Dan's right.
That's right.
And Nikola Topic.
Yeah, Nikola or Nikola is just it is Matt. John. Ingnet? I'm going to say Ingnet is not that popular. But I mean, I'm going to guess it's a traditional name, but it's not a common name.
All right. No dumb question. What was the list thing that we did earlier? What was the name of it? Where they gave awards to 102 different players for...
No. It was traits.
Traits.
It was the power trait list.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I'll get
right.
Oh, shoot. Hold on.
I don't really need it. I don't really need it.
Well,
so we're going to do power traits here, right? Give me Garrett Bowles' power trait.
Holding.
Mike McGlinchey, power trait.
Flinching. His power trait is flinching. He's an incredible flincher.
Levi Wallace, power trait.
Walking or looking at somebody's number. watching people run past him.
Okay.
That's an incredible trait. Just there you go.
Riley Moss, power trait.
Being white.
I think it's the sleeves. I mean, he hides it really well. He works really hard at hiding the fact that he's white.
Hiding the fact that he's white. Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. Keep going. I like it. Javonte Williams power trait.
Oh man.
Going backwards.
He has been so confusing this year. He has had so many like really good games.
By the way, we're done with Javonte Williams, though, right?
No, I doubt it.
on.
I doubt
We're
it.
done. 13 games
I
in.
highly doubt it. I highly doubt that you're done with him. I'm telling you, he's such a confusing player to watch. When you watch the All-22, you're going to see a dude that runs his ass off and has tremendous runs and then just falls apart for the next game and a half. And it's confusing, but they're confused also. And the reason why I say that they're not done with him, where the hell has Audric Estime been?
I don't know, man, but
the dude's in the Audric Esme must be fumbling every day in practice or something because they don't want to go to him. And Jalil's never going to be a full down back. So no, they're not done with Javonte.
Yeah, Dan's pointing out 4 carries, 1 yard. Check out
Guess what?
Last week. Go the week before, Dan, for Javonte.
No, that was
Williams
2. Are you talking about when he had 1 carry?
No. He had like 8 carries for like -2 yards like against the Raiders. See if you can't dig that one up. That's a fun one. I mean, 4 carries, 1 yard last week. Not great, Bob. And what do we go?
8
Raiders.
for -2 versus the Raiders.
8 for -2. So Javonte Williams has had in the past 2 games 12 carries for -1 yards. I think we're done with Javonte Williams. I'm done with Javonte Williams. You're done with Georgiev. I'm done with Javonte Williams. Give the ball to Jalil or Estime or somebody else. I don't know.
When is Tyler Bidet going to be back?
Well, that's a good question because I don't know. That's a good question, though, but I think it'll be before the end of the season. Really, seriously, what are we doing with Javonte? Is he a great blocker?
They just don't love any of them is the problem.
Oh, okay. Do you need a running game?
Yeah.
It was so funny watching CU sort of try to run the ball this year. Like they kind of tried.
You know what? No, they actually got kind of good at it. They did.
Until they totally gave up on it and were like, the season's over.
There was a string of games in there what? Did you see all these Bob Rosses on Twitch? Did you see all those? There's like floating Bob Rosses all over the place.
I'm not paying attention.
They actually got really creative in the running game, and they got pretty effective with it. Good is probably not the right word for it, but they were a functioning running team. It's different, man. In college football, it is different.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Because there are so many ways to use the passing game as the running game in college football, and there are ways to try to do it in the NFL, but you can't rely on it like you can in college football because you got all the spacing.
We have a fantastic sports, not sports story featuring Aaron Rodgers. This is great because, boy, oh boy, I'll be very curious if this has everybody's attention. Plus, it was an amazing night with the Avs and Nuggets. It really was. It was a remarkable night last night. We'll get to all of it coming up next. July 17th, 2015, from CBS News out of Pottawatomie County, Oklahoma. A judge sentenced the man convicted of killing his stepfather with the so-called atomic wedgie to 30 years in prison.
Damn.
Bradley Davis pled guilty and made a first-degree manslaughter as he delivered an atomic wedgie by pulling Davis St. Clair's underwear over his back and head, allowing the elastic band to wrap around his neck. Sorry.
You're a bad person. You're really not a good person.
But that's an atomic wedgie.
It's apparently very comedic. Well, I mean, it just pretends made up, and then it's funny.
All right, there's that. I want to play this. Congratulations to Aturi Lekkinen.
Hey, would you take an atomic wedgie bet?
No.
Why?
Because I would.
Next time you are so arrogantly confident in one of your dumb bets, that's the only way I'm taking a bet. Atomic wedgie bet.
And we will have
that means
no
I have
bets.
to accept it also.
Yeah, but I wouldn't get any joy out of that, nor do I think I could.
You wouldn't get any joy out of giving me an atomic wedgie?
I don't think I'm tall enough to serve one up to you.
You'd have to get a few stools.
I don't know how I would do it. No, I'm not going to atomic wedgie bet you on anything.
No, it's going to happen.
Well, it would clearly be in my least non-best interest. Aturi Lekkinen, I know this is going to be shocking, but has made Team Finland for the...
what about Mikko?
He's already been on the roster. For the Four Nations face-off roster. He joins Mikko Rantanen.
Arturi Lekkinen, heard of him?
This is where they're stopping the NHL for 2 weeks. So Finland, Sweden, the U.S., and Canada can play a tournament.
But not like the 70% of the guys that cover Russia. They don't get to be a part of this.
Russia's not in good standing for international sport activities these days.
No,
they're having their own Olympic event right now.
Okay, so is this the NBA in-season tournament replacement for the NHL? Because if it is, I'll say it's kind of cool. This is way more cool than in-season tournament.
No, this is to replace the All-Star game.
Okay, this even better.
This is a real-life,
even better
game elimination thing to replace the All-Star game.
Is there anything on the line?
Pride?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I guess there's got to be some cash.
They've always done these things with All-Star games where they try to put something on the line, and it never turns into anything that's going to motivate you. But this could bring out the competitive juices. Like, hey, you're paired up with your childhood buddies. Like, let's go.
So, Mikko and Aturi.
Ever heard of them?
I assume Kale and McKinnon will be in this thing too. I assume, Georgie's Russian, so, guess he's not going to be in it. Although he would be, clearly.
There's got to be a better Russian goaltender than him.
Yeah, I'm going to guess there is. Well, Shesterkin is from Russia, isn't he?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, so he's there. Wait, I'm getting this note. Oh, there's 10,000 other better Russian goaltenders in the world than Georgie.
Vasilevsky? He's Russian?
No, there's 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
There's some sort of men's league in Mongolia.
What does Mongolia have to do with Russia?
That's connected.
Yeah.
That's southeast Russia.
I think they abide by different laws.
Not according to Russia. Anyways, Lekkinen's going to that thing.
All right, so who all on the team is competing in this?
Well, I actually don't. Off the top of my head, I assume Nate and Kale will be there, and now we have those. Those two will be there. Lekkinen and Mikko. I don't. Anybody else from the Avs?
Who's the favorites?
I would assume Canada. We don't have any other Swedes on our team except for Gabe. I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say about this. It seems insane to me that you're stopping play for 2 weeks.
2 weeks is a long time
for an in-season turn. Like the NHL is just
this is their comp. This is how they're doing their in-season tournament. This is what this is.
No, I get it. I just think it's dumb. I think it's a dumb thing to do.
It's way less dumb than the NBA's version. Although it takes a long time.
The NBA's thing is just in the season. They're not stopping.
Well, but that's the thing is you can't tell the difference. At least this you'll know the difference.
In the NBA,
you've got
you've got a
P yellow cord out there that tells me that it's supposed to be important, but you're already eliminated anyways. So you're playing a normal basketball game.
Right,
Very confusing.
That's a dumb thing too. I agree with you on that. If you're gonna do
you're
this,
playing on an NBA Cup court, but you're out of it.
So
you got Team Canada?
That's it so far. That's all that's
These
been
are the
announced?
official announcements. There's still TBD on the rest of the roster.
Well, that's kind of cool.
That's a pretty solid squad right there.
Well, there's only 6 guys announced so far, and KL and Nate were 2 of the 6 guys.
Including Connor and Sid.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, does anybody care about this crap? Oh, come on, Dan. Do you really care? Really?
Best on best?
Tell me hold on. Go back to that list. Tell me what you know about these Americans.
Which ones? Jack Eichel? I know a lot about Jack Eichel. He's on that list. Fox? What do I know about him? I know they're good hockey players. You want to know their birthdays or something?
Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. Go back.
How about if I've just ever heard of them?
Tell me what we know about all these
Matthew
guys.
Tkachuk, Austin Matthews, Quinn Hughes, Adam Fox, Jack Eichel.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know anything about McAvoy. You got me on McAvoy, but now I know. So that's my bad. Yeah, okay. I'm an idiot. I'm a dummy. I'm not claiming I know everything. The other 5 dudes I've definitely heard of.
Oh, I didn't know anything.
You know who's going to be the happiest about this 2-week tournament? Is our boy Mark Mosier, who likely is going to go like Cabo for like 14 straight days if he can figure out his passport.
How do these guys feel about this? I mean,
who?
The guys that are playing.
I guess you're happy to represent your country.
I guess, but 2 weeks, so everybody else in the NHL is just down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to be with Mosier and
So
Cabo.
Everybody's getting a 2-week vacation, and these guys got to go back to work.
Yes.
That sucks.
The tournaments are being played in Boston and Montreal in February.
Yeah, they can't be fired up about that.
So enjoy Boston. Well, I think once they get there.
I don't think this is going to feel like the Olympics. Like, I know they all love playing for their...
Listen, you're assuming hockey players actually have emotional feelings about it. You got to understand, they just do what they're told to do. There's nobody that goes along with what you're supposed to go along with more than hockey players.
Well, good for them.
Show up, what time, where? I'm like, they're robots. You ever hear a hockey player talk?
Can you imagine trying to ask NBA players, hey, go play for 2 weeks while the rest of the league is just sitting around?
Are you nuts? They would never do that.
All you guys got to work.
Never in a
the
million
best
years.
of the best. I want you guys to work, but everybody else gets a 2-week vacation.
Well, congratulations to Lehkonen for getting named on the Finland team.
Or I'm sorry that you have to go play for 2 weeks.
Either way. By the way, we got this nugget from Charles.
What happens with injuries and stuff?
Well, you're right.
I'm being serious.
What do you mean?
Like contracts and everything.
Yeah. Pound sand. You realize, though, in soccer, they do this all the time. Soccer does this. International soccer does this all the time. Like the soccer seasons never end. And in the middle of seasons, they have other tournaments. Sometimes the regular season just plows on without your guys on your team that are playing other tournaments. Soccer is the nuttiest of all of them. And then they have loan programs.
And then I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah, you can loan this guy out, that guy out.
Yeah.
It's not even a minor league system.
I'm going to go play 2 weeks for another team, then I'm going to come back to mine.
In a totally different league. We'll see if you recall me or not. It's not a minor league. We're just going to send you wherever. You're on loan. And you may be on loan somewhere outside of the continent that you're on. Can you imagine? Oh, we didn't cut Josh Reynolds for the Broncos. He's on loan to Mongolia.
It's pretty amazing. Like, can you imagine trying to be a scout in soccer, like keeping up on all these players across the world?
No.
Like we're going to go get somebody on loan from Argentina and send him over to Europe. Europe, dude, come to America.
I don't even think these guys are that good.
Anybody getting loans from Saudi?
Here's a little nugget from Charles Barkley, then we'll dig into the nuggets and the Avs. But Charles tossed this out yesterday on TNT.
I will say this about Denver, though. I hope they make a trade. You cannot waste a Joker's career. Like, he is the best player in the world.
They won a championship.
I know, but he's like they could win again. They let two guys go off the bench that were very vital to them winning the championship. They bench is weaker than water.
And Chuck, I think you need to add Jamal need to step his game back.
Well, Jamal needs to step up, but you got to bring some guys off the bench. You can't have the best player in the world. Yeah, they won a championship, but they just let guys go. If you got a guy that great, you got to win some more. Because he got another 5 years. Because when he gets older, his game going to still be fine. Because he's not the most athletic brother in the world. But I'm telling you, you cannot waste this guy's prime. This guy's the best player in the world. Get greedy.
All right, we'll dig into that coming up. So if you're making a trade, and is that statement really, I think, Shaq hit on it. It really is about Jamal. This whole thing is about Jamal. So we'll get into that in a second. FYI, Aaron Rodgers has a new docuseries called Enigma on Netflix.
I watched the trailer.
Okay. In the trailer, he is ayahuasca. He has paintings on his face. He is doing group hug howls. He is in ice baths, mud baths, and dark rooms. This is the most this is the most out there sort of thing that we've heard about him that we now can see.
He said he's an extrovert trying to learn how he's an introvert that enjoys the silence, trying to live in an extroverted world. Those were his words.
And he also made a comment about how he's disconnected with all of his family and all sorts of. Are you interested in finding more about the deep space mind of Aaron Rodgers in this docuseries?
Yes, yes, and yes. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to say that this is bad timing for this thing to come out because it's been such a buzzkill of a year. And granted, it probably would have been a whole lot more intriguing had he had a fantastic year and the Jets were balling. I guarantee you this thing's going to be a smash hit. People will absolutely watch this.
There's no way I can't watch at least the first 20 minutes.
You will watch every second of it.
All right. I'm going to give it 20 minutes no matter what, and I'll let you know. But I'm definitely going to check it out.
Everybody's going to check it out.
December 17th.
Dude, it's so outlandish. It's impossible. Like I don't even think it matters what happened this year football-wise.
Dan, you know what we got to have? We got to have the music, the incense for the Aaron Rodgers reviews of Enigma.
You know, he spoke at a psychedelic function here in Denver.
I saw him on the banner for it. Yeah.
It was like it was a mushroom festival.
He is all in with this stuff. New age Aaron. The new age weasel turd, Aaron Rodgers. And I'm telling you, he has no plans to retire. No, he doesn't have anything else in his life. I mean, what I'm seeing with the face paint and the smoke and the mud pit, I'm like, what is happening here? What is going on with this guy?
He's seeing the light.
Oh, my Lord. All right, that's Enigma. We'll have our reviews of it coming out December 18th. It airs December 17th.
I'll put an atomic wedgie bet on it that you watch every second.
I'm not doing the atomic wedgie. It kills people.
Well, like I said, atomic wedgie bet.
It was a Christmas miracle yesterday for the Avs and the Nuggets. Plus, okay, Charles is putting it out there. The Nuggets need to make a trade. Who are they talking about? And what are they going to do with Jamal? What is the next move here? It's PhD on 92.5.
Meanwhile, in front, and they tuck it in. Beck Malenstein went through the legs of Georgiev and in as he squeezed behind the defense. 4-0 Buffalo with 8:11 to go in the first period. And for the first time, we will see Scott Wedgwood in Avalanche colors. 14-safe shutout in progress. McKinnon, he shoots and scores! Shutout no more. The Mac attack is back, Jack.
Jokic has a seal here on Looney, playing with 5 fouls. Back to Gordon and a dunk with 2 hands. Nuggets are within 4. 113 to 109.
Kiviranta with Kovalenko out of the box. Centering feed, it's Calvin DeHaan! Save made! Rebound score! Kivy Tepe!
Jokic picks up the dribble, takes a jumper. Short, and in! It bounced in! Tie ball game at 115.
Wow. Keeps it himself on the forehand, lets it go, tipped on, rebound is there for O'Connor! He shoots and scores! OC's play it, baby! And the Avalanche are mounting a comeback. 3 straight goals for Colorado.
Curry, head fake, can't shoot, throws it off to Moody for 3. No good, long rebound. Falling on it is Christian Brown, and he's tied up with 2 seconds to go.
Dude.
What a hustle.
Christian Brown
laid
out like Superman.
Rantanen has it back. Throws on the brakes. Now towards the net. Tipped. Score! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack. 2 for McKinnon, 4 for the Avalanche. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, against all odds, this is a tie hockey game.
Tap is controlled by the Warriors. Curry from half court won't get it off.
Wow.
Denver closes out the game on a 21-6 run. And they beat the Golden State Warriors by a final of 119 to 115.
McKinnon the loose puck. Up top for DeHaan. He lets it go. Rebound. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. For Arturi Lehkonen, it's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals. Lucky on the doorstep. Says knock, knock. It's me with an Avalanche lead.
Big question. Which of these 2 remarkable wins has more significance for their club?
That's a good one. Felt, for whatever reason, like the Nuggets needed it more. But hopefully this is the crowning of a good goaltender. Hopefully this is a welcome into the city to Wedgwood. I say let him start the next game, and let's see if we got ourselves a guy. So my hope is that could be the most impactful of it all.
I like it. I think on the surface, the Nuggets played this one as if their lives were on the line because of everything that had been going on. And so and they were down in the 4th quarter by 10 points.
Yeah. Well, they both had comebacks.
However, if this is the tipping moment for the Avalanche to, out of the ashes, discover the wedgie as the new goalie for the rest of the season for a very talented team, then last night would be the turning point. But if Wedgie's just given up 4 or 5 goals a game and you find out, well, there's a reason why he's a backup and there ain't nothing to it, then the night would probably belong more to the Nuggets than the Avs. It could be more significant to the Avs, but the Nuggets needed that game. They talked about needing it.
Oh, yeah, they needed it. They needed it for sure. And listen, if you're asking me what my prediction would be, unfortunately, I would assume that we will see Wedgwood come back to planet Earth here. And there's probably a reason why Nashville gave up on him. So it's unlikely that he's going to be the savior that we want him to be. Yeah. But maybe. And for now, all we have is one tremendous game. So I guess we'll put our hope into that. But for the Nuggets, man, I mean, they had to go on a 21-6 run there, which feels, I don't know, maybe that's not quite the equivalent of coming back from down 4-0. That's pretty extreme in hockey. But it's still a 21-6 run there. And I thought every Nuggets starter did not have a great game, but they all contributed. They all played a role when it was all said and done. MPJ ends up putting up a decent amount of points. Aaron Gordon's threes at the beginning of the game is what kept them in it, because I thought Golden State was going to run away with it at the very beginning.
Well, and this is why Vic Lombardi said this is a must-win. Golden State had lost 4 in a row going into last night, and they were without Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just coming back to earth after a pretty hot start. And the game was at home, and you had the court, of course. Last time we'll see that court. Boy, it was glorious, though. The 2 games that we had. Oh, actually, wait a second. Dan Tanner, they do have, like, the makeup game. Now we know the games they're going to play, and one of them is a home game against the Clippers. Even though it's not active in the tournament, do they still play with the goofy court?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Wait, explain that again.
Well, not all the teams make the elimination
Correct.
tournament now. So they've scheduled 2 new games. There's 2 new games that have now scheduled. Now there's a game that wasn't scheduled before last night on December 13th at Ball Arena against the Clippers.
Okay.
The reason why this game is happening is because the Nuggets didn't make the tournament, but isn't that technically part of the tournament?
Good Lord. It's a regular season game.
Right?
It's a regular season game,
Well,
just like the
know,
rest
though.
of them have been.
Do they break out the court for that game on December 13th?
You should have to have like a loser's court once you're still playing in it, but you're no longer alive. Instead of having a cool court, you should have like an ugly court.
Dan, I have no idea how you even find that out, by the way.
Who cares?
That's fair enough.
I mean, it literally means nothing for the Nuggets either way, other than it's a regular game.
Just another game Scott Hastings has to call. That's what it means. All right, anyways,
man.
And it's against the Clippers. Like, oh my God, another game against the Clippers. Like, we need to see the Clippers. Like, we need to have a hole in our head.
Like these guys on the broadcast, they earn their money, man. That's a lot of traveling. That is a lot of time.
What, like the TNT guys or the Scott
Our
guys?
guys.
Oh, our guys, yeah. Our guys, no doubt about it. Our guys really work.
It's a freaking grind, dude.
Those TNT guys, though, man.
All these late nights, too. Like, why does every game have to be 8 o'clock?
I don't know, bro. Tell me about it. Let's get to Charles Barkley here. Charles Barkley.
I will say this about Denver, though. I hope they make a trade. You cannot waste a Joker's career. Like, he is the best player in the world.
They won a championship.
I know, but he's like they could win again. They let 2 guys go off the bench that were very vital to them winning the championship. They bench is weaker than water.
And Chuck, I think you need to add Jamal need to step his game back.
Well, Jamal needs to step up, but you got to bring some guys off the bench. You can't have the best player in the world. Yeah, they won a championship, but they just let guys go. If you got a guy that great, you got to win some more. Because he got another 5 years. Because when he gets older, his game going to still be fine. Because he's not the most athletic brother in the world. But I'm telling you, you cannot waste this guy's prime. This guy's the best player in the world. Get greedy.
Okay.
Would you define Aaron Rodgers' career as fulfilling or as a disappointment?
Mildly fulfilling.
I think it's borderline disappointing.
Why do you ask?
Well,
you talking about Jamal?
No, I'm actually talking about Nikola Jokic. And I'm not talking about performance from Aaron Rodgers or a performance that I think Nikola Jokic is going to go downhill. But my point is, I think Green Bay Packers fans would actually feel like, God, we didn't get enough out of that. Like we had it all, and we didn't get enough out of that. Are we dangerously close to being in that situation with Nikola Jokic? When it's all said and done, we're going to look back on it and be like, God, we just didn't take advantage of that.
If he doesn't...
we need at least one more.
Yeah.
At least one more. If you get one more...
You're probably good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't... And look, if I'm being honest, I don't see anything championship out of this team right now. So what's the answer? A trade that Barkley brings up a trade, but what? What does that mean?
Let's face it. Jokic should be on a 4-year MVP heater right now, gaining momentum for a 5th. The fact that Embiid got the MVP with his whining and crying campaign was a joke, especially now. You look at it now and you're like, how is this even a thing? Jokic should have right now sitting on 4 MVPs in a row and probably angling towards his 5th in a row. His numbers are otherworldly in terms of all NBA guys. Yes, if he doesn't get another championship in the next 4 years, I think the organization will say it'll fall on the organization. It'll fall on the organization. So you have to ask yourself, is this really the crew you want to roll with for the next 4 years to get that done?
I don't know what choices they have, because you look at all the guys on our roster right now, and they're all getting paid a whole lot of money. And I think the majority of the NBA is looking at them like they're looking a little bit tired. They're looking like they might be on the back half of their career. So you talk about making a trade, but how? With what? Who are you trading to get what?
You'd be probably for a trade of this significance.
Who's the most valuable player that you could trade right now?
For a trade of this significance, it probably would include somehow Jamal and MPJ.
Agreed.
Both of them.
I actually think that MPJ, whereas last year I thought he was untradeable, he's probably got the most value of anybody on the team to trade right now.
I doubt they would move AG. And it'd be rough moving Jamal and MPJ. But if you want to listen, what are we talking about? Some sort of minor trade for a backup center because Sarge really isn't working out? Nah, come on, man. If Charles is talking like this, what he's really saying, what Charles Barkley is really saying here, Jamal Murray doesn't have what it takes anymore to be Robin to Jokic's Batman.
I think the Nuggets are in jail. They're in jail with these contracts, especially Jamal. It put the entire team. They're in a jail that I don't know how they break out of it.
Yeah, I'm seeing on the text line, Christian Brown. You wouldn't be dealing. This is what he's talking about is a major
Brown's
trade.
Like the most valuable player on the team outside of Nikola.
They are not. They are talking about what they're really talking about is dumping somehow these big salaries and kind of re-energizing starting over. It's a reboot. They need to reboot around Nikola. You can't reboot around Nikola with Jamal and MPJ on the team. You can't. And getting rid of CB or Aaron Gordon isn't enough to reboot the team. It's not.
No.
This is about MPJ and Jamal. And can they do it? I don't know. It seems difficult for sure. And I'm not sure how you do it. Nor am I positive, like somebody on the text line suggesting everybody in Atlanta, basically. Okay. Way easier said than done. And notice that Charles Barkley didn't throw out any specific names either, did he? Just said they got to do it. They can't waste the opportunity.
As it stands today, Jamal Murray's untradeable.
It's tough. It's difficult.
It's untradeable. There's nobody that would take that on as it stands today.
So I'm going to say listen, I love Charles Barkley and everything, but that's kind of a weak argument. And at least Shaq mentioned Jamal's name. But if you're going to throw that out there, give me something real. But just saying that is kind of just fantasy land. We'll take a break. When we come back, there is breaking news in the NFL regarding a very high-priced quarterback. There's a significant development that could impact Shedeur Sanders. Stick around for that next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a vehicle, now's a great time to go shopping. Check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. The end of the year is always the time that you want to be buying vehicles. There are deals to be had. But when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle for that deal. You're just going to be given a fantastic price. Guys, you will find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on that lot. New or pre-owned, you will find the vehicle of your dreams. One-stop shopping with the best prices. I've been going to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year because I built a long-term relationship. And once you buy a vehicle from Phil Long, you'll be a customer for life. You'll realize it's a different car dealership. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And once you buy that vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department. And you're going to have a beautiful car for a long, long time. Feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler Plumpus sent you on over.
Yeah, good shart. Good shart every now and then. So my dad, when we have my dad on, he's like, never trust a fart. It's the best advice he ever gave us. Yeah. Well, that's my dad too. All right, Mountain High Appliance. We love them. MountainHighAppliance.com. Check them out. We love you guys. You guys are the best. I need a dishwasher. All right, Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, breaking quarterback news. What we got?
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second, but got some other breaking news here. According to JPA Football and Adam Schefter, the Jaguars are claiming veteran wide receiver Josh Reynolds off of waivers from the Broncos.
Okay, so there you go.
So Josh Reynolds signs with the Jags. Now, speaking of the Jaguars, they placed quarterback Trevor Lawrence on IR. His season appears to be over. Now, here's the question I wanted to ask you guys. Right now, if the draft were today, the Jags would have the first overall pick. If you were the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars, would you trade Trevor Lawrence and take Shedeur Sanders first overall?
I would. If you can do that deal, if you can figure it out, I would. And the advantage is you have Shedeur's contract to build around, giving you room for other people, whereas Trevor Lawrence is a heavy hit, and it just hasn't worked out. I would. And this injury actually would be the tipping point for me to do it. So I think this does change the game a little bit in terms of, in my opinion, about what Jacksonville may do and where Shedeur may end up.
Yeah, I don't know how realistic it is. I don't know that trading Trevor Lawrence is going to be an easy task. He just got the money. He just got it. And I'm telling you, these quarterbacks, they're going to bankrupt these organizations, and teams are going to think it's easy to move on because the Broncos just figured it out and they hit on Bo Nix. And now there's going to be a temptation for other teams to try to do the same thing with these quarterbacks. But there's going to be a flood of quarterbacks that just got paid, and teams are going to be frustrated. They're going to be stuck. They're going to be looking for ways to get out on it. On the surface, my answer is yes, I would do it. I just don't know how realistic it is to trade Trevor.
But you would try.
Sure.
I would too.
I mean, if you could get younger and cheaper, of course I would.
And it would be Shedeur, not Cam Ward, right?
Oh, I think Shedeur is guaranteed to be the first quarterback off the board.
I agree. Yeah, that does change the game a little bit, man. If Jacksonville, yeah, man. And this concussion just might be like, it's not working out.
You think the Giants would trade for Trevor Lawrence?
Teams that would the Giants trade for him?
Or the Raiders. Giants or Raiders.
Maybe. Be a good consolation prize. If you can't get Shedeur, maybe.
Are they not both going to be in the market for a quarterback with a 2 or 3 pick? I mean, they're all fighting for the same.
Say you're the Raiders at 3, because that's what it is right now. Right now, it's Jags, Giants, Raiders, and they're just going to go with Shedeur in Jacksonville. So the Giants say, "Well, we'll take Cam Ward."
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are you doing if you're the Raiders right now? You drafting who? Milroe? Or would you rather have Trevor Lawrence?
I don't know that I want to take Trevor Lawrence on.
It's a tough decision, isn't it?
They've seen what Trevor looks like in a bad organization. Trevor's not going to come in and turn around the Raiders situation.
Is Jalen Milroe?
I'd be shocked if they would do it. They might just buy their time again. They might just wait another year.
Maybe. Hey, I get it, man. That's why I say you can't choose when you suck.
No, but you can choose to not take on a crappy quarterback, right?
You sure can. Is Trevor Lawrence a crappy quarterback?
Crappy is a strong word, but I would say it's felt rather crappy of late, yeah.
Well, and that's the decision you have to make. This is it. These are why you get paid millions of dollars to be an evaluator. And you don't just draft anybody, but you have to look at every class and evaluate, is it worth it or not? But I'll tell you this, in this draft, it's thin at quarterback, man. It is not like last year at all. It is Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders.
NFL's got to figure out this quarterback salary
maybe
thing.
Milroe. It's not Quinn Ewers, although maybe you reach on him. It's not a great year. It's a way worse year than last year. Way worse.
NFL's got to figure out this quarterback thing. They're talking about doing a different salary cap for the quarterbacks. I don't know what you do, but it's getting out of control, and it's going to bankrupt these teams. They're not going to be able to ever bounce back from it. Your average quarterbacks are going to get paid $40 to $50 million, and it's not going to work out. It's not going to be going in these teams' favor.
Next up, Dan Bud Squints Tanner.
All right, guys, Mike McCarthy has gotten a huge vote of confidence from Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. So McCarthy is in the final year of his contract, and the Cowboys have disappointed to this point in the season. And obviously, Dak Prescott is out for the year with a hamstring injury. But Prescott said of his coach, I believe in him wholeheartedly. I don't want to necessarily get into the nuts and the screws of it all, obviously, but I think he definitely deserves a chance, another contract, and a chance to coach this team amongst more influence on his terms. Maybe a good way to say it, but he ends it by saying, I wholeheartedly believe in him. So Dak might be alluding a little bit there, saying he wants McCarthy to have it on his terms, so a little less Jerry Jones. Do you guys think Mike McCarthy deserves another contract in Dallas?
Sure. The more misery for Dallas, the better. I can't stand the Cowboys. I mean, he's obviously not the answer there, and his system, whatever it is, ain't working. So fine by me, because I just think it's more misery for the Cowboys.
Look, obviously it sounds insane, and no, I would not give him another contract, but I don't think it's as insane as it sounds, dude. Look, Mike McCarthy was 36-15 from 2021 to 2023 with the Dallas Cowboys. That was a lot of good football. That was that was a couple 11, 12 win seasons, a lot of things going well, and yes, early exits in the playoffs and highly disappointing years, and it's getting followed up with a terrible year right now. Overall, the record at Dallas says he's a pretty damn good coach.
Keep him then. I say keep him. It's working out great so far.
Jerry's getting senile enough. He might just do something stupid just to...
Who?
What?
What would be something stupid that Jerry
give
Jones
him a new
do?
contract.
Oh, McCarthy. Oh, okay. I think before he does that, I think Jerry's going to talk to Prime. I'm not predicting it, and I don't think Prime will go. But I'll be surprised if he doesn't have a conversation with Prime about it.
Signing day today, by the way, and Julian Lewis is officially signed.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Other names? We got anything? Other good stuff?
The names that you expected. No big surprises. They were trying to steal. There was one more that they were trying to get from Alabama, a offensive lineman from IMG. And I think the Buffs got like 4 or 5 kids out of IMG again this year. And they're working really hard on getting one more offensive lineman, but he ended up signing with Alabama. Other than that, though, Buffs got what they were supposed to.
Okay. So we don't really know the names, but it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got 4 stars.
Yep. They got 4-star offensive lineman, Cade Smith. They got 5-star quarterback. It's not a super lengthy list of names.
Well, but that would be consistent with what Prime promised. Right. That's what he said. He said, what's the point in having 20 guys when you're not intending to play? Prime said, we are not going to have freshmen that we don't expect to play.
Yeah.
If it's 10 guys, it's 10 guys, and we expect to see them on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes perfect sense to me.
But you never know what's going to happen until they sign on the dotted line. So Julian Lewis officially a Colorado Buffalo.
That's awesome.
There was one big quarterback. It has nothing to do with anything here, but there was one big quarterback like last second change, and it was a kid out of Utah. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he had been committed to Oklahoma State for a long, long time, and today out of nowhere he signed with Oklahoma.
Yeah, maybe he watched Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Next, Dan.
All right, let's get back to the Broncos here for just a second. This is from the Kay Adams Show, Up and Adams, with Matt Hamilton. They're talking about how this year's Denver Broncos, the 2024 Denver Broncos, reminds them of the 2009 Sean Payton-led New Orleans Saints.
You texted me in the middle of the game. He's just recreated. What was it, the 2009 Saints, did you say, Hamilton?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Mims is Devery Henderson.
That's fair.
There's been a lot of the Vele, Marcus Colston talk. I'm seeing.
I mean, that came from Sean himself. Sean made that comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then digging into it even more, like looking at Franklin, like all his measurables match up to Meacham. He's literally just trying to recreate that team, and I respect it. It's working.
But who's the PT Cruiser? We got to get, who's Pierre Thomas in this this cast of characters? We love what we're seeing. He's recreating it, and it worked.
Okay, and just to add on to that, fellas,
Yeah.
I last night I watched the Chase Daniel quarterback breakdown of Bo's game on Monday Night Football. And he said over and over again how much Bo is reminding him of a young Drew Brees. Do you guys see similarities in the early Sean Payton-led New Orleans Saints and this year's Denver Broncos?
God, I don't have the memory bank for that. I'll take your word for it. I mean, Sean incessantly talks about his time in New Orleans, so I don't know why he would try to do anything but recreate that. So if people have better memories than me on it, I'll just take your word that that's what it looks like because that would be consistent with who he is.
Well, Chase Daniel, who does the Fox Sports show, The Locker Room, he is the Bo Nix superfan number one and played for Sean Payton for 5 or 6 years down there in New Orleans. According to Chase Daniel, like the mannerisms, the cadence, everything about Bo Nix apparently reminds him of Drew Brees. So if you take him at his word, I guess there's a lot of similarities. In terms of trying to look at the entire team, I mean, I see similarities. I see similarities in the way that Sean Payton's trying to call an offense. Marvin Mims, Taysom Hill, stuff like that. Sure.
All right. Thought you had another thought there.
Nope.
Period. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, the Baltimore Ravens have suspended wide receiver Deontay Johnson. Remember, they just traded for him, what was that, a month or so ago, for 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team. The team announced today. Now, the conduct that was detrimental, according to Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, was because Johnson refused to enter Sunday's game against the Philadelphia Eagles. So I just wanted to ask Tyler,
really?
Did you ever have any teammates throughout your football career that just flat out refused to go in a game?
Wow.
Yeah, I did actually.
Who?
A guy named Sean Locklear. We were teammates in Seattle, and then we both ended up in Washington together. And Sean and I were in a rotation for the first 6 weeks that we were there. We were doing an every 2 series thing. Sean was on the back end of his career. He'd made $20-30 million. And I'll never forget it to this day because we were going every 2 series. And then Sean, he sits down. Coach says, "Hey, you're up next." He goes, "Nah, you want to play Tyler? Play Tyler." Sat down. I was like, "All right, well, I appreciate it. Cool. I'll take it."
How'd that go over?
He hung around the rest of they didn't cut him.
They didn't cut him.
He was our swing tackle the rest of the year.
That's amazing to me, man.
Yeah.
That is pretty wild.
Said, "You want to play Tyler? Play Tyler."
So it was a form of protest. He
Yeah.
wasn't happy with the rotation.
Yeah.
So he's kind of standing up for himself a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Well, I guess I kind of
isn't that what it's always about? What was this one about?
Yeah, Dan, I don't know. Was this about I just don't want to play or,
the article doesn't have any details,
I'm not feeling it.
But it doesn't have any details as to why he refused to go in, but he just says he refused to play in the game.
Oh, by the way, I was told yesterday, pinch of a squirrel moment. Sean Keeler did not ask a question. I was told to prime as a form of protest. Not just that he didn't have a question, but intentionally no, I'm not going to.
Okay.
So for whatever that's worth.
Or he could have froze.
I was told he didn't freeze. I was told it was in protest of how he had been treated the whole year.
So why don't you say Sean told me that?
Oh, Sean didn't tell
you
me
got that kind of ice cream relationship that Sean can tell
Whoa.
you things?
Whoa. We got the voice of God coming out of nowhere.
Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, I just did want to mention very quickly that the New York Giants are planning to start Drew Lock again at quarterback for the 2nd straight week. Tommy DeVito was limited in today's practice. So another opportunity for former John Elway 2nd-round draft pick Drew Lock.
This is the quirkiness of the NFL season where teams try to lose games without trying to directly lose them. So that's what's going on with the Giants. And so you got to ask yourself, who gives you the best chance to lose while you try to win? And I guess
Plus DeVito had a broken arm.
Oh wait, Scott's really here. I thought you were playing. I didn't realize Scott was actually here.
No, that's why we have Twitch, so you can look and see the screen.
I didn't. I'm so sorry. That was so weird. I thought Dan was playing like a drop. I didn't have the video
I
stuff
thought
on.
it was also until I looked down and saw him there.
I didn't realize you were actually here. I'm sorry. I apologize. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
I'm doing. No
That
dumb
was
question
weird.
since I missed the segment. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Watching the Giants a little bit last week, was there any part of you kind of felt sorry for Drew Lock?
I do. No,
bad.
I do because they're trying. I think they're just trying to lose. And I think you have to do it in a very subtle way. You still have to game plan. You still have to whatever. But I don't think there's anything about winning the rest of these games that benefits them.
It was just 2 weeks ago that there was this conspiracy that they weren't playing Drew Lock because of money. Now we're playing him because we want to lose.
Well,
no, they didn't play him 2 weeks ago because they thought they might have a chance if they can win 7 in a row, and then they realized, nah, we want Shedeur Sanders or somebody else of that ilk. Let's play Drew Lock, which I believe was one of your quarterback choices years ago, wasn't it, Darren?
Me? I didn't want anything to do with Drew Lock. Why would
I thought
I
that was your guy?
No. Here's
No,
the
it
deal.
became your guy.
My guy is like I said a million times. Either you're going to commit to the guy.
Why'd you do this, Scott? Why'd you do this?
No.
Why'd you do this, Scott?
Because I haven't been on damn it.
Oh,
Cooped
let
up
it
in
go.
a tube at 45,000 feet. I mean, back's hurting.
All right, let's catch up with Scott. That was so freaking weird. Because I did not know you were coming on, and I didn't have the video pulled up.
It was like the voice of God. It appeared.
Yeah, that was crazy. All right, so now that you're here,
we wanted to spike, right? Pop the listeners up a little bit for Andy and them.
Okay. Well, we're doing the best we can. So now that you're here, let's take a break, and we'll wrap things up with Scott coming up next. All right, we got our guy Scott in Cleveland.
Is that a caller?
You look comfortable there, Scotty. Look at you in there.
Yeah, it's not a bad little chair. I may have to put my we're in a hotel that's hooked to like it used to be. I haven't been here, or I haven't looked down there in a while.
Mm-hmm.
A little mall area, but I had to put my Broncos jersey on and just start going around just big talking.
So it goes back a little bit. Yeah.
Problem is, you're playing the best team in the NBA tomorrow night, so might be a little come up, and so I might want to just settle. Down.
You walk around just like Jameis, man. Wow. Or actually, they probably like Jameis right now. Who do you think they hate?
Deshaun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And maybe the GM that signed him.
So
the owner.
Last night, saw you last night, hanging out. Scott, when he does his radio stuff, he's just in sweats.
It's a very large
I was wearing jeans.
Well, you were chatty with Jamal afterwards,
Sexy.
though. You want to talk about why you were? I don't know if we have any of that, Dan. Do we have the Scott with Jamal? Scott threw
I
a couple
never
out there,
usually
Jamal.
stay around for that first interview, but I figured the crowd didn't leave because that game went way down to the wire, right? So I said, well, and you always told me that Jamal comes out quick, so I said, well, let me wait around.
But I wasn't lying on that, right? Jamal, as long as Jokic takes, and he came out yesterday, gave us some beauties, told us the name of his son, Ignat.
Inyet,
which means fire.
There you go. And I was told his daughter's name kind of means fire too, or fiery, something like that. So that's what Jokic. I was joking. He should have just said, "Hey, my kid's name is Todd," but he didn't go that direction.
Frank Jokic.
he didn't go there.
Well, you know, and I thrown in the suggestion box George
Jokic. Yeah.
So in retrospect, Ignat probably makes a lot more sense than all of that.
I think no, it's Ignat.
It's Ignat. Okay. All right. So last night, let me play Barkley for you, and maybe you can interpret this.
I will say this about Denver, though. I hope they make a trade. You cannot waste a Joker's career. Like, he is the best player in the world.
They won a championship.
I know, but he's like they could win again. They let two guys go off the bench that were very vital to them winning the championship. They bench is weaker than water.
And Chuck, I think you need to add Jamal need to step his game back.
Well, Jamal needs to step up, but you got to bring some guys off the bench. You can't have the best player in the world. Yeah, they won a championship, but they just let guys go. If you got a guy that great, you got to win some more. Because he got another 5 years. Because when he gets older, his game going to still be fine. Because he's not the most athletic brother in the world. But I'm telling you, you cannot waste this guy's prime. This guy's the best player in the world. Get greedy.
Well, I mean, Charles is a little misrepresenting the truth there because Christian Brown, who's one of the three guys that he's talking about off the bench, is a starter now and playing great. Bruce Brown got a bag from Indianapolis that there's no way the Nuggets can match.
Yeah, I don't know who they let go.
Jeff Green. He's also talking about Jeff Green, who also got paid by Houston way more than the Nuggets really could swing his direction. So I think Chuck's being a little disingenuous there and not knowing the facts enough. He's certainly not talking about Reggie Jackson off the bench. He's going back for a couple years. What he's really saying, and I think Shaq picked up on it more so than Charles, we're really talking about Jamal Murray here, Scott. And if you're going to do a deal, it can't probably be just Jamal Murray. If you're really going to do a trade, it probably has to involve, in my opinion, Jamal and MPJ if you're going to reconfigure this team. Well, I don't know how else you'd do it. You'd probably have to package those guys to dump salaries somewhere else along the line and do like Indy did. You get Bruce Brown just to trade him later because you want to get something else. That's likely what would have to happen for the Nuggets on the other end of things. And to get who? Who would be the difference maker? Trae Young? Would that be it? Would that be the magic potion? Do a deal with Atlanta and sort of deal off used parts there? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's kind of like anything, whether we talk NFL or whatever it is, hockey, and say, the hockey Avalanche, they need a number one goalie. Great. There's a salary cap in place. There's finances that are involved.
Right. And by the way, for everybody who's throwing that out there, if you want that number one goalie from wherever, you better be ready to give up Mikko Rantanen, who has an expiring contract and wants $14 million per next year. So, okay, Avs fans, are you ready to give up Mikko Rantanen for that starting goalie? Because to do a trade
a 50-goal, 100-point scorer, are you willing to give that up?
That's right. And if you really want to rebuild the Nuggets, it's not about a backup or getting rid of Zeke or something. If you really want to do it, you're talking about trading Jamal and MPJ.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know who wants it. It feels to me like, as it stands today, Jamal Murray is untradeable. So I guess it would be like a package deal. For me, it would be like a package deal to take on a young up-and-comer, not a dude that's going to help you right now. It would almost be like a reset thing, Scott. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, listen, it becomes it becomes tricky. I mean, if we could sit there in fantasy and La La Land and sit there and say, well, you ought to get Wemby, and Wemby could just play power forward, and then we could move, this. If we want to play fantasy La La Land,
let's get Wemby. That sounds like a good idea. Great,
but you got to, and so it's tougher. First thing that will help you if Jamal plays better, and Jamal even said it last night in that post game that he's not shot the ball well, and Joker has had to carry him. I mean,
yep.
Joker's been phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
I mean, he was phenomenal again last night, and I still throw out there because I thought he started the game looked a little tired, and he still gets has 15 and 5 at halftime, and you're like, God, he's kind of struggling. Dude, there's dudes that would kill for 15 points, 5 boards in an NBA game, right? But he's got to deal with that new baby and all this stuff and baby beam, and he ain't getting no sleep. I bet he's asleep at 9 o'clock tonight. I mean, he can't wait for that road trip so he can get some rest. But they got to have somebody else. Michael Porter, and the keys are Michael Porter and Jamal. And if you look at just pure numbers, and I talked to a coach today before we took off about this. Numbers are fine, but you gotta sometimes sit back and look at your eyeball and see what's going on. They started playing Michael in the second unit. This is what I was talking about the coach. He goes, they started blitzing Michael. In other words, they knew nobody else on that bench was going to be able to put any points up. So you know what you do? Throw 2 at Michael and see if he can handle. And he's not a great handle physical pressured kind of guy, right? That's just not him. And in fact, I told the coach, I said, listen, you're going to put Michael and be your scorer in that second unit. You better find somebody that can lay wood with screens because he needs people to knock people off. You need to get somebody that's going to knock bodies off of Michael Porter Jr., and he'll be fine. But they don't have that. So you're right, Tyler, not going to be able to move big numbers like that right away unless you're willing to just say, let's start it completely over. But you can get some sort of help. The guys you lost, KCP, Bruce Brown, and Jeff Green, were top tier role players. Problem is right now, who's your top tier role player coming off the bench? Watson got a chance, maybe.
They wanted to be Watson and Strother, obviously, but
are they
Sarich,
top tier yet?
No.
Yeah.
No, they're not. But where exactly do you find those guys? Hold on. Is Russell Westbrook not top tier?
That's what I was just saying.
Well, he's shooting 38%.
All right. Well, okay.
I
what are we doing
I will
here?
say this. Here's what I love about Russ. He raises the temperature of the room, and guess what? Down the stretch when you need some defense, who was in the game?
He got put in for
Russell Westbrook.
He got put in for MPJ last night. Yes.
Russell Westbrook's coming in there and is going to play a little defense for you. So there are benefits for him. But if you're going to say, hey, when Joker's on the floor, listen, they got outscored in the start of the second quarter in 2 minutes. I got it written down somewhere. I'll give it to you tomorrow perfectly. But like 14-2, and the start the fourth quarter with Joker sitting on the bench in 2 minutes, they're outscored like 14 or 16-4.
Well, you got all your gear set up. You should just stay on with Nate and Andy. I mean, you're there.
You're just getting warmed up, man.
I mean, or you just clocking
just
in
getting lubed up,
clocking in that 18-minute workday.
I will say this. What a spectacular 24 hours in Denver sports.
Oh, it's great. We
spent the Broncos.
Yeah. Well, we got rid of
and then
Josh
the Avs.
Reynolds.
Come on now.
And we're getting rid of Georgiev.
Not yet.
We're giving everybody a wedgie.
George.
And Josh Reynolds got signed by Jacksonville, by the way.
You lost that bet real quick.
What bet?
Yeah,
it wasn't real.
He got signed. He got signed by Jacksonville, and the quarterback just went on IR for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You started the show out saying nobody's going to want him.
Well, I said,
hey, but Andy Lindahl had a good take on Reynolds. Do you think maybe Reynolds said,
up.
Coach, I got to get out of Denver. This place is not healthy for me.
I brought that up, Scott, and I think it's a fair take. It's fair to wonder. Well, we'll never know. Either the team is mad or he wanted out. One of the two.
The only reason it's an interesting take for sure. But you got to understand, he's been with the team this whole time. I mean, he's been in Denver every single day since he got shot. So if he really needed to get out of Denver, wouldn't he have got out of Denver earlier? Wouldn't this have happened a long time
still
ago?
got responsibilities here. But yeah, that's probably true.
Anyways, hey.
It ain't last time I looked, Jacksonville the safest place in the world either, though, was it?
Well, I heard they don't have strip clubs in Jacksonville.
Too soon.
Not with the name of Shotgun Willie.
We'll have Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. And I don't know, Scott, you got nothing else to do? Or
No.
are you done for the day? Is that a wrap?
Hey. No. 3-hour flights and 20-minute radio shows.
Okay.
Hey, you had a good day.
All right, Andy, having a good day coming up next. We'll see you.
Got my big bottle of water.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Nikola Jokic for the potential win at the free throw line if he makes it. Got it! Denver leads it by 4. 21-6 run. Curry gets the inbound. Whatever they do, it's got to be in a hurry. Curry, head fake, can't shoot, throws it off to Moody for 3. No good. Long rebound. Falling on it is Christian Brown, and he's tied up with 2 seconds to go.
Dude.
What a hustle.
Christian Brown
laid
out like Superman.
All the way up top, Calvin DeHaan's got room. Over for Rantanen. Save made by Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen as he slides to his left to make the save. McKinnon the loose puck. Up top for DeHaan. Lets it go. Rebound. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. For Arturi Lehkonen, it's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals.
Yeah, I don't know. It's recovering from that one. Strange game.
Holy cow.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, what a night. Unbelievable. I mean, you talk about unlikely victories. You have one team end a game on a 5-0 run. It's a lot harder in that sport to put on a 5-0 run, by the way. And then one team closed a game on a 10-0 run.
Treat
but they closed the game on a
yourself
10-0
a
run
round of
against,
sausage.
you know, Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. Unbelievable night. An evening that I think a lot of people spent quite a bit of time in different phases of consternation. We were talking about the Avalanche game at the end of our show yesterday, Andy. We were.
Yeah, I didn't listen to it. I was so mad.
We were baffled by what was happening.
I was so mad. I was like, no, thank you.
Our guy Georgie was having a tough one out there. You don't like to see the 500 save percentage.
No.
That's not great.
No.
Nope. However, the Avalanche turned to the golf club. Scott Wedgwood came into the game. And
Wedgie.
22, is that his hockey nickname?
He is now.
Atomic Wedgie. That's what he put on last night. 22 saves in his Avalanche debut. Scott Wedgwood last night. McKinnon scores a couple of goals, and Terry Lehkonen, his 5th of the year, gets great position in front of the net and finishes, and the Avalanche would win that game 5-4. Did you hear the Sabres getting booed by their own fans at the end of that thing?
Yeah, they're fan base wasn't enjoying things. I kind of understand it, though.
Meanwhile, you got the Nuggets who, down 11 with 6 minutes to go. It's like, okay, we're doing this thing again. And then they put the clamps on defensively down the stretch. Jokic made plays. Jamal Murray made plays. God, it's good to have Aaron Gordon back in our lives. This is a different defensive team with Aaron Gordon back out on the floor. That was good to see. And then Christian Brown and the suicide dive at the end of the game.
All right. That's just the real elephant in the room.
He Webered.
Did he call timeout?
He Webered. Uh-huh.
He didn't technically... Here's the homer take. He didn't technically get the tee made. He was trying to get the hands together, then stopped. He went up and then kind of pulled back. We all knew what you were trying to do.
Dear Malone after the game, too.
No, what did he say?
Malone was just like, well, we had that second challenge, so we lost the timeout. So we should have had the timeout. So he didn't call it, but even if he did, we should have had the timeout anyway, so it's all fine. Great explanation by Michael Malone.
I like that. That's a good way.
Steve Kerr was he was right to be livid about that one.
Well, help me out, TNT. When you go into the press conference, let's not get the Zapruder film audio of what you're trying to get. Did you hear that on the post game from TNT? They're like, Steve Kerr just spoke about the incident.
Yeah, just kind of sure.
I was like, all right, what is this? You guys don't have a camera in there?
Yeah. He Webered. It's okay. It's about time the Nuggets get a break. And by the way, even if he had, they still would have had to have hit the tech, inbounded the ball, hit a 3. Everything was coming up Nuggets. That's the beauty of having a 4-point lead at that part of the game.
Hey, does it feel good to play in-season tournament spoiler?
That's right. Well, they didn't really because Golden State still won
Yeah, it cost them a home game.
There you go. Screw you guys.
We need to burn that floor, by the way.
The yellow floor.
Let's be done with that.
The P floor. Can we be done with it? I'm good.
It looked like that episode of South Park where Cartman doesn't like going in the pool because all the kids.
Ugh. Yeah, it burns your retinas after a while.
It does. See, again,
it becomes like I found myself having to like occasionally just like look away from the screen just to save my own eyesight. My rods and cones are all messed up.
I would say all these floors, they look good in the artistic concept.
Yes.
But they don't look good when you finally lay it down and have to go do the deal.
Teams that just went with the gray, perfect.
The gray was pretty cool, but
Gray's
even the gray
fine.
got a little Minecrafty or something where I was like, am I playing some weird video game? Is this Stranger Things? Are they in the Upside Down? What are we doing?
Nuggets have spent most of the year in the Upside Down, but not last night. They come out, they get the win 119-115. All right, Andy. Nikola Jokic, 40 minutes, 2 seconds of action here on the.
Is that a lot?
That's much basketball. Yeah. So here's the thing. You had to do it. You have to do it.
Tell me why. Show your work.
Okay. Nikola Jokic last night in his 40 minutes and 2 seconds of basketball was a plus 23.
I like that.
How many points did the Nuggets win by last night?
2?
4.
4?
They won by 4.
Yikes.
Yeah. Meaning in the 7 minutes and 58 seconds of time that Nikola Jokic was on a bench, it was minus 19.
In a mere 758.
Yeah.
You're a minus 19.
Yeah. Take a look at those bench numbers from last night. Zeke Naji, minus 11 in 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Peyton Watson, minus 17 in his 17:42.
Good night.
Westbrook, minus 10 in his 22:53 last night. This team is, they are still plagued by the disease of having the greatest player in the world, that the moment that he exits, they become a G League team.
Yeah, what happened to that plucky little group that was able to go out there and get some things done? Was it just because the level of competition was down? Look, the Golden State Warriors were hitting some threes last night, so that was part of the problem.
Yeah. That's a good team. That's a good Golden State team. Even without Draymond, that's a good team this year.
How about Draymond looking all kinds of frustrated at the end that he couldn't go play some D?
Well, he had that look on his face when Jokic went down and was holding on to his face. Of Draymond had the, come on, bro.
Yeah.
He had that look on his face.
Come on, guy.
Which it's like if Draymond was on the floor, then he would have just kicked Jokic in the nuts. So,
sure.
Yeah, you can't really get that mad about it. But yeah, minus 19 when Joker wasn't out there last night. Malone wanted to win. He wanted to win. He had to win. Joker had to play. That was how it went last night. Christian Brown, a plus 23 as well. Jamal Murray was a plus 4 in his 34-15, but the bench minutes were not good once again last night. Here's the thing that I will say for Jamal, because you can't defend 12 points on 12 shots. That's bad. Okay, that's bad. But there is this. Like, Jamal Murray has the self-awareness. I want to give him credit for this, seriously. He has the self-awareness to know that he can't make a shot right now. And he has said as such. Last night, though, his hustle points were good. He made the critical plays at the end of that game to be able to win it. He had the block on Kuminga's dunk, which could have been the difference right there. Followed that up by a drive, and he gets fouled, and he goes to the line, and he bangs 2 shots. It was also the 6th foul on Looney, so that was huge. He had the steal on Wiggins on the scramble on the floor. That was a massive play. He ended up with 3 blocks in the game last night. But that steal led to 2 Jokic free throws to put the game away. At the end of that thing, he's riding the struggle bus on his shot right now. Something ain't right with him. He's going out. He's playing every single night. He's playing big minutes every single night, and he's clearly aware that his usual mode of contributing to victory isn't clicking, and he's finding other ways to help the team win right now. I was really pleased with his fourth quarter last night. He was a reason they won the game.
When are we going to get back old Jamal, though?
Don't know.
I mean, what's the theory here? And look,
I don't know.
I was out and about, by the way.
I'm out of answers on it.
Warning to all Colorado, my son got his permit today, and we're going to work on the whole gas pedal thing. So, because he likes it a little too much. Yeah, but anyway, love the kid. Love the kid to death. Can't wait. Anyway, I was up early, and Vic, I'm not always agreeing with Vic.
Yeah.
But Vic was in grumpy mad mode. And he goes, look, they've signed him. You're going to have to deal with it. And really, that's what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
The extension's the extension. It hasn't even kicked in yet. And so, yes, I think that's the one way to sum it up. So instead of complaining, I get it. It's frustrating. He's let you know he's frustrated.
He's frustrated.
With it. He's not psyched about this. But it all is what it is. When do we find out what it, at first I thought he was hurt. I'm not sure I believe he's hurt right now. I'm just not sure what's wrong, what's off. He shoots like he wants to be confident.
Yeah.
And here's the other problem he's still a little bit plagued with. Nobody else always wants the shot. Like, again, why does Murray keep taking some of these shots? Nobody else seems to want to step up and hit one when you got to have one.
Yep.
Okay? Someone else, MPJ, Gordon, take your pick. Maybe not Westbrook. I think he's got the willingness to do it, but that thing's going in. Who knows? Who knows where? How can he be so good one night? And he is like me shooting the basketball. Sometimes I'm gonna give you 5 in a row. Other times I ain't making 10. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't get it.
There he is.
How can he be so good, so athletic, so everything that he is, and not consistent with the shot? Neither here nor there. Someone else has got to also be willing to try to take a shot at the big moment too. And still,
he plays with no fear.
Just a couple games ago.
Plays with no fear.
He's the only other one willing to go down there and try to do that.
Finishes the game last night. He has 7 assists. He's got a steal. He's got 3 block shots in that game. He played winning basketball in that fourth quarter. His defense, his hustle, his playmaking was still on display. He's battling, and I want to give him credit right now for the way that he's battling, okay? Because we live in the same town where Chris Bryant is pulling down $180 million to watch baseball.
Yeah, and seems okay with it.
And it's
Get
just
his
fun.
vet stolen.
This is Lambo.
Yeah, whatever.
And
Sorry.
it's back. Don't worry.
Wrong rich car. My bad.
Don't worry. The Lambo was returned. He's all good.
Yeah. How does he fit in a Lambo, by the way?
Chris Bryant?
Yeah.
He's not that big.
He's like 6'3"?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Carlos Gonzalez trying to give the Rockies crew a ride in his one that one time? They're all like hunched over, and he looks like he's in the cockpit of the Apollo 11 or whatever.
I don't think it's good for passengers, but I
don't think it's good for the driver.
I'm sure the seat moves back fine.
You're laying down.
I wouldn't know. I don't have that problem. I have a mid-sized family SUV.
Haven't you been in my Mustang where you got to roll out? You got to like roll yourself out of the car. I can't imagine the ones that are even lower.
No wonder your knees are shot. I don't think it was the deck. I think it's the Mustang.
You really gotta flip the hips and roll yourself out of the thing. The funniest one was watching Hastings one time. First time I couldn't believe I fit him in there. Second one was trying to get him out.
You have to go and yank him out.
He had to high knee the thing. His knees were up by his nose trying to get his legs out of the car.
One of the funniest things to me is looking at tall people in normal sized chairs.
Dude.
Their knees are like up under their chin.
Yeah. No, my all-timer is going to be Dave Diaz-Infante, a former 300-pound offensive lineman, getting out of my Dodge Neon at opening day one time because his truck wasn't going to fit in any of the parking spaces. He literally, first off, he was in my seat. Not only did he get in, but he was so wide, a quarter of my seat was taken up too. So I'm like leaning over to the side trying to drive. And then when he got out, literally the car it like popped like a clown car.
So this is what I'm saying about Jamal, though. Okay? If we're gonna piss and moan because one dude won't take Jamal Murray ain't right. He's clearly not right. And he's going out and he's playing hard every single night. It's not always, the returns aren't always great, but he is playing hard every night. The other thing that just cracks me up about it all is like most athletes, what is the most common criticism of them? It is, oh man, regular season star, where's he go in the playoffs? Ask Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson all about that. Not as though those
Josh
guys
Allen
ever heard that criticism before in their life. Hell, Peyton Manning got it all the time. Hey, real good in the regular season, good for 13 wins. What happens when you play Brady in the playoffs? There you go. Like, guys deal with that crap all the time. Jamal Murray's like the opposite, and yet people can't find a reason to be happy about it. Playoff Murray's a very real thing. However, regular season Murray, we got to complain about it nonstop.
All right, but do you change the role for a minute? See, this is what I don't understand. If you're hurt and we got to get you right,
yeah,
or you're not in shape from being hurt and we got to get you right, you got your fat contract.
But
There's
if you
no
need
insults here.
But if you need to get in shape, what should you do? Play basketball.
Yeah, I guess. There's a part of me that says, do you start Westbrook with him and then bring Murray in and just give him chance to get right somehow? Now, you're right. If it's a shape thing, there's a part of me that's like, is it really a shape thing? You know, he doesn't look heavy to me. Does he look heavy to you?
No.
So
I don't think that. I think whatever the calf injury was impacted him so badly. Plus, anytime there's a lower body soft tissue thing, you know that stuff always travels upward and starts to affect guys. Again, I haven't seen his chart. I know the player. Not that I would know what I was looking at anyway.
Sorry, Emerson Winchester. I had no idea who I was working with here.
Show me the chart.
MASH, they always had their charts. That's what they're always doing. Give me the patient's chart.
But with Jamal Murray, it's just like clearly he's playing through things. He's probably playing through mental things. The way the playoffs ended last year, the Olympics and how poor that went. He's an NBA champion. He's an extremely proud athlete. He's an all-time great Denver Nugget, and right now I think he's digging deep, and it's just not there. But I think that he right now is like there's a lot of athletes that I think could get in Jamal Murray's situation and can sit and pout. And last night that wasn't the player that I saw on the floor. He was a reason why you won that game.
He's trying to be himself.
Yeah. And he's out there guarding
there.
Steph Curry, and he's chasing him around the floor and trying to deal with all of that. He's not himself. I seriously, like, I get it, man. Fans want to complain. I understand all of that. We complain. I get that. But, like, right now with Jamal Murray, it's clear that what I'm watching is a guy that is less than 100%, and I'm giving him credit for what he is doing. That he's out there earning his paycheck, right?
Yeah.
You're right. Isn't that what you want out of an athlete, to say, I am a max contract guy, let me go out and earn it and be there for the rest of my team?
Don't just put me on the injury list forever.
Yeah.
All right. Favorite TV doctor, 303-504-0925. Doogie Howser's entered the chat. Charles Emerson Winchester or Hawkeye Pierce.
I'll take let's see. I'll go with Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons. I'll take Dr. Leo Spaceman, Dr. Spaceman from 30 Rock. Those are my top two draft picks right there. You could go that direction as well. All right. Yeah. Uh-huh.
House. Someone gave us House.
Old House. It's Crackman and Lindahl. Yep, get in the hunt. Favorite TV doctors. Here we go. Going to talk to our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic coming up here in just a moment. It's Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Great stuff from Nick today, by the way, in The Athletic. On The Athletic? In The Athletic. I don't really know what you would refer to that as. Anyway, semantics. Marvin Mims, some great stuff on Marvin Mims that Nick wrote about today, and the 93-yard connection, but also the player that Mims has become here low over the last couple of weeks. Andy, since the Carolina game, when they started using Mims in the backfield, 12 catches, 211 yards, 2 touchdowns in the past 4 games. 23 yards rushing on 9 carries, 19.5 yards on his 5 punt returns. In other words, Marvin Mims, good player, useful player, versatile player. What's the right word to describe him as? We asked that question of our buddy. That was a little much. All right. We asked Nick Kosmider. Nick, what is the word to use to describe Marvin Mims?
Yeah, like Swiss Army knife, I guess, would be
that's 3 words.
The best words, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm not good at math. That's why I became a writer. Yeah, I think that, look, I mean, Sean Payton said something today that or not today, a couple weeks ago that I think resonated with, I know Andy and certainly some others who were wondering why it took so long to get Marvin Mims involved. And he said, you sit back and you kind of kick yourself for not seeing it sooner. But of course, I think they were trying to get him involved in a role that would more traditionally approximate kind of like a slot receiver, obviously a guy that they could use in motion, but really trying to kind of hone in on what he could do as a receiver. But I think by expanding his role and putting him in the backfield and running different kinds of motions with him, giving him the ball, using him in these different ways, I think the biggest thing that is done is just give defenses a lot more to think about. Joe Lombardi, the offensive coordinator, said the other day, like, it's one of those things where it can kind of keep expanding upon itself. Like sometimes you're showing looks that you're just kind of putting there to have to make defenses account for and study for and all those other sorts of things while you're, busy building something else. So, it's one of those things where when you have a wild card type player, using him in that fashion can open up a lot of doors for you.
What do you think led to the decision to ultimately waive Josh Reynolds? Was it simply how great everything was? Was there, and by that I mean just, the way the receivers and Bo seemed to be gelling? Was there something on Reynolds' part, maybe not wanting to come back after a scary incident? Do you have any idea what led to the decision to just waive the player?
Well, I think it was probably multiple factors involved in it. I think part of it is he's been out since week 5, and they've just kind of developed an offensive rhythm here over the last month, 6 weeks, where 3 of these rookie contract receivers and Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, and Mims are getting a lot more of the workload. They're playing more snaps. Obviously, Lil Jordan Humphrey is a guy that Sean Payton is always going to put out there and give a lot of snaps to. So it's really kind of a math equation in part. Now, we don't really know what is kind of going on for Josh Reynolds. Obviously, what he went through there in October, the victim of a shooting, Sean Payton said at the time, and I think while saying it was downplaying the idea that he was very shaken up by the incident. Obviously, how could you not be? And so, while I certainly don't know what went into kind of all of his thoughts and mindset afterward, you have to, at least assume there's something perhaps there that, that's being at least accounted for or thought of. Again, I don't think this decision is directly related to that, but it would, I think, be naive not to at least consider what the ramifications of that ultimately were for Reynolds and some of the decision-making process.
Claimed off waivers today by the Jacksonville Jaguars is Josh Reynolds. So best of luck to him going forward. Nick, Josh Reynolds was supposed to be, or the hope was that he would be a part of reviving any kind of deep passing game for the Broncos, or getting some going in the very least. Mims hits a 93-yarder on a ball that traveled 45 air yards the other day, so he's certainly a big part of it. But as you pointed out, Broncos right now 23rd in EPA per dropback on throws of 20 or more air yards. They have not been connecting on a lot of them, basically outside of the deep throw to Mims. Bo was not super accurate and threw some interesting deep balls the other night there against the Cleveland Browns. What should we take that play to be? Is this the start of a connection that is beginning to work or an anomaly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, it would be – there's ingredients of that play where you can see, like, just sort of growth and understanding of a quarterback and his receivers. Again, as I mentioned in the story I wrote today that, credit to Parker Gabriel, who was the first to point this out, but there was a play against Carolina in which Mims ran something very similar. The coverage was not the exact same by the Panthers as the one that the Browns put on Monday night, but the end result was sort of the same of Mims running up the seam, trying to get past that second layer of coverage. Thought he was too deep to get the throw because, again, that's the kind of throw that has to be on a straight line. And sure enough, Nick saw him and put it right where it was supposed to be. Problem was Mims wasn't looking. So I think what that throw showed is just sort of like a better understanding of what the Broncos are trying to do schematically and what their concepts are trying to achieve. And then also, like I said, the chemistry, the understanding between a quarterback and a receiver of, where to put the ball. But I would also kind of just put that in a vacuum of, kind of a perfect play call against that coverage, execution. Ward has one more step forward. It could have been a different outcome. But I do think that they're kind of building more of that into it. I would agree with you guys. Some of the deep passing game, you kind of wondered exactly what they were trying to achieve. I mean, there was a couple times where, Troy Franklin had a route that he kind of cut short. Cortland Sutton did the same thing. And it almost at times seemed like what we were talking about with Mims against the Panthers, where it seemed like they didn't think that from where Nix was, that was a ball that he was going to be able to get their way. So again, I think some of that is continuing to grow and understand maybe what your quarterback's capable of, what he sees, what he can, try to do at various points. But yeah, it's going to continue to be a work in progress and some of the efficient screen stuff that they've been doing. Obviously Cortland Sutton being a guy that is just very dependable, in kind of that intermediate range, and same with Devon Bailey. I think that's going to still kind of be their heavy diet. It's how much more efficient can you be with some of the deep shots that you are going to take.
All right, they got past that game the other night, which frankly was the one I was kind of worried about, Nick. I still think 10 is going to, be the number they need to really be safe with the playoffs. I'm assuming they'll get the Indianapolis game, but both teams have a bye week, so I guess anything could happen after. If you had to put money down, and none of us are, but if you had to put money down of the last three, the Chargers, the Bengals, and the Chiefs, which one is the most ripe for the winning, would you say, to get to the magic number 10?
Well, I'd first say I kind of think that 9 is going to be the number that gets it done in this particular field, this particular year. I just don't see. Now, again, the difference could be that if you say you and the Colts get to 9, but one of your losses was to them and they beat you, then obviously you ended up with 9 like they did, but it wasn't enough because of the tiebreaker. I could see that happening, but I just think the team in that 7th spot is going to have 9 wins. Just kind of looking at what they have left, all these teams and kind of having looked at the path forward, I think 9 will ultimately be enough. But I think the other part of it to look at is I think the Broncos at this point have their eyes on more than just getting the 7th seed, right? Like they're tied record-wise right now with the Ravens. They, of course, don't hold that tiebreaker, so you'd have to finish a game ahead of Baltimore in order to have a higher seeding than them. But you're only half game behind the Chargers right now with a game to play in SoFi Stadium. To answer your question, I really do think they're all like winnable for different reasons. Like the Chargers game, short week, familiar division opponent, like there's going to be some quirkiness to that could really make it go either way. Cincinnati's defense is just beyond dreadful. So you have the opportunity to go down there and have a good offensive day going and win that game that way. The Chiefs, you've been right with them now the last 2 matchups, winning one, having another one that you would have won had the last second kick not been blocked. I think they have a little bit of a blueprint for how they like to attack the Chiefs. So I think all those games are winnable. Do I think they'll win all 3? No. But again, I think their focus right now is more on just how do we hold off these, this 5 or 6, 7, 5 or 6 win teams that are behind us right now. How do we climb further into this picture and put yourself hopefully into a more favorable matchup heading into wild card weekend.
Yeah, depending on where you look, given the Broncos roughly about a 75%, 80% odds of being able to make the postseason. Denver, the only team in the AFC below 90% of the 7 teams currently in the field. But I mean, this game against Indianapolis, you win, you're basically in. It would give you a 3-game lead and a tie break on those dudes, so you're pretty much in if you get to that point, which would be good to see for the Broncos. But here's what's kind of wild about it, Nick, is you kept talking about the Kansas City game. I don't trust the Chiefs. I think they're going to start losing games pretty soon right here, meaning that by the time you get to Week 18, game number 17, and you play Kansas City, I think both teams are going to need that victory. I think both teams are going to be going for it because they're going to be thinking about seeding.
Yeah, add to that, if they lose one more, they're tied with the Bills, and the Bills have the tiebreak.
Have the tiebreak.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, and this is looking ahead, obviously, but like, could there be sort of finagling seeds wise? Because let's imagine a scenario in which the Broncos are going into that game and they're just sort of in that 7 spot. And it's the Chiefs and the Bills fighting for that number 1 seed, and the loser obviously has the 2. If you're the Broncos, which would you rather have be your wild card game? Would you rather go to Buffalo and play Josh Allen, or would you rather turn back around and play the Chiefs again, a team, like I said, that you're familiar with, that you've played close lately? And so there's some really interesting aspects to all that are going to be interesting to follow. But again, I think the team lurking there in the 3 seed right now is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have a pretty decent hold on that right now. A game ahead of the Chargers. So Steelers in the 3, Broncos find a way to leapfrog either the Ravens or the Chargers to get to 6, and then that could be your first round matchup, and wouldn't that be juicy? So a lot of things can still unfold.
I'm telling you, nobody wants to mess with the Broncos. They're frisky. That's Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast, which you should check out. By the way, I noticed there was no new episode after the Monday night game. Nick, was it late or something?
There was a new episode. It might have gone up Tuesday morning, but
I
was until 1:32 in the morning.
Nick, we got a fake fan here, Nick. Fake fan.
So when I was up early and I was running my errands on Tuesday morning, you didn't think about me?
Well, take issue with Matt, the producer.
That's well done. Well done. Always.
The blame goes there. Just as you guys blame your guy behind the glass, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, I was going to say you're a broadcaster now, Nick. Always crap on the producer. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah, just remember, if we ever have a bad segment, it's always Springer's fault. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, is dropping some hints about a wildly controversial new rule in Major League Baseball. I'm going to tell you why he's not going far enough. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. It is the holiday season. You want to shop small? You want to shop a good Colorado business? Colorado Off-Road is at it. Are you looking for something for a truck or 4x4? Do you need accessories? Do you maybe need some things that you left off the vehicle so that you could afford the monthly payment a little bit easier? This time of year, as we expect slick weather and more snow, there's all sorts of stuff you can get at Colorado Off-Road to make the winter more pleasant. For truck owners, it is the bed cover, and you need to stop by the showroom, check out the products that he has to offer, check out all the different kinds of bed covers that he offers, because believe me, that'll make a difference for you. And he's got great displays to show you how they all work. You don't want to buy online because, trust me, I would have made a big mistake had I bought online. It's great to see what you're getting. Step rails is another thing that helps you get into the vehicle a little more securely. Of course, the floor mats keeps the inside clean. And a remote start makes sure you can get the vehicle warmed up without violating any of the puffer laws that say you can't just start the car and leave the keys in the ignition as you go inside to warm up. Colorado Off-Road. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. 303-761-1264, the number. COoffroad.com, the website.
Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche win, Nuggets win, Broncos won on Monday. It's been a good sports week so far. Wild sports week.
Yeah, we may have to rank all this at some point. There's been a lot of craziness in the last few days.
Nothing boring at all this week. It's been some damn good stuff. Nuggets get the crunch time win last night. Avalanche come back from down 4-0, scoring 5 unanswered. And, of course, Monday night, 2 pick sixes in one game. Why not? Why not? It's been an awful lot of fun going on here this week. So naturally, Andy, we should talk baseball, right? But this is good stuff.
This is I've never heard of this.
So
how long has this been floated? This concept?
I think the first time that I ever heard this, it was like 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
But it's one of those like pie in the sky, it would never happen things. Well, Rob Manfred dropped a hint on this isn't a proposed rule change yet. Rob Manfred just dropped a hint. He was doing a podcast. And they were talking about, okay, well, the pitch clock worked out pretty damn good. What else can we do? Hey, electronic strike zones. What about this? What about that? What about a thing called the golden at bat? The golden at bat.
Now, is that like the golden ticket for Willy Wonka?
It's like the golden floor the Nuggets were playing on.
There
last
we
night.
go.
It's all very golden.
Yes.
Yes. The golden at bat. Here it is in a nutshell. Team can choose one at bat every game to send their best batter to the plate.
No matter out of order.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Whenever it is. Even if it's that guy, not that guy's turn to hit, you can send up your best hitter anytime you want to.
Now, does he have to bring a gold card out and hand it to the umpire?
Yes,
like the golden ticket?
He has to use a golden bat. It has to be shiny. What if they gave him like a special golden jersey to wear?
I like that.
Like
a golden helmet?
Yeah.
He's got to put on a golden batting helmet?
Remember those shiny Vegas Golden Knights helmets? Yeah, something like that. Let's keep spicing it up. I like it.
The manager's got to hold up a gold card?
Yep.
Ah.
So think of it this way, okay? Remember the end of the World Baseball Classic a couple of years ago when we got Shohei versus Mike Trout in one of the most electric at-bats that anyone has ever seen? Ohtani strikes out his buddy, his teammate, Mike Trout. Unbelievable stuff, right? Well, what baseball is trying to do, essentially, is manufacture that moment in every single game. Now, some of the argument makes sense, right? Like, at the end of a basketball game, Nikola Jokic gets to have the ball every single time. At the end of a critical drive, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, they've got the ball in their hands. You want to see the best players determine the outcome of the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or some of us do.
Uh-huh.
Text line's already full of people.
Oh,
you warned me this was going to happen. I wasn't ready for it.
People hate it.
Holy cow, you're not kidding.
People hate it.
Nobody yet is.
It's so good.
Go ahead.
People hate it.
So anyway, end of the game.
End of the game. Or really, strategically,
Middle
Andy,
of the game?
You can do it whenever. It could be the second inning. You get the bases loaded, and you could be like, well, I want to send Aaron Judge up there right now.
Ducks on the pond.
Right.
Fifth inning.
Let's just
blow this open.
Let's go for it. Okay? Is it gimmicky? God, yes, it is.
Yeah, I told you, it feels like something we'd make up on the playground.
Right.
If we actually played baseball on the playground ever.
Sure, it's gimmicky. I also grew up in a world where they told me we would never have the designated hitter in the National League. They told me we would never have a pitch clock. Guess what? Both of those things have made the sport better. And
robot umpires are on the way, too.
Thank God. It's about time because the current human umpires are terrible.
Well, here's what I want, though. I'm going to need a robot like the Elon Musk robot thing or whatever. I showed you the robot dog the Denver police got. I want a robot to, C-3PO wander on up there, call some balls and strikes.
Johnny Five back
argue
there.
with the Tin Man. Anyway,
Steve Reich.
I believe that's a strike.
So yeah, it's gimmicky and it's cheesy, all right? But also, I get what they're thinking. And guess what? People like exciting moments in sports. That's what gets you to tune in.
Well,
think of the end of the ALCS this year. Soto's up there and he hits a 3-run jack with 2 outs. Like, I don't know, what if some other scrub was up there? It's not nearly as exciting, right?
No, dude, seriously. And by the way, Ron, tip of the cap to Ron Ramsey. He comes in, Rocky's catching strays out of it. They got no good players. The golden ticket. Theirs would be on Dion. No, seriously. How many times? Hey,
Nolan
look,
Jones.
hey, Serbian guy, you calm down. I thought Ron was funny. Seriously, how many times have you watched an end of a Rockies game where all the drama's built up? You still got and here comes the pitcher once upon a time. Or here comes, Chuck Knobloch, or give me Tony Walters up at bat. And I realize he had the great hit in the wild card game. Yeah, well, plenty of nights he didn't do jack. Okay? So I'm just saying, would it not be fun to see a guy? You know what I want to see now? Because I'm an agent of chaos and I have no attachment to the baseball thing. Go ahead. Guy just scores the go-ahead run, and you're going to send him right back up to the plate.
Love it.
Huh?
Come
on, that's fun.
Think about this, okay? Like what it – okay, Shohei goes up with 1 out and strikes out. You might look at it and go, walk on back, Mookie. Shohei's going to hit again. You could have 2 ABs in a row.
All right, think about this. Somebody hits a double. I'm going to pinch run you.
Yep.
Come on back off base.
Yep.
Have another look at this pitch. They could see 2 at-bats in a row.
Be awesome. It'd be awesome.
I know you all. God, you're not kidding. My God, people hate this.
Okay, so here's where, though, I think Manfred isn't going far enough. All right?
All right.
This is where we can make this even spicier. All right? Because what happens if you challenge a play in football and you get it wrong? Well, you lose a timeout. There's a punishment for it, right?
Okay.
There's got to be a punishment. And this is my idea, all right?
Double outs?
If you, as the manager, if you get to send up your very best player, should he record an out? And granted, this could happen on the final AB of the game, could be out number 27, and what I'm about to say could be immaterial. But this is what makes it fun if you try to use it strategically. Should he get out? You have sent an all-star to the plate. You sent Bobby Witt Jr. up there, and he pops it up. The next hitter, the opposing manager, gets to choose anybody on your roster.
Oh, it's the reverse. Whammy.
Anybody on your roster to then go up and hit. And I'm not talking guy in the lineup or anything.
Anybody. So
okay?
Josh Fogg's just minding his business, having some wings. Guess what, pal? I know you didn't have a start today. Grab a bat.
Time to go take some
Grab
cuts.
a bat and a donut.
Yep.
Swing it on up.
Yep.
And I'm not.
Whoever the biggest scrub is on your team, you can go ahead and send that guy up on the opposing team. Just send him up there.
Only once the golden at bat has been used.
But the golden AB has to get out.
Okay.
It's if you were not successful in your golden AB.
It's like getting the penalty in hockey for challenging something you were wrong on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or this happens in basketball sometimes. Like if a guy has to exit the game, but he got fouled on a play, and the other team can pick whoever they want to go in and shoot the free throws. That fun thing. It's sort of along those lines. You just put some dude up there that hasn't picked up a bat since his sophomore year of high school, and watch him just get smoked.
That is hilarious, and I love it. Now that's too extreme, but what if? I do love it. What if
let's spice it up?
I'm trying to help this for baseball fans. What if you do use the golden at bat? Following it, you have to go back to your bottom 3 hitters. So you can use the golden at bat, who's likely one of your top 3 or 4 guys.
Speeds the lineup up.
Yes, you immediately jump to your 3 or 4 hitters, and look, if they're on base, then pinch runners go on and they come back.
You got to start thinking about that. Then it's like lineup machinations. You're building out your lineup that day. You got to think like, oh man, if we do it in this direction, I got to put somebody good in the 8 hole.
Well, and look, the golden at bat would be a thing that, like you said, it'd be great at the end of the game.
Yeah,
game on the line. I want to see because it sucks. For the casual fan, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect the baseball fans out there, but for the casual fan, which I am all the time, I would like, you're going to get to an inning, it's the bottom 3 lame hitter. Come on, man. I don't want to see the bottom of the lineup trying to get this thing done.
Get mowed down? No.
Why even bother?
Give me the stars. Yeah.
Cody says make the manager go to it bat.
Yes.
Bud Black, grab a bat.
We're not going far enough. That's what I'm saying.
Could you imagine Bruce Bochy, who can't even make a pitching change in under 2 minutes, trying to get an at bat?
There's not enough plastic
I'm on
on planet
board for
Earth
that.
to make that batting helmet. I tell you that. There you go. Golden at bat. See, here's the thing. The golden at bat, they're trying to save baseball. We're saving the golden at bat. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
3rd down 11, ball at the 7 at Denver with the penalty. Nix is in the shotgun, and he stands back at the 1. There's the snap. He drifts into the end zone, 5 yards deep, winds up, long pass down the middle. It's caught over the shoulder, Mims 50, down the middle, the 30, foot race to the 20, angles to the near side, numbers 10, 5, touchdown Denver! Bronco quarterback Bo Nix has just thrown a 93-yard touchdown pass to Marvin Mims.
Oh, big Denver week for our guy, Kevin Harlan. Got to do Monday Night Football, got to do the Nuggets game last night. Good stuff right there. 93 yards. Bo Nix to Marvin Mims. Huge play, kind of the play in a game of so many plays. That, to me, Andy, is the one we're going to remember forever.
Yeah.
Is it?
Why not?
Now that I'm saying it, is it? Nick Bonito had a pick 6. Jaquan McMillan had a game-sealing, spread-covering pick 6.
All right.
What was the play of that game?
Top 5 plays of the game.
Oh, good. Now we're doing the thing.
Now we're ranking
Now we're doing a
things.
thing, and I like it.
You know what? We're coming up on the end of the year. We'll be ranking everything.
We're ranking it all. Uh-huh.
So you got, look, Bo Nix, for Denver fans.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the moment.
Here's what I think is so funny. This has been a weird week for me because I finally feel some Bo Nix joy, and everybody's railing on the game the guy had. But that's the game, like I said, I wanted to see. That throw right there is a throw I wanted him not to be afraid to make, and he showed he isn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. You're out of the box. You're, like I said earlier in the week, you're not the puppet anymore. You're playing ball out there, kid, and I love it. The Nick Bonito interception to me, that was special because they ran 3 guys through his zone trying to confuse him. Well, 2, and then the 3rd was where the play was going. Jameis had great patience and still didn't account for Bonito coming up and making a play.
Breaking that ball, yeah.
So, you know what's funny? You bring up Jaquan. Man, Jaquan saved the game in a way.
He did.
And yet,
it would not have been tough for them to get into field goal range.
No, you're right.
Now, can you trust Hopkins? Who knows? Maybe he doinks that thing or misses it altogether, but still, like that's the game-sealing play. And then the fact that he gets up and runs it in for the touchdown. Like, if he just stays on his back, then the Broncos just they kneel it out, right? And the game's over?
Yeah.
What was Cleveland's timeout situation by then?
It was done.
Yeah. So there you go. You kneel it out and it's done. Guess what? Cleveland, they cover the 6.5.
Yeah.
Important to some.
Dude, the Nick Bonito, I thought that was a special play. And plus it was a linebacker.
You
expect corners to make picks and then pick 6s. Did Von Miller never had a pick 6, did he? Did he?
Not that I'm remembering off the top of my head.
He had an interception against Brady in the AFC Championship, I think, but I don't think he made it a pick 6.
I'm going Mims 1, I'm going Bonito 2, and I'm going McMillan 3, and that tells you how insane that game was that McMillan's play could be 3. And yet that's what I'm going with.
You know what's nutty? I'm like, well, what other touchdowns did Bo throw? I forget he didn't.
No, it was his only tutty.
Because they ran 2 more in.
Javonte had a touchdown and Burton had a touchdown, and then they had 2 defensive scores.
Crazy. How about Burton?
Fullback
dive.
dive.
Look at that score sheet. How much money could you have made off props alone? A Bonito touchdown? A Burton touchdown?
I know.
Are you kidding me?
We had defensive score at plus 375. We had. Do you remember pregame? We looked at it. Judy to score 3 touchdowns was
healthy.
I think it was 100-1.
Yeah, you said you could make significant money there.
But
you also said that Burton would have paid you well, too.
And I know he only scored 1, but, like, Jameis hits that first one to him, you're in the ball game. Yeah, you're absolutely in the ball game. I'm sticking with that ranking. I don't know what 4 and 5 are.
Give me your ranking again.
Mims, Bonito, Macmillan, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm keeping that.
Want to make sure I get it right. Can I say, like, the Judy touchdown was massive, the 70-yarder. That was a huge play in that game. You do have to give, let's give some credit on this one. I know we want to homer it up and just say top 5 Broncos plays, but let's give some credit to the supporting cast that was the Cleveland Browns, the way that they showed up and made that an entertaining game.
Yeah, whatever. Look, I'm with a lot of the people like, Jerry, where was that game all during your Bronco career?
Where was his quarterback? Where was his coach? Where was the organization?
Okay, don't drop.
The guy was
he had
on
plenty of drops.
The guy was
when
on
did you become the biggest Jerry Jeudy fan? Stop it just because it defends your training camp takes. You and I had the same training camp takes.
My training camp takes were fantastic. They're finally vindicated. And here's the thing. This is why I don't want to be a hypocrite about it, because I hated that team. I hated the Broncos and the era of 2016 to 2023 more than anybody.
Okay, hold on.
I'm number one. Nobody seriously contemplated just ramming my head into a brick wall while I was watching the Broncos score 16 points every single week. I hated that team so much. So what kind of hypocrite would I be if I hated anybody else that also hated that team? And guess who else hated that team? The players on the team.
What?
So I can't blame those guys. Guess what? He's in a better place right now. Good for Jerry Jeudy. And the Broncos are in a better place right now. Good for them.
Well, kumbaya frickin' ya. You know what? We drafted you high. I wanted to see that here, pal. Hey, great. Glad you're not dropping passes in Cleveland.
They gave him
Wish
Teddy
you'd have
Bridgewater.
stopped doing it here. Real quickly.
They gave him Drew Lock.
Which team did you hate the most?
Of all the Broncos
I feel like
teams?
2022 is probably the team you hated the most. The
I-
Hackett team.
I hate, yeah.
303-504-0925. Join us, won't you?
I hated that team the most, but a close runner-up was the COVID year team. The Drew Lock quarterback, except when Kendall Hinton was in their team. I hated that team so much. 2019, end of the season. Drew Lock has 5 decent games, shows some promise for the future. Oh, my God, the Drew Lock train was going full blast, and then he was just atrocious after that. Oh, I hated that team.
Yeah, that was full of disappointment and surprise because we really did think that things were going to go better, especially after like that Houston game and whatnot. And it wasn't 2020 where they traded Vaughn. It was 2021, right? 2021 is where they ended up trading Vaughn.
I mean, going to training camp in 2021 and watching Teddy Bridgewater just school Drew Lock every single day, it was just like, how depressing is this right now? My God. Seriously, thank you. Thank you for Bo Nix being able to hit that 93-yarder to Marvin Mims, and we could actually have good quarterback play again. Thank God.
So Von Miller did pick off Josh Freeman in 2012. Man, there's a throwback.
There you go.
Talk about quarterbacks we thought the league thought might be good. There's Josh Freeman. This is a good – I feel like this will bring back some memories for you, though. Getting roasted by SpongeBob and Patrick on Christmas was the bottom.
That was pretty low. That was pretty low.
I remember that Christmas going – I'm so happy I don't have to watch the rest of this game.
Fans counting down the play clock to me was rock bottom.
But that's the hack scene.
That was absolute
Tell
rock
me
bottom.
what in Fangio's year. Fangio, here's what I remember about Fangio. The stupid tight end reverse to open his dumb career here.
That was a Scangarello call.
That was a Scangarello call
Hated
against
it.
the Raiders.
Hated it all.
And
I
then
hated it all.
His defense being all, because here's the thing. Here's what we all forget. Fangio's defenses were good the entire game until Flacco or Locke or Bridgewater would somehow stumble into the points so you had the lead at the end of the game, and then they would all of a sudden forget the defense they were playing, and they'd always give up the winning points.
Every time.
They did it against Jacksonville.
Every time.
They did it against Indianapolis.
Oh, Jacoby Brissett. Yep. Uh-huh.
Von Miller had him sacked. Couldn't get him down.
Ugh. It's better now. It's better now.
It does feel like those days are gone. Somebody called that, I can't find it, but the Bob Seger game, Turn the Page. Remember his hit, Turn the Page? Also covered by Metallica on Garage Days.
I don't recall that.
You don't know Turn the Page?
That particular Seger hit.
On a long, lonesome highway east of Omaha. You don't remember the Metallica video that played ad nauseum in the late 90s, early 2000s?
I don't.
With the stripper?
Metallica
could have been more depressing. She's traveling town to town.
Metallica did a Seger cover?
Oh, they covered it, yeah, in Garage Days.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, I did Whiskey in the Jar.
All right.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry that doesn't get into your traveling Woolberries mix on your Spotify top 10.
I will not have any.
Well, look it up.
I will not have any Jeff Lynne disrespect on this show. Just you.
Somebody put it out there. I don't even randomly. Had I not seen that in some meme on Facebook, I wouldn't even have pulled. Are you a traveling Wilburys kind of guy?
I love the Wilburys. Hell yeah. Who's your favorite Wilbury?
Bob Dylan.
There you go. Good pick.
Only because they listed them. Do I even know who the Wilburys are? And I've already forgot 4 of the 5.
Got your
Wasn't Jerry Garcia one of them?
He was not. No, he was. He was not. We're looking for.
What did Bob Denver do in the band?
That'd be really fun if we just did a whole show of misnaming the traveling
Here's
Wilburys.
the deal. If we were putting together the Broncos traveling Wilburys from the last 8 years, who you got? Like, were all the Wilburys good musicians? Is that it? Is it like the Temple of the Dog of
I think
potty
they generally
jam
were.
bands?
No, they weren't a jam band thing. It was Dylan. It was Petty. It was George. These are all pop guys.
Did
George
they
Harrison,
travel?
Roy Orbison.
Did they go town to town? What the hell Roy Orbison doing in there?
I'm assuming they went on tour.
Isn't that Pretty Woman guy with the weird glasses?
He was, yes.
Yeah.
He was a Wilbury.
How'd he get in the group? He foot in the bill?
He was Roy Orbison.
Is that how they let the old guy get in?
The guy's a legend.
You're paying, are you? Come on.
Was Seeger in the Wilburys?
I don't think he was.
He should have been. That's all I'm saying.
Bob,
he should have been.
I was in a bar on a road trip with the Broncos, and I don't know, it was with you just hanging out. I think it was Houston, and a Seeger song came on. This guy just started belting it out and telling me his story, and I was like, "Wow, I'm really uncomfortable. I don't know how to get out of this. I'm really sorry."
I want to play the audio of Bo Nix talking about the 93-yarder. We had. I swear to God, we had Bo Nix content ready to go.
Is he one of the traveling
Was
Wilburys?
Bo Nix in the Wilburys?
Is it all the quarterbacks? Is that just what it is? Dude, 2019, you could have done traveling Wilburys with just the quarterbacks.
You could have. Jake
because
Driscoll?
You had Brandon Allen. You had Jake Driscoll.
You had Joe Flacco.
You had Joe Flacco.
You had Drew Lock.
You had Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Didn't you
Jake
also?
Driscoll?
Who was? I always forget the Stanford guy that started camp that they dumped for
Kevin
Brandon.
Hogan.
Kevin Hogan.
Yeah.
That's 5 right there.
Yeah.
Go and travel, boys.
And again, people want to be mad at Jerry Jeudy. He was on a franchise that thought it should have Kevin Hogan.
Nah, not yet.
Still.
He didn't come till 2020.
I said franchise. It was the same people. We're running the thing. This is my take. I defend anybody that hated being on the Broncos.
So you're a
over the
big
last
Shelby Harris
decade.
guy?
Definitely. I defend Shelby all day long. Bradley Chubb, anybody. If you were on the Broncos in the last decade and you hated it, well, guess what? So did I.
Did you see Devin Bush playing for I think there were more. Remember when the Broncos were a thing because they had Kennard Lang and Gerard Warren and
Michael Myers?
Courtney Brown is who I was trying to think of.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns are kind of pulling that right now. They got Jerry Jeudy, Shelby Harrison. Remember Devin Bush? He was a Broncos safety. He was out there doing some Brown things the other night.
I have no memory of Devin Bush being here.
Yeah, he didn't make many plays.
Mm-hmm.
If he not have been a camp body, I wouldn't have remembered him.
Well, he was on the Broncos in the last decade, so I hate him.
Hold on. He wanted out. He got out. Did I make him your guy?
Well, I'm happy for him now.
What about KJ Hamler?
I hated him when he was here.
You like some KJ Hamler?
No, I hated him. I hated him all.
How can you hate him? He did nothing. He literally never played.
That's why I don't like him. I hate it. I hate anybody that was crap on that franchise. I hate the people that picked those players. I hate the people that coached those players. I hate whoever the hell was the trust.
You hate all your
owned the
lost
thing.
hours. And of course, this is just our smart listening audience, which are always someone said that actually the Traveling Wilburys did tour with Seeger.
No way.
That's what this person says.
Did they sit in on Hollywood Nights? I need to know.
Down on Main Street.
All right, nothing but Seeger
All right, we'll
jams.
come back. We'll play your cut
We
again.
will play Bo
we'll
Nix
reset
audio.
it, and we'll get to Bo Nix.
When we come back, the Traveling Wilburys rule and the Broncos prior to 2024 and after 2015 were crud. That is what this segment was about. Keep it here. Good start, Spring. Them Hollywood Nights. Nothing but Seeger the rest of the way today.
No, I did not mean to start that.
Nope, it's happening.
I'm telling you, that one song, the guy got all sad. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Stand up and take your hat off. They're playing Seeger. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Really sorry your life sucks, man. I got to go. You good?
They always wake up in some rough spots in Seeger songs, don't they?
Well, of course, this is playing. And I'm thinking of that video, and I'm just like, what? I'm living this video.
Uh-huh. It's good. It's good.
You need to let me get out of
Them
here.
Hollywood Hills. Yes, Kreckman and Lindahl, Wednesday afternoon. Bonix. Andy Bonix.
You need to hear the highlight again?
When he was drafted, I remember it. It's number one. It's number one on my list of that game. But I will tell you this, all right? Bo Nix made that play, but to listen to him talk about it after the game was fascinating because, to me, this play means that the dude's his elite skill, which is his processor, is his IQ, is his brain, his ability to be able to make a fast read and react to it and recognize what he's looking at. His physical skill finally caught up to that, and that's what came together on this play. Listen to Bo Nix talk about that throw after the game from Monday night.
Yeah, well, we knew it was 3rd and long. We were trying to be aggressive and go for the first down, and we just kind of had 3 verticals getting to 3 spots on the field, and they played 2 Tampa invert. Their corners were going back, and as soon as I saw the Mike kind of carry, they only do that in Tampa too, so I knew it was a 2-on-1 to the field. And Marvin, with his speed, just had to get it out there, and he did a great job splitting the field, and their guy couldn't get to it, and just kind of heard the crowd go crazy, and it was one of those awesome plays that you don't get often, but they're pretty fun.
Andy, did you realize that throw was made on a 3-step drop?
No.
That was no 7-step, let me look at all of this. That was 3-step drop. Like he said, he had to make the read on the middle linebacker, who was Jordan Hicks on that play, and from when his back foot hit, the read was made, and he got that thing out in a hurry. Perfect base underneath him, set his feet, got the ball out quick, threw a freaking bullet because it had to be. If he throws that ball with 1 less RPM on it, Devin Bush gets to that. Or excuse me,
sorry,
Denzel Ward, not Devin Bush.
By the way, Devin Bush never played for us.
That's why
there was a Bush in camp that played safety. I can't find who he is here, but interesting note.
Okay.
Devin Bush was who the Broncos are going to draft in 2019, but eventually accepted a trade from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Was it George W. Bush? Is that who you were thinking of?
Played safety. Actually,
Joe Ellis's cousin.
Going back.
Bronco tie.
What are we doing here? That Houston trip I told you about with all the weird
yeah. Were you hanging out
Bob
with the
Seger songs?
Hanging out with the Bush
We were
family?
at a hotel that was literally across the street from the Bush estate.
Do you remember when the Astros were in the World Series and Old Man Bush was him and Barr were sitting right behind the plate falling asleep during the game? they were
I like how you called our president Old Man Bush.
Sorry, George H.W.
Yeah, sure.
You know, there was 2 of them. He was the older of the 2. Thus, he's George W. Bush's old man. Old Man Bush. It all made sense.
Yeah, it writes itself.
Did I disrespect the office too much for you?
Well, no, I just feel like we're getting real close to what Charles Barkley screwed up last night late in the game as he was shown a picture of he was kissing Dick Bavetta.
What did D-Mac call the pills today?
It's an aid.
Okay. What kind of aid?
Well, you know.
A Richard?
Right. It helps your Michael Penix.
He went second deck shot on us today.
He did.
Did he?
He did.
It happens sometimes. What are you gonna do?
You don't watch TNT, do you? After the post game, you don't like the shenanigans of the guy that's at the
Oh
desk,
no,
do you?
I enjoy Inside the NBA.
So you didn't watch it last night?
No, last night I was hosting a college football podcast and producing all of that, and I actually watched the game this morning.
Well,
it's a fun life that I lead.
I hear you. So they were showing.
We're a little busy during the college
They
football
were showing
season.
Dick Bavetta.
Had to wait for the new college football playoff rankings.
I can't even remember what Charles Barkley was talking about, but they popped a picture up and it goes, "Oh, there I am kissing Dick."
It's not wrong.
He and Dick Bavetta were great friends.
That's what he was doing.
Dick Bavetta was a good referee.
Are you on a smooch hello program with any men in your life?
Never. Dude, for as touchy as I am with my hands sometimes,
You are a handsy guy.
It's not, we don't need to stay in the halo together.
You're not a kiss hello guy?
No.
What about any women?
No.
You have an aunt you got to kiss
Listen,
hello
I'm
with?
not Richard Dawson. I'm not rolling up and smooching people.
Just checking. Didn't mean to offend your sensibilities.
Listen, last Thanksgiving, I rolled up. I don't even know what was wrong. Maybe it was having a Manhattan.
Uh-huh.
I went to just tell my sister-in-law, thank you for making the dinner, because I know what a pain it is.
Yeah.
And I gave her a little peck on the cheek, and my brother's just like, what the hell was that? And I go, I don't know. We're going to leave now.
Well, you didn't cop a feel while you did
No,
it, did
but
you?
still, it just, again, it was so not me. Even my brother was like, what is your deal?
So you dipped your toes into the water of being a kiss hello guy.
Yeah, I hated it. No, and see, nothing against my sister-in-law. I'm very happy they ended up together.
Uh-huh.
I just don't need, I don't need that kind of contact in my life.
Yet you're a very touchy guy.
I don't know why.
This is quite the conundrum.
Yeah, we're either,
Anytime we do remotes where we
I'm
have to sit
smacking
next
your
to each other, you
leg,
touch my leg.
I'm pushing you.
Once a segment, you touch my leg. You're a big leg toucher.
And it's not a touch, it's like a slap.
Yeah,
it's like a knee slapper, but it's your knee.
You do the thing, you slap it, and then you clutch it, you give it a little shake.
You got that, pal?
And every time you do it, I just freeze.
I
Like,
know you do.
When is this going to
I'm
end?
telling you, we were constantly knocking the crap out of each other in the neighborhood I grew up in.
Yeah.
Basketball, it was who's going to bleed.
As did I.
The ball.
We left it when we were 12, though.
Now, this one went on for a while.
You're still a toucher. Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
But
I'm not a kisser. No kiss hello.
The pocket poise.
The pocket poise of Bo Nix is a chef's kiss. How about that?
Would you kiss Bo Nix if he was here right now?
I would not.
Okay.
No, not him. Not his wife. Not his kids.
You're very excited.
I don't even know if he's got any kids.
You're really into Bo Nix
I
these days.
wouldn't kiss Joker's kids. I'm not kissing Joker.
Okay.
See, Joker lives the life. Ain't nobody kissing him unless he wants.
He's
7 feet tall.
The height thing throws it, makes it awkward for everybody.
You ever have Scotty slap you once?
The height thing is what would make it awkward.
All right, so Bo Nix and his pocket presence, processor.
He's got poise in the pocket. But that matching up with, like, so much of this season, you have watched Bo. We've lamented the footwork issues that he has had, the inability of him to throw from a solid base, and it's not perfect.
But it's getting a lot better, and it's
in
getting
fact
a lot more consistent.
far from it. But you're right about that. He has improved so much in that area. And, how many conversations did we have with Legwald in September and October of like, oh, man, what can they do for all of this? It's tough to improve in season. Whatever small shortcuts that Sean Payton is finding along the way, and this is where you got to give Bo a ton of credit as well. He's clearly putting in the work and putting in the extra work that he needs to say, all right, I have to stand in here. And he's gotten a hell of a lot better and more comfortable in tight spaces, in tight pockets. And that was the part of watching in September where I was like, this is going to be a long year. This is going to be rough.
No, I was with you because, again, he doesn't – what we're learning.
Yeah.
And where I think Sean Payton is getting vindicated for the arm strength comment is when he does throw at the proper base, which, frankly, as you go back to training camp, as you mentioned, he wasn't always throwing with a proper base.
Right.
He was throwing – look, I got worried about it the other night. He was running out. It's the Mahomes effect. And a lot of quarterbacks, Caleb Williams has got a bad case of it right now, where you think you can run sideways, jump crazy, and just by arm strength alone get the ball anywhere you want against some of the best athletes in the world. Ain't working. And I thought Bo was falling into that early. And what was the high point game where it was just all about the footwork after? What do you remember? What game that was? Was it Saints? Where I think Herb Street was calling it out. Remembering he was skipping a couple passes. It feels like since that time, he's done nothing but work on the footwork. He took the 10 days. It was immediately noticeable how much better it was the following game, I think, against Carolina.
Yep.
Right? And
that's what's funny about the Saints game. They blew those dudes out. He didn't play very well that day.
He didn't, because, again, the footwork was all out of whack, and he was running for his life, and he wasn't trusting the pocket, but he's doing that now. Here's another reason why I'm on the Bo Nix train. One of my little spies in there basically told me, this guy, you know what he is? He's the quarterback. He gets the position. He's first in the door. He's there to work. He knows how to watch. Everything we've complained about some of the guys, starting with Paxton Lynch on, about not understanding the life you got to lead as a quarterback.
Yeah.
He leads it.
He's a no-frills dude.
And it's a natural thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's got a wife and a house, and he's a
football dork.
You haven't heard.
And I love
he
that.
Started a lot of games. He's played a lot of college football.
Yeah.
And I think he got a lot of his college partying out in college.
He doesn't do the big talk thing. It's not Russell Wilson sitting in front of you saying, I'm going to win 4 or 5 more Super Bowls or any crap like that. He is a process-oriented quarterback, and I know that because of how much we've watched him improve what were really tangible things that were issues that he had as a quarterback early on in the season that he has gotten better at. And again, it's not perfect. We brought up the bad deep throw to the interception, and he's moonwalking and
Cortland
moving
on that
backwards,
one,
and there were some bad throws that he made in that game. Don't mistake it that he is a perfect finished product. He'd be the first one to tell you that he isn't, but throws like the one that he made to Mims, throws like the one that he made to Sutton on that out route on third down, right at the sideline outside the numbers. Those were throws he straight not only that he couldn't make or that he wouldn't make, that I don't think he could make back in September, but now he's been able to get to that place. And some of it is just you do have to play, and you do have to be able to recognize, okay, This is an NFL pocket, okay? And this is what space looks like, both in terms of what my receivers are doing when they're running downfield and where I'm at down inside in the pocket. And Sean's done a great job of helping him with a ton of that stuff. The fake pitch stuff, the eye candy stuff gets him a little bit more time, and it's allowed the team to be able to have success and move the ball offensively while he got better, to the point where, again, you can just run a straight 3-step drop and he can make a read and get the ball out now.
Sean, though, the whole year, and again, just as far as the evolution of this week, because as somebody even put on Twitch, I can't believe the weirdest thing of this week is me buying into Bo Nix. Look, man, you finally won a game where he wasn't playing perfect and he wasn't trying to play perfect, and I just think that's huge. There's something about being able to get a win when your quarterback wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
And frankly, a lot of the wins that happened this year, or some of the games you're going, man, if the defense isn't just stout for however long, they weren't stout this week. He did throw some picks, and you still won a game. Over the last 8 years, find me that scenario where they pulled that off and scored 41 in the process.
Right.
You weren't scoring 41 when you were perfect.
It would take him 3
With
weeks
everything.
to score that. Yeah.
So, and I think it's funny because, I guess our guy Nick Wright, someone who put it out on Twitter, Nick Wright's trying to take shots at Bo Nix today, and he's like, well, here's his numbers if it weren't for the 93-yard Mims touchdown. No touchdowns, 2 picks. All right, fine. But guess what?
He made the throw.
He did get the Mims touchdown.
He made the throw.
Okay?
Yeah.
He got that one.
Yeah, that's a pointless exercise.
What
it drives
is Nick
me
Wright's
nuts.
problem? Why is he just always coming after everything Denver?
He's a KC guy.
Okay, fine.
The end.
Enjoy your dumb dynasty then, dude. Get out of here.
Your dumb, stupid dynasty where you win all the Super Bowls. Not winning it this year. Team's a fraud.
You're really convinced.
I am. That's not a good team right now.
Let me ask you this real quick, okay? Is Bo Nix's personality, at least the one that we see at the podium, because like you said, he's not cheesy. He's Sean's guy, but I don't think he's Sean's guy in the locker room. Does that make sense? There's a difference. Sean loves his quarterback.
Yeah.
But Bo's not in there to be the mouthpiece for Sean, as I understand it.
I don't think Drew Brees ever was either.
I agree. But I think with a personality like Sean's, it's important you have a guy like Bo.
But this is exactly what you need to have in terms of that relationship, though. Like Sean Payton is one of the best football coaches of the last 25 years. It's completely certified. And if there was any question about, getting out of New Orleans and he only benefited from the greatness of Drew Brees, well, right now Sean Payton has a team that had a win total of 5.5. He's got them in complete. They're in the driver's seat to make the postseason right now. And they should do it. I think the Broncos are going to be a playoff team this year. It'll be a huge upset if they don't end up doing that. He's doing it with a rookie quarterback, which he never did in his time in New Orleans with all of that winning that he was able to do. So this is only adding to the legacy of that dude. And I think that Bo is smart enough to recognize, like, okay, let me tap into that. That's where this is all going to work. But ultimately, I'm also the leader of these 52. There is a separation right there. I'm not just his guy, and it's a good situation. It's a good setup.
It's crazy because Bo's teammates like him. That's not the crazy part. Again, further proof of the weirdness between specifically Russ and Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Steelers guys do like Russ, but we didn't see that sort of body language out of the guys here.
I think
specifically the offensive line.
I think there were so many missteps on both his part and the organization's part when he showed up. And I think it created friction.
Just too much of, I'm your savior.
Yeah. It was, you're the savior, you're the CEO, we acquiesce to everything. Here's your office. Let's have your family and your staff run the building. Let's go for it. Yeah, Hackett was just a doormat that was getting walked all over the entire time and had no clue what he was doing
Apparently
to begin
he was
with.
watching Goldmember.
It was a disaster. Yeah.
By the way, are you going to watch Hard Knocks? I want to go back and watch Hard Knocks. I heard it was good. Hey, Bronco fans, there's a reason to check in for Hard Knocks. Remember, it's featuring the AFC North. So we're going to get Hard Knocks from behind the scenes of this insane Monday night game.
So we'll be behind the scenes on all of Jameis's pick sixes.
Of all of it.
Yes. Can't wait.
Come on, you got to know they had to be eating that up.
Did you see the footage of him? He was all excited about the field and everything else like that.
I didn't see that.
They played it on the telecast. It was nice.
One thing I did see was apparently Joe Burrow owns the Batmobile from Bale. Spent $3 million on it. And then was joking around how he wants to show up in it as a...
Wait, does he drive it?
It's not street legal, but he said he wants to roll into a Halloween party with it.
That makes me like
in
Joe
the
Burrow
Batman
so
suit.
much more. That makes me like him so much.
Yeah, of all the Batmobiles you want to own, do you really want to own the Bale Batmobile?
I'd take any Batmobile. Hell yeah. That's so cool. What a cool thing to do with your...
I want the Michael Keaton Batmobile.
The obscene amount of money you make as an NFL quarterback, buy a Batmobile.
I've got a Batmobile. Top that.
I like you so much more now.
I've got a Hummer. Yeah, I'm going to drive over you with my Batmobile.
Michael Malone's pregame comments about his team, did anything that happened last night dispel those notions? We'll play that audio next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at SportTrade.com, Colorado's premium sports betting experience with stellar prices, very high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. There is a feature on SportTrade. It's called The Tape, guys. It's just on tab right there at the bottom of the screen on the app. You click on that. You can see every wager that is made on the service as it is made in real time. SportTrade shows you all the action happening on the site. You follow the smart money in real time. SportTrade, it's where the big bets happen. If you're stuck in a rut on your app, check out SportTrade. Get the edge of the best prices that the market has to offer. One of the other fun things you can do on SportTrade, and it's really good in basketball and in hockey, is you can view the odds as probabilities. For example, you bet a team at 40% to win pregame, and then you can sell your bet after the first when they take a 2-0 lead. That actually would have been pretty good if you were betting on Buffalo last night. For first-time bettors out there, you don't got to worry about confusing money lines. It's just buy low, sell high. Download SportTrade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. SportTrade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Let it breathe, Andy. Let it breathe against the wind.
Or not.
All Seeger the rest of the way. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a good one right there. I do kind of feel like I'm in a truck commercial, but still.
With your boots and your mud.
We're rolling on a Wednesday. Nuggets get the victory last night, 119-115. Closed the game on a 10-0 run. It was a fourth quarter last night. The Golden State opened up with a 19-4 run. Denver closed with a 21-4 run. Who was not in the game during that 19-4 run?
The man with the new shoes.
He does have new shoes. And apparently he's constantly losing his wedding ring. That's the other thing I'm learning about Nikola Jokic. So, before the game last night, Nuggets going into this thing at 10-8, riding the struggle bus. It's been a frustrating run. That loss against the Clippers was bad. Michael Malone was asked about some of the struggles of the team, and he didn't really pull any punches when he talked about what he sees as an issue that is currently plaguing this Nuggets roster. This was Malone and I want to reiterate, pre-game last night.
That's a great question. I don't know if it's guys are just kind of caught up in themselves right now. Just worried about, I think we have too many people worrying about why am I coming out of the game? How many shots am I getting? How many minutes am I getting? And when you start having those kind of thoughts, that trickles down. And now you have a lot of me, and that can never be the case. So when you have everybody just sacrificing for the greater good, which we've had plenty of examples of in the last 10 years, especially the last 6 with our playoff runs, that allows guys to just not be worried about what's happening to them. Just be happy for the team, be happy for your teammate, and do whatever it takes to win a game. That's what you love about Nikola. For years now, he might score 6 points. He's one of the rare superstars that, after scoring 6 points in a win, was happy as can be, because he's never about himself. He just wants to win. And other guys as well. It's not just Nikola that wants to win. We have a lot of guys that want to win. We just have to get back to that. And we're 10-8. We're 2-3 in our last 5. We're 3-5 in our last 8. And in order for us to get back to playing consistent basketball once again, it's going to have to start with the defense.
I don't remember the last time Jokic scored 6 points. But anyway, that thing that Michael Malone just talked about right there, Andy, I will say this. The Denver Nuggets, as much as we love the group led by Michael Malone with Jokic and Murray, the best pick-and-roll duo we have ever seen, and Aaron Gordon, one of the great character guys of all time, and Michael Porter Jr., what a great story he is, overcoming 1,000 back surgeries to come out and be a really good sub-all-star level NBA player that he is. Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, late first-round draft picks that have really turned into good rotational NBA players, all those things that this franchise has had going right for itself. And yet this franchise is not immune to what happens to so many NBA teams once you get a few years into the title window. And the Nuggets got it done, and they won a championship, and there is a hunger that goes into getting that done the first time. But a lot of teams will tell you that this is the difficulty in being able to get back to that place, is that thing that Malone is talking about right there. Being able to maintain long-term chemistry and avoid a staleness to the whole thing is really friggin' hard. And I think that's a lot of what he's talking about right there. Is some of this is just a little bit NBA unavoidable, and this is where it's both on him and it's on the guys in the locker room to be able to push beyond all of this stuff. But it gets stale after a while. It just and it happens to so many NBA teams. Again, the Denver Nuggets they're not unique in all of this. Look at what happened to Milwaukee over the last couple of years. They win a title, and you're just like, oh, man, here comes the run. Look out, Giannis about to rip off 2-3 of them. They've gone nowhere but downhill since that point. This is where, and I'm glad that Malone is able to recognize it. I'm glad he's willing to be able to call it out right now. This is where this team needs to be able to look in the mirror and say, okay, how do we push beyond this and get back to a place where we're playing towards collective good? And honestly, the team that I saw close that game last night actually did play that way.
All right, help me out then. That's interesting points that you make there, and you're right. Everybody kind of gets into it. But here's the thing. The guys that usually, what you're describing right there, in any championship team scenario, anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
I don't care the sport, usually what happens is you get the trophy, everyone's accomplished the one thing that you want that not every player gets, and
Top
then
of the
everybody
mountain.
wants to get paid.
Yeah.
Well, certainly the core of this team, you've all been paid. Gordon, extension. MPJ is still in the midst of what he got.
Yep.
Nicole is going to get another extension, and well, if he wants it.
If he wants it.
And Jamal just got an extension.
Mm-hmm.
So your big core there is all locked up with extensions, right?
Yep.
Christian Brown, way he's playing, he'll probably get one too
Mm-hmm.
when he's due one end of the year, whatever it is. So money shouldn't be the issue.
No.
Okay, but you listen to Malone right there. That sounds like a guy to me who's yet again frustrated with his team.
Sure is.
This is a guy that's always loved his team. That to me doesn't sound like a guy that's in love with his team right now.
Does not.
So how do we how much staleness is in that? You know what? Look, you can have great chemistry and it can still get stale. How many guys are maybe still stinging from blowing a 20-point lead at home last year?
I bet.
And you can't erase that with these regular season wins,
I
right?
bet you a lot of them are.
So how do you fix that?
Because here's the thing that happens with those guys, okay? Do you remember the week, 2 weeks, hell, the month of shows that we did after that Game 7, after Game 6 and Game 7? Because we watched an all-time great Game 5 against Minnesota last year. And it was, we could sit there and we could pick out this guy didn't do this, and this guy was playing this way, and this guy was banged up, and this guy, there was blame to go around for everybody. The dudes that are on the team do the same thing. If this dude would have done, and they're so vastly more in the know than any of us are. I do think that's a chemistry impacting loss. That's a lot of guys probably looking at each other and be like, well, if you would have showed up, and if you're Nikola Jokic, you can look at everybody and go, where were you guys? Okay, I did my part. I was jacking up threes at the end of the shot clock every possession in Game 7 because we had nothing going for ourselves right now. Where are you guys at? All right. I do think that the team is still reeling from that a little bit.
All right, some people are weighing in. Caesar and Chris are asking, is this about Jamal? Guys, I will tell you this. I can't tell you for sure. I didn't talk to Malone after the comments.
Mm-hmm.
But he mentioned there who's coming out of the game when. Jamal's still closing games.
Yep.
So I don't think he's talking about Jamal.
His minutes are still there. He does the stagger thing with the second unit, which has been a part of his role going back to when they won a title.
Quite honestly, I don't think Jamal gets the extension if Malone doesn't want him to have the extension.
Right.
I just think that's how this works. So I don't think right now he's talking about Jamal. I don't know who he's talking about. And look, I think, are we focusing on who's taking the shot? I think he wants everybody. He's not happy with the rebounding. He's not happy with the defense. You know, maybe he's talking about MPJ, but MPJ was in there for critical offense, and they pulled out MPJ late last night to get some defense from Westbrook.
Yeah.
But I imagine had they needed it, let's just say it played out to whatever scenario, whether you make a free throw, but you're going to need a shot as soon as, if the Clippers went down and tied it, I bet you MPJ would have been in there for the final offensive possession.
I'm sure a part of the challenge right now, too, is the way guys have been in and out of the lineup. You didn't have Jamal for a while. You didn't have AG for a long chunk of the season. Minutes get varied right there. And everybody's role is a little bit different depending on who is available from night to night. Again, like we can sit there and do the try and pick out who's unhappy and who's miserable right now, and I've got my theories as well. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's talking about a bigger collective thing that's going on with his team right now.
He's talking about some of his bench guys too.
Yeah,
look, there's no way he's not frustrated with the bench. They all know. Here's the problem: you're gonna have to figure out something where guys can somehow piecemeal some minutes together, so Joker's not playing 40 minutes a night in games you got to have.
Do you think Zeke Nashi's thrilled?
I'm sure Zeke's probably not thrilled.
You think Dario Saric is thrilled?
No, yeah. That one you wonder about.
Right.
Not sure this is what he thought he was signing up for.
Yeah, we're not just talking about guys that are regularly seeing the floor right here. Like guys talk, guys grouse, all those kind of things.
What about Peyton Watson? Remember, Peyton Watson had a little. Now he's kind of been up and down this year, but I feel like he's been trending up. But that's a guy that had a much different role a year ago than what he's had lately.
And he had some really good games when he was filling in at the starting four for Aaron Gordon, and now it's like, okay, relegated back to the bench. I bet that's frustrating as hell. I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's. I know it's really easy for us on the outside to sit and look at these guys and say, well, you're making millions of dollars. Shut up and accept your role. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. These dudes are competitors. They have pride. They want to go. They want shots. They want minutes. They want to be the guy out there at crunch time. And I fully believe pro athletes want those things whether they got the paycheck or not, because they're prideful human beings and they're great competitors and how they got to their place right now.
Well, and look, a couple other guys, I'm thinking about Hunter Tyson, which maybe you'll laugh about, but look, Hunter got to play.
He did.
Right?
And now he's
Julian
back out.
Strother's getting to play, but he's still a little up and down.
Mm-hmm.
But guys like
Hit
you,
a big three
like
last
you
night.
said right there, guys get a little taste of being a part of an NBA team. That's what they want.
Yeah. And this is on Michael Malone to be able to, and his entire staff. I'll say this is a coaching staff thing. Is you got to be able to tap into what motivates each of these guys individually and get them to work towards that collective. I'll tell you what a damn good thing is having Aaron Gordon back.
Yeah.
They're a different basketball team with that guy. They look different. They play different. They play with a different joy when they're out on the floor, when AG is out there. Nikola Jokic, what's so funny about last night, 38, 10, and 6 with 5 steals and a plus 23, made 3 out of 4 threes last night. Tell me if anyone else thinks I'm crazy. I thought he looked exhausted last night.
No, he's got a new kid at home. You and I both lived that life. Anybody that's had a new baby at home, I think, can relate to what he's probably going through.
Yeah, he had some turnovers last night that were just slop.
Right.
That was just they were clearly a dude that was trying to get by, given a 7 out of 10 effort. Now he's the best damn player in the world. That's why he played the way that he did. And did he ever close that game? He had 6 of the last 10 points. But that was another guy last night that I was like, he's kind of running on fumes. Goes to show you how damn good he is. It's the Crackman and Lindahl Show. We got NFL news coming up, including now we know what roster Josh Reynolds is on. We'll tell you about that next. We're going to make some night moves into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL right now. It's all Seeger bumps the rest of the way here on a Wednesday.
Only this week.
It's your fault, Andy.
It is my fault, and I regret like Ron Burgundy in the milk on a hot day, I immediately regret this decision.
Come on, man. Feel the night moves.
No, wait. That was when he jumped in the bear cage.
Let it all seep into your soul. Let's do it, spring football news.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos waived wide receiver Josh Reynolds. Was it yesterday? Or was it the other day? Today, the Jaguars claimed Josh Reynolds off of waivers. Also, in other Jaguars news, they placed their quarterback Trevor Lawrence on IR earlier today. And that was seemingly due to the concussion he sustained on the Alshire hit. But Ian Rappaport in the last 5 minutes tweeting out that he is also going to undergo surgery on the AC joint injury that he had in his left shoulder. So he will be out for the rest of the year.
All right, so this is kind of interesting, and thank you to Andrew for texting in because it got me to look into this. I wasn't thinking much about how much money they probably would save with the Reynolds deal. But
4.5 next year.
4.5 between the 3.9 base and $510,000 roster bonus because Jacksonville claimed him on waivers. They pick up the remaining part of the contract. Thus, they do get a little cap relief, which, again, maybe not the biggest cap relief, but it does help offset. What was Russ's hit next year? 39, 34,
32,
35?
I believe. 50. It was 53 this year, 32 next year.
All right. Well, guess what? Now it's down to
Very
28
doable.
if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah,
So there you go.
Very doable.
Probably works out best for everybody, right? You got a good young wide receiver room that you like. He gets a fresh start somewhere else. Probably the best thing for everybody.
Yeah, I'm a little. Teams need warm bodies this time of year.
They do.
So even if you're a crap team like Jacksonville, you're like, well, we need a receiver.
All right.
And now we have Mac Jones as our quarterback.
What would kill them to move the trade deadline to around Thanksgiving instead of closer to Halloween? Seriously. How many deals would get done this time of year? If you really wanted to up the news cycle. Brett, wait your turn.
No.
No,
Jamal.
Get your turn.
No.
Yeah, save that for 6 a.m. Seriously, if you were to do a
Did I do
trade
that?
deadline
Did I push a button?
right now, how many teams would get involved? Because you talked about it. There's a lot of playoff teams.
Yeah.
What about the suspension? People got to remember, it's a 3-game suspension for Shahir right now. They've got a bye week. His suspension basically is the 3 of the last 4 games of the year they're without him if it doesn't get, bargained down.
There would be a hell of a lot more activity. Yeah.
That would be fun, right?
Sure would.
I mean, the NFL never hurts for headlines this time of year.
Roger Goodell would go for it, though. Anything to get attention for his product, yeah.
First week of December, kind of like baseball does, that last stretch, trade deadline.
Yeah, I could see
And
it.
I say that selfishly because then the Broncos could have probably traded Josh Reynolds.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, hey, those pesky Kansas City Chiefs. They are 11-1, but they keep winning close games, oftentimes against weak opponents like the Raiders on Black Friday. But Patrick Mahomes talking to the media today, he was asked if he enjoys the problem-solving aspect of playing and winning these close games. Here's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if enjoy is the word for it, but I think it keeps you motivated, which I think can be a good thing in the end. I think sometimes I look back on the year we lost in the Super Bowl, and we were very dominant throughout the regular season, and it's just kind of like you get in this point where you start coasting because you're winning games, you're just kind of doing the normal thing. Whereas if you look at us last year, even though it didn't go the way we wanted to, it felt like we just continued to work every single week, and we knew we had to get better, and we didn't let the details slip, and we ended up playing our best football at the end of the year. And so that's the hope, is that with all these close finishes, we're getting wins, but it's keeping us hungry so that we can try to continue to get better as the season goes on.
They're scheduled the rest of the way, Andy. Home against the Chargers coming up here on Sunday night. They go
Very intriguing.
Yeah, we go to they'll go to Cleveland. After that, we just saw the Browns. They can score. Okay.
Oh yeah, that defense may have trouble with that.
Home against Houston, at Pittsburgh, at Denver to finish up. 4 of their 5 remaining opponents are going to be playoff teams, and one of them is it's a tough out in the Cleveland Browns right now. They're 11-1 as we sit here today with 5 games to play. What do you think the Chiefs' final record is going to be?
Gosh, it's such a tough question, Nate, because I understand they're not doing it sexy anymore, but they're 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
They're 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them losing to Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh could play a ball control style. Russ is hitting the big plays, which is all they're asking him
At
to do.
Pittsburgh Christmas Day.
At Pittsburgh, yeah, I could see that being another loss. So
Yeah.
that would at least get them to 2. Again, I don't know what to make of the Denver game till we know what's on. Look, the Broncos might be the team that's can't go anywhere, and they're resting their guys because they won't have a bye week, right?
Yep.
Throw that out there. And maybe this is why you should root for Shahir to get his suspension reduced, because if he gets back in time for the Chiefs game and it's only 2-game suspension, that makes Houston a much more formidable
The
blow,
suspension
too.
was upheld. 3 games.
So
it'll
it's
be.
not going anywhere?
Yep.
Houston's still pretty tough. I'll go that going into Denver, they'll sit at 14-2.
Chiefs are going to finish 13-4. They will not have the 1 seed in the AFC.
Who do you got them losing to?
I have them losing on Sunday to the Chargers. I got them losing at Pittsburgh, and I have them losing when they come to Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it.
I have to have
I'm
them
not
losing.
rooting for it, dude.
I have to have them losing the Bronco game because I told you earlier in the season that the Broncos will win 1 of 2 against Kansas City this season, and they already lost 1, so they got to get 1.
Yeah, but how crazy is this season turning out to be? We all thought the Broncos would be playing an empty Kansas City roster. It might be the other way around.
No.
I'm telling you, if the Broncos have that thing locked down, they may need to rest guys before the playoffs.
There's the possibility, too, that Denver could be looking to move up. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who
but
knows?
what if they're locked in at 6 or 7, let's just say?
Then you don't do anything.
Yeah.
Then you mail that game in. Mm-hmm. Stiddy time. That's what you do in that game.
Or do you go Zach Wilson
You
for
could.
trade?
You would be excited about that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, how about the Jets? I know you guys are sick of these guys, but the 3-9 Jets, they're at the 5.
They're sick of themselves.
They're at the 5-7 Dolphins. I guess the Dolphins are kind of still in this thing at 5-7.
Kind of ish.
And they'll host the Jets, so that could get them to 6-7. Aaron Rodgers talking to the media today. He keeps saying things along the lines of how, or alluding to him wanting to return to the Jets. In fact, today he said this. He said he recently renovated his house in New Jersey with the idea that he'd stay a few more years.
Yeah, I mean, I just redid my house here in Jersey, so my goal was to play a few more years here, but we'll see. I'd like to be healthy. I'd like to end on my feet, and then I'd like to play well, and I'd like, to feel like I'm wanted back. If not, that's, again, I will not be offended. I won't be upset. I'll be so thankful either way, whatever happens here. But, I got to be healthy mentally, physically, and then there's got to be interest on both sides. And if that's not the case, then I'll look at other options. But first I'll think about whether I actually want to play or not. But it usually takes a good, month to get away from it, which I'll do the first month, and then see what happens.
Okay, are you going to watch Enigma? Have you been seeing this?
No.
Enigma,
What's
a
this?
documentary about Rodgers and his weird ways and all his relationships.
I've
Hits
not seen
Netflix
this.
December 17th, I believe.
Okay.
And
Enigma.
it shows him getting the ayahuasca and the whole deal, and reliving all the stuff that's been going on with his playing career.
He's doing hallucinogenic drugs on camera.
They're showing the guy blowing the smoke in his face and going in the stuff, and going into the dark retreat and the whole deal,
I have
man.
no idea
So he's
what's
been doing
going
all
on.
this stuff. and
Hold on. There's footage of the darkness retreat.
He's had a film crew following him around.
They could just put a black screen up and do a voice.
Well, fair enough, but fair enough. I'm
There's
trying
ways
to look
to
for
cut that corner.
I'm trying to look for the trailer here for you, which again, I swear it said Netflix because I'm on their account. But yeah, I'll look for Enigma and then I'll show it to you, man. It's wild. Have you had enough of him? Will you watch?
Yeah.
There it is, right there.
I'd imagine I will just watch football with the time that I otherwise would have spent watching a documentary about Aaron Rodgers. I get enough Aaron Rodgers. There's no point where I'm just like, you know what, I want to give an hour of my free time. I got a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old and 3 jobs during football season. I got a little bit of free time. I'm going to dedicate it to Aaron Rodgers right now. I'm good. I'm set. I'm all right.
All right.
Yeah. Plus, the season of the challenge is too good. I got to be watching that in my free time. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Oh, I can't believe I didn't get Johnny Bananas in my life last week.
I know, right?
Can't wait for tonight.
Big app.
The Ravens suspended wide receiver Deontay Johnson 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta is saying in a statement, quote, Deontay's suspension stems from refusing to enter our game against the Philadelphia Eagles. And then he said that this was a difficult decision.
Yeah, I would imagine that it was. He didn't play in that game. So did he just suit up and then go out there and be like, I'm good. I'm not going to play?
Guy's wild, man. He's had a few stops for a talented receiver. Maybe you're finding out why he wasn't thrilled with his time in Baltimore, right? With Carolina.
But it's wild, though. Like, you're in a good team. You're in a good team with a good quarterback.
It doesn't always mean the same to everybody else.
It really does not, yeah. Wild story there. But suspended for refusing to enter the game. Sounds like he was already kind of suspended. There you go, everybody. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Andy, I got a smorgasbord of football stuff to hit you with when we come back here on the other side. Number 1, I got a mock draft. Oh, let's dig into a mock draft. The Buffs are getting a lot of love yet again. I want to talk about Sean Payton, and I want to talk about what he is doing so far this season. And Matt Miller's got a great piece on ESPN, the 102 best skill sets in the NFL. Broncos made the list 3 times.
All right.
We live in a world where the Broncos actually make these lists. I'm going to tell you which Broncos are the best at things in the NFL. That's all coming up next. Feel the Seeger. Touch the Seeger. Let the Seeger breathe all over you, Andy. All Bob Seeger bumps today.
That's a different one. I haven't heard that version.
It's Andy's idea.
That's a jazzier one.
It's the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, it's never too early for a mock draft. You know what's cool, though, about mock drafts at the moment?
Yes.
They're meaningful to us because Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders are going to go in the top 5. But they're also not meaningful for us because the Broncos are going to pick in the 20s.
Got no issue with that.
Oh, it's a nice world.
What do they have? Do they go all the way to 20 in this one? What do they have the Broncos doing?
Dane Brugler.
Lineman again?
Dane Brugler gave us for a full first-round mock. Denver would be picking at number 23. They go Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State.
Oh, baby!
There you go.
I guess I'll have to learn about him.
You'll be excited.
23.
Yep.
Man, they were at 19 just like 2-3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 23.
But you're going by record. So, like, even though Houston will win their division, like, playoffs and draft are a little bit different. If Denver ends up with, a better record than Houston, then Houston would pick higher than them, even though Houston will have a higher playoff seed than them, which is so bizarre.
That ain't right. You can't win your division and have the higher playoff seed. Come on. You got to change that.
Well, you get the playoff seed, but then you get the higher draft pick, too.
No. If you win the division,
you should get the lower pick.
You should get the lower pick. No, you can't have both. Anyway.
You get it all. You get it
no,
all for
you
being
don't.
a division
That's
winner.
Stupid. You're already hosting a game you don't deserve to host.
You know what else you get? A full box set of Bob Seeger. That's what you get for winning your division in the NFL.
Is it from Columbia Life Music?
Columbia House.
Or whatever that was. Remember they'd show those things late at night? Here's the thing. You better still have a CD player or record player to play said box set.
I still have both
Dude,
of them.
what would a box set do with records? What, you get like 900 records?
For the hardcore Seeger fans out there, it'll cost you $13,000.
Just real fast.
Everything Seeger's ever recorded and the B-sides.
What do you think what would be, how do I phrase this? I got a box set. I bet you never would guess who the artist is.
Elvis Costello.
No.
All right.
Good, yeah.
Who was it?
Nat King Cole.
That's a good box set
I like
right
a little
there.
Nat King Cole.
Sure.
American Songbook.
There you go.
Actually, on these little bad CDs. Some of the songs I don't think they could probably play these days, but
cancelable.
Yeah.
Different stuff back then.
Anyway.
Jacksonville, number 1 overall pick, Travis Hunter.
All right. Go ahead. Let's hear Shedeur, and then I've got a scenario for you.
Number 2 overall pick, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Shedeur?
Quarterback out of the University of Miami, Cam Ward.
Interesting.
Number 3 overall pick, the New York Giants. Quarterback, Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado.
Does the Raiders thing change because nobody thinks Deion's going to the pros anymore?
Brett McMurphy is the Bob Seeger of sports radio guests.
Colorado?
Colorado?
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe that Travis Hunter is viewed as the most can't miss. Like if you draft Travis Hunter, you are drafting an all-pro.
No, I agree.
If you go quarterback, it's going to come down to some taste here. I again, I cannot ignore. First off, I don't think Cam Ward is that appreciably better than Shedeur's. I'm not even sure he is better than Shedeur's, period. But that Cam Ward, if the Raiders have the number 2 overall pick, if Tom Brady is going to have the voice that it is said that he will have with that organization, that Mark Davis is going to ignore an opportunity to put the Sanders name on his franchise in Las Vegas, which has no foothold in that town whatsoever, the opportunity to be able to add Shedeur. Now, here's the thing. I actually think the Giants, if Daboll is still the coach, would be a great place for Shedeur to land. He is an outstanding coach of quarterbacks, and if he got an opportunity to be able to mold Shedeur Sanders the way that he once did with Josh Allen, you would really see Shedeur take off, but I can't see a planet in which Shedeur Sanders, if the Raiders are in the top 5, doesn't end up in the silver and black.
Yeah, I'm with you, whether, Coach Prime is a thing or not. I just think, people need to remember that Shedeur does have a relationship with Tom Brady, too, and who does Tom Brady have part ownership in?
Yeah.
So Here's my question. Dan Tanner threw this out to me, and I've been kind of thinking about it. I didn't realize we were going to bring this up, but would you trade Trevor Lawrence if Shedeur is sitting there? Now, let's take out of it for the sake of the discussion. I don't think there's a world in which Deion lets his son go play for Jacksonville. I don't think it's happening. Okay? But you don't seem to agree? I don't think that's enough flair for the Sanders name. I think part of what's behind this is give me a market that they can market him in. And Jacksonville ain't it, unless you know they're going to London.
I was going to say, you do get the London connection there, but
I'm not sure he's worried about international just yet.
would Shad Khan really punt on Trevor Lawrence
Well,
now?
okay, let's
paid him.
let's just take it at best as we can as its core.
This next coaching hire. I mean, they got to hit the coaching hire first.
Well, okay.
Doug Peterson's clearly going to get canned.
Yep. But let me ask you another
hit
question.
That.
If let's say you're the Giants, or I don't know, let's say Jacksonville wins a couple games with Mac Jones and they want Shedeur.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to trade with the Giants, the Raiders. Take your pick of a team.
Mm-hmm.
Does the team want the Trevor Lawrence contract? Because remember, he's got his big boy contract.
Right.
now.
It's going to massively impact whatever you would get in terms of any kind of trade compensation. It would knock that down. It's not like you'd be getting 2 first-rounders or
Right.
something like that, because you would have to take on the contract for a player that is presumably kind of damaged goods right now with the surgery that he has to have at the end of the season. Also, and granted, I can't tell you for sure. I just believe the psychology of most NFL owners is once they hand out that 9-figure contract to a quarterback, and I know it's rich saying it in this town, but they typically go down with that ship. But Shad Khan made that guy his number 1 overall pick, gave him the contract extension, is about to hire him a new coach. I would be really surprised to see Jacksonville move on from Trevor Lawrence.
I would agree with you. But even the move at its core, see, the thing that, like, if you're a team, wouldn't you rather have Shedeur or look, we don't even have to keep it at Shedeur, whether it's the Miami quarterback, whether it's the Georgia quarterback or whatever, I don't know, pick your favorite person. You want the cheap stud to give you a few years to build a team around him.
Yeah.
You don't want the Trevor Lawrence contract right away.
That's true.
As you're trying to then build a team around him.
That's true.
You know, you need, like, that's the benefit of the young like, again, if Bo Nix keeps trending in this direction, you got 4 years of not having to pay the guy, and you can finally build a team around him.
If Belichick was the next coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, does he want an established veteran quarterback who he could walk in the door and again, just a couple of minor corrections and you get back on track with Trevor Lawrence? Or do you want to say, I want to jump in here and I want to have a rookie quarterback and deal with those headaches? I feel like for 78-year-old or however old he is now, I think he's actually 73, Bill Belichick, he would want to jump into a situation with an established quarterback.
Okay, does he want the flash? Let's say it is Bill Belichick, and do you want the flash? Shedeur is going to be his own man.
Oh, sure.
Here's the other thing. Let's just get to a football point about it. And look, I love Shedeur. I would take Shedeur. I think he's a fantastic. He has got ice in his veins when it matters most. He makes plays.
Yep.
But I'm not foolish enough. I've covered enough NFL football, and we've got the greatest example right here in our town. Not every coach is going to love how long you hold the football for a second or third bigger play and pass up, like Troy Aikman kept diagramming the other night, the couple 3 easy routes that they'd rather you just throw instead of, like, again, I think it is one of the reasons why Coach Prime's talked about possibly, like, he's got to go to the right coach, he being Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to coach all the gunslinger out of Shedeur, but he holds the ball a long time for those plays to happen.
Yeah, he does.
And coaches aren't always going to be thrilled with that.
Caleb Williams is a great example of this, of a high pressure to sack rate guy that he's gotten to the NFL, and some of those problems have continued with him. Now, Jaden Daniels had those same issues at LSU. He's corrected a lot of it. He's been pretty good at the NFL. So it's not a truism amongst every prospect, but it is something. You're absolutely right. That's Shedeur's issue.
Real quick, to really drive home your point about Travis Hunter being the number 1 overall pick, or should be.
Mm-hmm.
PFF put out its grades. Travis Hunter's receiving grade is 88.3. The top grade, he's fifth among FBS receivers. Fifth in the NFL is Amon-Ra St. Brown at 89.1. Travis Hunter's coverage grade,
okay,
First among FBS corners, and I've told you I still believe he's the better corner. 90.9. Guess who's got the top grade as a corner in the NFL?
Surtain.
Exactly.
Okay.
85.5. So he's got the grade that equals a top 5 receiver and the number 1 corner
In the NFL.
in the NFL.
And he's doing it at the college level, and he's doing it at two different
both
positions. He's unbelievable.
How do you not give him the Heisman? B, he really should be the number 1 pick.
He's going to win the Heisman.
And he should be the number 1 pick.
He's going to win the Heisman. And this, I get it. I know there's a toxic debate between Colorado and Boise fans right now online. Both guys have been unbelievable this season.
I'd take both on the Broncos.
Travis Hunter is just, he's one of one. And any other year when Hunter wasn't doing what he was doing and we haven't had one outstanding quarterback in college football, Ashton Genty wins the Heisman. That's how it goes. Some years the field is stacked. And other years, Jason White wins the Heisman. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Not that he needed to catch a stray today.
A couple of Oklahoma quarterbacks you could put in there. There's like Mark Hipple or something like that. Josh Hipple.
Any number of them. He didn't need to catch a stray today. All right.
Sean Payton, give me some numbers.
All right.
Talk to me.
Where does Sean Payton rank on the best NFL coaches of the last 25 years? I've broken it down this way, Andy, is I believe I've put this into 2 tiers. Maybe you disagree with me, but I think you would probably see it the same way. Bill Belichick, Andy Reid are on an island of their own. Just have the debate between the two of them. I would take Belichick over Reid, but have the debate between the two of them. They're on their own planet. Look at everything. Wins, Super Bowls, everything else. They've got it all. The very next tier, and these guys are no slouches, and I don't know what order I would put them in, but here's the 4 names I'll give you. Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Sean McVay. That's my next tier. You could argue McVay doesn't have the longevity, but he's been to 2 Super Bowls in the time that he has been the head coach of the Rams. He's been there with 2 different quarterbacks, and he's won one of them. Pretty damn good. Peyton has a massive win total in a Super Bowl title. John Harbaugh, same. Tomlin, same. Tomlin's never had a losing season, by the way. That's how I view it. I don't know in that second tier, which is still pretty damn good, where does Sean Payton fall in the pecking order? Also, do you think I'm missing anybody?
Oh, as far as missing anybody, and we're talking last 25 years that are active.
Yeah. They don't have to be active. I got Belichick in the list. Just coaches of the last 25 years.
Yeah, man, I'd have to really put some thought into that. I was thinking more, you kind of prepped me for this topic, so I was trying to think of where Sean Payton would fall. I think of the group that you listed. See, Payton and McVay are kind of on equal footing. Tomlin and Harbaugh are so close to jumping into that next tier for me.
Yeah.
They're ahead of the other two.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because someone texted in Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll probably, but
yeah, he's
still the guy that allowed Russell Wilson to throw instead of letting the most dominant back in the game take it in from a yard for your second Super Bowl.
I don't have a problem with putting Pete Carroll in there. That's a good call. I got no problem with putting Carroll in there. I'm not going to put Mike McCarthy in there. God, no. He's got a lot of wins, but
someone put McCarthy in there?
He has a massive win total. I mean? He has a massive win total. He's got he's got longevity and he's got wins.
Yeah, I'm doing this off the hip, so I'm not really thinking about all the guys that are retired. I like where you've been. And Loveland Pete said Shanahan. Remember, Shanahan was done before 2010, and his greatest Super Bowl years came before the 2000s.
Yeah.
So his best body of work really didn't happen in the last 25 years.
And you know what? Kyle Shanahan deserves a place in the conversation.
Kyle, yeah.
He absolutely does.
But you got to get a Super Bowl.
It's been to 2 of them.
Peyton's got a Super Bowl. McVay's got a Super Bowl. Harbaugh's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Tomlin's got a Super Bowl.
Every dude that I put on here has the ring.
Okay, so how about to kind of cut to the chase a little bit on the topic with you?
Yeah.
Because I see McVay and I see both Seans are tied. Okay, Peyton and McVay. I would put Harbaugh and Tomlin ahead of them in that tier.
Step below Tomlin and Harbaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. They're different kinds of coaches in here too. Like, to me, Tomlin's a vibes CEO guy. Hell, I'd even say the same thing about John Harbaugh, really. He came from being a special teams coordinator. He's more of a manage the room kind of guy, but he's great at the job. Sean Payton and Sean McVay, they're both offensive X and O wizards.
Right.
You know, that's where they cut their teeth. Sort of the way Andy Reid does on offense, the way Belichick does on defense.
Right. So here's my question to you to make this a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
Does a second Super Bowl for Sean Payton in particular in this conversation, get him to the next tier? Get him to the Reid.
Here's a
Belichick
huge part of it.
tier.
Could
help him move him up the tier he's in.
Winning with a second franchise, I think, goes a long, long way. Because, and this is one of the things that Andy Reid has going for himself, is he did a ton of winning in Philadelphia, and he's done a ton of winning in Kansas City. He has been great in 2 different locations, and he's done it with a bunch of multiple quarterbacks. If you want to make the argument, that's a knock against Belichick. Totally fair. He did it all with Brady. Now, granted, I would almost argue he did it with 2 different quarterbacks, and I mean it in this way. Young Brady was fine.
The first Super Bowls, how many did they get together? 6?
Yeah, I got 6. The first 3?
First 2 to 3 were defensive led.
Yeah.
And Brady was just trying not to screw it up.
And they never won one without a top 10 defense. Of any of the 6 that they won together, they never won it without a top 10 defense.
Didn't they get a couple when Manning got out of the way, too?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
that
how about that?
They're still pretty good. But
it's fun. No, I know, but think about how many Manning could have won without Brady in his way, and what would Brady have done without Manning in his way?
If Sean Payton wins a Super Bowl in Denver in the coming years, here in Denver, does he enter into a Belichick Andy Reid kind of space?
I don't think so. Not yet. What about for you? There's only one Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Right.
A lot of winning, but only one Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Yeah.
I think he moves to the top of his tier, but you're talking about Andy Reid's. They've already got 3 in KC, right? Plus, they're going for the 3-peat.
They are.
Belichick's got 6.
3 in the last 6 years.
Exactly. That's just a hell of a lot of winning.
Unreal. Unreal. What that dude's been able to do.
Sean Payton wins 1 in Denver. You're at the top of. Look, it's still a prestigious tier. Don't misunderstand what we're saying.
Yeah.
But you're talking about automatic open the door entry to the Hall of Fame when it becomes Andy Reid and Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
They're just walking in.
Yeah.
I don't know that Sean, even if he wins a second one here, is quite there. Remember, Sean's had an interesting history with the NFL.
Yeah, he's got the bounty gate thing that works against
him.
Ooh,
that is a good point, though. Does Sean get extra credit for winning with 2 different franchises?
Of course you do.
So does that put him in? Is it fair enough to bump him into the next tier?
It's getting pretty damn close. The job he's done this year, I'm floored.
See,
I'm floored at how quickly he got this thing.
No, I'm with you. And look, listen, what did they win? 7-8 wins last year? Nate, I guess here's what's hard to answer about that question if he gets the Super Bowl. How quick does it happen? What if he pulls one of those crazy miracles like Mike Shanahan did when he got here, and 3 years after he gets here, they're winning the Super Bowl? How many wins is that? Now, look, if he gets a Super Bowl, like, say, at the end of the contract and accrues a ton of winning, yeah, maybe it changes our conversation. But as we look at it today, let's say they just get everything keeps coming up Peyton and everything keeps coming up Knicks this year. You face a bunch of beat up teams in the playoffs, and voila, you're the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl all of a sudden in the mid-90s or whatever that was with Holmgren.
Keep talking. I'm interested.
I don't think like you get a Super Bowl this year, not enough to bump you into the Andy Reid Belichick thing. Does that make sense?
With a rookie quarterback? With a rookie quarterback who was QB6 in the draft?
You've made that a very special.
It's one of the greatest coaching jobs in history.
Lots of winning tiers.
If he does that.
All right, but you know what? You know what'll happen? If let's just dare to dream. Let's just get drunk like the game the other night.
Crank the Seeger, Spring. We're getting drunk right now on air.
Yeah. Sitting back in the garage, getting nutty. Let's just say they find a way to win, but it's, Mahomes is out. You face a weak opponent. Like, I could see it being criticized the way, the Nuggets didn't play a hard enough road to the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Super
Remember
Bowl's
I had
a
to hear
Super
all
Bowl,
that?
man.
I'm with you.
Super Bowl with a rookie
championship
quarterback
is a damn
is a damn
championship.
Super Bowl. Also, consider the fact that this team, if they stay the 7 seed, which they probably will, would have to win every game on the road till they got to the Super Bowl. I'm liking the conversation though. Let's keep dreaming.
All of a sudden, you're talking yourself into now he's there. Where is Peyton in the all-time coaching NFL wins leaders? Where's the list?
All-time wins list right now. If we're doing the all-time, currently amongst active coaches, he is 1, 2, 3.
He sits at 18 with 168.
I think he's.
That's all-time though.
Yeah, of the active coaches, currently he is 5th. Actually, 4th, tied with Harbaugh at the moment. And Harbaugh has one more loss. That's interesting. Mike McCarthy has 172 wins.
Get out of here with that. Come on.
I swear to God.
Good luck. Good for you.
I swear
Good
to
for
God.
you, bud.
This is a real thing. Uh-huh. We'll take a break. When we come back, elite skill sets. The Broncos possess elite skill sets. Great list on ESPN. We'll tell you who's doing it next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It is the holiday season, and that's usually a time where you give loved ones a gift. Maybe you give the loved one in your life a special gift by helping yourself out. See where we're going here? If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, now's the time to go and see the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and start feeling like yourself again. Get your confidence back again. Put the intimacy back in your life. You don't have to live with erectile dysfunction, although for whatever reason, a lot of men choose to. Don't go through the struggles. Don't go through the hit to your self-confidence, and don't accept having a mediocre sex life. You can go and get things back the way they were over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics, and they've got options for you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that'll have you lasting an hour or more. That's an awful lot of holiday cheer there. All you have to do is schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your first visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get the T and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, guess what? The visit's free. 5 locations to serve you. Go check it out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. See which one is closest for you, or give them a call, 720-440-7900.
That was not what I was expecting to finish on right there. Nice job today, Spring. We didn't ever get to Like a Rock.
Like a rock.
God, there's good 80s sax going on right there, though. That is strong. Nothing but Seeger bumps today. Andy's idea. Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You're wearing me out.
All right, Matt Miller today, ESPN, Andy. Really fun piece right here. I love this stuff. Best NFL players at 102 different skills. And he gets granular on this stuff. Like he goes into the quarterback stuff, best passing mechanics, best pocket footwork, quickest release, best field vision, most instinctive passer. That's just the quarterback stuff right there. It gets into it. And this Matt Miller, he's a film dork, so you know that he has broken this stuff down and done a quality job on it. All right, Andy. There are 3 Broncos, or at least the Broncos were named in 3 categories of having the best particular skill set at something in the NFL. Do you want to try and guess, or do you just want me to give it to you?
Pat Surtain's got to be on there.
You know he is. Patrick Surtain, best DB technique and best press coverage.
How about Nick Bonito?
Has both of those. Nick Bonito, quickest first step.
Okay, that's getting a lot of praise. How about Zach Allen?
No, that's it. That's the 3. Surtain got 2 of them. Bonito got 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
That doesn't count. So still no offensive guys just yet.
Still no offensive dudes just yet, which, I mean.
Right. I get it.
Here's the thing, okay?
It'll come in time.
Cortland Sutton should absolutely be in the conversation for the best on 50-50 balls.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson. Yeah, I can't really push back on that, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I get it.
Yeah. Justin Jefferson is something else. Like Cortland Sutton, I think Andy has reestablished himself as a solid top 20-ish wide receiver, maybe top 15-ish wide receiver in the NFL right now. It's just you forget the elite of the elite, just like what difference makers they are. Like when you do wide receivers right now, by the way, and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson both get named in a few of these, but it's just like, how do you not go to those guys on everything?
All right.
Is there anything Jamar Chase isn't great at?
No, we just read his numbers yesterday.
Yeah.
Guys blowing everybody away in every statistical category, and their crappy defense is going to keep them out of the playoffs. You bring up Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
Contract's up after this year, $20 million cap hit. Not after this year. He's got one more year, but it's a $20 million cap hit.
Yeah.
You just go one more year on that $20 mil?
Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
Yeah, I think.
Are you getting excited in extending him? Like, if you're going to extend him by how much?
No, because.
What year is this for Cortland?
It's his age 30 season next year. If anything, you go maybe 1 year, but you don't pay a guy into his 30s.
What's Justin Jefferson making?
37?
35?
Yeah, somewhere up there, yeah.
I know it sounds nuts. Sometimes when we just isolate numbers, it's like $20 million for Cortland Sutton. Not really a bad price tag for a guy of his value to a team.
He's playing commensurate to his salary. Yeah. In the wide receiver market. Absolutely he is. Yeah, he's having a great season. Right now I'm looking at his number right now for next year. The cap hit is $21 million. He's got a voidable year after that. Yeah, he's going to be 31 in his 2026 season. This is not just me being a creep here. Look at history. Wide receivers after the age of 32, they fall off cliffs. It just.
How old's DeAndre Hopkins? To try to help your point,
he's right in that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean the amount of 100 catch seasons, even like 90 catch seasons beyond that point, it happens to everybody. Guys fall off the cliff when they get to that. Look at Devontae Adams.
32 for DeAndre Hopkins, by the way.
And he again, he's not a bad player.
No, but he's not
elite.
DeAndre Hopkins of Houston Texans fame.
Look at what Devontae Adams is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, these dudes, just the greatest of the greats, it happens to all of them. There's the Larry Fitzgeralds of the world, and those dudes are just genetic freaks, but Few people fall into that category.
Look, man, we keep talking about what do you do with Cortland Sutton? You
Yeah.
don't do anything. You kind of like, I go Vaughn with him. Here's your $20 million. It's a hell of a paycheck. Thank you for being a Denver Bronco.
Yeah.
And whatever this takes you after this year, good luck. And then you draft his replacement maybe. You said they have the 23rd pick right now. I'm all in for a tight end.
Maybe
I still would not be angry if you grabbed a really good receiver. You found your own Justin Jefferson.
I'll say this about Cortland. You can maybe tack on one more year. Maybe. And it's going really well with Bo Nix. But also, the funny thing about football is it goes fast, man.
It does. And all of a sudden, the guy's not what he used to be.
Yeah.
Dude, we're watching it with Javonte right